In the vast heaven pagoda, 20 days passed in a flash. In these 20 days, Yi Yuan relied on the heaven's heart-earth nether milk to successfully break through 2 levels in a row, finally breaking through to the 6th level Soul Sea. As long as he had sufficient essence energy to support, Yi Yuan's breakthroughs would only follow as a matter of course. But the heaven's heart-earth nether milk that Yi Yuan expended was also rather considerable. The essence energy he required to break through was too terrifying. "Do you remember all that I've told you?" Long Ting said. Yi Yuan shot Long Ting a strange look and said, "Senior is really going through painstaking efforts. You already said this much. If I don't pummel that fellow to a pig's head, wouldn't I let you down too much?" Long Ting did not have any intention of being embarrassed. He burst into laughter when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha! What I want is this sentence of yours." This time that Long Ting came out, Yi Yuan discovered that his temperament simply changed drastically. There was no hint at all of that sort of taciturn and steadiness from before. One could tell that Long Ting did not want to kill that Dragon Lord either, just purely harboring the thought of beating up and humiliating the other party. Unfortunately, Yi Yuan became his hired thug. Of course, regardless of whether Yi Yuan was willing or not, he, this hired thug, could not run away. The next day early morning, Yi Yuan just came out of the vast heaven pagoda and heard a loud roar from outside the house. "Little thief Yi Yuan! Scram outside for this Dragon Lord! A mere human actually dares to pass off as the Dragon Lord? I think that you're tired of living." Yi Yuan left the house but just happened to bump into Xianxia. When Xianxia saw Yi Yuan, he was so shocked that his jaw almost hit the ground. You broke through 2 minor boundaries. Breaking through 2 minor boundaries overnight. This was simply heaven-defying." Yi Yuan smiled but did not explain anything. This sort of thing, the more one explained, the more confusing it became. Might as well make it a mystery. Yi Yuan came outside the house and saw a young man in azure clothing. He said coolly, "Where's this dog from? Barking madly here early in the morning and disturbing people's sweet dreams." The azure clothing youth snorted coldly and said, "I was wondering what kind of expert he was to actually dare impersonate the name of Dragon Lord. Turns out that it's just a tier 4 rookie. I'll give you one chance. Kneel before this Dragon Lord and I can spare you from death." Yi Yuan's face revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment and said, "So, you're this generation's V?" Previously, I kept hearing how every generation's Dragon Lord is a hero of the world. Seeing it today, it really makes me too disappointed. The Dragon Lord's face darkened, and he said in a solemn voice, "How this Dragon Lord isn't up to you, this sort of trash, to comment. Looking at your appearance, you aren't planning on giving this Dragon Lord an account." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Want me to give an account? Sure. That will have to see if you have that capability. Hey, truly not shedding tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, I'll send you off." The Dragon Lord did not say another word. An outrageous dragon pressure directly erupted out, truly incomparably stunning. The two people's commotion was so great that there had already been quite a number of Darkfiend Tiger Clan members crowding over long ago. Even though the Darkfiend Tiger Clan had Divine Beast bloodline too, furthermore, considered a very powerful clan in the God-prohibited demon region compared to the Dragon Lord, it was still far too lacking. It was precisely because Dragon's bloodline was extremely pure that they could become every generation's king. Yi Yuan could not help smiling coldly when he saw the situation. The dragon pressure in his body abruptly erupted out at the same time. With this, everyone's faces all changed. Yi Yuan's bloodline power was actually even stronger than the Dragon Lord's. What's going on here? The dragon race bloodline power in this boy's body is actually even stronger than the Dragon Lord's. Really seeing ghosts. This boy is clearly a human. How can his bloodline power possibly be stronger than the Dragon Lord's? Could it be that the Dragon Lord in our clan all along was fake? The Darkfiend Tiger Clan members were discussing animatedly. It naturally could not hide from Dragon Lord's ears. These commenting sounds sounded so ear-piercing to him. He seriously could not figure out why the bloodline power in the body of a human would be even more powerful than his. How could he know that the dragon blood Yi Yuan refined was a half-divine beast blood essence? What kind of notion was a half-divine beast? That was an existence whose bloodline had already evolved towards the divine beast. The might and power were already formidable to an unimaginable extent. Their bloodline power already infinitely approached divine beast. Forget about him, a puny little dragon lord. Even if those dragon race major powers in the divine realm came, they might not be more powerful than Yi Yuan's bloodline power. If not for Yi Yuan's cultivation realm being too low, just based on his bloodline power, he would be able to crush this dragon lord until he could not lift his head. Furthermore, the dragon blood that Yi Yuan refined, there was still a large portion of energy incubating within his body. Following Yi Yuan's strength becoming increasingly stronger, the bloodline power in his body would also get more and more powerful. Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries overnight and stimulated another portion of dragon blood out. To want to suppress the Dragon Lord in terms of bloodline power, wasn't it still like playing? A mere human actually dares to steal dragon race bloodline? Death penalty. The Dragon Lord roared furiously and directly transformed into a phantom, attacking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's aura abruptly erupted, directly breaking through the bottleneck of late-stage Soul C, reaching 8th level Soul C. Boom. The Dragon Lord, who had a tumultuous, imposing momentum, was directly struck flying out. Then, the entire battle became Yi Yuan's solo performance. The insufferably arrogant Dragon Lord was directly reduced to Yi Yuan's sandbag, being beaten until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Each and every one of the surrounding Dark Fiend Tiger clan all had wide gaping mouths. Clearly, they were dumbfounded by this scene. In their view, the Dragon Lord was an ever-victorious existence. This battle should be a one-sided one. And, right now, it was indeed one-sided. It was just that the winning and losing sides were reversed. The Dragon Lord really wanted to explode. Yet, he already lost the initiative and did not even have the leeway to retaliate. How terrifying was Yi Yuan's strength. Disregarding others just solely on the subject of speed, the Dragon Lord could not even catch up by whipping his horse. Yi Yuan's speed was what even Peng Yun was powerless against, let alone the Dragon Lord. Though the dragon race's strength was formidable, speed was not their strong point. Just in terms of speed, Yi Yuan was established in an undefeatable position. Often, when Yi Yuan's attack landed, the Dragon Lord had yet to hit the ground and was directly intercepted in midair by Yi Yuan already. Under such a speed, it was practically something impossible for the Dragon Lord to want to counterattack. When experts exchanged moves, losing the initiative was equivalent to losing one's life. The Dragon Lord's evaluation of Yi Yuan's strength in the beginning was severely lacking, resulting in somewhat underestimating the opponent. Who could have thought that once Yi Yuan made a move, it would be earth-shattering? Actually, even if Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries originally, adding in the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, it was also not possible to beat the Dragon Lord until like this. In between this naturally still had some matters that had no need to let others know. At the same time that the Dragon Lord was getting a beating, he was unbelievably perplexed. He was puzzled why Yi Yuan was so clear about his weak points. He just stuck his butt out, and Yi Yuan knew what was going to come out. In addition, losing the initiative right from the beginning, the Dragon Lord was passive in all respects right now, getting a beating all over. It was also uncertain how long had passed. Yi Yuan's attacks suddenly ceased. Only then did those surrounding Tiger Clan members finally come back to their sense. Their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with awe and veneration. Looking at the Dragon Lord again. He was already pummeled until looking like a pig's head. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. They were speechless for a long while. Each generation's Dragon Lord were all legends. This was a sentence passed down in the God-prohibited demon region. However, what happened here now? Too subverting. If let's say the Dragon Lord and Yi Yuan fought until neither could gain an upper hand, they could accept it. To say that the Dragon Lord and Yi Yuan had a great battle for hundreds of rounds, then was defeated, they could accept that too. However, how is this some fight? It was simply Yi Yuan's one-sided abusing. When did Dragon Lords become so noob? Bloodline power can't match up to this little lord, so you say that little lord's dragon race bloodline power was stolen. If you have the capabilities, steal one for me to see. Yi Yuan looked at the pighead-like Dragon Lord and said with a cold smile. Yeah. To talk about stealing inferior dragon blood, that was not impossible. But the dragon blood in Yi Yuan's body was too pure. Even purer than the Dragon Lord's. Dragon blood like this, regardless of whether it was placed, it would be a supreme treasure. Wanting to steal was simply impossible. Such slandering was way too groundless. Uncle Rong, isn't this Yi Yuan's strength too formidable? The Dragon Lord didn't have the strength to counterattack in front of him at all. Hu Zhao's tone was somewhat quivering. Clearly, he was alarmed by Yi Yuan's strength. Hu Zhao's strength and the Dragon Lord's were also almost the same. Yi Yuan could easily defeat the Dragon Lord, indicating that his strength was definitely above his. Previously, he doubted if Yi Yuan had the strength to defeat Ping Yun or not. But now Yi Yuan used strength to prove everything. Hu Rong had a look of astonishment too, but he shook his head and said, "This Yi Yuan's fighting style seems to curb the Dragon Lord quite a lot. Plus, his own strength is super strong. That's why the Dragon Lord could not use the slightest strength to retaliate. If judging according to both parties' strength, the Dragon Lord might not lose to him much. It's just that Yi Yuan seems to be intentionally humiliating the Dragon Lord. This isn't some good sign. This fellow isn't deliberately sowing dissension between the Dragon Lord and our Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's relationship, right?" Hu Zhao's expression changed, and he said when he came yesterday he was clearly only 4th level Soul C. He actually broke through 2 minor realms overnight. Too bizarre. This fellow's origins are unclear, and his strength is formidable. We must be on guard. Su Rong frowned and said, "Could it be? The Bear Clan really betrayed us. Uncle Rong, people's heart is hard to fathom. Him not betraying in the past doesn't mean not betraying now. This boy called Yi Yuan. The timing he appeared is too coincidental. In my view, he's definitely here for the Azure Spirit Tree. Our Tiger Clan has been plotting all along for these 10 years in order to capture this Azure Spirit Tree. Now, when it's finally time to draw the net in, not the tiniest bit of accident can be tolerated." Hu Rong nodded and said, "Shower, what you said is right. This boy's origins are unclear. Even if we don't kill him, we also have to detain him first before talking. Wait until we capture the Azure Spirit Tree and save Big Brother. It's not too late to release him then." Finished talking, Hu Rong's figure flashed and stared at Yi Yuan with a dark expression as he said, "Boy, you actually dare to beat our Tiger Clan's esteemed guest until like this. What intentions do you have?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, but he had yet to speak when Xianxia came forward and beat him to it. It was this fellow himself who provoked first. It was plain for everybody to see. Who can be blamed for his strength to be lacking himself and getting beaten until like this by Yi Yuan? Hu Rong, aren't you going too far like this? Unknowingly, Xianxia's address towards Hu Rong also quietly underwent a change. Very clearly, he felt very disappointed by the Tiger Clan's current sort of situation. Otherwise, with Xianxia's forthrightness, a personality that would rather sacrifice the entire clan than be willing to surrender, he definitely would not be this way. Hu Rong clearly also did not expect that the all-along staunch and steadfast Xianxia would actually take the lead to rebuke him. His expression involuntarily darkened as he reproached Xianxia. "Looks if you've really changed. Say then, just what intentions do you have for entering the Tiger Clan in collusion with this boy this time?" Hu Rong's words were like a knife, cutting viciously on Xianxia's heart. That sort of pain, there was no way of using words to describe it. "Senior Xianxia, no need to waste your breath. This person is prone to suspicion. The more you explain, the more he feels that you have ulterior motives. Since this place doesn't welcome us, let's go," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Showed your true colors, right? Het brat who overestimated his own ability. You don't think that you can leave this place by relying on the strength of you too, right?" Hu Rong said with a cold smile. As he said, Hu Rong's powerful aura enveloped Yi Yuan duo inside fully. This Hu Rong was late-stage tier 6 strength. It was totally not what Yi Yuan duo could withstand. Right at this time, a pure, yet powerful pressure crept over. Everyone's faces changed. Those Tiger Clan members whose strength slightly weaker all knelt down in submission without prior consultation. This was the divine beast pressure belonging to the Tiger race. It was not strong. Only initial stage tier 5 strength. But this pressure was much more unadulterated compared to Hu Rong, this sort of inferior brand. Hu Rong's face changed as he said, This is Tiger Lord, His Excellency's pressure. Why is he here?" A young profile slowly appeared in everyone's sights. This young man looked rather like a half-grown child. He was dignified and strong, but with an appearance still possessing childish innocence. Once this tiger race pressure descended, Yi Yuan's mind stirred. This pressure actually seemed familiar. But when this young man appeared, Yi Yuan could not help being uncertain, because he had never seen this young man before. "Who dares to touch my big brother?" the youth said with a rather childish voice. Hearing these words, everyone's reaction was all very different. Hu Rong's expression changed, and his face revealed a look of dread. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became different. While Yi Yuan's eyes gleamed with light as he looked at that dignified and strong-looking young man, the youth had his back facing Yi Yuan currently. He suddenly turned out and flashed Yi Yuan a bright smile. Yi Yuan started smiling too, his laughter becoming increasingly bigger. Until the back, the two people laughed loud and long and had a fierce embrace. Who is this youth, if not the white light after taking form? Stinking brat. A few days of not seeing, and you actually took form successfully already. Yi Yuan chortled with laughter as he slammed a fist onto the youth's chest with indescribable excitement. He was still worried about White Light's safety previously, afraid that he was stuck in the essence-devouring confounding fog. Yi Yuan originally planned on coming to the Tiger Clan to inquire about it. Who knew that he actually stirred up such trouble with the Tiger Clan? He did not expect that White Light was actually at the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan. Furthermore, he succeeded in taking form. Haha! If I don't hurry up and take form, I wouldn't be able to keep up with Big Brother's speed. I'm an exalted divine beast progeny. I can't drag Big Brother down no matter what, White Light said with a big laugh. The two people started chatting like no one else was around. But Hu Rong's expression became increasingly uglier. He never would have thought that the Tiger Lord would actually think of Yi Yuan as his brother. Looking at the appearance, the two people's relationship was good enough until they could wear one pair of trousers. What to do? Right then, another figure appeared inside the Tiger Clan. Haha! The Dark Fiend Tiger Clan is so lively. Looks like I came really just in time. Once this person appeared, the atmosphere immediately became tense. The Tiger Clan members had a look akin to facing a great enemy. They were clearly very fearful of the arrival. The moment the person saw the Tiger Clan members' appearances, he could not help laughing. Haha. Everyone, I don't have ill intentions. I'm here to find Mr. Yi. Hu Rong's expression changed once more. His gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan on alert. The arrival was none other than precisely the Peng Hai who was sent over by Peng Tian. Yi Yuan, aren't you going to give us an explanation? Tiger Lord, this person is harboring malicious intent, colluding with the Rock Clan with intent to attack the Tiger Clan. Hu Rong gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan was rather surprised looking by the side. White Light was clearly only Tier 5 cultivation, but Hu Rong seemed to be very fearful of him. Already to this sort of extent, and he actually had not fallen out with White Light yet. White Light snorted coldly and said, Explain about what? Whatever my big brother says, that's how it is. With me around, how can my big brother be detrimental towards the Tiger Clan? Shut your mouth up and listen to what he has to say. White Light had a childish voice when talking, but was imposing and domineering, making Yi Yuan keep on wanting to laugh. Yi Yuan shot Peng Hai a nonchalant look and said, Since you came, you still dare to play this sort of petty tricks with me? I think you're complaining that Peng Yun has lived for too long, right? Peng Hai was still snickering just now. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, his expression suddenly changed. Indeed, he was rash just now and purely wanted to implicate Yi Yuan a bit. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually guessed his purpose for coming long ago. Looks like the injuries on Ping Yun's body was totally intentional by Yi Yuan. Having such a precise grasp on Peng Yun's injuries, this Yi Yuan was simply too terrifying. Cough, cough, that, didn't I not have chance to say yet? Haha. Peng Hai landed in the field as he said awkwardly. Hu Rong and the others still had a manner as if they were facing a great enemy. Furthermore, they became even more cautious. Although Hu Rong's strength was above Peng Hai's, who knew if he had brought numerous Rock Clan experts over behind him or not. Moreover, they did not receive any news beforehand. This was the scariest. Since Lord Hu Rong wants an explanation, then you give it to him. Yi Yuan said it coolly, but everyone was anxious and uncertain. Hu Rong and the others were not fools either. They could also tell from Peng Hai's look that he was very wary of Yi Yuan. Hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, Ping Yun's small life seemed to be grasped in the hands of Yi Yuan. That was to say, Yi Yuan and Peng Hai were not together? Could it be that those words Yi Yuan said previously were all true? Once the thought hit, Hu Rong's entire person was somewhat ruffled. Peng Hai smiled awkwardly and said, Hu Rong, you don't need to be like this. I'm here to make peace with your Tiger Clan on behalf of the Rock Clan. Make peace? Hu Rong doubted if his own ears heard wrongly or not. Now at this time it was precisely when the Tiger Clan was the weakest, and the Rock Clan the stronger. Peng Hai actually came to find him to negotiate peace. This bunch of fellows wouldn't have eaten the wrong medicine, right? Hu Rong unwittingly looked over towards Yi Yuan once more. What in the world did this fellow do to actually be able to let the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan make peace at any cost? That's right. It's make peace. Mr. Yi, I wonder if you're still satisfied with this explanation. Peng Hai looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, What has it got to do with me whether you guys make peace or not? What I want isn't this explanation. Peng Hai's heart went slightly cold. Could it be that kissing ass kissed onto the foot? He saw that Yi Yuan and that Tiger Lord's relationship was very intimate and would definitely stand on the Tiger Clan's standpoint. That was why he gave rise to this idea. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not buy it at all? Looks like the Tiger Clan offended Yi Yuan badly. Yet Yi Yuan's words made Hu Rong's heart quiver. This peace negotiation that had come to an agreement was gone just like that? Honestly speaking, the Rock Clan suggesting peace negotiations right now, they were more than happy to welcome it. Why would they refuse? But Yi Yuan, this fellow, actually messed up the peace negotiations with one sentence. Like the saying went, don't wash dirty linen in public. Actually, Peng Hai also did not wish to let the Tiger Clan know about the news of Ping Yun almost getting crippled. But at this time, he clearly could not hide it anymore, and could only come clean. Actually, I came here this time to invite Mr. Yi to be a guest at our Rock Clan, and treat our young Lord Peng Yun's injuries with your added. Previously, we had understandings between us, resulting in causing some unnecessary trouble. Peng Hai spoke with fervor and assurance, briefly describing the events that happened on that day. It was actually not much different from Xianxia's. Forget about being a guest. I don't wish to cross the Rubicon 1. Anyway, why should I treat Peng Yun's injuries? If you didn't harbor devious thoughts back then, you also wouldn't have ended up coming to beg me in an obsequious manner now, Yi Yuan said coolly. Peng Hai had an awkward look as he said, whatever terms Mr. Yi has, feel free to state them. As long as my Rock Clan can accomplish it, we absolutely won't shirk. Yi Yuan smiled rather wickedly as he said, Really? Seeing Yi Yuan's smile, Peng Hai's heart involuntarily palpitated a bit and had a foreboding premonition. But upon recalling Ping Tian's words before setting off, Peng Hai could not help nodding his head fiercely. Yi Yuan said, I want 3 drops of Kuan Peng blood essence. Don't tell me you don't have. Peng Hai nearly jumped up. He pointed at Yi Yuan and said, You're looting a burning house here. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I knew that you'd have this reaction. I only stated the price. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Furthermore, I feel that using 3 drops of Kuan Peng blood essence to exchange for Peng Yun's life, it's still you guys who got off real cheap. You think about it. The Kuan Peng blood essence that you all expended on him far surpassed 3 drops. Right? Yi Yuan understood quite a bit about the demon race's situation and knew that in demonic beasts progeny clans, they generally had their own sacred ground. That was the place to enshrine and worship forefathers. Before demons died, they would normally all enter the sacred ground and contribute a portion of their own blood essence. Inside the sacred ground had this power that could cleanse and purify bloodline, letting the blood essence rank rise. But this process was exceedingly slow. Furthermore, every generation's demon clan would expend blood essence. Hence, the blood essence that every clan stored in reserve was not considered much. Actually, Yi Yuan only want to probe a bit just now, because what he understood was just the Divine Realm's demon clan situation. He did not think that the demon clans inside the God-prohibited demon region really had blood essence reserves. Kuan Peng blood essence was an extremely valuable divine beast bloodline too. Although it could not compare to dragon race bloodline, it was also an exceptionally high-grade bloodline. Of course, the Kuan-Peng blood essence that the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan stored was definitely unable to compare to the dragon blood that Yi Yuan swallowed. The two were not on the same level at all. Peng Hai's expression changed several times and he said, "This matter's stake is too significant. I can't make the decision and must ask for instructions from the clan head. If clan head agrees, the Kuan-Peng blood essence should be able to be delivered within 3 days." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right. I'll wait for your news." Our matter is settled. You guys continue. How it should be, let it happen. Make sure not to give me face. Hu Rong's expression changed when he heard that. His gaze involuntarily looked towards White Light embarrassedly and said, "Tiger Lord." White Light turned the whites of his eyes up at him and said crossly, "Who asked you all to not know good from bad and offended my big brother? Now you know his prowess, right?" White Light's words made Hu Rong have an embarrassed look. "This, Tiger Lord. You also know that the Tiger clan right now is experiencing extraordinary times." White Light waved his hand and said, all right, so much crap. The matters in the past, I won't care about them. But you remember it now, anybody can be provoked, but make sure not to provoke my big brother." White Light paused for a bit and said, "Because you can't afford to provoke him." White Light's words made everyone shocked. But at this time, there was already nobody who doubted this sentence. Yi Yuan's origins were mysterious, beat Ping Yun to heavy injuries when it was impossible, and kept the entire Rock clan in check. Now, Ping Hai was begging in front of Yi Yuan like a grandson. The Dragon Lord ran in front of Yi Yuan and raised a racket. In the end, he was bashed until turning into a pig's head. The Tiger clan wanted to make things difficult for Yi Yuan, who knew that he and the Tiger Lord were actually bosom friends. Looking at it now, if they made White Light choose between Yi Yuan and the Tiger clan, he would definitely choose Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation. Such a person who could afford to provoke. Yi Yuan's strength was clearly not strong. Yet, anyone present was all unable to do anything to him. Hu Rong showed a difficult look and said, "But, this way, we're bound to offend the Dragon Lord." "Dragon Lord? The Dragon Lord is nothing in front of my big brother. Also, if you guys don't want to offend the Dragon Lord, you'll have to offend me, this Tiger Lord. Up to yourself," White Light said disdainfully. This? Why haven't you apologized to my big brother yet? If not for my sake, just based on your actions, do you think that my big brother would be willing to let it go?" Currently, the Tiger clan's fate depended on just a word from Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan joined hands with the Rock clan to attack the Tiger clan, the outcome would be too terrible to imagine. Hence, White Light's words did not have areas that were the slightest bit exaggerating things to raise an alarm. Hu Rong was not a fool either. After struggling with it for a while, he finally still lowered his head. He came before Yi Yuan and said, "Mr. Yi, it was all Hu Rong measuring the stature of a great man by the yardstick of a petty man. Mr. Yi, please stay your hand in mercy." With White Light around, Yi Yuan naturally would not really do anything to the Tiger clan. Furthermore, the present situation, it was clearly better for both sides to keep each other in check than for one side be annihilated. The card in other people's hands and on his own hand was of course different. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Today, I was taking into consideration on account of White Light's face. Otherwise, I really wouldn't mind going to the Rock clan to be a guest." When Peng Hai heard, he was naturally filled with unwillingness in his heart. But at this time, there was nothing he could do to Yi Yuan as well. He had planned out well in his heart long ago. Once young Lord Ping Yun's injuries recover, he would definitely show Yi Yuan some colors. But Peng Hai obviously would not bring it out on the surface. He went forward and said, "Mr. Yi, young Lord Ping Yun's injuries." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "As long as you all bring the Kuan-Peng blood essence here, there's naturally no issue. I'll start a furnace and refine pills in a while to refine the medicinal pills to treat Peng Yun's wounds." Peng Hai could not help being overjoyed when he heard those words and said, "I'll send a message to clan head right away." "Hang on." Peng Hai was just about to leave when Yi Yuan stopped him. "Does Mr. Yi still have any instructions?" Peng Hai inquired cautiously. "And I haven't finished talking yet." When Peng Hai heard, his heart thumped. and he cried out inwardly. Not good. Indeed, he heard Yi Yuan say leisurely, previously my attack wasn't light nor heavy, resulting in Ping Yun's injuries to be somewhat severe, although my medicinal pills can treat him. The medicinal effect of one medicinal pill is definitely not enough. When Peng Hai heard, his expression was indescribably nasty. What was called one medicinal pill was not enough. To be able to hurt Peng Yun until like that, but not cripple him, how precise did the attack have to be? Yi Yuan even calculated him coming before he came. Such precise skill, he would be neither light nor heavy? Only a ghost would believe you. However, that did not seem to have any use at all. Whatever Yi Yuan said now was what it was. Then, roughly how long is needed before he can recover? Peng Hai asked with a quivering voice. Roughly half a year or so, I guess. Take a medicinal pill once every 2 months. 3 pills should be sufficient. Peng Hai left with a dispirited look. Inside the Tiger Clan's hidden chamber, Yi Yuan and White Light had another bear hug. The two people were clearly both very agitated. Haha, big brother. Really didn't expect to be able to see you here. I just broke through not long ago, and was just thinking of deploying the Tiger Clan's strength to go find you. I knew that with your capabilities, you could definitely walk out of the essence-devouring confounding fog, White Light said rather excitedly. Yi Yuan said with a smile. I also didn't expect it. How did you walk out of the essence-devouring confounding fog and also become the Tiger Lord? Yi Yuan guessed that a Tiger Lord should be an existence similar to a Dragon Lord. It was just that no idea why Hurong would be so fearful towards the White Light who was only tier 5. Only under White Light's explanation did Yi Yuan came to a realization. Turns out that after White Light entered the essence-devouring confounding fog, the essence-devouring confounding fog actually did not have any effect on him at all. Yi Yuan had exhausted all the essence energy recovery medicinal pills back then and broke through to heart-like monolith realm before barely managing to charge out. Listening to White Light's encounters, Yi Yuan was also speechless. But after White Light walked out of the essence-devouring confounding fog, he went rather far away from Yi Yuan and actually appeared in the vicinity of the Tiger Clan directly. White Light's bloodline power made all of the Tiger Clan fall head over heels. White Light's Tiger race bloodline was even much more powerful and pure compared to that Dragon Lord who got beaten up. Not only that, White Light's bloodline power was even purer than the blood essence in the Tiger Clan's sacred ground. Such pure white tiger bloodline, he was naturally deified as a god by the Tiger Clan, thinking that White Light came out from there. The Dragon Lord coming to the Tiger Clan was at most just a friend, but White Light in the Tiger Clan, his position was entirely different. He was like a prince descending to the mortal realm revered by the Tiger Clan. Ever since I entered the god-prohibited demon region, I kept on hearing about that place. Only now do I know that that place is called the Dark Forest. No idea just what kind of place this Dark Forest is. To actually make all of the demon clans guard the secret so closely, Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. One had to know that, in this god-prohibited demon region, Tier 6 experts were everywhere. Legends had it that there were even Tier 7 powerhouses. Such powerful existence was actually all very fearful of the Dark Forest. White Light shook his head and said, This I don't know either. But I heard Hurong they all say that the Dark Forest is the god-prohibited demon region's forbidden land. Nobody can get close. Even if one's strength were any greater, one would also die mysteriously when approaching there. Yi Yuan said in surprise, Even Tier 7 powerhouses can't enter? White Light shook his head and said, Can't enter. But under my curiosity I once ran to the peripherals of the Dark Forest. At that time, the bloodline within my body actually faintly stirred. It seems like that place and my origins have a great relation. Hearing White Light's words, Yi Yuan was also slightly startled in his heart. Could it be that White Light actually walked out from the Forbidden Land in the Endless Forest's Forbidden Land? But White Light also said that once he came close to the Dark Forest, a dangerous aura came with it too. It seemed to be a warning to him. Hence, he did not dare to enter too deep as well. Yi Yuan was also incomparably shocked in his heart. Looks like this endless world was truly hiding secrets everywhere. Listening to what White Light said, this dark forest was simply even more perilous than the essence-devouring confounding fog. With their present strength, they were simply unable to enter. Perhaps that dragon lord, that fellow, knew some things. But he probably would not say over his dead body. If the dragon lord would disclose information, then the god-prohibited demon region would definitely have long known some of the state of affairs inside. However, it looked like the dark forest was an enigma to the god-prohibited demon region. Since that's the case, then let's better not attempt to enter that dark forest. Wait until our strength is sufficient someday, then go exploring. It isn't too late either, Yi Yuan said. This dark forest definitely held in store a massive secret. But with Yi Yuan's current strength, he was unable to explore it at all. Yi Yuan was curious, but these curiosities needed for his deep hatred to be avenged before it could be fulfilled. Big brother, you should have come to the Tiger Clan for the Azure Spirit Tree, right? White Light walked all the way along with Yi Yuan and was very clear about Yi Yuan's affairs. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. I originally wanted to pay a visit to Hu Yan. Looks like his situation isn't so great. I'm not very concerned about this either. That's why I didn't inquire much as well. But looks like he's indeed not doing too good. But I know that the Tiger Clan has been plotting to deal with the Azure Spirit Tree all along these few years. Now it's just about time to reel in the net already," White Light said. White Light knew that Yi Yuan wanted to find the Azure Spirit Tree, so he would obviously inquire about news in this area. With his status, inquiring about these was not hard. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally and said, "Good brother. You were so considerate. Haha. Traveling the entire way until now, it was all Big Brother helping me. Now that I finally managed to have a chance to help Big Brother, what are you being courteous with me for?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hoo, then I won't be melodramatic. But the Tiger Clan could actually ascertain the Azure Spirit Tree's position under the situation where Hu Yan isn't around. Not that Yi Yuan was looking down on the Tiger Clan, but the Azure Spirit Tree's whereabouts were erratic and extremely hard to grasp. Knowing the approximate position, Yi Yuan could naturally determine the Azure Spirit Tree's position. But to say that the Tiger Clan had this ability, Yi Yuan did not believe. The place nearby the Dark Forest in the Tiger Clan's territory has a piece of wood attribute spirit vein. The Azure Spirit Tree seemed to have taken fancy on that piece of land. Hence, it has been lingering in that area all along, White Light said. Only then did Yi Yuan suddenly came to a realization. This Azure Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spirit wood. What it needed the most was wood attribute heaven and earth quintessence. In the Tiger Clan's territory, there was actually a chunk of wood attribute spirit vein. No wonder it hung around there and did not leave. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said to White Light, "I'll have a talk with Hu Rong." "What? You want to take part in rounding up the Azure Spirit Tree? Heh, you're indeed here for the Azure Spirit Tree. Even though you're Tiger Lord's brother, our Dark Fiend Tiger Clan has already plotted for a full 10 years for the sake of this day. Why should we give you a cut of the loot?" When Hu Rong heard Yi Yuan's request, he nearly jumped up. If not for White Light by the side, he would have long made a move against Yi Yuan. He previously judged that Yi Yuan came for the Azure Spirit Tree. Looking at it now, it was indeed like so. Hu Rong was still puzzled previously why the Tiger Lord would be especially interested in the Azure Spirit Tree. Looking at it now, it was actually for the sake of this boy in front of him. Yi Yuan had long guessed Hu Rong's reaction and said with a faint smile, 10 years and only laid down with Spirit Dragon imprisoning array? Yi Yuan's smile carried thick mockery, greatly stimulating Hu Rong. Hu Rong gave a cold snort and said furiously, "What do you know? That Azure Spirit Tree's strength is incomparably powerful. Even Big Brother Hu Yan isn't a match either. We have to be very wary when laying down the array. Once we let it find out, all the effort would be all for naught. Now, the Wood Spirit Dragon imprisoning array is only missing one final step. As long as the grand array is formed, the Azure Spirit Tree will be an item in our bags. You, a foreign boy, wants to sit idly and enjoy the fruits of others' labor with just a sentence. Do you really take our Tiger Clan to be easy to bully?" In Hu Rong's view, Yi Yuan was relying on his ties with White Light to demand an exorbitant price. Yi Yuan's strength was pretty good. But surrounding and sieging the Azure Spirit Tree, that was Tier 6 experts matters. Tier 5 experts did not even have the qualifications to take part. What was Yi Yuan worming his way in at this time for other than reaping what he had not sown? Yi Yuan said, "It's true that the Wood Spirit Dragon imprisoning array is powerful. But wanting to trap the Azure Spirit Tree, it's still a little inadequate. With the likes of your strength right now to want to capture the Azure Spirit Tree, that's impossible. Don't blame me for not warning and you fail to beat the tiger and get hurt instead when the time comes. Even if I have Ping Yun, this chip right now, it most likely can't protect the Dark Fiend Tiger clan either. Hu Rong's expression changed, and he immediately snorted coldly and said, "Exaggerating to scare people. The Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array is a peak tier 6 grand array. Furthermore, it has immensely great restraining effects towards wood attribute spiritual objects. On what basis can it not subdue the Azure Spirit Tree?" Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "What you said is right, but you've neglected one point." Hu Rong gave a cold laugh but did not follow up. Yi Yuan continued, "The Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array is a fire attribute grand array. I do indeed have extremely powerful restraining effects towards wood attribute spiritual objects. If it were changed to another place, you guys would definitely be able to succeed. But sadly, what the Azure Spirit Tree took over is a wood attribute spirit vein. It's true that myriad things under the heavens reinforce and counteract each other, but that's not absolute. On this chunk of wood attribute spirit vein, the Azure Spirit Tree can draw out an inexhaustible flow of wood essence power. When the power of the wood essence exceeds the limits that the grand array can withstand, your grand array will collapse all the same. At the minimum, the Azure Spirit Tree can also draw on the immense wood essence power to deplete the grand array's constraints. You all are likewise not its match." Yi Yuan spoke with confidence and composure. Hu Rong's expression changed again and again. The matter that was originally almost in the bag, now with Yi Yuan saying this, many issues were added on. Every word of Yi Yuan's was reasonable. They really had not thought about this point. "Humph. Even if it's like this, what can you do if you went?" Hu Rong said stubbornly. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "This you don't need to care. I naturally have my ways. However, I can help you all catch the Azure Spirit Tree and help you guys treat Hu Yan's injuries. But the Azure Spirit Tree belongs to me." Hu Rong's expression changed. "In your dreams." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "I've already stated the terms. Whether you agree or not is up to you. If you don't believe in heresy and insist on giving it a shot, it's also up to you. But the Azure Spirit Tree, I'm determined to get it. If you come to find me again when the time comes, the price will be raised." Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly turned around and went out, leaving behind Hu Rong with that angry expression flickering incessantly. The moonlight was obscured. Hu Rong's figure quietly appeared in the Tiger Clan's sacred ground. In an empty hall, a slightly aged-looking figure was seated on the ground. A bloodlight revolved around him, carrying a thick tiger race aura. It was just that his two eyes were tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the outside world situation. This person was precisely the Hu Yan who had already vanished for 10 years in front of outsiders. Hu Rong looked at Hu Yan and said, "Big brother, the Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array will be set up complete tomorrow. This time, I'll definitely bring the Azure Spirit Tree back for you." As Hu Rong said, Hu Yan did not respond, as if he did not hear what he was saying at all. Before long, Hu Rong turned around and left. However, what he did not notice was that not long after he left, Hu Yan's eyes actually silently opened. Ahead was a stretch of lush green forest. The wood essence power emitting out of there made people feel refreshed. Hu Rong looked at the clansmen currently bustling about, his gaze filled with anticipation. Yi Yuan said that the Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array could not deal with the Azure Spirit Tree. But Hu Rong did not believe in this heresy. How could 10 years of effort be handed over on a platter? Today, he brought over 10 Dark Fiend Tiger Clan Tier 6 experts. Apart from a few staying in the clan to hold down the fort, it could be said to be moving out in full force. "Lord Hu Rong, the array formation is done." A clansman came in front of Hu Rong, with a face full of wild elation. This array formation was laid down for 10 years. Today, it was finally completed. How could they not be excited? The demon race was not skilled in the path of formations. Plus, laying down the formation needed to avoid the Azure Spirit Tree's eyes and ears. The progress of this array formation was naturally very slow. When Hu Rong heard, he was thrilled in his heart too, but he forcefully suppressed it. Prepare to activate the array formation. Don't lower your guard. This Azure Spirit Tree's strength is extraordinary, and no mistakes can be tolerated. Hu Rong instructed. Even though Hu Rong did not believe Yi Yuan's words, he was also not as optimistic at this time. Instead, he bucked all the spirits up. Yes, Lord Hu Rong. The clansmen received the order and left. When all the preparations were ready, Hu Rong waved his hand and said, "Activate the array formation." Rumble. A violent sound spread throughout the entire forest very quickly. A grand array instantly enveloped this wood attribute spirit vein. In an instant, a boundless fire essence power pervaded inside the grand array. Those lush green trees drooped and withered away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hu Rong took this spectacle fully into his eyes and was excited and worried. Honestly speaking, he was really very afraid that Yi Yuan's words would come true. Although Yi Yuan, this youth, was young, he completely could not be measured with common sense. But looking at the current situation, Yi Yuan's concern was clearly uncalled for. The wood spirit dragon imprisoning array perfectly restrained those plants inside. Hu Rong did not see the slightest possibility of the Azure Spirit Tree retaliating at all. Ha ha! The wood spirit dragon imprisoning array is indeed powerful. The Azure Spirit Tree is already an object in our Tiger Clan's bags. It was not in vain for us to spend the price of 10 years to set up the formation. Today we've indeed achieved the effects. When we capture the Azure Spirit Tree, Lord Hu Yen will be able to recover to his peak state. Our Dark Fiend Tiger Clan will be able to roam the God-prohibited demon region unhindered again. These Dark Fiend Tiger Clan members were all unbelievably agitated. When it was time for 10 years of plowing and weeding to receive the harvest, agitation was hard to avoid too. Hu Rong was a little calmer than them. But this sort of composure was also gradually being whittled away to nothing by the might of the Grand Array. But he was not anxious, because the Azure Spirit Tree had not shown itself yet. It was definitely impossible for the Azure Spirit Tree, this sort of powerful spirit tree, to resign itself to death like this. He would definitely come out. As was expected, before long, a great towering tree suddenly grew up in the Grand Array. This tree was originally inconspicuous among all of the trees, but at this time it covered everything. To be able to still have such vibrant energies within the wood spirit dragon imprisonment array, there was only the Azure Spirit Tree. It was only to see the Azure Spirit Tree extended out many vines and violently bombarded the Grand Array. But the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array was indeed extraordinary. Those vines had yet to come into contact with the Grand Array when they were suddenly ignited by flames. Those vines danced in the air just like humans, waving their hands and stomping their feet when in pain. Ha ha ha! This wood spirit dragon imprisoning array is indeed extraordinary. Even if here is the wood attribute spirit vein, so what? Isn't the Azure Spirit Tree still going to submit to us without resistance immediately? Hu Rong said ecstatically when he saw the situation. At this time, the last trace of worry in his heart also melted away into nothing along with it. Deploy the Grand Array. Beat the Azure Spirit Tree to heavy injuries first. Hu Rong immediately gave the order. Yes. The clansman presiding over the Grand Array received the order and immediately went forward to deploy the Grand Array. Thick fire essence power crept towards the Azure Spirit Tree very quickly. The Azure Spirit Tree suddenly radiated a resplendent azure light, wanting to isolate these fire essence power. Yet all of this was a futile effort. This azure light only resisted for a little hole and was breached by the great fire. The flames ignited the great towering tree very quickly. This scene made all of the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan members' hot blood boil over while they watched. The Azure Spirit Tree inside the Grand Array was peak tier 6. This fire looked to be incomparably powerful. But to talk about burning it to death, that was impossible. What Hu Rong they all wanted was for the Azure Spirit Tree to be severely injured. This moment did not let them wait for too long. That Azure Spirit Tree wilted away very quickly under the attack of the flames. Right at this moment, Hu Rong gave the order. Charge inside. Capture the Azure Spirit Tree. The Dark Fiend Tiger Clan members had long been raring to have a go. Under Hu Rong's command, over 10 figures leaped, directly entering inside the Grand Array. These 10 over figures were all tier 6 experts. Their movements were extremely swift, arriving in the proximity of the Azure Spirit Tree in a blink of an eye. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. The Azure Spirit Tree suddenly gave off a dazzling azure light. Thick wood essence power welled up from under the ground, surging to an extent where it was practically going to burst forth. Sensing such thick wood essence power, Hu Rong's expression changed drastically, and he roared madly, "Quickly retreat! We fell into a trap. This fellow wasn't tricked at all." At this moment, Yi Yuan's words suddenly flashed across Hu Rong's mind, regretting until his intestines went green. But at this sort of critical moment, he could not be allowed to think too much at all, bringing his clansmen far away immediately. Yet, how could the Azure Spirit Tree be easy to bully? How was there still any hint of waning on the Azure Spirit Tree's body? It was even more powerful than before. Countless rows of vines zigzagged out from the Azure Spirit Tree, intertwining over towards those dozen over figures with extreme speed. Boom! This attack, Hu Rong brought out all of his might. Luckily, he was a late-stage Tai 6 expert too. Even though he could not compare to the Azure Spirit Tree, slightly withstanding a bit was still achievable. This attack of Hu Rong's proved effective, delaying those vines a moment of time. But even so, there were still 3 or 4 clansmen with slightly weaker strength who were tangled up by the vines. They did not even get to yell out a cry for help and were drowned by countless vines. How could Hu Rong still dare to remain at this time? He brought the remaining clansmen and charged right out of the grand array. Once out of the grand array, Hu Rong's entire person was dead exhausted, directly kneeling onto the ground. Bang! Hu Rong's fist smashed onto the ground with unspeakable remorse and vexation. Looking at the other clansmen again, how was there still any trace of excitement from before? In the Tiger clan, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and spat out a long breath of turbid air. This Kuan Peng blood essence can't compare to the dragon blood refined previously in the end. The difference between the two is too great. Yi Yuan sighed. Big brother, can your cultivation speed be a little slower? Your speed. I can't catch up even by whipping my horse. By the side, White Light said gloomily. Yi Yuan had just refined the Kuan Peng blood essence the Rock clan sent over and directly broke through to the 7th level Soul Sea. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're a tier 5, taking form expert now. Why are you saying that my cultivation speed is fast instead?" White Light said huffily. "Even though I succeeded in taking form, the strength disparity between us became even greater instead." Forget it, not talking about this anymore. Big brother, could it be that you're not worried at all?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "I'm indeed quite worried. Worried that not one of them will return." Cough, cough, is Mr. Yi around? Yi Yuan and White Light were currently chatting when Hu Rong's embarrassed voice came from outside the door. White Light gave Yi Yuan an odd look. Very clearly, Yi Yuan's prophecy had, unfortunately, came true once again. "Come in." Yi Yuan did not seem to be very surprised and said nonchalantly. After Hu Rong entered, his entire person was somewhat bashful and his gaze dodging non-stop, not daring to look straight at Yi Yuan. His face was even somewhat burning. A late-stage tier 6 powerhouse was rather like a girl, shy to meet people at this time, making people's jaws drop. After entering, Hu Rong did not speak. Yi Yuan naturally would not open his mouth first either. For a moment, the atmosphere became quite awkward. Finally, it was still Hu Rong who could not endure this awkward atmosphere and broke the silence. "I wonder if Mr. Yi has any ways to be able to capture the Azure Spirit Tree." Uttering this sentence was equivalent to admitting his mistake from before. A tier 6 powerhouse lowering his head to a tier 4 martial artist. This was not a scene that should appear under normal circumstances. Evidently, Hu Rong was already utterly helpless about the Azure Spirit Tree. The Azure Spirit Trees might far surpass his imaginations. It was no wonder that Lord Hu Yen also suffered a huge loss at his hands. Yi Yuan took a look at Hu Yen and said coolly, "You should remember the words that I said before, right?" Hu Rong's face revealed a struggling look. The function of the Azure Spirit Tree was not just able to treat Hu Yan's wounds. Otherwise, why would Hu Yan expend such a great price to capture him back then? The Azure Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spirit wood. The wood essence power was incomparably powerful. Wood attributes' cardinal characteristic was life. Regardless of whether it was for humans or demonic beasts, It had immensely beneficial aspects. And the Azure Spirit Tree was even different from ordinary spirit woods. It had extremely great nourishing effects on martial artists' divine soul. Tier 6 breaking through to Tier 7, there was a massive barrier. That was the huge bottleneck from the middle 3 realms breaking through to the upper 3 realms. Regardless of whether human or demon, there were countless people stopped by this barrier. This degree of difficulty was much, much harder compared to the difficulty of Sea Transformation Realm breaking through to Soul Sea Realm. And the crux of breaking through this step was the divine soul. Therefore, Hu Yen wanting to catch the Azure Spirit Tree back then was surely in order to break through to Tier 7. It was just that he never expected that the Azure Spirit Tree's strength was so formidable. It could truly be called tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. This point Hu Rong was definitely aware as well. Hence, to make him give up on the Azure Spirit Tree he really could not do it. Can Mr. Yi change to another condition? The Azure Spirit Tree has immense significance to my clan, and we really can't yield. Mr. Yi can state other terms. Even if the price is equal to the Azure Spirit Tree, it's fine, Hu Rong said. But Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard and said, the Azure Spirit Tree is useless to me, but it's a life-saving item to a friend of mine. If you all insist on the Azure Spirit Tree, then think of a way yourself. Towards Hu Rong's attitude, Yi Yuan was not concerned. Even the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array was powerless. The Dark Fiend Tiger clan already had no other tricks left to play. Hence, he was not worried about Hu Rong refusing to give in. As long as he did not make a move, Hu Rong could forget about getting the Azure Spirit Tree. Hu Rong was incredibly aggrieved right now. He very much wanted to subdue Yi Yuan and force him to go capture the Azure Spirit Tree. But White Light's existence made him very wary. White Light's strength was not powerful, but his bloodline was too noble. To their Dark Fiend Tiger clan, White Light's identity was not much different from their master. And what made Hu Rong most fearful was about what happened that day when he accompanied White Light together to the outer regions of the Dark Forest. When White Light went near the Dark Forest, that aura emitting off of his body actually echoed together with the Dark Forest across a great distance. Furthermore, White Light himself did not know that there were no demons in the God-prohibited demon region who dared to walk so near like him at all. To say that White Light did not have any relations with inside there at all, Hu Rong would not believe even if he was beaten to death. Losing the Azure Spirit Tree, Hu Yen would only lose the chance to become Tier 7. But if any mishap happened to White Light, his Dark Fiend Tiger clan would probably be at risk of clan extermination. To divine beast progenies, these lesser clans with impure bloodlines were existences that could be blotted out at will. This point was determined from before they were born. If not for this case, even if the Tiger Lord appeared, on what basis should he, Hu Rong, be so respectful towards a junior? Divine beast progenies were born proud. Alright then. But you must promise me to treat Big Brother Hu Yan's injuries. Struggling for a long time, Hu Rong still made this difficult decision, because he discovered that he could not do anything to this Tier 4 brat at all. His background was too tough. Own self-possessing terrifying dragon race bloodline, even pummeling the Dragon Lord to a pig's head, and was even a life-or-death good brother of Tiger Lord, His Excellency. Such a person, who among the demon clans dared to provoke? Yi Yuan nodded and said, rest assured about that. The Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid will naturally distribute to you guys some. Hu Rong felt his flesh hurt as he nodded and said, all right, deal. Hang on, I never said deal. Did you forget the words that I said before? Yi Yuan said coolly. Hu Rong froze and could not help recalling Yi Yuan's words the last time. His expression became even uglier. Yi Yuan said that if they came to find him again, he would raise the price. Mr. Yi, you and Lord Tiger Lord are life and death good brothers, and are also considered the Tiger clan's honored guest. We already plotted for as long as 10 years for the sake of this Azure Spirit Tree. Losing the Azure Spirit Tree is already a great loss of vitality to our Tiger clan. If you list any more conditions. Hu Rong showed a difficult look but turned his imploring gaze towards White Light. White Light said huffily, you, this fellow, are really forgetful. That day when you wanted to be detrimental to Big Brother, what did I warn you? Hu Rong could not help sweating profusely when he heard, secretly protesting against the injustice in his heart. Not that I wished to provoke this great deity, but he demanded an exorbitant price. Moreover, the Tiger clan plotted for 10 years for the Azure Spirit Tree. How could he possibly give up hope without giving it a shot? Yi Yuan said, on account of White Light's face, I won't make things difficult for you. This is a spirit medicine list. You take it and help me prepare, it will do. Hu Rong was overjoyed when he heard and said, just preparing some spirit medicines? My Tiger clan still has some forces in the God-prohibited demon region. Preparing some spirit medicines is naturally nothing difficult. Yi Yuan just smiled. After Hu Rong checked the list, the smile on his face instantly became stiff. The spirit medicines on the list had a large stack written densely. Among them even had quite a number that he had not even heard of the names before. Some were Tier 5 spirit medicines, some were Tier 6 spirit medicines. Moreover, the quantity asked for was quite a bit. This was simply robbery. What? Just now, you were still saying that it's nothing difficult. Regretting so fast, Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Hu Rong wished that he could give himself a tight slap. Clearly aware that this boy was a great robber, why did he still brag? Now it was great. He could not smack his own mouth, right? Furthermore, with this boy's personality, if he refused, he might even do something. Haha. And no problem. I'll do my best to prepare, Hu Rong said with an awkward look. Yi Yuan's temper was like this. Other people give him a unit of respect, he would return them 10. If Hu Rong did not repeatedly make things difficult for him back then, not only would he not put Hu Rong in an awkward situation right now, he would even give Hu Yan a pointer or two after treating him to help him break through to Tier 7. But now everything was naturally off the table. Actually, what Yi Yuan made Hu Rong prepare was primarily still the spirit medicines to refine the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill. Even though Yi Yuan had obtained the Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus, the spirit medicines needed for the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill was very rare. Yi Yuan had not managed to gather them up. As it happened, making use of this chance, Yi Yuan could gather up these spirit medicines in the Tiger clan and extort a sum while he was at it. Where was the sense in not doing this? But Yi Yuan did not go to capture the Azure Spirit Tree right away. He waited for Hu Rong and asked for another large amount of materials, and only exited seclusion after fiddling around alone in his room for 2 days. Upon leaving seclusion, Yi Yuan discovered a large group of people surrounding his entrance. They were all Tier 6 experts. Very clearly, these Dark Fiend Tiger clan members were all waiting for him to go to the Spirit Vein together to catch the Azure Spirit Tree. Furthermore, quite a number of them were still carrying injuries on them. It was clearly caused by catching the Azure Spirit Tree the last time. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, no need for so many people. I'll rest at home. Hu Rong, you bring 3 to 5 people along will do. Finished talking. Yi Yuan did not care about everyone's reactions either, bringing White Light along and left right away. Hu Rong was helpless and could only pick out a few clansmen whose strength were the strongest and followed after. The party came to the Spirit Vein area once more. The scene before their eyes involuntarily made their expressions change drastically. The Azure Spirit Tree was surrounded by a magnificent azure light, attacking the Grand Array non-stop. Under the Azure Spirit Tree's attacks, the Grand Array actually had a feeling of teetering on edge. This Azure Spirit Tree's strength was actually daunting to such an extent already. Hu Rong and the others all sucked in a cold breath. Recalling the scene that day, they still had some lingering fear. Heh! Looks like this Azure Spirit Tree is already just a step away from breaking through. The might of his strength is likely much more daunting than even peak Tier 6. If not for the Wood Spirit Dragon imprisoning array having restraining effects on him, a mere peak Tier 6 Grand Array would likely still be powerless against him. Even so, this Grand Array can't sustain for much longer too, Yi Yuan said with a smile. The few people by the side looked at him like looking at a monster. This fellow was really calm. One had to know that Yi Yuan himself was merely just Tier 6. Facing the peak Tier 6 Azure Spirit Tree, he actually did not reveal the slightest hint of fear. Did this fellow not care about anything? To face such a spectacle and keep a straight face, other than not caring about anything, it could only be that his own strength was already powerful until there was no need to fear. Yi Yuan's understanding towards these heaven and earth spiritual objects was entirely not what the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan people could imagine. In the entire divine realm, no one was worthy of being placed alongside him too. His knowledge and experience in the field of alchemy were not just limited to those low-ranking medicinal herbs. Mr. Yi, quickly take action. I'm afraid that the Grand Array almost can't hold on anymore. Hu Rong could not refrain from urging. The wood spirit dragon imprisoning array was already tottering on the verge of collapse and could be breached by the azure spirit tree at any time. How could Hu Rong still be in the mood to listen to Yi Yuan sigh with admiration at the azure spirit tree's might here? Yi Yuan nodded his head and casually pulled out a small bottle. In the bottle was some powder-like stuff. Sprinkle this powder on your bodies. Those vines naturally won't come and harass you guys. Yi Yuan said. Is this reliable? A Dark Fiend Tiger Clan member looked at the powder in the small bottle with a face full of disbelief. He had witnessed the prowess of those vines. Even a Tier 6 power like him could not resist. A tiny bottle of powder could shield against those vines? Wasn't this joke a little too big as well? Yi Yuan darted him a nonchalant glance and said, If you're self-confident in being able to avoid those vines, you can choose not to sprinkle. Don't blame me for not warning you. Those vines can secrete poison which can damage the divine soul. Once tangled up, it is a certain death. The few people's expressions all changed when they heard. They really did not know that these vines were actually able to secrete poison. Wasn't this azure spirit tree able to secrete azure spirit heart fusing fluid? Why was it able to secrete poison still? But Hu Rong's expression became apprehensive and he said, No wonder. After Big Brother Hu Yen returned, he became dispirited and inert, and could not even speak. Turns out that he was actually inflicted by this azure spirit tree's poison. Back then, after Hu Yen came back, he only said a few words, catch azure spirit tree. Save me. Ever since then, he never woke up again either. However, when the shamans in the clan inspected Hu Yan's body, they could not find the reason at all. They only knew that Hu Yan's divine soul was low-spirited and inert. Clearly, he had suffered very severe injuries. Only with no other alternatives did the Tiger Clan lay down the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array, planning on catching the azure spirit tree in one stroke. Who knew that it still fell short of success at the last stage? Yi Yuan said, How can this sort of heaven and earth spiritual object possibly not have any ace in the whole measures? The poison of the azure spirit tree is named traceless soul poison. It specifically targets the divine soul. Using ordinary methods simply can't detect it. Once the azure spirit tree reaches the borders of life and death, it's able to force the traceless soul poison out of its body and let the air be filled with this toxin everywhere. This toxin has no color or smell and is extremely hard to be on guard for. Presumably, clan head Hu Yen must have forced it into a crisis back then. As a result, he fell into the trap himself instead. Even though Yi Yuan had never met Hu Yen, he had surmises about his illness long ago. Hearing Hu Rong said so at this time, it was naturally not far off. This traceless soul poison was the trump card means of the azure spirit tree. It was extremely formidable. If one was unfamiliar with the azure spirit tree, it was very easy to succumb to the move. But this sort of heaven and earth spiritual objects were extremely rare to begin with. How many really understood it? However, Yi Yuan also knew that once the azure spirit tree forced the traceless soul poison out of its body, its strength would also be greatly diminished. Fortunately, this place was a wood attribute spirit vein. At present, not only did the azure spirit tree's strength recover to its peak state, it even advanced a step further. Now, if that Hu Yen came again, the azure spirit tree would not need to employ this trump card move at all. The few people were all taken aback with shock after listening to Yi Yuan's words. This azure spirit tree was really not easy to deal with. If the azure spirit tree also used this move on that day, none of them would be able to escape and all would have to die here. Fortunately, their strength was not strong enough and could not force the azure spirit tree to use its ultimate move at all. That's all I have. Up to you all to sprinkle. The grand array can't hold on much longer already. I don't have the time to waste with you guys. If you guys still don't make a move, I'm going to go in myself, Yi Yuan said impatiently. Hu Rong knew that this little lord was not to be provoked and instructed with a solemn face, "Tell you all to sprinkle, then sprinkle. What's with all the crap?" After the few people heard Yi Yuan's words, they had an even deeper understanding towards the Azure Spirit Tree's might. But it was precisely because so that they were even less confident in this powder of Yi Yuan's. But with Hu Rong's order, they could only act accordingly and scattered quite a bit of powder on their own bodies. The powder carried an intensely pungent smell, making them feel dizzy and their eyes blurry for a while. This powder is poisonous, but the toxicity isn't high. Just get used to it for a while will do. You all don't circulate your powers to force the poison out. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. These people were just about to circulate their skills to force the poison out when Yi Yuan's words arrived already. Hu Rong's expression flickered incessantly as he said, "Why? Why are you perfectly fine?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said coolly, "Because I'm handsome." Yi Yuan was good-looking, but it was definitely not because he was good-looking that there was no reaction. But Yi Yuan naturally would not tell them about the matter of him possessing the origin magnetism spirit wood. This bit of poison was not considered much to Tier 6 experts. Endure a bit and it would pass. It was just that they still held a distrustful attitude towards the effects of this powder. When they entered the Grand Array, each and every one of them was standing by with their full power, fearful of those vines intertwining over towards them. But Yi Yuan walked very confidently, swaggering his way into the Grand Array. When they approached the Azure Spirit Tree, the Dark Fiend Tiger clan members discovered that not only did those vines not harass them, they avoided like the plague instead. Seeing this scene, these few people finally knew that Yi Yuan was not bragging. He had genuine ability. No wonder a Tier 4 boy dared to boast shamelessly and came to capture the Azure Spirit Tree. Just a tiny bottle of power resolved the thing which gave them, these Tier 6 experts, a huge headache. "Big brother, this power of yours is really magical. Those vines actually really ignored us." White Light clicked his tongue in wonder too. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Myriad things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. It's true that this Azure Spirit Tree is formidable. But there are some things that he is fearful of. This powder was refined and formed with deer birth grass as the lead and mixing together some other materials. Its name is deer birth powder, precisely one of the things that the Azure Spirit Tree dreads. The deer birth grass's rank isn't high. It is just Tier 5. But once its toxins enter the Azure Spirit Tree, it will be like a plague, curbing the wood essence power in his body. These vines are all the Azure Spirit Tree's children bodies, and are naturally very fearful towards the scent of the deer birth powder. Hu Rong and the clansmen were all dazed from listening by the side. Didn't this Yi Yuan understand the Azure Spirit Tree a little too much? The logic of myriad things in the world reinforcing and counteracting each other, anybody understood. But who could know the natural enemy of the Azure Spirit Tree, this sort of seldom-seen object? Could this boy be a living dictionary? White Light extended his thumb and sighed with admiration. "Big brother is big brother. Really impressive." Yi Yuan scolded laughingly. "Is this your first day knowing me? What does this small thing count as?" Hu Rong and the clansmen exchanged glances, all feeling very speechless. The matter then the Tiger clan set up for 10 years and did not settle. Yi Yuan got it done with a bottle of powder. This also did not count as much. Then what kind of thing could be considered remarkable in Yi Yuan's eyes? Almost approaching the Azure Spirit Tree's main body already. You all be a little careful. This stretch of spirit vein is already completely occupied by the Azure Spirit Tree. His tentacles can extend to every corner. In a while, you guys help me to tie down these children bodies. I'll deal with the main body, Yi Yuan said solemnly. You deal with the main body? Hu Rong's eyes turned into wide saucers. His eyes filled with disbelief. Hu Rong knew that Yi Yuan's capabilities was not small and should be able to restrain a very large portion of the Azure Spirit Tree's energy. But according to Hu Rong's envisage, the main attack still needed him to carry out. After all, Yi Yuan's strength was too meager. But what the hell was going on now? Why was it the other way round from his envisage? I wanted to let you go, but are you his match? The Azure Spirit Tree is attacking the Grand Array with all its strength right now. These children bodies are relying completely on instincts to act. Once the main body comes back to its senses, It's also useless no matter how powerful this dear birth powder is, Yi Yuan said coolly. Hu Rong was rendered speechless by the question. He did not have the slightest strength to counterattack in front of the Azure Spirit Tree at all. All right, don't waste any more time. In a while, the bigger the commotion you all stir up, the better. Draw his attention and leave the rest to me. Big brother, you be careful, White Light said concernedly. And relax, I'll be fine. Finish talking. Yi Yuan leaped, approaching towards the Azure Spirit Tree's body with extreme speed. With this, Hu Rong and the rest were not as relaxed as before anymore. Each one of them heightened their vigilance akin to facing a great enemy. Yi Yuan's swift approach finally startled the Azure Spirit Tree. But the Azure Spirit Tree did not pay much attention to Yi Yuan. It just sent all of the vines to intertwine over towards Yi Yuan, while it itself continued attacking the Grand Array. In his eyes, Yi Yuan, this Tier 4 brat, was also not much different from ants. Yet Yi Yuan's concept of wind flow was released fully, avoiding those vines extremely dexterously and still headed towards the Azure Spirit Tree at high speed. By the time the Azure Spirit Tree reacted, Yi Yuan was less than 1,000 feet away from the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. 1,000 feet's distance was merely a blink of an eye to the present Yi Yuan. With this, the Azure Spirit Tree finally took this ant-like Yi Yuan seriously and ceased attacking the Grand Array, placed its focus on Yi Yuan. With the Azure Spirit Tree shifting his focus here, the Grand Array finally got a breather and directly suppressed the Azure Spirit Tree's Azure Light down a lot. Even so, with the Azure Spirit Tree's strength, it was still plenty to deal with Yi Yuan. It was only to see the main body radiate a brilliant azure light once more. After that, countless vines tore out of the ground, flooding the entire stretch of space. Even if Yi Yuan's movement technique was at the zenith, it was also impossible to charge over in a place without gaps. In front of Yi Yuan right now was like a high wall. No matter how it strove, it was also unable to leap over. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Waving a hand, countless fire lotuses suddenly appeared around him, wrapping Yi Yuan up tightly. Once those fire lotuses appeared, they burned towards those vines without any hesitation. Fiery was already a Tier 5 essence fire at this time. The power of its flames was incomparably daunting. Those vines were all the Azure Spirit Tree's children bodies and also just around Tier 5 strength. But in terms of attributes, the cleansing sandal flame lotus completely restrained those vines. It was only to hear crackling sounds coming from those vines. They were burned to ashes by Yi Yuan's essence fire very quickly. But the headache was that this region was the wood attribute spirit vein. Those vines were completely grass that could not be burned out by a prairie fire, growing again with the spring breeze. They grew frenziedly. Then they were burned entirely by fiery without mercy afterward. Hu Rong and the others were also terribly busy at this time, tangled in battle with those vines. But their few people's commotions over here was also not as great as what Yi Yuan caused when added up together. Even though these few people were all Tier 6 experts, facing such frenziedly growing vines, they were at a loss on what to do as well. Originally, the Azure Spirit Tree placed his focus on Hu Rong they all. But at this time, how could he still have the time to bother with Hu Rong, those few people? He directly placed all of his energy on Yi Yuan. With this, the vines over on Hu Rong's side lost control, making the pressure on them lessen abruptly. Hu Rong could not help being flabbergasted with his mouth gaping when he saw the huge commotion over at Yi Yuan's side. What he was shocked by was not that Yi Yuan possessed essence fire, but that Yi Yuan's degree of control towards the essence fire had already reached the acme of perfection. Even if ordinary martial artists owned essence fire, they absolutely could not do it to the extent of completely isolating the vine attacks too. Furthermore, this place was the wood attribute spirit vein. Even if ordinary essence fires could stop the vines, it was also impossible to burn them into ashes instantaneously. This essence fire was not simple too. This young man was really too terrifying. It was just the Yi Yuan's speed was also slowed down by these frenziedly growing vines. The distance of 1,000 feet was not that easy to rush over. Yi Yuan's footsteps forward were very slow but moved very solidly. On this stretch of spirit vein, the Azure Spirit Tree's wood essence power was virtually limitless. Hence, it was able to deploy vines to attack Yi Yuan endlessly. But Yi Yuan's essence fire was seemingly limitless too. No matter how many came, Yi Yuan could still burn it all away. Utilizing essence fire to this sort of degree, Yi Yuan's essence energy expenditure was also extremely rapid. But coming here this time, Yi Yuan made ample preparations and replenished quite a number of medicinal pills. At this time, he was downing pills crazily. There was no worry about essence energy drying up. At this time, the cleansing sandal sacred flame's powerful purifying power was manifested beyond all doubt. Those incomparably sturdy vines were directly burned cleanly by the cleansing sandal sacred flame. This speed of burning was absolutely much more powerful than ordinary Tier 5 essence fires. Fiery gave birth to intelligence after evolving. The power of the cleansing sandal sacred flame naturally became much stronger compared to ordinary Tier 5 essence fires too. This was, for instance, a grand array controlled consciously by people versus operating automatically. The power was absolutely different. Very soon, Yi Yuan crossed a distance of 500 feet and was increasingly closer to the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. All of a sudden, the Azure Spirit Tree vines around Yi Yuan retreated like tidewater. Looks like it was thoroughly frightened by Yi Yuan. Over at Hu Rong's side, the pressure was reduced tremendously now. Seeing this scene, he could not help being overjoyed. Looks like the Azure Spirit Tree could not hold on anymore. This Yi Yuan was truly incomparably formidable, to actually be able to kill until the Azure Spirit Tree threw away its helmet and coat of mail. Lord Hu Rong, what's he doing? Why isn't he moving? Yeah, such an opportune chance. How can one let it slip by? After the vines retreated, Yi Yuan did not continue the triumphant pursuit. Previously, he was still advancing forward. But at this time, he stopped completely, making the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan members all very puzzled. You pig heads! The Azure Spirit Tree is a peak Tier 6 spirit wood. How can it be so easy to deal with? Shut your mouths and stir up a bigger commotion. Make the Azure Spirit Tree get a little more distracted, and you'll all have rendered merits. White Light suddenly roared. White Light speed was extremely quick. Shuttling back and forth between the vines was accomplished with ease. Those vines could not catch his figure at all. Hu Rong's and the others' hearts tightened when they heard this. The strength in their hands increased a few more parts. They all understood that it had reached a critical moment at this time and must go all out. Yi Yuan stood there without moving a muscle, but not that he did not do anything. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's pressure currently was even greater than before. Only Yi Yuan knew that the Azure Spirit Tree's most powerful aspect was not those pestering vines, but the divine soul attack, which was as elusive as a ghost. The Azure Spirit Tree to martial artists was like a piece of rare treasure, because it could nourish the martial artist's divine soul, helping the martial artist to break through realms. But likewise, the Azure Spirit Tree regarding divine soul attacks was similarly incomparably daunting too. Disregarding the traceless soul poison which Hu Yen was inflicted with, the Azure Spirit Tree's main body could even secrete a type of colorless, scentless, and formless substance, which specifically attacked the martial artist's divine soul. This sort of means was kind of similar to human martial artists' divine soul mystic art, but also somewhat different. Because the Azure Spirit Tree had no divine soul. This sort of attack method, it was just born with it. But this kind of attack method was even harder to defend than divine soul attacks, let alone that this Azure Spirit Tree in front of him was a Tier 6 existence. Yi Yuan was in full gear at this time, fully immersed in the heart-like monolith heart realm. Any trace of undulation in the surroundings was unable to escape his perception. Coming! Yi Yuan gave a light cry, his figure suddenly vanishing from sight. With Yi Yuan's current soul force, he was unable to withstand this kind of attack at all. So he could only evade. Regarding those golden characters and the black bead, Yi Yuan seriously did not have much confidence. Attack missed target every time. The Azure Spirit Tree unleashed frenzied attacks. Yi Yuan's Wind Thunder Extreme Light shuttling art was unleashed to the limits, continuously moving in a wide area, avoiding the Azure Spirit Tree's attacks. But Yi Yuan was not fleeing in disorder aimlessly. He was advancing forward in a roundabout manner consciously. This point, probably even the Azure Spirit Tree did not notice. The Azure Spirit Tree was not only a heaven and earth spiritual object, but also an object without intellect. It was just that it had clearly already unlocked wisdom cultivating until now. Furthermore, its intellect was rather high. Hu Rong they all activated the Grand Array wanting to trap the Azure Spirit Tree, but was schemed and ambushed by the Azure Spirit Tree instead, and nearly got completely annihilated. From this point, one could tell how high the Azure Spirit Tree's intelligence was. It discovered to its dismay at this time that the ant which it looked down on the most actually really had the strength to threaten it. This time, the Azure Spirit Tree really became anxious. All of a sudden, the Azure Spirit Tree stopped the divine soul attacks towards Yi Yuan. At the same time, some faintly perceptible things seemed to have started brewing in the air. Now is the time. Yi Yuan had grasped the timing long ago. Right when the Azure Spirit Tree was about to release its final ultimate move, throwing the traceless soul poison into the air, Yi Yuan stimulated his speed to the limits. At the same time, Yi Yuan activated the Kuanpeng bloodline in his body frenziedly. Coupled with the wind thunder extreme light shuttling art, his speed immediately surged immensely. In practically a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan arrived near the front of the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. It was not certain when. Yi Yuan had an additional dozen over silver needles in his hands. He fired them into the positions of the Azure Spirit Tree's roots without hesitation at this time. Huff, huff, huff. Hu Rongyan and the others all suddenly panted heavily for air. Right then, their scalps all tingled. An extremely dangerous aura came from the air, making each and every one of them hold their breaths. But this dangerous aura vanished without a trace under Yi Yuan's dozen over silver needles. Hu Rong looked towards that back view in the distance, his gaze filled with fear. This young man was too powerful. The Azure Spirit Tree which made the entire Tiger Clan wring their hands in dismay was actually locked down by him just like this. Lord Hu Rong, the Azure Spirit Tree got captured. A clansman asked rather disbelievingly. Hu Rong nodded his head solemnly and said, definitely so. If he weren't caught, we would already be dead men just now. Don't need to doubt it. Big Brother said that he could capture him. Means he definitely can capture. White Light had a proud look like this Azure Spirit Tree was caught by him. Hu Rong and the others came close. Seeing the few silver needles inserted in the tree roots area, they could not help marveling. Really hard to imagine that such a great towering tree was actually locked down by a few tiny little silver needles. Just as they were speaking, this massive tree that towered into the clouds actually shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming a small tree the size of the rim of a bowl very quickly. The Azure Spirit Tree cultivating to this sort of level, changing size is naturally as easy as overturning one's hands. He got hit by my spirit sealing needle. The wood essence power within his body is already hard to be maneuvered, Yi Yuan said coolly. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I really wouldn't dare to believe that a peak Tier 6 Azure Spirit Tree was actually subdued by a Tier 4 youth. Hu Rong sighed with admiration. He could be said to have his horizons broadened today. The Azure Spirit Tree which even clan head Hu Yen could do nothing about was actually defeated at Yi Yuan's hands just like that. Yi Yuan was just about to speak when his expression changed greatly. A terrifying aura arrived close from far away in a blink, heading towards them. That speed was inconceivably swift. White Light, quickly retreat. Without time to think much at all, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively. White Light's reaction was not slow either, following Yi Yuan and retreating. Very clearly, that person's target was the Azure Spirit Tree. The person's strength was too strong. Hu Rong and the others did not dare to clash head-on with him either, and they also chose to yield one after another. In front of the Azure Spirit Tree, a figure gradually emerged. When Hu Rong and the others saw the arrival, their faces all changed greatly. Ha ha! It's been hard on the few of you. This gift isn't bad. I'll accept it, the person said with a big laugh. Peng Tian, you're so despicable. Hu Rong simmered with anger. The arrival was none other than precisely the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan's clan head, Peng Tian. This fellow was actually lurking nearby the entire time. After waiting for Yi Yuan they all to succeed, he then seized the Azure Spirit Tree with a momentum as forceful as a sudden peal of thunder that left no time for covering the ears. Peng Tian said with a delighted look, "Despicable? spiritual objects under the heavens. Fated ones get it. Very clearly, you guys aren't that fated one. As he said this, his gaze actually looked towards Yi Yuan and said, "Boy, you really didn't let me down. To actually really restrain the azure spirit tree. But you never would have thought that your actions would become other people's wedding dress. Right? Ha ha." Talking about how he was pleased with himself, Peng Tian could not resist chortling with laughter. Hu Rong and the others, their expressions were indescribably ugly. This azure spirit tree landing in Peng Tian's hands, Hu Yen would be dead for certain. This outcome was what they could not bear. Yi Yuan's face did not have an overly dejected expression, but he asked calmly, "Clan head Peng Tian? Nice scheming. This Yi admires you. I wonder how you knew that I could restrain the azure spirit tree." Peng Tian said delightedly, "I initially wasn't fully certain either. But the timing that you appeared was too coincidental. Coming to the Dark Fiend Tiger clan at this time, the goal can only be the azure spirit tree. Even though your strength is meager, you're able to turn something rotten into magical and are bound to have areas surpassing others in. Therefore, I decided to let you give it a try. I didn't expect that you really succeeded. Even if you didn't succeed, with the Dark Fiend Tiger clan to be cannon fodders for me isn't bad as well." Ha ha ha. Peng Tian had evidently known the Dark Fiend Tiger clan's activities long ago. Yet, the Dark Fiend Tiger clan still pretended to be mysterious. It was simply a joke. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Looks like you sending Peng Hai to the Dark Fiend Tiger clan and satisfying my every request was in order to lower our guard, right? And these few years, you've actually long investigated the Tiger clan situation clearly in the dark. Halting the troops and not moving all along was because you were not confident in dealing with the azure spirit tree, so you wanted to let the Tiger clan charge in front to be cannon fodders." Peng Tian said with a loud laugh. "Ha ha, this boy are too clever. What you said is perfectly accurate. This old man is a figure as famous as Hu Yen in this Dongming region. How could I not even be a match for Hu Rong, this fool? This fellow fancied himself clever and used all kinds of measures to delude the Rock clan, and even thought that his plans were seamless. But he didn't know that I was just meeting one ruse with another, letting the Tiger clan be the scapegoat. That's all." Hearing Peng Tian's words, Hu Rong's expression was indescribably ugly. These 10 years he spared no efforts. Who knew that in the end he actually became a clown? Now that it fell just short of complete success, how could he be worthy of clan head Hu Yen? Once Peng Tian acquires the azure spirit tree, he was bound to break through to tier 7. At that time, who else could be his match in the entire Dongming region? When his thought reached here, Hu Rong even had the intention to fight to the death. If the final outcome was the Tiger clan's destruction, then he was the entire Dark Fiend Tiger clan's eternal sinner. Clan head Peng Tian is indeed impressive. Truly took every conceivable possibility into account. However, Peng Yun's small life, could it be that you don't care? Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Peng Tian said with a cold snort, "As long as I break through to tier 7, what do you know's injuries count as? Furthermore, do you think that it's still up to you at this time? Boy, hand over the medicinal pills." Yi Yuan looked at Peng Tian with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "If I don't hand them over? If you don't hand them over, you'll be unable to pray for life nor beg for death," Peng Tian threatened. "Like that, huh? Looks like I must hand over no matter what. Enough nonsense. Quickly hand over." Yi Yuan had a look of helplessness and fished out 2 medicinal pills from his storage ring. It was precisely those remaining 2 to treat Peng Yun. Peng Tian, seeing Yi Yuan submit, his face involuntarily revealed a smug smile and reached his hand out in preparation to receive the medicinal pills. Yi Yuan raised his hand but did not throw the medicinal pills out. His right hand suddenly clenched in a fist, holding the 2 medicinal pills in the center of his palm and kneaded a few times hard. Yi Yuan had a smile on his face as he looked at Peng Tian. Slowly opening up his hand, a light breeze blew. Wisps of powder went with the wind. Yi Yuan destroyed the medicinal pills just like this. Hu Rong and the others, their expressions changed when they saw the situation and secretly thought to themselves that Yi Yuan was indeed gutsy, to actually dare provoke Peng Tian at this time. Peng Tian's smile froze on his face. The hand that extended out was incomparably awkward, clenching into a fist shape, displaying his fury currently. "Fine lad. You dare to fool me? Ping Tian gnashed his teeth as he said it word by word. Yi Yuan smiled unconcernedly and said, Little lord, I have a problem, that is I can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If you talk to me nicely, this little lord might just give them you if my mood becomes happy. But your attitude makes me very displeased. Ha ha ha. It's really been so long since anybody dared to speak to this clan head like this. Boy, you're excellent. Since you dare to say so, you probably have some sort of understanding what will happen, right? Peng Tian laughed out of extreme rage. Yi Yuan had a blank look as he said, Understanding? What understanding? This little lord's. My understanding is very limited and can't understand your words. Can't understand, is it? Then this clan head will let you understand what's called understanding right now. Finish talking. Peng Tian's entire person's aura directly rose to the peak, crushing over towards Yuan in a manner that blotted out the skies and covered the earth. The Peng Tian currently was already infuriated to the extreme. The joy of obtaining the Azure Spirit Tree was completely swept away by Yi Yuan's actions. His palm smacked towards Yi Yuan. This palm could topple mountains and overturn the seas during the whole process, displaying the strength of a peak tier 6 demon completely. This palm movement, Peng Tian did not hold back in the slightest. He wanted to crush Yi Yuan into dregs. Only then could it get rid of the hatred in his heart. Towards Peng Tian's actions, Yi Yuan seemingly did not see it and did not have the intention of dodging at all. Just as Peng Tian's palm was about to slap out, his scalp tingled all of a sudden. All the pores on his body shuddered. A sense of extreme danger welled up from the bottom of his heart. Right then, an even more violent attack arrived with a howl aiming right at the center of Peng Tian's back. Even though Peng Tian had his back facing this attack, he could feel that this attack could absolutely deal lethal damage to him. That aura was even above his. How could Peng Tian still care about dealing with Yi Yuan? He immediately pushed his Kuan Peng bloodline to the limits, wanting to receive this attack. At present, Peng Tian's greatest reliance was his speed. He wanted to use speed to receive this attack. That attack speed was exceedingly fast. It arrived at Peng Tian's back in a blink of an eye. But Peng Tian's reaction speed could not be said to not be fast. His figure had already fuzzily vanished from where he was. However, right at this time, a strange force attacked by surprise, and it actually made Peng Tian's figure stagnate for a tiny bit of time. Rumble. This short bit of time was sufficient. That attack made it just in time currently, slamming right onto Peng Tian's back. Peng Tian spat out a large mouthful of blood with a cough, his figure flying forward like a kite with a broken string. But Yi Yuan did not turn his head to look at Peng Tian's wretched appearance, but looked towards that figure standing beside the Azure Spirit Tree at present. There stood a well-built middle-aged man with a full beard on his face, looking awe-inspiring. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when Hu Rong and the others cried out in surprise. Big brother Hu Yen. Clan head Hu Yen. Lord Hu Yen. You're all right? That's really great. This burly middle-aged man was actually the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's clan head, Hu Yen. This was truly the mantis stalking the cicada, being unaware of the oriole behind. Peng Tian never would have dreamed that Hu Yen would actually appear here in perfectly good condition. Without Hu Yen, Peng Tian was the Dongming region's most powerful existence. These 10 years under subtle influence, Peng Tian regarded it this way. If not for the sake of obtaining the Azure Spirit Tree, how could he wait patiently until now? It was just that this way, the lowering of one's vigilance with Peng Tian's thoughts was unavoidable. Especially after obtaining the Azure Spirit Tree, Peng Tian was complacent with success. How could he still take any precaution? Therefore, Hu Yan's sneak attack succeeded. Actually, it was not considered a success either. If there weren't Yu Yuan's last bit there, even if Peng Tian was injured, it would not be so severe either. Yi Yuan did not even need to turn his head back to look and also knew that this blow of Hu Yan's was absolutely not light. Even if Peng Tian did not die, he absolutely could not crawl with his feet either. This fellow's attack was not an ordinary kind of ruthless. Of course, regarding Peng Tian, Yi Yuan did not have much of a favorable impression too, and obviously would not have any compassion towards him. Hu Yan said coolly, Hu Rong, it's been hard on you these few years. Just one sentence. made Hu Rong's tears flow down his aged face. He felt that the efforts expended these few years were all worth it. All along, Hu Yan had been the Dark Fiend Tiger clan's spiritual pillar. Even when he had no news for 10 years, this point did not change either. The moment he appeared, Hu Rong felt the heavy load on his shoulders lift off completely. Because Hu Yan was the Tiger clan's backbone. As long as Big Brother Hu Yan is well, what does this bit of hardship count as? Hu Rong said tearfully. Hu Yan gave him an encouraging smile, but his gaze turned towards Yi Yuan. Truly quite interesting. So many Tier 6 experts present all did not detect my existence. You, a puny little Tier 4 martial artist, could actually sense me. Hu Yan asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was expressionless and did not have the intention of responding. He perked his spirits up fully too. Very clearly, to talk about the most scheming person, it was none other than Hu Yan. Peng Tian was not some individual with an undeserved reputation but was played by Hu Yan in the palm of his hands. He lacked power far too much. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that Hu Yan's strength seemed to be even above Peng Tian's, already touching the threshold of Tier 7. Under the circumstances where his strength was stronger than the other party and still waited patiently the entire time until now, waiting for when Peng Tian's guard was at the lowest to make a move, the depth of his schemes could be seen at a glance. Towards such a person, Yi Yuan had no choice but to take precaution. Maybe he was still laughing and talking with you the previous moment and the next instant he would suddenly deal a killing move. Such a person, Yi Yuan did not feel that white light could ensure his safety. But Yi Yuan had indeed discovered Hu Yan's existence long ago. Ignoring his divine soul being powerful, being under heart like monolith heart realm all along just now, everything in his surroundings was fully grasped under control. Even though Hu Yan hid very covertly that even Peng Tian did not detect, Yi Yuan had long perceived that there was a very powerful existence in the vicinity. Seeing Yi Yuan's vigilant appearance, Hu Yan smiled and said, "Relax a little. No need to be so nervous. You're Tiger Lord's good brother, so naturally my Dark Fiend Tiger clan's friend too. To be able to capture the Azure Spirit Tree today, it was all thanks to you as well." The meaning in Hu Yan's words was actually wanting to directly take the Azure Spirit Tree for his own, and did not have the intention of seeking Yi Yuan's opinion at all. Yi Yuan was not surprised. Hu Yan had schemed for so many years. Wasn't the objective for the sake of the Azure Spirit Tree? For him to hand over the Azure Spirit Tree without misgivings, that was obviously impossible. I'm very curious though. According to Hu Rong's description, you should have been hit by the traceless soul poison at that time. But looking at your appearance, not only did your divine soul not deteriorate, your strength advanced a step further instead. Could it be that you only acted out a show for your clansmen to see back then, and the goal was in order to implicate Peng Tian inside to let him spearhead the attack for you? Yi Yuan suddenly beamed and said. Hu Yan did not have much of a surprised look on his face when he heard, but a gleam of cold light flashed past his eyes. Yi Yuan's words had some ulterior motives. They were clearly to drive a wedge on the relationship between him and his clansmen. Indeed, after Hu Rong and the others heard Yi Yuan's words, their faces all changed, revealing a complicated look on their faces. Your words are only half correct. I did indeed plan on making Peng Tian spearhead the attack for me, but I had also indeed been hit by the traceless soul poison back then. It's just that I myself didn't expect either that not only did I pull through, my strength even advanced a step further because of the traceless soul poison's persecution. This process lasted for roughly 4 years' time. In these 4 years, I was suffering the tormenting agony of the divine soul daily. It could be said to be days of darkness without sun. Hu Yan explained. Hearing Hu Yan's explanation, Hu Rong and the rest revealed expressions of relief very quickly. Clan head Hu Yan. It was all us who were incapable and had no way to help you. Yeah, we used 10 years' time to lay down the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array. Didn't expect that in the end, we were still not the Azure Spirit Tree's match. Big brother Hu Yan After a round of words, Hu Rong and the rest all condemned themselves deeply. When Yi Yuan saw the scene, he could not help sneering coldly in his heart. This fellow's methods to win people's hearts was unexpectedly impressive. It was just that Hu Yan's words Yi Yuan would not believe even if he was beaten to death. It might be true that Hu Yan got inflicted by the poison, but it was definitely not as severe as imagined. The prowess of the traceless soul poison, Yi Yuan, was perfectly clear. Even if Hu Yen were a Tier 6 powerhouse, if he were poisoned thoroughly, he would not be able to hold on either. Spending 4 years living in darkness without light, these words could only hoodwink Hu Rong, these naive rookies. The only explanation was that Hu Yen was not poisoned deeply. Even though small quantities of traceless soul poison was powerful, Hu Yen advancing a step further because of this turning point was instead something that happened without extra effort. If it were really like he had said, Hu Yen would have croaked long ago. But Yi Yuan did not plan on exposing Hu Yen, because he knew that this was without meaning at all. This sowing of discord that he used just now, the goal was just to take a look at Hu Yan's character. As expected, very hypocritical. No matter. You guys have already done well enough. Your hard work these few years. I've taken it all into sight. Really, thank everybody so much. Alright, this isn't the place to talk. Let's talk again after returning to the clan. As Hu Yen said, he was just about to go collect the Azure Spirit Tree. But Yi Yuan yelled out untimely, "Clan head Hu Yen is really not courteous. Hu Rong and I had an agreement long ago. This Azure Spirit Tree belongs to me. Don't tell me that you don't know this arrangement." A single sentence, and the atmosphere which had just eased up immediately became dangerously explosive again. Yi Yuan's words could be said to be touching the sore spot. It was just that to Yi Yuan. The Azure Spirit Tree was Yu Mengli's life-saving item. He was hell-bent on it. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Hu Yan's expression turned cold. "Young man, I've already given you a way out. Are you rejecting face when it's given here?" Hu Yan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Heh. Given me a way out?" Clan head Hu Yan's meaning is to renege on the agreement. So what if reneging on the agreement? Hu Rong isn't the clan head either. His agreement with you naturally doesn't count. Furthermore, the time and manpower that my Dark Fiend Tiger clan expended for the Azure Spirit Tree are already incalculable. What right do you have to demand for the Azure Spirit Tree? By the side, White Light seriously could not carry on listening. He reproached Hu Yan, "You're really shameless enough. I'll tell you what right my big brother has to dare ask for the Azure Spirit Tree. Without my big brother taking action. Forget that you prepared for 10 years. Even if you prepared for 100 years, you could forget about subduing the Azure Spirit Tree too." One sentence, said until Hu Yan was rendered speechless. He dared to extort the Azure Spirit Tree was still relying on that his strength was powerful in the end, and he felt that Yi Yuan did not dare to make a sound. Yet, once Yi Yuan made a sound, any reason of his had no footing. The reason was just as White Light said. This Azure Spirit Tree was subdued by Yi Yuan. It did not have any relation to do with his Dark Fiend Tiger clan at all. Even Hu Rong, the few of them, were merely just supporting roles too. Hu Yan pulled a long face and said, "Tiger Lord, don't forget about your identity." The undertone meaning Hu Yan wanted to express in his words was that, "You're a member of the Tiger clan. Why are you helping outsiders?" It was just that White Light's words just now were already said very nastily. Hu Yan could not very well say bluntly. Who knew that White Light suddenly flashed a bright smile and said, "I didn't forget my identity. I'm my big brother's good brother. This point will never change till the end of my life." It was true that White Light was from the tiger race, but at his lowest, when he needed help the most, where was the tiger race? If not for Yi Yuan, he would have long become the 7-colored flowing cloud python's meal in its abdomen. How could there still be this powerful divine beast progeny, White Light, today? It could be said that everything of White Light's today was all given by Yi Yuan and not the tiger race. These few years, White Light and Yi Yuan depended on each other for survival. He had long treated him as his own kin. Forget that the Dark Fiend Tiger clan was just a lesser race with thin bloodline. Even if the true White Tiger race were here, White Light would also choose to stand on Yi Yuan's side without any hesitation. Hu Yan's expression became increasingly ugly. White Light's actions were no different from betrayal in his view. "Good. Very good. Want the Azure Spirit Tree, is it? It's right here. If you have the capabilities, you guys take it back yourselves," Hu Yan said with a sneer. Finishing off Peng Tian. Forget about the stretch of spirit vein. Even in the entire Dongming region, nobody was his match either. These two brats in front of him who were still wet behind their ears. Could it be that they could still overturn the heavens? Hoo-hoo, are you going to carry on being shameless all the way here? Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. At this time, both parties clearly did not have the possibility of reconciling already. The Azure Spirit Tree, both parties were determined to get it. The Azure Spirit Tree was originally my Tiger Clan's item. Where's the talk about being shameless? Heaven and earth spiritual objects, fated ones get them. If you're fated with him, you can very well bring it away. Hu Yan had a mocking look. Clearly, he did not feel that Yi Yuan had this capability. It was true that Yi Yuan could deal with the Azure Spirit Tree, but that was just a special case. If the opponent changed to him, Yi Yuan absolutely had no chances of victory. If a peak tier 6 demon could not even beat a tier 4 brat, he could immediately find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Yi Yuan nodded his head as if approving of Hu Yan's words. Who knew that he changed the topic? On account of White Light's face, I've already been tolerating enough of your Dark Fiend Tiger Clan. Civil means before resorting to force. Since you guys don't know how to appreciate favors, then it can't be blamed on me either. Hu Yan could not refrain from bursting into laughter when he heard these words. Shameless boasting. What qualifications do you have to say civil means before resorting to force in front of me? What a joke, Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. I'll tell you right away what qualifications I have to put civil means before resorting to force. Yi Yuan's voice had just faded when an intense tremor suddenly came from under Hu Yan's foot. Hu Yan's expression changed abruptly, directly fleeing far away. Yet, how could Yi Yuan give him this chance? His origin magnetic field was unleashed instantly. The effect of Yi Yuan's origin magnetic field was next to nothing to peak tier 6 powerhouses. If it was during an actual battle, it could be ignored entirely. However, when two peak tier 6 experts were facing off, this tiny bit of effect might even have the possibility of becoming the last straw that crushed the camel's back. Previously, Peng Tian, falling prey to a plot, fell for this. Under Yi Yuan's heart like monolith heart realm, his grasp regarding timing could be said to be accurate to the pinnacle. Bang! Countless vines broke out of the earth from beneath the ground and intertwined over towards Hu Yan and Hu Rong. They all frenziedly. This came too suddenly. Hu Rong, they all completely did not expect that the Azure Spirit Tree, which was restrained, would actually attack once more. Their reactions were a little slow and were bounded up tightly by those innumerable vines instantaneously. While Hu Yan was just that little bit sluggish, and both his feet got wrapped around by a vine. But Hu Yan's reaction was also exceedingly quick. He directly chopped off the vine with a palm hand and fled towards the distance. Hu Yan was floating on air when a strange kind of feeling suddenly came from within his body. This sort of feeling, he was very familiar. What could it be if not the traceless soul poison? The time was very short. He was not poisoned deeply, much lighter than even the last time he got poisoned. But being poisoned at this time right now was clearly not any good omen. The might of the Azure Spirit Tree he had experienced profoundly. Being accidentally poisoned again, his chances of winning became even bleaker. It was just that he could not figure it out no matter. The Azure Spirit Tree's main body was clearly restrained by Yi Yuan. How did he break free? He already confirmed it earlier. The Azure Spirit Tree's wood essence power had indeed stopped circulating. Logically speaking, he could not possibly attack again. What was this? Hu Yan looked towards Yi Yuan with a loathing gaze. Although he did not know what trick this punk used, without a doubt, it was him playing tricks. Once the Azure Spirit Tree broke free, Hu Yan did not have assurance in dealing with him at all. If he had that capability, how could he possibly wait until now? Boy, consider yourself ruthless. Hope that you don't land in my hands. We'll meet again another day. As he said, Hu Yan's figure moved and was going to escape far away. Yi Yuan watched his back view. A hint of a cold sneer flashed across the corners of his mouth. Hu Yan's figure did not escape out very far when a powerful flame force attacked straight towards him. Hu Yan's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged. What's the matter? The clan member presiding over the Grand Array was already killed by Peng Tian. Who's controlling the Grand Array to stop me? Hu Yan's expression became very ugly. Clan head Hu Yan, what's the hurry to leave for? There's still an old friend here wanting to catch up with you. Yi Yuan caught up at this time too, saying to Hu Yen with a smile. And behind Yi Yuan, apart from white light, there was youth wearing azure-colored shirt standing there. No one knew since when he was there. How could Hu Yen expect that the grand array which the Tiger clan set up for 10 years actually became his stumbling block? Speaking of which, this was really a situation where a person was getting entangled in one's own web. The wood spirit dragon imprisoning array was a kind of trapping formation. Trapping formation's lethality was not great. But under the situation where there were people managing the grand array, wanting to shake off the grand array within a short time was very difficult. Around Yi Yuan were all a bunch of Tier 6 experts. How could he possibly not hold some trick in reserve? He did not have the habit of handing his own fate over to other people's hands. As far back as when he entered the Grand Array, he already controlled the Wood Spirit Dragon imprisoning array in secret. It was just that he did not launch it all along. Hence, even if Hu Yen did not appear, Yi Yuan had ample confidence to escape too. For this Grand Array to want to kill Peng Tian was naturally not easy. But under Yi Yuan's control, for Peng Tian to want to escape was also hard. But at this time, Hu Yan's attention was not placed on Yi Yuan but placed on that azure shirt youth behind him. His expression was indescribably ugly. I didn't think that the azure spirit tree actually gave birth to a primordial spirit, Hu Yen said word by word. The old friend Yi Yuan talked about was naturally this azure shirt youth. And this azure shirt youth was transformed by none other than precisely the azure spirit tree. Even Hu Yen also did not expect that the azure spirit tree had actually cultivated out a primordial spirit already and was able to take human form. This unforeseen event was what he did not anticipate from start to end. Cultivating out a primordial spirit meant that the azure spirit tree's intelligence did not lose to humans already. He was originally a heaven and earth spirit wood, with strength far surpassing same ranks. Now that he had intelligence that did not lose to humans, he was even harder to deal with. The gaze that the azure shirt youth looked at Hu Yen with were very unfriendly. Back then, his strength was not as strong as now. It was even slightly inferior to Hu Yan's. If not for him relying on his own powerful traceless soul poison, he would probably have been captured by Hu Yen long ago. Even so, the azure spirit tree also cultivated for a very long time on this stretch of spirit vein before recovering. This grudge between the two people was a big one. You, the stinking old tiger. Let's settle this score properly today, the azure spirit tree said candidly. Hu Yan's expression was rather ugly. He was very fearful of the azure spirit tree. Seeing his hostile look at this time, it was clearly unable to be reconciled today. This azure spirit tree, it was all a misunderstanding between us. Back then, even though I almost caught you, I also nearly perished, my Tao dispersed because of the incident too, isn't it so? You should know you're a heaven and earth spirit wood. Moreover, you have a tremendous effect on us demons breaking through to Tier 7. So the people hankering after you isn't just me alone. That Peng Tian, wasn't he like that too? Don't get hoodwinked by this brat. Hu Yen explained as he wanted to redirect the troubled waters, pointing the spearhead at Yi Yuan. He knew that this sort of situation appearing today, they definitely could not dispense with Yi Yuan's doing in between. But to talk about a glib tongue, he was confident that he was not lousy either. Furthermore, even though the azure spirit tree gave birth to a primordial spirit, the time was definitely not long. At the very most, it was equivalent to a human teenage youth, very easy to bluff. Yi Yuan could deceive the azure spirit tree. He definitely could too. Indeed, once the azure spirit tree heard, he could not help turning his head towards Yi Yuan and asked, Yi Yuan, did you hear that? He says that you're bluffing me. The moment Hu Yen heard that there was a chance, he immediately added embellishment. Yeah, he must be bluffing you. He's a human. Humans are much craftier than our demon race. Furthermore, compared to me, he has the strength to threaten you. He wants to make use of you to deal with me right now, then deal with you later. Do you feel that a human can resist the allure of the azure spirit tree? His final goal is definitely still you. The azure spirit tree looked at Yi Yuan and asked, Yi Yuan. He said that you're making use of me. Hu Yen originally thought that Yi Yuan would deny it outright. He already prepared a whole bunch of incisive words to vilify Yi Yuan. Who knew that Yi Yuan just flashed a brilliant smile and admitted it very scoundrelly. Ha ha! Saying it like that isn't wrong too. I indeed can't beat him, so I can only rely on you. Hu Yen was stunned. His stomach full of words had no place to showcase its skill for a moment and nearly stifled out internal injuries. But Hu Yen recovered very quickly and said with an excited look, "You hear?" He admitted it himself. "Humans. There aren't any good ones." The Azure Spirit Tree did not take notice of Hu Yen. Looking at Yi Yuan without paying heed to other things, he said, "Yi Yuan, why do you think there's such a dumb old tiger?" Yi Yuan said laughingly, "Some fellows just like to fancy themselves clever, but you should be a little understanding too. After all, when death is at hand, one would always jump around a little." The Azure Spirit Tree nodded his head, seemingly approving of Yi Yuan's words very much, and said, "All right then, I really can't understand. He himself is dumb, and even thinks that the entire world is as foolish as him." Hu Yen still had an excited look just now, but as he listened, it felt amiss. These two people were totally making a fool out of him. He talked for so long and the Azure Spirit Tree did not even listen to a word? But why? Hu Yen was certain that this was the Azure Spirit Tree's first time meeting Yi Yuan. On what basis did he trust Yi Yuan so much and feel that Yi Yuan would not be detrimental to him? All right, the nonsense has already been said enough. I can send you on your way now, the Azure Spirit Tree said coolly. Hu Yen still did not give up hope and yelled loudly to the Azure Spirit Tree, "This boy is clearly harboring ill intentions. Why do you trust him so?" The Azure Spirit Tree rolled his eyes and said to him, "I've already drawn up a divine soul agreement with Yeon. Stop wasting your energy in vain." Hu Yan's pupils constricted when he heard that, revealing a disbelieving expression. He had been lying in concealment all along nearby and took all of Yi Yuan's actions into his sights. But Yi Yuan actually completed a divine soul contract with the Azure Spirit Tree under his eyes? How was this possible? Hu Yen obviously did not know that right from the first glance Yi Yuan saw the Azure Spirit Tree. He knew that he already gave birth to a primordial spirit. Since he gave birth to a primordial spirit, Yi Yuan obviously would not use extreme measures to subdue the Azure Spirit Tree. Moreover, after Yi Yuan entered Heart like Monolith Heart Realm, he discovered that there were two very powerful auras lurking nearby. If he really subdued the Azure Spirit Tree, wouldn't he be seeking death himself? Therefore, Yi Yuan cast a divine soul mystic art at that time and started communicating with the Azure Spirit Tree. Yi Yuan analyzed the current situation for the Azure Spirit Tree to listen, and promised the Azure Spirit Tree that as long as he guarded Yu Mengli for 10 years' time, he would surely aid him to break through to Tier 9. This kind of heavy promise only Yi Yuan dared to make. But Yi Yuan was not bragging. The Tier 9 spiritual objects that he had seen before were too many to enumerate. He was also very familiar with the Azure Spirit Tree. Helping him to break through to Tier 9 was not something impossible. In order to demonstrate his strength, Yi Yuan used the Spirit Sealing Needle and inserted them into the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. Except, the function of the Spirit Sealing Needle was not to shackle the Azure Spirit Tree's Wood Essence power, but to stimulate the Azure Spirit Tree's potential to let him absorb the Wood Essence power on the stretch of Spirit Vein even faster. The Wood Essence power ceasing revolving was just the Azure Spirit Tree doing it on purpose. Yi Yuan and the Azure Spirit Tree joined hands and deceived everybody here. Heh. Didn't think that I, Hu Yen, would actually have a day where I would succumb at the hands of a brat still wet behind his ears. Hu Yen looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze filled with hatred. 10 years of forbearance was for the sake of today. Who knew that it would actually fail on the verge of success? This disgrace filled his heart with unwillingness. I already warned Hu Rong at the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan. No idea if you heard it or not, that is to not provoke my big brother. Because you can't afford to provoke him at all. White Light said coldly. You shut your mouth for this old man, a creature that lives off people while secretly helping others. What qualifications do you have to lecture this old man? Don't think that you're really something by calling you Tiger Lord. The current Hu Yen had already lost his reason. How could he still care what identity White Light had? But White Light said with a cold smile, being cocky in front of this little lord? Heh. Isn't it just relying on your cultivation realm being a little higher? Do you really think that you're very impressive? Little lord, I will tell you today, In less than 3 years, this little lord will be able to eradicate you with a flip of my hand. It's just that you can't wait for that day. White Light was extremely confident in both his cultivation speed and strength. As long as he followed Yi Yuan, killing Hu Yen 3 years later would be akin to killing a dog. But this sort of situation today was already unable to be reconciled. Yi Yuan would not let Hu Yen off. Releasing a Tier 6 powerhouse out there was too dangerous. Hu Yen naturally knew that White Light was not joking. His bloodline was too powerful. Cultivation was like playing around. After White Light arrived at the Tiger Clan, Hu Yen had observed White Light before and discovered that his cultivation speed was really too terrifying. After the shock, Hu Yen was deeply jealous in his heart. This was the disparity between bloodline grades. He was unable to make up for it forever. Unless he could rely on his own strength to affirm his Tao and become a deity, otherwise, he could only look up to White Light forever. And in this world, which demon could still become a divine beast? Inferiority complex, unwillingness, envy, resentment, all kinds of negative emotions mingled together. Hu Yan's entire person was almost exploding. He gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Even if I can't wait until that day, I'll have to exterminate you guys, these 2 little bastards today." As he said, Hu Yan directly transformed into a powerful and magnificent large tiger. This fellow chose demonic transformation right away. After the Azure Spirit Tree took form, it could naturally fight same as humans as well. This made his combat power increase greatly too. Seeing Hu Yan demonized at this time, he unleashed a divine soul attack without any hesitation. The peak Tier 6 Hu Yan was also not somebody easy to deal with. He could actually judge these attacks accurately and dodge them. And Hu Yan's target was not the Azure Spirit Tree, but the Yi Yuan and White Light opposite. Hu Yan was a peak Tier 6 powerhouse. His strength was God knows how many times more powerful than Zhao Tiannin's. Yet Yi Yuan did not care at all facing Hu Yan's attack. Yi Yuan's current formation's path attainments were even more powerful than his previous life. Now that there was a ready-made grand array for him to control, how could it be something that easy for Hu Yan to want to hit Yi Yuan? Boom! Hu Yan's formidable attack passed right through Yi Yuan, slamming onto the ground behind Yi Yuan. A large pit appeared immediately. Yet Yi Yuan and White Light were perfectly unscathed. While at this time, the Azure Spirit Tree's attack had arrived once more, only to see him gesture with both hands. Countless vines broke out of the ground and intertwined over towards Hu Yan. Hu Yan's expression changed. He was just thinking of moving when he was caught unawares by the origin magnetic field again. In the end, he avoided the entanglement of the vines by a narrow escape repeatedly. Hu Yan hated immensely in his heart right now. These 2 little fellows were clearly right under his noses, but he just could not do anything to them. Not just so, that bizarre force field was really damnable sometimes. Originally, when he ambushed Peng Tian, he did not hope for that attack to be able to cripple Peng Tian. At that time, after it went smoothly, he was still very suspicious. Only now did he know that it was actually Yi Yuan who gave him a helping hand back then. It was just that Hu Yan could never have thought that this sort of bizarre force field would be used on him so soon. Yi Yuan looked at Hu Yan from a distance and said smilingly, "Inside the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array, for you to want to kill me, it's even harder than ascending to heaven. But for the Azure Spirit Tree and me to kill you, it's effortless. Now, I'll let you take a look at the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array's true power." Hu Yan's expression could not help changing drastically once he heard. But he had yet to have time to take any action when the grand array was unleashed already. Countless flames flooded towards Hu Yan from all directions, directly wrapping him up tightly. These flames formed a cage, directly binding Hu Yan up inside. How could Hu Yan be willing to submit? Mustering up essence energy fully, he slapped a palm out directly. But right at this time, the flame cage similarly burst forth with powerful energy, obliterating Hu Yan's attack immediately. "Stop wasting energy. This flame cage maneuvered the entire grand array's energy to besiege you alone. For you to want to crack it without a few days, it simply can't be done. Therefore, wait to die inside there obediently." Yi Yuan sentenced Hu Yan's death penalty very indifferently. Hu Yan's entire person was almost crazy. How could he be willing to believe it? He roared furiously. "Want to trap me to death? No way. Arg! Hu Yan was like a lunatic, unleashing all of his energy and attacking the flame cage crazily. But no matter how he attacked, this flame cage did not budge an inch. The words that Yi Yuan said, when did he go back on his words before? Yi Yuan looked towards the Azure Spirit Tree and said with a smile, "The rest is up to you." The Azure Spirit Tree had a stomach full of animosity towards Hu Yan. Seeing Hu Yan's crazed appearance at present, he was euphoric in his heart too. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he said rather excitedly, "Thanks. This time, count it as I owe you a favor. Otherwise, it would really be rather hard for me to want to kill him." Hu Yan's cultivation realm was more or less the same as the Azure Spirit Trees. Even though the Azure Spirit Trees was innately incomparably powerful, if Hu Yan risked everything to escape, wanting to kill him would really not be too easy. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "No need to be courteous. You look at his appearance. He's bound to want to come and kill me as well. I'm just protecting myself." The Azure Spirit Tree was no longer long-winded and directly condensed a powerful divine soul attack. Soul Exterminating Sword. The Azure Spirit Tree condensed an invisible sword that could not be seen with the naked eye at all. Yet, Yi Yuan could sense how terrifying this attack was. The moment the invisible sword moved, it pierced through the flame cage instantly, shooting right onto Hu Yan's divine soul. Arg! A miserable cry sounded out. Afterward, there was no longer any activity inside the flame cage. A fierce and ambitious person of his generation in the Dongming region died in the end under the partnering up of the Azure Spirit Tree and Yi Yuan. The Azure Spirit Tree looked at Yi Yuan and said, "I really didn't expect that a puny little Tier 4 human actually possessed such heaven-defying abilities." Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "If I didn't have heaven-defying abilities, how could I dare to promise to let you break through to Tier 9 too?" The Azure Spirit Tree was stunned when he heard this, and he immediately burst into laughter and said, "Haha. Makes sense. Initially, I was still somewhat doubtful about your words, but now, my misgivings are all gone, and I have unbounded confidence in you instead. Yi Yuan, I hope that you won't disappoint me. Naturally, I won't let you down. These few days, I'll use the Spirit Sealing Needle to help you tidy up your meridians and let your speed of absorbing wood essence power increase 10 times. This way, you breaking through to Tier 7 would probably be during these few days as well," Yi Yuan said. The so-called Spirit Sealing Needle was actually that set of profound artifact gold needles which Yi Yuan brought out from Ren Xingquan's place. It was just that, in order to deal with the Azure Spirit Tree, he sanctified it with special means again. Azure Spirit Tree could not help being overjoyed when he heard, "Truly," Yi Yuan said with a smile, "you already had half a foot stepped into Tier 7 in the first place. Me using the needles now is just pushing the boat along with the current. You don't need to be so happy. With my current strength, what I can help you with is also just this much." The Azure Spirit Tree hurriedly said, "How can I not be happy? I've already been stuck at this step for a very long time but did not break through for so long. Once my speed of absorbing wood essence power increases 10 times, breaking through the Tier 7 bottleneck will be an effortless matter." Bottlenecks to all cultivators was a hard-to-surmount chasm. Especially from Tier 6 to Tier 7, there was a huge threshold. Even though the Azure Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spirit would, wanting to cross this hurdle was also absolutely not something that easy. The Azure Spirit Tree's cultivation could be calculated in units of centuries. Don't look at how the Azure Spirit Tree was just a half-grown child appearance. Actually, he was totally an old tree demon. It was just that the time he gave birth to a primordial spirit was not long, so his mind was not very mature. Absorbing wood essence power to break through bottlenecks was actually about the same as martial artists breaking through bottlenecks. When martial artists were breaking through the sort of major checkpoint, they needed titanic amounts of essence energy as support. Otherwise, it was very easy to fail the breakthrough. This was also the reason why medicinal pills were so important when breaking through bottlenecks. If Yi Yuan did not help the Azure Spirit Tree apply the needles this distance of half a step, the Azure Spirit Tree might not even break through for dozens of years, even a century. But his speed of absorbing wood essence power increasing 10 times, this difficult problem would be easily resolved. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This stretch of Spirit Vein is indeed your optimal place to break through bottlenecks. It's also no wonder that you entrenched here all along and not leave. The matter should not be delayed. Let's begin. Yi Yuan did not plan on wasting time. It had been roughly over half a year's time since he was out. No idea what situation the endless world was in right now either. He must make the best use of his time to get out. The following few days, Yi Yuan frequently used the needles on the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. Indeed, the Azure Spirit Tree's aura gradually became violent, looking like it was going to break through to Tier 7 soon. On the 8th day, tribulation clouds rolled in the sky. The Azure Spirit Tree finally welcomed the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation came. You be careful yourself. You're a heaven and earth spiritwood. The might of this heavenly tribulation is bound to be extraordinary. Even though this wood spirit dragon imprisoning array's offensive power isn't high, using it to defend is pretty decent. I'll control the grand array to help you block a portion of the heavenly tribulation's power. The rest will be up to yourself, Yi Yuan said. Sensing the horrifying aura coming from the tribulation clouds, the Azure Spirit Tree's expression was also a never-before solemn. Good brother, I promise you that after I transcend this tribulation, I'll definitely guard your friend for 10 years. This heavenly tribulation was not so easy to transcend for the Azure Spirit Tree. He finally managed to cultivate out a primordial spirit, unlike when he was muddle-headed back then, relying entirely on instinct to do things. The present Azure Spirit Tree was filled with yearning and curiosity towards this world and did not wish to fall under the heavenly tribulation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Talk again after this. You don't have to be so nervous either. This isn't beneficial to you transcending the tribulation instead. This place is a land of spirit vein. Not only is it your optimal location to cultivate, but it's also likewise your ideal place to transcend tribulations. Unceasing would essence power. What can the heavenly tribulation do to you?" The Azure Spirit Tree's eyes lit up as he said in annoyance. "This stupid brain of mine. Why didn't I think of that?" Before long, the heavenly tribulation descended. The commotion was indeed extraordinary. Yi Yuan controlled the grand array to resist the heavenly tribulation only withstood for one round, and the grand array collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan even sustained considerable injuries for this. But on this stretch of spirit vein, the Azure Spirit Tree's strength was truly by no means insignificant. No matter how the heavenly tribulation wreaked havoc, the Azure Spirit Tree could recover rapidly. Furthermore, through Yi Yuan helping him to tidy up his meridians, the Azure Spirit Tree's speed of drawing on the wood essence power was 10 times than before. Under such circumstances, virtually nothing could destroy him. Even the heavenly tribulation could not as well. Finally, the tribulation clouds dissipated, and the Azure Spirit Tree successfully broke through to Tier 7. Ha ha ha! To think that I feared the heavenly tribulation like a tiger. Looking at it now, it's also nothing much. The Azure Spirit Tree chortled loudly and arrived beside Yi Yuan with a leap. Tier 7 was already an extremely daunting existence in this expanse of heaven and earth. Even in the divine realm, Tier 7 powerhouses could also own a piece of small territory and lord over a region. The Azure Spirit Tree crossing this threshold, how could it not be happy? Ha ha! Congratulations to Brother Qing. Yi Yuan congratulated as well. Although Yi Yuan's injuries were already healed at this time, the Azure Spirit Tree knew that he played a role of vital importance during the process of him breaking through this time. Yi Yuan, we're good brothers from hereafter. My promise to you will definitely be fulfilled. Here, this is the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid. Take it. The Azure Spirit Tree casually threw toward Yi Yuan a wood material vessel. Inside was filled with some azure-colored liquid. It was precisely the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid. Yi Yuan was ecstatic when he saw and said, "High-grade Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid. Brother Qing, thanks a lot. My friend is inside the space I carry on me. If Brother Qing doesn't mind, stay inside there from now on as well." The Azure Spirit Tree nodded his head as a show of agreement. Yi Yuan said, "Brother Qing, don't resist. I'll put you inside." Yi Yuan's mind willed and directly placed the Azure Spirit Tree and himself inside the vast heaven pagoda. Inside the vast heaven pagoda, Yi Yuan and the Azure Spirit Tree appeared in front of Mengli and the rest. Yi Yuan passed the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid to Mengli and said, "Li this is the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid. You consume it directly will do. Yu Mengli said in astonishment. You really found the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid. Yi Yuan said smilingly. Brother Qing and I agreed on a divine soul contract lasting 10 years. For the next 10 years, he'll guard by your side constantly and provide Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid for you. In the future, consume this quantity of Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid every month and you can continuously recover the divine soul being torn. As long as you don't employ the power of the moonlight heavenly eye, it can keep you worry-free for 10 years. Yu Mengli's eyes were wet long ago already. Yi Yuan deliberately cut off the vast heaven pagoda's connection with the outside world and not let the people inside know what was happening outside. But it was precisely because so that Yu Mengli was even more aware of this trip's danger. Putting aside other things, just looking at the Azure Spirit Tree's Tier 7 aura, unimaginable dangers must have been experienced in between this. But Yi Yuan actually really found the Azure Spirit Tree for the sake of a promise back then. Furthermore, making such a divine soul contract with a powerhouse like the Azure Spirit Tree, Yi Yuan definitely paid an immense price too. The emotions in Yu Mengli's heart at present was long unable to be described using words already. Yi Yuan, thank you. Yu Mengli did not hold back, swiftly planted a light kiss on Yi Yuan's face. Then she turned her head over. Her entire face was burning as if it was on fire. Yi Yuan was somewhat dazed, caught off guard by Yu Mengli's unexpected action. A hint of lingering fragrance reverberated beside his face. The moist red lips were very soft and very exquisite and actually made him somewhat reluctant to part with that action just now. In his past life and this life, it was still Yi Yuan's first time having such intimate actions with a girl. Even he, this alchemy emperor, was kind of at a loss on what to do right now as well. As for Yu Mengli, she buried her head into her chest quickly, bashful until she wished that she could find a hole in the ground to tunnel in. It was Yi Yuan's first time, but how was it not her first time too? Yu Mengli herself also did not think why she would kiss Yu Yuan earlier at the behest of supernatural powers. This to her, this reserved lady, was simply unimaginable. In the divine realm, how many men were enthralled with longing for her, but she had always turned her nose up at them. But now, why was she so deplorable in front of Yi Yuan? Who she liked was Alchemy Emperor Qing Yunzi. How could she possibly be interested in this boy? Won't. Definitely won't. And she was purely expressing her gratitude. That's it. But why could she always see Qing Yunzi's shadow on Yi Yuan's body? Yu Mengli's mind ran wild, her entire person was in a mess. The atmosphere seemed rather heavy and kind of stifling. Of course, there was still some ambiguity. Yet, there was still a person with a dumbfounded look by the side. The Azure Spirit Tree did not know what the two of them were doing at all. What's with you guys? You were still perfectly fine just now. Why aren't you speaking all of a sudden? The Azure Spirit Tree asked very stupidly and very naively. Even though the Azure Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spirit wood, it had only cultivated out a primordial spirit for a few short years. It was even more clueless about the feelings between humans. About Yu Mengli's actions just now, he did not feel that there was any inappropriate area. Cough, cough. Nothing. Brother Qing, I'll have to trouble you in the future. Yi Yuan also came back to his senses at this time and said rather awkwardly. The Azure Spirit Tree, who did not care about anything at all, did not suspect anything else and said with a smile, "This space you carry with you is really quite good. It's good enough to compare to a small world. Looks like Yi Yuan, you indeed have encountered immense fortunes. It's also pretty good for me to stay here. It's just, I wonder where will we be going next?" Yi Yuan said, "I still have a matter to handle. After settling this matter, we'll leave the God-prohibited demon region and return to the endless world." On the second day, Yi Yuan left seclusion and carried an ice-blue medicinal pill in his hand to see Lu'er. This day Yi Yuan had waited for far too long. Even he himself was somewhat worked up. It was Yi Yuan who brought Lu'er onto the path of cultivation but did not think that it would harm her because of this. All along, who Yi Yuan felt he owed the most to was Lu'er. But him walking out of a small little tranquil cloud sect, his strength was seriously too weak. Even refining a medicinal pill could not be done as well. Now, he finally had the strength to refine the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill and gathered up the medicinal herbs to refine the medicinal pill. he naturally refined it right away. Lure. What young master promised you is finally accomplished. You eat this medicinal pill, then circulate your skill and give it a try, Yi Yuan said rather agitatedly. Actually, these few years, Lure's days following by Yi Yuan's side were tough. She knew that Yi Yuan was caught in dangerous situations countless times, but she was a good-for-nothing who could not even cultivate and could not help young master. This made her very anguished inwardly. Looking at the medicinal pill Yi Yuan passed over, that mopey face of Lure's finally glowed with luster anew. She received the medicinal pill and said tearfully, "Thank you, young master." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Silly girl, what are you being courteous with young master for? Eat the medicinal pill, circulate the heaven illusionary ice soul, and take a look at how the effects are like." Lure nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice, swallowed the 5 revolutions ice heart pill accordingly, and started revolving the heaven illusionary ice soul. Ugh! Very soon, a pained expression appeared on Lure's face, while the surrounding temperature also dropped instantly. Lure's body and face actually started to condense a layer of thin frost. Very clearly, Lure's frost poison flared up, but Lure was very stubborn, forcefully enduring it. Before long, the 5 revolutions ice heart pill finally started to take effect. That 5 revolutions ice heart pill actually formed an ice blue cyclone inside Lure's dantian, gathering all the frost poison in her body inside the cyclone. Gradually, the frost on Lure's body started to dissipate and finally vanished away. Yi Yuan was very happy when he saw this scene and knew that the frost poison in Lure's body was already thoroughly suppressed inside the dantian cyclone. Now, not only was Lure fully recovered, the frost poison was even stored in the dantian. As long as Lure executed a martial technique, not only would it carry the power of ice, it would even carry frost poison in it. Once invaded into the enemy's body, it would make the opponent be worse off than dying. Not only was this frost poison unable to threaten Lure, it even became a major killing tool of hers. All of a sudden, a violent aura suddenly appeared on Lure's body. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "This little girl, pretty obstinate." She actually started breaking through right away. The commotion of this breakthrough was by no means insignificant. The violent essence energy engulfed a huge area, making the temperature in this region fall. Very soon, this area actually started fluttering down pieces of snowflakes. This startled Yu Mengli and the rest to gather around one after another. When Yu Mengli saw that Lure was actually cultivating, she could not help getting a huge shock. Looking at the cultivation method Lure was cultivating, she could not help exclaiming in shock, "Heaven illusionary ice soul. Lure is actually cultivating in the heaven illusionary ice soul." She said it to Yi Yuan. Very clearly, this cultivation method could only be Yi Yuan imparting it to Lure. Yu Mengli knew that the heaven illusionary ice soul was the divine realm's spirit snow divine king's main cultivation method. It was extremely powerful. That's right. It's precisely the heaven illusionary ice soul, Yi Yuan said with a smile. The present Yi Yuan seemed to have already forgotten about yesterday's incident and faced Yu Mengli very calmly. Seeing Yu Mengli's gaze, Yu Mengli's face flushed to the tip of her ears, but she calmed down. Her exquisite eyes suddenly swiveled and she stared at Yi Yuan and said, "Speaking of this heaven illusionary ice soul, it reminds me of an anecdote in the divine realm. I wonder if Brother Yi wants to hear or not." Yi Yuan said with a slight smile, "I'm all ears." Yu Mengli nodded her head and murmured to herself, "The number 1 beauty in the divine realm back then, Spirit Snow Divine King, Mu Lingxue, adored the peerless alchemy emperor of his generation, Qing Yunzi." The two people's feelings had been entangled all along for dozens of years. But in the end, the heartless brook babbles on while the dropping flowers pine for love. Later on, the Spirit Snow Divine King was severely injured by an enemy and almost perished, her Tao dissipating. When Qing Yunzi got the news, he led 10 mighty Divine King experts from the Medicine King Hall and attacked like lightning, directly annihilating the enemy and saving the Spirit Snow Divine King. The Spirit Snow Divine King's injuries were extremely severe at that time and virtually did not have the possibility of surviving. But Qing Yunzi transformed the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal. expending 9 days and 9 nights to refine a transcendent-grade high-level spirit pill for the Spirit Snow Divine King, forcefully dragging the Spirit Snow Divine King back from King Yama's one hall. As Yumengli said, she observed Yi Yuan's expression. However, Yi Yuan was unperturbed, as if listening to a story not related to him. This discovery made her very disappointed. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not have any indication, Yumengli continued talking. The peerless alchemy emperor, Qing Yunzi, became furious for her beauty. This became a beautiful story in the entire divine realm. There's just no idea why, after the Spirit Snow Divine King stayed for a month at the Medicine King Hall, she still left. Later on, the Spirit Snow Divine King let out the word, saying that she paid the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul as remuneration to Lord Qing Yunzi. The two people did not owe each other from then on. Ever since then, the Spirit Snow Divine King went into closed seclusion and did not exit the entire time, all the way until today. Yumengli wanted to test Yi Yuan's reaction and kept on staring at Yi Yuan's eyes. But there was still no changes at all, as if listening to a story completely unrelated to him. This made Yumengli very disappointed. If Yi Yuan was Qing Yunzi, how great would that be? But if he was not Qing Yunzi, the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul, this level of top-tier cultivation method, where did he get it? Yumengli had never heard of anyone else who knew this cultivation method in the divine realm apart from the Spirit Snow Divine King and her disciples. The only possibility was Lord Qing Yunzi. Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, a Qing Yunzi who is so oblivious to amorous feelings. Haha, the story is pretty good. Yumengli was stunned. It was over like this? Right then, Lua stopped cultivating. The breakthrough had completed. She jumped right into Yi Yuan's embrace and said with an exhilarated look, "Young master, I can finally cultivate again." Seeing Luer's cheerful appearance, Yi Yuan was very happy too. Rubbing Luer's head dotingly, he said with a smile, "Ho-ho, looks like you had a lot pent up. With this, you directly broke through to the spirit condensation realm." Luer said happily, "Yeah. Luer doesn't wish to become a good-for-nothing. Even if Luer can't ever catch up to young master, I also hope to have the ability to protect myself. At least that way, I won't become young master's burden." Yi Yuan knocked Luer's head when he heard that and said with a laugh, "What burden? If you carry on talking like this, young master will really get angry." Luer stuck out her tongue playfully and said, "I won't say any more." But her eyes revealed a fierce desire. That was the desire to become strong. This gentle and sweet scene fell into Yumengli's sights, but she was in a trance. Could it be that she really guessed wrongly? This Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul was just a coincidence? In Yumengli's impression, Lord Qing Yunzi was a high and lofty divinity. He always had a very proud and cold character. But the current Yi Yuan was poles apart from that person in her impression. Alright, no matter what, as long as she kept on following Yi Yuan, there would always be the chance to probe it out. With Yi Yuan's heart realm boundary, how could it be that easy for Yumengli to feel Yi Yuan out? Not that Yi Yuan did not trust Yumengli, but he did not wish to drag Yumengli into the dispute. The Medicine King Hall was one of the pinnacle forces in the divine realm. Even though Bright Moon City was powerful, it was still far too lacking compared to the Medicine King Hall, let alone Yumengli, who was a weak woman. The more she knew, the more dangerous it actually was for Yumengli. Ignoring yesterday's matter, Yi Yuan and Yumengli had gone through life and death together. Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to drag her in. Lua's matter being settled, Yi Yuan was already eager to return home. But inside the God-prohibited demon region, Yi Yuan still had some matters that must be dealt with. There was still something that happened during this period. The Azure Spirit Tree, this fellow said that he had no name, so he gave himself a name called Yi Qing. Yi Yuan brought Yi Qing and charged right up to the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan's lair, and gave the Rock Clan a stern warning. If the Rock Clan dared to touch a hair of the Bear Clan and Fox Clan, he would definitely bathe the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan in blood. With Yi Qing, this Tier 7 expert present, the Rock Clan did not even dare to make a chirp. The same thing also happened at the Tiger Clan. Even though the Tiger Clan's strength fell drastically after this incident, it was also stronger than the Bear Clan and Fox Clan no matter what. Giving a bit of warning was a must too. After settling everything, Yi Yuan brought everyone and set off for the essence-devouring confounding fog once more. "Ha ha! Big brother, we're finally out. White Light said with an excitedly look. Yi Yuan looked at him with an odd look and said, this essence-devouring confounding fog actually doesn't have any effect on you at all. When I just entered back then, I almost succumbed inside there. If not for breaking through heart like monolith heart realm at the 11th hour, I'd probably have become a skeleton right now already. Hoo-hoo. Big brother, you're a person whose fortunes run deep. How can a puny little essence-devouring confounding fog possibly stump you? White Light said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan shook his head and did not say anything. Talking about it was simple, but at that time it was really life hanging by a thread. Whatever fortunes run deep, Yi Yuan did not really believe all along. When it really came down to the wire, what he relied on was still himself. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. Yu Mengli, Yen and Yi Qing appeared beside. These two people had been kicking up a racket to come out and to take a breather when at the God-prohibited demon region. Exiting the essence-devouring confounding fog at this time, Yi Yuan let them out. Now that Yu Mengli consumed the azure spirit heart-fusing fluid, her entire person's vigor and condition were much better. Even though she was unable to use ocular powers, occasionally using essence energy was achievable. As expected, Yi Qing was filled with curiosity towards the outside world, making a huge fuss about wanting to come out and take a look. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only promise him. As for Luer and Yuan Fei, they still stayed in the vast heaven pagoda to cultivate. Especially Luer. These few days she cultivated desperately like she went mad. Moreover, her breakthrough speed was unbelievably odd. She was already almost breaking through to the crystal formation realm now. But Yi Yuan also warned Yi Qing that after coming out he must not use essence energy surpassing tier 5. Otherwise, it would make the entire endless world's space collapse. Tier 7 strength was sufficient to destroy a small world like the endless world. Each small world had operation rules belonging to their own. The indigenous martial artists here would receive the restrictions of these rules. But to powerhouses that surpassed this world's rules, some of the rules here were not applicable. If Zhao Tianyin came to the endless world, what he could bring would only be destruction, and would not be able to ascend from here, because he carried the brand of the fierce-scale world since birth. And Yu Mengli was born in the divine realm. What she carried on her was the divine realm's regulations power. But the divine realm's regulations power was clearly higher level than the endless world's regulations power. Hence, Yu Mengli would not transcend tribulations here but could rip space and enter the divine realm. Before this, Yi Yuan repeatedly exhorted Yi Qing. This place was Yi Yuan's hometown. He did not wish for his parents to die and be destroyed together with the small world. Big brother, since we're already out, let's quickly go back. With half a year's time already passed, I reckon that the war between two worlds has already gotten out of hand. White Light urged. Yi Yuan took a look at the black mark on his palm and said with a smile, no rush. There's still a small trash fish that wants to come over and seek his own doom. Let's send him along his way first. White Light was stunned, then smacked his head immediately and said, Sai, look at this memory of mine. I nearly forgot about that much trash. Now that both of our strength have improved greatly, we have to wait for this trash well. Somewhere in the endless forest, a martial artist was currently sitting quietly and meditating. All of a sudden, his heart stirred. Snapping open his eyes abruptly, his gaze revealed a look of wild elation. He looked at that black mark on his hand and laughed wildly as he said, ha ha. Everything comes to him who waits. Finally, I waited until you came. This boy really has the devil's luck, entering this forbidden death zone and actually not even dying. Looks like the rumors had much falsehood. This so-called forbidden death zone is nothing more than this. This martial artist was precisely the Ding Liang who had guarded bitterly here for over half a year. When Yi Yuan just came out of the essence-devouring confounding fog, the divine soul curse mark which had no activity for half a year finally had a reaction. Even though Yi Yuan entered the forbidden death zone, Ding Liang was still quite worried in the end. Yi Yuan's growth was too quick. If this fellow entered the forbidden death zone but did not die, wanting to kill him at that time would be hard. Yi Yuan already had the strength to kill Shangguan Yunrong half a year ago. If he was given a bit more time, who knows to what extent he would grow to. Hence, Ding Lian ultimately decided to stay behind. Want to see the person if alive, the corpse if dead. During this half a year, Ding Liang wanted to enter the forbidden death zone under impulse a number of times. But each time he arrived in front of it, that death aura came from head-on, practically making him feel asphyxiated. In the end, he still did not have the courage to charge in. Did not expect that after half a year, Yi Yuan actually really came out from inside. Swoosh! Ding Liang directly vanished on the spot and headed in the direction of the mark with rapid speed. The distance of the mark was not far. With his speed, he only needed an hour to reach. But as the distance got increasingly nearer, the uneasiness in Ding Liang's heart became all the more intense. What's going on? This boy is actually stationary and did not move all along. Could it be that he's waiting for me to go find him? But half a year's time, even if his improvement is any quicker, it's also just middle-stage soul C strength. Even if he can cross boundaries to battle, it's impossible to be my match too. He thought this way in his heart, but Ding Liang's speed slowed down. His heart was hit with a wave of anxiousness and doubt. This boy is most adept at scheming. Is it having something secure to rely on, or he deliberately putting up an empty fort strategy? Right now, the distance away from Yi Yuan's place would only take merely 15 minutes to reach. Should he go or stay? After Ding Liang struggled for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and made the decision. I don't believe that he has the strength to threaten me after half a year. When he went in, he was just first-level Soul C. If I let Yi Yuan off this time, I can't escape the word death over at the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's side too. Thinking up to here, Ding Liang revolved his skill, his figure speeding in Yi Yuan's direction. After 15 minutes, several black dots came into view in the distance. These few black dots gradually magnified. Ding Lian's heart sunk with a thud. Half a year of not seeing Yi Yuan actually really broke through to late-stage Soul C. At the rate of this speed, wouldn't he be going to break through to the divine traversing realm very soon? Would Yi Yuan have the strength to threaten the Wind Emperor, His Majesty, when he broke through to the divine traversing realm? Thinking up to here, Ding Liang could not resist shuddering. But he then quickly expelled this notion out of his head. Yi Yuan looked at Ding Liang with a grin on his face and said smilingly, "Why are you only here now? I've already waited for you for a very long time." Ding Liang did not speak but swept a glance over the few people beside Yi Yuan with a solemn face. Yu Mengli and White Light, he did not pay any heed to them. Rather, that azure shirt youth actually made him have a feeling of being unable to fathom. But the aura that Yi Qing exhibited out was faintly discernible, somewhat erratic. Ding Liang just took a few glances, then placed his gaze on Yi Yuan anew. Yi Yuan was the target that Ding Liang was the most vigilant of. Ding Liang never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan leaving this time he would actually rise 2 minor stages when he came back and already advanced to late-stage Soul C. But even so, Ding Liang did not feel that he would lose either. Deliberately being mysterious. "You called this woman out again. You can't be thinking that I would fall for it again and let you all escape?" Ding Liang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile. Ding Liang had suffered a loss once previously. If not for Yi Yuan calling Yu Mengli out at that time, he definitely could not escape back then. This matter also made Ding Liang gloomy for very long afterward. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Hoo-hoo, letting you, this old dog, live until now, is already letting you get off cheap. Back then, you actually dared to touch my senior brothers at the Fierce Gale World, and then you chased me down. This score, we have to settle it properly today." Although Yi Yuan had a smile on his face, the words that he uttered were seething with killing intent. Towards Ding Liang, he had indeed endured patiently for too long. As Zhao Tianin's accomplice in crime, this fellow's sin was unforgivable. Even if Ding Liang did not come to find him today, he would also drop in on him and eradicate him. But with Shangguan Yunrong's divine soul curse mark, it saved Yi Yuan some trouble. Ding Liang burst into laughter and said, "You aren't thinking that you're invincible after breaking through to late-stage Soul C, right? Or is your reliance this woman? Could it be that you forever only know how to hide behind women? It was like this at the Fierce Gale World. It was like this when I was hunting you down the last time, and it's still like this now." "Ha ha!" Ding Liang laughed wildly without fear and did not attach importance to Yu Mengli at all. However, these words of his did not infuriate Yi Yuan but utterly enraged the Yu Mengli by the side. Slap! Yu Mengli's dainty palm waved. Essence energy instantly condensed and formed a slap, directly smacking Ding Liang flying. Under Yu Mengli's attack, Ding Liang did not even have time to react. Even if she did not employ ocular powers, Yu Mengli killing Ding Liang was also not much different from killing a dog. If not for leaving Ding Liang for Yi Yuan, Ding Liang would already be a dead man now. Piu-chu. Piu-chu. Ding Liang crawled to his feet very quickly. Even though he was hugging his face with his hand, he spat teeth out non-stop. Turns out that this slap of Yu Mengli's directly smacked out half of his teeth. If you say any more rubbish, no need for Yi Yuan to make a move and I'll annihilate you first. Yu Mengli warned. To the current Yu Mengli, insulting Yi Yuan was no different from insulting her. How did Ding Liang still have any hint of the imposing air from earlier at this time? Only now did he know that this woman's strength was still that strong. Just based on that one move from Yu Mengli earlier, killing him was simply as easy as blowing away dust. But if Yi Yuan had such a helper, why was he still chased down by him the last time? Ding Liang really even had the heart to die now. Messing with people shouldn't be done like this. Yi Yuan looked at Ding Liang, shrugged his shoulders and said, "You were asking for it. Can't be blamed on me." Right then, the Yi Qin by the side said impatiently, "This sort of trash, I'll just annihilate him directly. Talk so much rubbish with him for what?" As he said, he raised his hand too. A slap smacked over. If previously Ding Liang was not prepared at all that time just now, he absolutely made ample preparations this time. However, the result was still the same. Slap. An extremely resounding slap. The slapped Ding Liang's mouth was full of blood. There was already not a single tooth remaining. Only now did Ding Liang discover that these two helpers Yi Yuan brought. Any one of them could easily exterminate him. Yet it was already too late. Looking at Ding Liang's flat-shaped face, Yi Yuan had a look of helplessness. He was initially still thinking of having a big fight. Who knew that Ding Liang looked for trouble himself and actually went to provoke Yu Mengli? Yi Qing was clearly not some good-natured person either. Yi Yuan had yet to stop it, but Yi Qing already directly sent a slap howling over already. The pitiful Ding Liang already lost his teeth before even starting. These two people attacking, Yi Yuan could not stop it at all. Originally thinking of giving you a chance to have a fair fight. Who knew that you took the road to ruin yourself? Forget it, directly send you on your way then. Consider yourself getting off lightly, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Ding Liang still wanted to say something, but he mumbled for a long time and did not say it out. Yi Qing seemed to not have the patience to dawdle too, directly slapping a palm over. Ding Liang did not even have time to resist and was smashed into meat paste. This move of Yi Qing's earlier was merely employing peak Tier 5 strength, but Ding Liang could not even receive a single move. A Tier 7 powerhouse, even if only employing Tier 5 strength, was also not what a Tier 5 martial artist could withstand. With Ding Liang's death, the divine soul curse on Yi Yuan's hand also gradually dissipated. This curse could only be used once. Once the host dies, the curse would also dissipate along with it. It was a pity that Shangguan Yunrong still arranged a killer for Yi Yuan before dying. But in the end, it dragged Ding Liang in as well. To the current Yi Yuan, Ding Liang was just a small interlude. With Yu Mengli and Yi Qin by his side, Yi Yuan could already sweep across any small world. Even if he faced off with Ding Liang now, it was also absolutely a certain victory. "Big brother, what should we do now?" White Light asked. "Exit the endless forest first. I'll find a person first to ask about the endless world's situation currently. Fierce Gale World, the bunch of fellows, they are all being mysterious. I keep having a bad premonition," Yi Yuan said. White Light's eyes suddenly swiveled around and he said, "Okay. Big brother, I see that your current speed is incomparably strange. Why not we compete with distance and see whose speed is faster?" Yi Yuan said with a half smile. "You really want to compete?" White Light was stimulated by Yi Yuan's expression, raised his head, and said, "Don't look down on people. After I broke through to Tier 5, my speed is several times faster than before. Even a late-stage Tier 5 expert, I can also completely suppress him in speed. I don't believe that I can't beat you." "All right then. Actually, you as a flowing light white tiger's progeny, I really don't wish to strike down your confidence," Yi Yuan said with a look of helplessness. "Ah, don't be cocky. I absolutely won't lose to you. I bet my pride as a divine beast progeny. White light went ballistic straight away. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. All right then, all right. So, begin. Hang on, I'm coming too. Yi Qing had a child's temperament too. Seeing these two people enjoying themselves, he could not resist joining in too. Yi Yuan and White Light could not help rolling their eyes at him and saying, You, a Tier 7 powerhouse, competing in leg strength with us. Isn't that bullying people? Yi Qing said, I'll suppress my cultivation realm to late stage Tier 5. Yi Yuan said powerlessly, fine then. I hope that you guys won't cry in a while. This time, Yi Qing could not stand it. Punk, don't pretend to be capable. Even if I suppress my realm to late stage Tier 5, you can't possibly win me either. Suppressing his realm to late stage Tier 5. But Yi Qing had the heavenly Tao comprehensions of Tier 7. This sort of transcendence was all round. It was likewise the same in terms of movement technique. This was also the reason why the 8th level Soul Si Ding Liang could not even block a single move when Yi Qing suppressed his strength to Tier 5. Yi Yuan just smiled, looked at Yu Mengli and said, Lier, you and Yener be judges together then. Yu Mengli smiled sweetly and said, No problem. The three people got their preparations in order. When Yu Mengli said, Start, the three people dashed out like arrows leaving the bow. For a moment, the three people were actually running neck to neck. They were evenly matched. Ha ha! Big brother, do you only have this bit of speed? Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous. White Light gave a big laugh and actually increased speed once more, directly shaking Yi Qing and Yi Yuan off. Punk, this is your strength? If you only have this bit of strength, I won't accompany you to play either. Yi Qing's figure moved. A green silhouette immediately ditched Yi Yuan behind. Seeing the two people's actions, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly as he said with a laugh, This bit of strength? You guys are also looking down on me too much. Kuan Peng Bloodline, activate. Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling Art, full release. Yi Yuan's figure was akin to a rainbow cutting across the sky, chasing after the two people ahead with extreme speed. The three people's speed were all extremely fast. Martial artists whose strength were slightly lacking could not keep up with their speed at all. But the Yi Yuan at this time reached first despite launching later, and actually gradually reduced the gap. His current leg strength was actually a bit faster than White Light and Yi Qing. This small disparity was enough to determine the final result. Yi Yuan caught up to Yi Qing very quickly and then he surpassed White Light. Finally, their gaps became increasingly wider. Clearly, Yi Qing and White Light already could not catch up to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan wins. Yu Mengli announced the final result. The three people stopped too. White Light had a downcast look as he said, You cheated, big brother. That day when you were fighting with Yi Qing, your speed was clearly not so fast. Yi Qing also said, Yeah, your speed today seems to have increased a great deal compared to that day. What's going on? Yi Yuan said with a smile, Martial techniques, of course, it's the more and more proficient. My Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling Art is already at perfection. Unless it's peak divine traversing realm martial artists. Otherwise, it's very hard to catch up to my speed already. No way, right? Isn't the cultivation of this martial technique of yours too fast? White Light was shocked until his mouth of gaping wide open. He knew Yi Yuan's Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling Art and also knew how hard it was to train this martial technique. If it was somebody else who cultivated it without 8 to 10 years, they could forget about reaching major accomplishment. But just how long did Yi Yuan use from start to end? To actually cultivate it to perfection already? I comprehended the wind flow true intent and possessed the origin magnetism spirit wood. This martial technique won't be too difficult to train to me, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Other people cultivating this cultivation method was comprehending true intent bit by bit. But Yi Yuan was already armed with two kinds of true intent. Cultivating it was naturally especially fast. That might be the case, but even so, this cultivation speed of yours is still too perverse. White Light grumbled. Yi Yuan was just about to speak, but heard some noise coming from a distance. He involuntarily furrowed his brows and said, There seems to be people fighting. Let's go over and take a look, and inquire about the outside world news while we're at it. Everyone naturally would not have any objections. The few people arrived at that fighting place with a leap. That bunch of people's strength, they were not that strong, being only around C transformation realm strength. This bit of strength naturally could not possibly discover Yi Yuan they all. But the disparity between these two parties' strength was huge. It was clearly one side fleeing until here, then getting surrounded. One side only had around 10 people, while the other side had dozens. Yi Yuan's vision was extremely good. Looking over, his expression could not help darkening. Yi Yuan. You know them? Yu Mengli detected Yi Yuan's oddness and opened her mouth to ask. Both parties were currently in the heat of battle over there. But that side which only had 10+ people was already a spent force. Each and every one of their bodies carried serious injuries. Especially that youth in the lead. He virtually did not have an unscathed area on his body. Practically at the state of dying already. Yet, his gaze was unbelievably fierce. He seemed unwilling to retreat even a single step. This imposing momentum suppressed the other party. For a moment, there was actually no one who dared to step forward. Attack together. Kill him for me. I want to see how long you can persevere till. The person in the lead roared. That youth was long already an arrow at the end of its flight. But at this time he still unleashed out a punch obstinately. Boom. A C transformation realm martial artist in the front ranks was decimated by him immediately. However, there was more than one person coming forward at this time, only to hear a few slashing sounds. That youth's body actually suffered several more cuts. Once the other party saw that it succeeded, countless blade edges chopped towards that young man. Ah! Don't! A girl screamed. Right at this time, a terrifying aura engulfed this battlefield. It was only to see a light breeze drift past. Those C transformation realm martial artists wielding blades all froze there. Some blades already slashed right in front of that youth's face. But currently, their blade edges had no way of advancing another inch. Because they already became dead men. Dong dong dong. Only after several breaths did those people topple to the ground one by one, even though they were already not breathing moments ago. While right then, a figure gradually appeared beside that youth, sending a medicinal pill into his mouth. Long time no see, Long Tang. This figure was naturally none other than Yi Yuan. While this powerful C transformation realm martial artist was the Long Tang that Yi Yuan had not seen for a long time. Ever since the Southern Domain's huge change and the Tranquil Cloud sect secretly sent a batch of geniuses into the Northern Domain, Yi Yuan never saw Long Tang and Nanfeng Ruoqing aunt and niece again. He did not expect to actually meet them here today. That girl who screamed just now was Nanfeng Jiro. The others were also mostly Yi Yuan's Tranquil Cloud sect seniors in the past. Long Tang's injuries were extremely severe currently. He already lost consciousness. Nanfeng Jiro aunt and niece pair stared fixedly at that figure but did not dare to identify each other. This person in front of them was too powerful. The opponents that they used all of their might and were also unable to defeat, this person before their eyes actually exterminated all of them with a wave of his hand. But that face, that profile, who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan did not change. It was just a few years of not seeing. The immaturity on Yi Yuan's face faded considerably. What replaced it was maturity and might. While right then, Yi Yuan suddenly lifted his head and looked at them. Smiling warmly, he said, "What? You don't recognize me anymore?" This sentence was like knocking out a crack on ice, instantly shattering the entire ice surface. Nanfeng Jiro suddenly wept, pouncing into Yi Yuan's embrace all of a sudden. She sobbed, "It's really you. I even thought that I would never see you again." Sniff, sniff. Not far away, Nanfeng Ruoqing had tears flowing down her face too. How were her thoughts different from this niece? Yi Yuan knew that Nanfeng aunt and niece definitely suffered considerable hardships these few years and did not speak either. He just allowed her to cry in his embrace. "All right, everything is over," Yi Yuan patted Nanfeng Jiro lightly and consoled them. After a long time, Nanfeng Jiro's crying sounds finally gradually stopped. But she still could not refrain from sniveling. While at this time, Long Tang also slowly woke up. The injuries on his body were also much better. When he saw Yi Yuan, he likewise had a look of shock. He already harbored the determination of certain death earlier. Did not expect that he would actually be rescued at the 11th hour. and the person who saved him was actually Yi Yuan. After small talk, the group of people found an open space to sit down, and Yi Yuan inquired about Long Tang and the others concerning their situation these few years. Turns out that, after they entered the northern domain back then, it was not smooth. They could not even find a place to settle down. Later on, because they offended a northern domain faction, the Sea Transformation Realm Elder who was with them also succumbed in order to protect their retreat. No choice, Long Tang and the rest could only find a remote place to hide. But fortunately, Long Tang comprehended true intent. The speed of his rise up was very fast, and he quickly became this group of people's leader. Experiencing considerable ordeals in the northern domain also accelerated Long Tang's growth even further. The present Long Tang, his strength even reached late-stage Sea Transformation already. It was also not far from breaking through to Soul Sea Realm already. Afterward, Long Tang brought a group of fellow apprentices to a very remote place and rebuilt the Tranquil Cloud sect. But the place that they were at was seriously too out of the way, resulting in information being inaccessible. They did not hear about the news of the Tranquil Cloud sect's entire sect moving north at all. Following the Fierce Gale World's large-scale invasion, there were no intact eggs under overturned nests. Long Tang and the others were naturally swept in too. They were taken in by the nearest faction and joined the Endless Alliance before knowing that it turned out Yi Yuan already became an earth-shaking big shot in the northern domain. It was just that the statuses of their group of people were seriously too low. Wanting to come into contact with the upper echelons was impossible. Of course, it was also something from several months ago. We were originally being sent to the front lines to stop the Fierce Gale World's great army. But when we just walked halfway, grievous news suddenly came from the northern side. Wufang City was actually besieged by 10 Great Peak Divine Traversing Realm Fierce Gale World experts, and the city protecting Grand Array was broken through. Wufang City was breached, and the Endless Alliance crumbled. What? You said that Wufang City was actually breached? Yi Yuan's face paled greatly from shock when he heard that, grabbing Long Tang's arm as he asked. Yeah. Fierce Gale World's 10 Peak Divine Traversing Realm experts directly teleported to outside Wufang City through no idea what sort of means, and they joined hands to breach the city protecting Grand Array. What? Could it be that you have some old friends and acquaintances in Wufang City? Yi Yuan's expression was incredibly grim. His heart hit rock bottom and his heart was in a turmoil all of a sudden. He had long foreseen that the Endless World situation right now was probably not too good, but did not think that it was actually terrible to such an extent. Surprise raiding Wufang City. The Fierce Gale World, this bunch of fellows, truly had methods that sprung up one after another. Once Wufang City was breached, the Endless Alliance instantly crumbled. It would also be hard for the entire Endless World to muster an effective defense. This way, it was simply impossible to have major factions to come and deal with the Fierce Gale World's great army. Then the Endless World martial artists became lambs awaiting slaughter one by one. The war between the two worlds developed to become the Fierce Gale World's one-sided massacre. If he came a moment late, Long Tang, their group of people, would probably have been murdered in cold blood too. Of course, all these were not what Yi Yuan was concerned with. What Yi Yuan was truly concerned with was how his parents were right now. They were both at Wufang City. The city being breached, Yi Yuan did not even dare to carry on thinking. If his parents really had some accident, Yi Yuan would definitely pull out Zhao Tianin's bones and refine his soul, and let him never be reincarnated for all of eternity. Yi Yuan originally thought that his parents in the Endless World's main camp should be the safest. Who could have thought that in just half a year's time, such a serious change would actually occur? Good, very good. Zhao Tianin, looks like you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred as he seethed with killing intent. The current Yi Yuan was unbelievably agitated. The killing intent on his body was virtually condensed to materialization, making Long Tang and the rest nearly suffocate. A gentle force lightly wrapped them up inside. Only then did Long Tang and the others loosen up, but they still panted heavily for air. Yi Yuan's parents and grandfather are all in Wufang City. They are his close kins. This trip of his only took around half a year, but I did not expect that the Endless World was actually occupied without even holding on for half a year. A pleasant-sounding voice transmitted over. It was precisely Yu Mengli. Ever since the first time they laid eyes on Yu Mengli, Nanfeng aunt and niece were already startled into taking her to be a fairy by her looks and disposition, with a feeling of shame at their own inferiority. Several years of not seeing him, they did not expect that such a goddess-like beautiful bosom friend would actually appear around Yi Yuan. The distress and inferiority complex in the Nanfeng aunts and nieces' hearts were really unable to let people know about it. Between them and Yi Yuan were like two crisscrossed lines, going further apart. But right now, they were not in the mood to be jealous either. Hearing Yu Mengli's words, they could not help worrying for Yi Yuan's parents. Do you guys have Wufang City's news? Wufang City has gathered the pinnacle experts in the entire endless world. Even if the city was breached, it's also impossible for the entire army to be wiped out, right? Yi Yuan asked with his heart filled with expectations. Back then, Wufang City had gathered countless powerhouses. Even if the fierce-scale world's 10 great powerhouses laid siege to it, it's impossible to round everyone up too. Yet, Long Tang's reply disappointed Yi Yuan. I only heard that Wufang City had a crushing defeat and countless powerhouses died. As for what exactly happened in the city, I have no clue. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh lightly. Even though he knew that Long Tang could not possibly know some crucial information, he still held onto a trace of hope for a chance. Yi Yuan shut his eyes but silently entered into heart-like monolith heart realm. Everyone all knew that Yi Yuan was thinking of strategies. There was naturally nobody who dared to disturb him either. The others held their breaths, fearful of interrupting Yi Yuan's thoughts. Before long, Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes and said to everyone, I'm going to slaughter my way towards Wufang City. Who amongst you all are willing to come along with me? Yi Yuan's words made everyone stunned, with a feeling of burning with righteous indignation. The current endless world was gloomy and lifeless and already at the borders of destruction. Even if some people had the will, they also had no strength to organize an effective resistance at all. Yi Yuan just said a simple sentence, but it was filled with powerful self-confidence and strength, instantly infecting Long Tang. Fine. I'll fight it out with you. This bunch of animals killed countless of our people. Even if I die, I also have to drag a few down with me. Long Tang clenched his fists tightly and said. These days, Long Tang and these fellow apprentices had been lingering on their last breath the entire time, spending it too aggrievedly. Even if he poured his heart and soul, there were still over half of the fellow apprentices who were lost. Watching as his fellow apprentices died in front of him one by one, Long Tang's hatred towards the fierce-scale world martial artists had also reached the peak. But his strength was too weak and could not even stir up a single wave at all. This made him very anguished in his heart too. Now with Yi Yuan taking the lead, even if it was being a mere nobody charging forward, he was perfectly willing to. Because his accomplishments today were all given by Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice brother Yi. We're all willing to follow you. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Yi. You're our tranquil cloud sect master now. If you say to head east, we absolutely won't head west. Senior apprentice brother Yi. We're all at your disposal. Yi Yuan's words immediately obtained these former allies' response. The fierce-scale world plunged the people into the depths of suffering. Each and every one of the endless world martial artists all felt like they had experienced it personally. These fellow apprentices' hatreds toward the fierce-scale world were not any less than Long Tang's. Furthermore, they have an immensely strong sense of identity with Yi Yuan. Therefore, when Yi Yuan raised his arm in a call for action, they immediately agreed virtually without hesitation. Under this current sort of circumstances, they needed a person to preside over the overall situation too much. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Fine. Since that's the case, let's erect the Tranquil Cloud Sect's banner once more. Let the fierce-scale world, those fellows, know our Tranquil Cloud Sect's prowess. If talking about which faction Yi Yuan had the strongest sense of identity with, it was none other than the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Hence, Yi Yuan did not erect the Wufang City's banner, but led a bunch of fellow apprentices whose strength were not strong to raise a counteroffensive. Long live the Tranquil Cloud Sect! Long live the Tranquil Cloud Sect! Even though these fellow apprentices had experienced hardships, they still had a fierce sense of belonging towards the sect. Re-establishing the sect at this time, Each and every one of them was unbelievably excited. After the excitement, Long Tang said, Yi Yuan, since we're re-establishing the Tranquil Cloud sect, the choice of person for this sect master has to be you. Long Tang saying this immediately got the fellow apprentice's approval. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, how about this? I'll temporarily take on the position of sect master. We'll set off for Wufang City while inquiring about the Tranquil Cloud sect's news at the same time. In the future, when Sect Master Luo returns, this position of Sect Master is better for him to take on. Since Wufang City was already breached, the Tranquil Cloud sect that was rebuilt not long ago would probably also be hard to be spared. Yi Yuan could only pray in his heart right now that the fellow apprentices of the old days could be safe and sound. As long as they did not die, he believed that they would definitely come to seek refuge when they hear news about the Tranquil Cloud sect. Including those Wufang City and the three sects factions, they all knew that his relationship with the Tranquil Cloud sect was not shallow. Once the new Tranquil Cloud sect's reputation builds up, the Endless World's powerhouses would definitely come over to join very soon. At that time, trickles of water would converge to become a boundless ocean. This sort of outcome was also considered re-establishing after getting broken. Long Tang nodded and said, all right, let's do it that way. Lord Sect Master, I wonder what our first step should be? Although we all have the will to kill the enemy, we cannot help that our strength is still too weak. Long Tang was a very calm person and did not lose his head with Yi Yuan's return. Yi Yuan was merely just an individual, but the fierce-scale world's martial artists were numbered in the hundreds of millions. No matter how strong he was, it was also not possible to kill off all of the fierce-scale world martial artists. Yi Yuan smiled and said, the first step is naturally to raise our strength. Long Tang, I see that you're only a step away from Soul Sea Realm. I have some medicinal pills here. You take them and distribute them to fellow apprentices and strive to break through as soon as possible. I Ching, you come and protect me. I'm also going to enter closed seclusion for 2 days. Okay, no problem, I Ching said. Yi Yuan took out some medicinal pills and handed them to Long Tang. Then his mind stirred, and he entered the vast heaven pagoda. This action naturally aroused a wave of amazement. After Yu Mingli explained, everyone set their minds at ease, but also inexplicably had a bit more faith in Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's means were forever that inexhaustible. Yi Yuan built a pill refining room in the vast heaven pagoda to provide for Rendong and Xiao Ruyan's cultivation usage. After Yi Yuan entered the vast heaven pagoda, he came straight to the pill refinement room. Casually waving his hand, a large batch of spirit medicines appeared. He was not some goody two-shoes. Before coming out of the God-prohibited demon region this time, he had extorted large quantities of spirit medicines from the Tiger Clan and Rock Clan. Currently, his strength was still rather weak. He planned on refining a batch of medicinal pills and directly rushing to peak 9th level Soul Sea. Moreover, using the Chaos Gem the last time, there was still 2/3 of the time not used. Yi Yuan could just make use of this period of time to break through cultivation realms in one stroke. 2 days later, Yi Yuan exiting seclusion. This immediately stirred up an uproar. Senior Apprentice Brother Sect Master, you actually used 2 days to break through 2 minor boundaries. Too inconceivable. From the first moment Senior Apprentice Brother Sect Master entered the sect, he has been continuously creating miracles. This point has yet to change until now either. This cultivation speed is too heaven-defying. I still remember when Senior Apprentice Brother Sect Master entered the sect, he was just Spirit Condensation Realm. Just how long has it been? He's actually only half a step away from Divine Traversing Realm already. Yi Yuan's cultivation speed simply could not be measured using common sense. Right off the bat, when he entered the Tranquil Cloud sect, he had been the fellow apprentice's target of envy all along. In the beginning, there were still people who felt unconvinced by his domineering rise-up. But later, they did not have the qualifications to be unconvinced already. Especially after the sect Great Competition, there was already no one who could replace Yi Yuan. This sect's position of strongest talent. His talent no one in the entire endless world could surpass, let alone a tiny little Tranquil Cloud sect. Now at this time, these fellow apprentices only had gasps of admirations left. Yi Yuan found Long Tang and asked, right now, which fierce-scale world force is the closest to us? Forget about those under divine traversing realm. Destroying them is also not very useful. Long Tang was slightly shocked. Musing for a moment, he said, if above divine traversing realm, the closest influence should be the eminent sky sect 10,000 miles away. A third-level divine traversing realm powerhouse came from the fierce-scale world some time ago and directly killed the eminent sky sect's old ancestor. I heard that this person's measures are extremely cruel. The eminent sky sect's old ancestor died very miserably. A hint of a cold intent flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes. He nodded his head and said, all right, it's him. Starting from this day, Yi Yuan started crazy retaliatory operations. One day later, he eradicated that fierce-scale world powerhouse at the eminent sky sect and directly had his cut-off head displayed to the public, hanging outside the gates. All the fierce-scale world martial artists in the eminent sky sect were killed. Not one remained. 5 days later, the Deer Cry city 10,000 miles away from the eminent sky sect suffered an attack. All the fierce-scale world martial artists died. A 5th-level divine traversing realm powerhouse was annihilated. 10 days later, Ingfeng City, Che Lei Sect, and Windfiend Sect were destroyed at the same time. Several fierce-scale world, divine traversing realm martial artists were killed. One by one, the news of fierce-scale world forces being destroyed spread out very quickly, alarming the entire Endless World. When the Endless World martial artists scattered all over the land heard this news, all of them were greatly encouraged and were all inquiring what kind of force rose up heaven-defyingly and carried out counterattacks against the fierce-scale world. Really fucking venting. Ever since the fierce-scale world invaded, I've only heard of Crimson Light City gaining a complete victory while the others were all bad news. Later, even our old nest was raided by people. Simply made your father depressed to the max. Now, this force that suddenly appeared actually destroyed so many fierce-scale world forces in one breath and finally brought out my endless world's might. Yeah, the fierce-scale world invaded for so long. The news heard were more grave than the last. I even felt that life had no more meaning. Also, don't know which influence did it. Really vents one's anger. Heard that it was done by a sect called Tranquil Cloud Sect. But since when was there such a powerful sect in our endless world? One has to know that among those forces that were destroyed, there was even a 6th-level divine traversing realm existence. Wanting to destroy such an influence at the very least also needs a late-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse to be able to accomplish, right? Tranquil Cloud Sect? I never heard of them before. But since they made a name for themselves, we naturally have to go and join them. Just us, these few people. Once we run into the fierce-scale world's great army, we wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. What you said is right. Our endless world right now is a pile of loose sand and very much needs a genuine hero to come out and unite everybody. Let's go and join them. In a small faction, 2 leaders were currently discussing about throwing their lot in with the Tranquil Cloud Sect. And this scene was currently happening in all corners of the northern domain's southern part. This Tranquil Cloud Sect was like a last piece of straw that a person about to sink into the water grabbed hold on, giving them a final glimmer of hope. Even though this hope was very slim, without any doubt, this was far stronger than resigning themselves to death. For a moment, many big and small forces converged in Deer Cry City. This was the stronghold that Yi Yuan chose. This city was very large and could accommodate many martial artists. Furthermore, all sorts of resources were very abundant. The fierce-scale world martial artists had yet to get to enjoy and were directly obliterated by Yi Yuan. In a short half a month's time, 100,000 martial artists gathered here. On this day, a massive army gathered at Deer Cry City. This army had roughly 30,000 people. This was one of the most massive army currently gathered Deer Cry City among the forces. This force, even in the present chaotic age, was also a power that could not be underestimated. Hey, you guys are that whatever Tranquil Cloud Sect's people, right? Call your sect master out for me. I want to meet him. The person at the helm said very haughtily. The one who received him was precisely Long Tang. The current Long Tang had also broken through to Soul Sea Realm already with the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. The strength of this person before his eyes was very strong. He was already at the peak 9th level Soul C. Such strength, bringing along such a colossal army, was clearly also not some easy-to-deal-with people. But his attitude still made Long Tang very displeased. Coming to Dear Cry City, one has to adhere to Dear Cry City's rules. Senior Apprentice Brother Sect Master is Dear Cry City's leader. How can there be the logic of moving to receive you? If you wish to meet him, you should naturally go to his door to request an audience. Long Tang frowned and said. Long Tang had sufficient reason to be proud now. The might of Yi Yuan's strength far surpassed his imaginations. He originally thought that Yi Yuan being able to defeat middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouses was already very decent. Who knew that his strength was ridiculously formidable? Regardless of how powerful the fierce Gale world forces were, him and several companions heading forward by themselves were all slaughtering the enemies directly, leaving none behind. These fellow apprentices were actually just supporting casts by the side and did not even have the qualifications to take action. No choice, their strength was too weak. Long Tang was clear that if not on account of being in the same sect, Yi Yuan would not even be inclined to give them a glance. The current Yi Yuan was already a figure from an entirely different world from them. But it was also precisely because so that Long Tang and these fellow apprentices, felt incredibly proud. Because even until now, Yi Yuan still acknowledged that he was a member of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yo! Didn't you see how many people we brought here? Don't think that you guys eradicating a few forces is impressive. Even though there are no divine traversing realm powerhouses among us, these people we've killed a middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse before. In terms of strength, we're also not much worse off compared to your school's sect master. What's wrong with making him come see me? The brawny man said disdainfully. Long Tang's eyes narrowed. Clearly, he did not believe this guy's words. A middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse adopting hit-and-run strategy was enough to wipe out this army of tens of thousands. This guy did not even make a draft before he bragged. Right at this time, a voice sounded out, Chu sure. Half a year of not seeing. You're really becoming even cockier. This brawny man was precisely the Chu sure who was not seen for half a year already. And these tens of thousands of people that he brought here were naturally that bunch of martial artists Yi Yuan rescued from Crimson Light City back then. It was just that the numbers seemed to have reduced considerably. This lord is cocky. So, what? Chu sure turned his head as he said arrogantly at the same time. But when he turned his head around, the word what was uttered quiveringly. The previous moment, he was still a powerful and majestic tiger. The next instant, he became a sickly cat. He shriveled up to the max. Lord Yi Yuan. Haha. Why is it you? You. Why would you appear here? Chu sure stammered, his tongue knotting as he spoke. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Didn't you want to see me? Now that I came, why do you think I showed up here? Chu sure sweated profusely. His pair of eyes swiveled sneakily. Clearly, he wanted to find a reason to brush it over. Bang! Chu sure was directly sent flying by a person. Who could it be if not Zhu Changji? Zhu Changji gave Yi Yuan a deep bow and said, I warned this guy to not be cocky long ago. But he wouldn't listen. It's just that we never thought that the Tranquil Cloud sect, whose fame rose rapidly recently, was actually chaired by Lord Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan saw old friends come to join, he was very happy too and said with a smile, I came from the mortal world and entered the Tranquil Cloud sect. Now that we've renewed our efforts after failure, I naturally have to carry my sect's banner. Chu sure they all were all itinerant cultivators back then. They only knew that Yi Yuan's background was very powerful, but did not know at all that he actually came from an unremarkable small sect. The special characteristics of the Tranquil Cloud sect, this sect only those pinnacle upper echelons in the northern domain knew. Haha. Lord Yi Yuan. Us brothers really missed you to death. This period of time we couldn't sleep at night worrying about you day in, day out. But didn't expect that you actually came into being suddenly and became this Dear Cry City's owner. Chu sure ran over submissively, thickened his face and said. Zhu Changji scolded laughingly, I've long said that Lord Yi Yuan is a blessed fellow. How can the mere power of a curse possibly stump him? Chu sure pursed his lips and said, No idea who moped and sighed in the middle of the night, praying to heaven for Lord Yi Yuan to be safe and sound. Scram! You rebuked His Excellency just now. Why haven't you knelt down and admitted your fault? Zhu Changji said with a furious roar. I. Chu Shi darted Zhu Changji a fierce glare, blaming him for rubbing his nose in. When Yi Yuan saw the scene, he felt especially warm. Although these brawny men were uncouth, their concern towards him was genuine. Even though these people's origins were lowly, they valued the code of brotherhood the most. This kind of people could shed their blood and lay down their lives for you and absolutely would not betray. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Forget it. The ignorant can be forgiven. Rather, you guys, why are only so few people left? Before coming, Yi Yuan already saw that this big army was only numbered less than 30,000. Compared to back then, it was lesser by half. Chu Shi's expression dimmed and he fell silent. Zhu Changji let out a sigh too and recounted everyone's encounter after separating from Yi Yuan. Turns out that after Yi Yuan left back then, Qin Yan, Guotaochuan, and the others accompanied City Lord Su Hu and returned to Wufang City together. They wanted to bring Chu Shi these martial artists, back together at that time, but Chu Shi and the rest were not willing. These people were all itinerant cultivators and used to freedom and no discipline, and were not used to a restrained life. Hence, they did not travel together. Logically speaking, these people were originally just some itinerant cultivators unacquainted with each other. But what made Chu Shi trio feel surprised was that these tens of thousands of martial artists, the vast majority of the people actually chose to stay. Only a small portion of the people chose to leave. Finally, roughly 50,000 people chose to remain behind while they elected Chu Shi trio to be the commanders. These people's objectives were very simple. Their lives were given by Yi Yuan. In the future, they would follow Yi Yuan's dictates. Moreover, Yi Yuan left by himself and was chased down by a divine traversing realm powerhouse. Each and every one of them was all worried and must wait for the news of Yi Yuan's safe return. Hence, these people formed a guerrilla warfare team specialized in making things difficult for the fierce Gale world's great army. What surprised people was that the great army that the Endless Alliance sent out were virtually routed on all fronts. While this guerrilla warfare team scored victory after victory, slaughtering countless fierce Gale world martial artists. But Chu Shi, the three of them, were selective in their raids too. Places with divine traversing realm powerhouses they absolutely did not dare to go. Except, their existence ultimately still incurred the fierce Gale world upper echelon's attention. After Wufang City was breached, the fierce Gale world finally got around to sending out those divine traversing realm powerhouses to catch and kill the endless world's divine traversing realm powerhouses without restraint. And to deal with Chu Shi, their big army, the fierce Gale world actually sent a fierce Gale world divine traversing powerhouse forward. As a result, both parties carried out a brutal killing. Except, that divine traversing realm powerhouse never could have dreamed that the combat strength of this great army was actually so formidable. He fell into the sea of people and actually did not have the chance to escape. Finally, after Chu Shi they all paid the price of 20,000 casualties, they slew this fourth-level divine traversing powerhouse. This battle result was what Chu Shi and the rest did not expect at all. Even they themselves were not aware that the training Yi Yuan gave them would actually produce such tremendous effect. To make a great army which did not even have a divine traversing realm powerhouse kill a fourth-level divine traversing realm powerhouse. But after this, Chu Shi trio also realized a problem. That was that the next time would absolutely not be so lucky. If the fierce Gale world sent a late-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse over again, they would still not escape the outcome of the entire army being wiped out. Right at this time, they heard the news of the Tranquil Cloud sect crazily annihilating fierce Gale world forces. Chu Shi trio thought it over and decided to seek refuge with the Tranquil Cloud sect. It was just that they never thought that this Tranquil Cloud sect was actually established by Yi Yuan single-handedly. And Chu Shi recognized that they had killed a middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse before, so they wanted to take the Tranquil Cloud sect down a notch so as to protect their own independence. Who knew that Chu Shi set up a huge blunder for himself and nearly offended Yi Yuan? Oh, right. Lord Yi Yuan, the designation of this great army of ours. Just call it Yi Family Army. Zhu Changji added. Yi Yuan was also rather surprised when he heard their encounter in this half a year. Looks like the growth of this great army was still outside of his expectations. This half a year's time, sure they all experienced countless battles. The tempering between life and death also made their strength have a substantial rise. Now, sure trio actually broke through to peak 9th level Soul Sea already. There was only one more step to take to break through to the divine traversing realm. Since you guys all came, stay here then. But your strength is still a little weak. I'll refine some medicinal pills for you guys these 2 days to help you all break through to divine traversing realm. With your current combat strength, as long as you break through to divine traversing realm, your strength will surge substantially. Even late-stage divine traversing powerhouse might not be able to gain an advantage, Yi Yuan said. The people coming to seek refuge these few days were a lot, but those who genuinely had strength were not many. Sure and the others, their appearance finally added the much-needed help for Yi Yuan. My lord, are you for real? Sure immediately said agitatedly upon hearing Yi Yuan's words. The Xianxia, who was silent the entire time by the side, also became agitated at this time. The medicinal pills which Yi Yuan refined they had all witnessed with their own eyes before. They had the effects of immediate results. Back then, Yi Yuan said that he could not refine medicinal pills for their use. But now, Yi Yuan was going to spend time to refine these medicinal pills. Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. When have I joked around with you all before? When the 3 people saw Yi Yuan smile, they could not resist shuddering. They could not help automatically recalling the scenario of Yi Yuan throwing them into the Azura tri-pronged formation. Originally they thought that it was just a one-time simple training, but they did not expect that this training really claimed lives. The 3 people bowed their heads to the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The Yi family army will follow Your Excellency to the death." Yi Yuan nodded his head and accepted it calmly. Towards the Yi family army's arrival, Yi Yuan still felt quite relieved. To want to recapture the endless world, Yi Yuan's strength alone was clearly inadequate. Even if he was already invincible in the endless world, there were too many people in the fierce Gale world. If he slaughtered all the way over, he would probably have to kill for several decades as well. Yi Yuan erecting the Tranquil Cloud Sex banner was in order to solicit these scattered endless world martial artists. Of course, if the Wufang City folks could hear the news and find their way over, that was for the best. Just what in the world happened to Wufang City on that day, where on Earth did the people in Wufang City go to, was also a mystery to the current Yi Yuan. But right now, for Yi Yuan to go find his parents, where would he need to go to search among the sea of faces? Yi Yuan stirred up such a huge commotion. The primary objective was still for the sake of drawing the fierce Gale world's big shots' attention, to make them place their primary efforts on him. Moreover, to inquire about his parents' news, it was clearly more effective to get from the other party. With the Yi family army's participation, Deer Cry City's commotion was boosted considerably all at once. Yi Yuan also discovered to his delight that Sure was really adept in the area of leadership. In the wake of martial artists coming to Deer Cry City getting increasingly more, management became a big issue. One had to acknowledge that Yi Yuan was not very skilled in this area. Rather, after Sure they all joined and took the initiative to serve as the city guards. They only used a few days' time to subdue those martial artists into obedience. Towards this sort of situation, Yi Yuan was naturally happy to see it happen. Furthermore, the Yi family army being established for such a long time, they had also built a complete intelligence system. Hence, Yi Yuan let Sure extend his antennas out and inquire about Wufang City and Tranquil Cloud Sex news. Yi Yuan also inquired from Sure about Wufang City's news before, but sadly they were similarly too far away from Wufang City and also not very clear. Arranging everything properly, Yi Yuan was just planning on marching the troops northwards when Sure obtained an intel. An 8th-level divine traversing powerhouse from the fierce Gale world led over 10 divine traversing realm powerhouses and a 1,000,000-strong great army and were coming towards Deer Cry City in mighty contingents. My lord, the fierce Gale world's great army is bearing down menacingly this time. Should we temporarily avoid the spearhead? Sure asked probingly. Actually, Sure did not have a clear understanding of just how powerful Yi Yuan's current strength was right now either. But what kind of concept 8th-level divine traversing was, he was perfectly clear. Such strength, even among the endless world's titans in the past, was also sufficient to enter the top 8. Let alone that there were even over 20 divine traversing realm powerhouses accompanying. In contrast, Deer Cry City's side, apart from Yi Yuan's individual strength being unfathomable, there were virtually no powerhouses that were presentable. While Chu Shi, the few of them, had also just broken through to the divine traversing realm. To make them deal with 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses in one go was still a little too forceful. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "Leave all the divine traversing realm powerhouses to me. The others. Can you guys handle them or not?" Hiss. Chu Shi drew a cold breath when he heard. Looking at Zhu Changji and Xianxia again, their faces were both rather shocked. One person squaring off with 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses. Among them still had an 8th-level divine traversing powerhouse. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Hesitating for a moment, Chu Shi gritted his teeth and thumped his chest, saying, "How can we let your excellency take on so many powerhouses alone? Even though us brothers are lacking in strength, we can still accomplish storming the enemy lines. Those divine traversing realm powerhouses, leave them to the Yi family army." Although Chu Shi normally had quite a cynical attitude towards life, once he got serious, he still had quite an imposing manner. But the meaning in his words was also very clear. That was preparing to heap on human lives. 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses. Definitely not all would be initial stage divine traversing realm. There was bound to be some that were middle stage divine traversing realm or even late stage powerhouses. To make the Yi family army go and handle these people was indeed somewhat far-fetched. A 4th-level divine traversing martial artist squandered 20,000 Yi family army martial artists. The might of an expert divine traversing realm was needless to say. Zhu Changji also said, "Yeah, my lord, you saying this is simply smacking our faces. The Yi family army's lives were given by your excellency. We won't hesitate to lay down our lives if need be." Xianxia did not speak, but his firm look indicated everything. But Yi Yuan laughed when he saw the situation and said, "What are each and every one of you in such a hurry to seek your doom for? Hoo-hoo, just an 8th-level divine traversing. How is it worth you all using your lives to suppress him? Are your lives so worthless?" Chu Shi and the two were speechless too. Dismissing an 8th-level divine traversing so lightly, only Lord Yi Yuan dared to speak this way. But Yi Yuan's words warmed their hearts. The meaning in Yi Yuan's words was that their lives were even more valuable than an 8th-level divine traversing powerhouse's life. At least in Lord Yi Yuan's heart, he felt this way. It was true that their lives were given by Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not use them as cannon fodders, but treated them as brothers instead. He would rather charge forward himself than treat the lives of his brothers as a joke. Chu Shi and the two secretly resolved in their hearts that even if they died, they would also not let Lord Yi Yuan suffer any bit of harm. Yi Yuan looked at them a little and said coolly, "All right, don't have this sort of expression. A million-strong great army is not so easy to deal with either. Each and every one of you has to buck up for me. Since you guys call this great army Yi family army, don't bring shame upon my face." Chu Shi was startled inwardly when he heard. Straightening both legs, he clenched his teeth and said, "My lord, rest assured. We'll let you take a look this time at the might of this Yi family army that you personally built." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "All right, I'll have a look. These few days, how are the others training inside the Azura tri-pronged formation?" The moment Chu Shi heard, he immediately grumbled, "My lord, not that I'm complaining about them, but these fellows are making too little progress. Their casualty rates are much higher than ours. In the end, who knows how many will be left. They have already been training for half a month and only trained 10,000 plus people." These few days, Yi Yuan set up the Azura tri-pronged formation anew to train those motley crew. But looking at it now, the effects were not very good. However, this was also within Yi Yuan's expectations. Back then, Yi Yuan's drilling effects being that good at Crimson Light City was because everyone was in a hopeless situation. Now that Yi Yuan secured a very large piece of area, there were quite a number of people who actually came to seek refuge with a mentality of being contented to retain sovereignty over a part of the country. Under such circumstances, how could there be that kind of effect? Yi Yuan nodded his head when he heard that and said, "Put in some effort. For those sitting around waiting to die, it's fine to let them be as well. Soldiers depend on quality, not quantity. Yes, my lord. Several days later, the two realms' great army were facing each other outside the borders of the new tranquil cloud sect's sphere of influence. The fierce Gale world's side was densely packed. As far as the eyes could see, it was all fierce Gale world martial artists. In contrast, the tranquil cloud sect's side only had a mere several tens of thousands of people, looking just like a small boat in a vast expanse of water, incomparably weak. The fierce Gale world's great army was orderly, displaying power and grandeur. One look and it was clear that they were well trained. While the endless world side, each and every one of them was very undisciplined and carefree, with a listless appearance. Rather like a bunch of motley crew. No matter how one viewed it, the endless world did not look like it had any chances of victory either. In the fierce Gale world's great army there was a person at the front that had long hair and a broad chest, elegant and poised. It was none other than the fierce Gale world Shui family's family head, Shui Hongfei. When he saw Yi Yuan in the opposing party's camp, his eyes involuntarily turned intent. I didn't think that the so-called tranquil cloud sect whose limelight is currently in full bloom recently was actually egged on by this boy. Shui Hongfei said rather surprisedly. Commander actually knows this boy? Behind Shui Hongfei, a 7th-level divine traversing powerhouse said in surprise. Shui Hongfei nodded and said, if I point it out, you'll naturally be aware too. This boy was that Yi Yuan who wreaked havoc in the capital that very day. When he was facing off with His Highness, the 7th Price, I had observed him from far away before. Didn't think that just a few years of not seeing, this boy has actually reached peak Soul Sea realm already. It's actually this boy. Back then when he was squaring off with the 7th Price, he was merely just crystal formation realm. Just how long has it been? He actually cultivated to peak Soul Sea realm already, exclaimed the divine traversing realm powerhouses in shock. This boy's talent is indeed heaven-defying. Furthermore, his combat strength is staggering. According to our intel, even though this boy is just peak Soul Sea realm, he possesses at least the strength to kill middle-stage divine traversing realms. Shui Hongfei said. Towards Yi Yuan's combat strength, Shui Hongfei was not overly surprised. With Yi Yuan's talent, if he could not cross boundaries to battle, that would be absurd. But Shui Hongfei did not take it to heart too much either. Even though he was only 8th-level divine traversing, he still had the origin spirit 9 transformations, this level of unique trump card. To really talk about combat strength, he was even stronger than peak 9th-level divine traversing. If he could not even take down a 9th-level Soul Sea, that would also be too disgraceful. And so what if he can cross boundaries to battle? In front of Commander and our great army, everything collapses at the first blow. This time we've dispatched all of our elites. If we can't even take down these tens of thousands of people, that would simply be a joke, said the subordinate with a contemptuous look. Shui Hongfei stroked his beard and smiled as he said, what you said is right. Speaking of which, this Yi Yuan is also considered to have been a great help to us. Truly, wanting to take a nap even had somebody send a pillow. As long as we wipe out all of them in this fight, there would probably be no one else who dares to jump around in the endless world. And this boy's reputation is so renowned. Didn't think that he was a fool too. With his potential, properly find a place and enter a retreat in a few years' time, he would be able to ascend to the divine realm. What do the matters of the endless world have to do with him? Moreover, our great army is pressing down on the border this time. If he knows what's good for him, he should also avoid the spearhead and slowly find a solution. Perhaps there might still be some hope. Now, he actually chose to strike the rock with an egg. Really foolish to the max. Shui Hongfei said with a laugh. You don't look down on this boy. He most likely has some way of escape since he dares to fight with us head-on. In a moment, I'll deal with him. You bring the other divine traversing realms together and directly storm over. No matter what kind of schemes or intrigues he has, in front of absolute strength, it's also useless. Yes, Commander. Finished talking, Shui Hongfei's figure moved as he flew out. Yi Yuan, seeing the situation, flew out too, facing Shui Hongfei across a distance. Yi Yuan, you're a talented person. Do you still not have a clear understanding of the situation at this time until now? Why not you forsake darkness for the light now, and I can spare you from death today? Shui Hongfei said coolly, carrying the attitude of condescension. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that. No idea of life or death was talking about this guy in front of him, right? You know me. Yi Yuan was rather surprised by him being able to call out his name readily. In his impression, he had not seen this person before. On that day you had a great battle with His Highness, the 7th price. I was watching the fight far away on the sidelines, Shui Hongfei said with a smile. Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization when he heard that. He saw Shui Hongfei making frivolous remarks about his appearance with another person just now. Clearly he had recognized him. Looks like there were still quite a number of people observing him in the shadows on that day in the capital. Yi Yuan nodded his head, indicating that he understand the situation. He then said, "Old fellow, I'm giving you one last chance now. You can choose to forsake the darkness for the light. Don't help the wicked perpetuate wicked deeds anymore. Zhao Tiannin's days are already numbered and can't jump around for many more days." Yi Yuan's voice was very loud, spreading out directly. The fierce Gale world's million-strong great army immediately gave off a burst of deafening jeering laughter when they heard this sentence of Yi Yuan's. In their view, Yi Yuan's brain was simply spoiled and could not figure out the situation at all. Such a person could actually become the commander-in-chief too. Ha ha ha. He's making us forsake the darkness for the light. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. To make a million-strong great army surrender to tens of thousands of people. Is this guy sure that his brain is fine? You guys look at their great army. Just a few lousy first-level divine traversing's actually dare to spout such wild drivel. I really admire his courage. Those fierce Gale world's divine traversing realm powerhouses all grinned from ear to ear. Before the big battle, having a bit of this kind of joke was also a kind of relief. Actually, not only them but even Chu Sure they all also felt embarrassed. Even though he had plenty of confidence in Yi Yuan, he seriously could not guess what kind of means Yi Yuan could use to win this great war between two worlds. Even if Yi Yuan could finish off the other party's 8th-level divine traversing, it was defeat with victory. If another person was swapped to stand in front of the formation, Chu Sure would have long brought his great army to run away. Only Yi Yuan could make him stand behind firmly. Shui Hongfei naturally just treated it as a joke to listen as well. He said to Yi Yuan with a chortle, "You also saw everybody's reactions. But have you taken a look at the expressions of those martial artists behind you looking death calmly in the face? Looks like your own great army doesn't harbor any hope in you as well." Yi Yuan did not mind and said nonchalantly, "Looks like you're choosing to resist stubbornly to the end? I already gave you the chance. It's you yourself who didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, then it can't be blamed on me." Shui Hongfei burst into laughter and said, "Yi Yuan, I know that you have the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. But even if your Origin Spirit 9 transformations is any more powerful, it's also unable to break through the fetters of Soul Sea Realm. While I..." Boom! Shui Hongfei's aura erupted abruptly, his imposing momentum surging towards the clouds. Under everyone's gaze, it actually broke right through to peak 9th-level divine traversing. Turns out that you're that whatever Shui family's family head. Regarding Shui Honghe knowing how to use the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, Yi Yuan felt a slight surprise, revealing an expression of coming to understand suddenly. Of course, he would not mind Shui Hongfei's increase in strength too much. But Yi Yuan's look of surprise was misread by Shui Hongfei as panic. Hoo-hoo. Only aware of it now, huh? Too late. Shui Hongfei had a look like everything was under control. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Is it too late? Why don't I feel so? In this world, there are always some people who feel good about themselves." Shui Hongfei said with a cold smile, "All right, enough jabbering. Do you think that I would fall for your trick?" Yi Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "I forget that Zhao Chenggan that fellow said before, you can only last for an hour's time using the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Hoo-hoo, however. This won't even take an hour." As he said this, Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly and used the Origin Spirit 9 transformations at the same time. Very soon, his aura broke through to half-step divine traversing. Half-step divine traversing is it? Maybe you're still unaware of the disparity between peak 9th level divine traversing and half-step divine traversing, right? Forget it. I'll send you on your way. As he said, Shui Hongfei flicked his sleeves grandly and yelled out in a powerful and majestic voice. Attack for me! Leave nothing behind. Charge! Charge! For a moment, the fierce Gale world's million-strong great army's battlecry rose one after another. Galloping towards Chu Shi they all. Those 20 over divine traversing realm experts lined up in a row and entered first. These 20 over people joining hands was truly an irresistible onslaught. Yet, right at this time, two figures, one azure and one white, suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield facing the fierce Gale world's assault head-on. This one azure, one white figures were naturally Yi Qing and Yu Mengli. The earth-shaking million-strong great army in other people's eyes was not much different from ants in the eyes of these two people. It was only to see the two strike out two palms lightly wrapped with enormous energy as it whirled away towards the fierce Gale world's great army. Boom! Those 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses were instantly killed without even letting out a miserable scream. And the pair's palm force's residual force had yet to reduce, blasting directly into the great army. For a moment, tragic cries rose one after another. It was also unknown how many lives were lost under these two palms. Shui Hongfei was just planning on making a move to deal with Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, his eyes could not help becoming wide saucers. This scene was too shocking. With a wave of a hand, 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses turned to ashes. How formidable a strength did this need? Those were divine traversing realm powerhouses, the endless world's most powerful existences. Among them, there were even 2 7th-level divine traversing's and 7 to 8 middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouses. Even if he confronted himself under the circumstances of not using the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, it was also very hard to obtain victory. Those two people slaughtered them just like this? What are you still in a daze for? Your turn to perform. Seeing Chu Shi and the rest in a trance, Yi Yuan reminded them. Ah? Oh. All right. Chu Shi's expression was exactly the same as Shui Hongfei's. Mouth opened widely, staring at this scene disbelievingly. All in a daze for what? Attack together with this father of yours and screw these bunch of animals to death. Kill! Chu Shi yelled out excitedly and took the lead to pounce over towards the fierce Gale world's great army. Zhu Changji and Xianxia had their thoughts linked up long ago and followed closely behind. With these three people helming, the others also recovered to their senses. Tens of thousands of people charged over towards the fierce Gale world's great army in mighty contingents. Saying that it was mighty contingents, actually, it did not even reach the other side's fraction. In front of the million-strong great army, their head count was still pitifully little. It was just that, at this time, the imposing momentum of these tens of thousands of people utterly outstripped the million-strong great army. Yi Qing and Yu Mengli's attack scared the crap out of the fierce Gale world's great army. The moment both sides came into contact, it became a one-sided massacre. Sure these people could be said to be veterans of 100 battles already. Their cooperation with each other was already tacit to the extent that made people's hair stand on end. These 30,000 people that he brought over was absolutely even more powerful than 300,000, even a 500,000 strong great army. Timing, geography, and human conditions all favored the tranquil cloud sect's great army. How could they not win? Rather, after Yi Qing and Yu Mengli's one attack, they already lost interest in attacking once more and retreated to one side very conscientiously. This was also Yi Yuan intentionally instructing before. They only needed to take action once and leave the rest to him and the tranquil cloud sect's great army. Being oppressed for a long time, the endless world needed a huge victory to raise morale. And a victory fought out with their own hands versus through other people's hands, that sort of feeling was completely different. Moreover, an invincible master required countless battles to temper. The fierce Gale world's million-strong great army was undoubtedly the best whetstone. Chu Shi trio group already broke through to divine traversing realm originally. After both sides engaged in battle, it was akin to entering a place where no one puts up resistance. Places they passed through was like locusts passing through, not even fowls and dogs were spared. Even though the others did not reach their level, they were likewise incomparably incisive. Only that batch which was trained the most recently slightly appeared to be straining a bit. but their imposing momentum was already spurred on. Even though there were casualties, they likewise overshadowed their opponents. The morale of the troops was already lost. The million-strong great army very quickly collapsed, clamoring to escape north. Who would be in the mood to carry on fighting? With this, the fierce Gale world's great army's declining trend was even more beyond recovery. The great battle, which originally had a great disparity in strength, became a one-sided massacre. When Shui Hongfei saw this scene, he even had the thought to die. The previous moment, he was still smug with his own success and thought that he was an elephant and that stepping the tranquil cloud sect, this ant, to death was as easy as blowing off dust. But in just an instant, both sides switched. How could Shui Hongfei still be in the mood to fight with Yi Yuan? Releasing his sense energy, he wanted to flee away. Yet, how could his speed compare to Yi Yuan's? He had yet to make a move, and he had his path cut off by Yi Yuan. Since it's a battle, you have to be attentive. You will suffer a huge loss with your mind being preoccupied with other things, Yi Yuan said coolly. Shui Hongfei's expression flickered erratically. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly roared, "Starfire a blazing prairie." Go to hell. This move Yi Yuan had experienced before from his son, Shui Zaihe. However, when Shui Hongfei unleashed it at this time, the power could not be mentioned in the same breath. Shui Hongfei compressed the essence fire within his body to the extreme, then abruptly exploded it. It was sufficient to eradicate any powerhouse under 9th level divine traversing. But sadly, Yi Yuan was half-step divine traversing realm right now. Flame movement true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan already utilized this move to the extent of mastery, unleashing with half-step divine traversing strength. It actually scattered Shui Hongfei's starfire a blazing prairie in all directions instantly. Bang! This punch smashed heavily onto Shui Hongfei's body. A peak 9th level divine traversing powerhouse actually could not last one move under Yi Yuan's hands. Shui Hongfei, who received this punch, was already severely wounded. Yi Yuan floated down gently beside him and flashed him a grin. An incomparably overbearing divine soul attack abruptly attacked towards Shui Hongfei's sea of consciousness. Soul-searching art. Yi Yuan tore open Shui Hongfei's sea of consciousness tyrannically, wanting to carry out a soul search on Shui Hongfei. But right then, Shui Hongfei suddenly gave a wretched cry. I have no idea what the author means. Sufficient to kill anyone under 9th level divine traversing, but Yi Yuan is half-step divine traversing? Even if I interpret it as a typo and put eradicate anyone under 9th level soul C, doesn't make sense since Shui Hongfei is peak 9th level divine traversing, and he should be able to easily kill anyone 6th level and below. Just go along with it, K? Yi Yuan's expression changed and instantly pulled back his divine sense. Shui Hongfei gave a miserable cry. Then his legs went stiff and did not move any longer. Evidently, Shui Hongfei was already deader than dead. That moment just now, Yi Yuan wanted to use soul-searching art on Shui Hongfei, but Shui Hongfei's divine soul gave off an extremely terrifying aura. Following that, his divine soul was directly ground up. If not for Yi Yuan retreating in time, he would probably be affected too. Yi Yuan, what is it? Yi Qing and Yu Mengli also detected Yi Yuan's oddness and came forward to ask. Yi Yuan frowned and said, I originally wanted to search his soul, wanting to see if there's information about my parents. I didn't expect that his divine soul had restrictions placed by people. The moment I executed the soul-searching art, it immediately triggered the restrictions, and his soul disintegrated. Yu Mengli was slightly surprised as she said, this person's strength absolutely belongs to the apex existences in the lower realms. How could he possibly willingly have people lay down such restrictions? Soul disintegrating was being unable to enter the natural cycle of samsara. Even if there were only a glimmer of hope to survive, the martial artist would also not possibly be willing to have people lay down such restrictions. Furthermore, Shui Hongfei's strength was even stronger than ordinary 9th level divine traversing's. Who could compel him to have this kind of restriction laid down? Yi Yuan shook his head and said he should have had the restrictions placed by people under circumstances where he was unaware. This sort of method is very covert. With his strength, he's simply unable to detect it. Yu Mengli could not help being surprised when she heard that. To be able to place restrictions on the divine soul of an 8th level divine traversing, even that Zhao Tianyin can't accomplish that either. right? Yi Yuan nodded his head and silently acknowledged Yu Mengli's conjecture. Even though Zhao Tianyin was a boundless realm powerhouse, to want to place such restrictions on the divine soul of Shui Hongfei without a sound, it simply could not be done. Heh! Looks like this fierce Gale world's upper echelons was most likely controlled by people behind the scenes long ago. If my conjectures are right, Zhao Tianyin is also merely a chess piece, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. This Zhao Tianyin is a boundless realm martial artist. If even he is being controlled. Yu Mengli was very astonished by Yi Yuan's conjecture. Yi Yuan nodded and said this matter probably can't shake off relations with the divine realm. It's just that no idea what force is manipulating behind and also what kind of objective there is. These people stirring up so many things in the lower realms, what they are coveting is probably huge. Looks like these few years, the divine realm isn't that calm either. Those years during the previous lives Yi Yuan was at the divine realm, the various top forces were basically all in a state of equilibrium. Even if there were clashes occasionally, it was also just some small issues. The Medicine King Hall's destruction was likely the most sensational thing that happened these few years in the divine realm. Yet, there were people inciting a war between two worlds and collecting sanguine power. What they were coveting was probably not small. Yi Yuan guessed that such an incident happening between the fierce Gale world and Endless world was likely not an exception. In the other small worlds, there were probably also quite a number of such incidents that happened. But even if he had some conjectures, Yi Yuan was also strong in will, only lacking in power right now. His strength had already roughly reached the pinnacle in the lower realms. But when placed in the divine realm, it was just the start. Much still remained to be done. 3 days later, the great battle was concluded. Chu Shi led the Tranquil Cloud sect great army and pursued for a distance of 10,000 miles, eliminating nearly half of the fierce Gale world martial artists. The moment a sovereign was enraged, corpses floated for 10,000 miles. The present Yi Yuan was already the Endless world's well-deserving sovereign. Through this battle, the Tranquil Cloud sect's fame exploded in the entire Endless world, immediately spreading throughout the entire Endless world. Fully exterminating 20 over fierce Gale world divine traversing realm powerhouses. Defeating the fierce Gale world's million-strong great army with a 40,000 army. Who else in the Endless world could create such glorious military exploits apart from Yi Yuan? And just as Yi Yuan expected, through this campaign, the Endless world martial artists' confidence was established once again. Major and minor forces everywhere emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These forces carried out frenzied counterattacks on the fierce Gale world. For some time, the Endless world became battlefronts everywhere. Of course, this battle made the Tranquil Cloud sect's reputation soar even more. The forces and itinerant cultivators that came forth to join the Tranquil Cloud sect were too many to count. But Yi Yuan was not concerned with these mundane affairs. There were naturally people like Chu Shi they all to go and manage. This Deer Cry city was just a temporary residential place. Yi Yuan's thoughts were still placed on Wufang City. Recuperating for a few days, Yi Yuan gave the order for the army to set off and rush straight for Wufang City. The night before the army moved out, the moon was bright with few stars. Yi Yuan was currently enjoying this hard-to-come-by peace. Yi Yuan, you don't have to worry. Uncle and auntie, they are good people who will be blessed by heaven. They will be fine. Yu Mengli was a quick-witted girl. Even though Yi Yuan did not show it all along these few days, she knew that Yi Yuan's inner heart was anxious constantly. If not for this, with Yi Yuan's disposition, he would not let Chu Shi they all be so heavy-handed towards the fierce Gale world's great army either. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed as he said, I secretly swore in my heart before to not let my kin suffer any harm again. Yet, I still didn't accomplish it in the end. Yu Mengli said, you've already done sufficiently well. Zhao Tianyin, they all are the main culprits. It was all my fault. If I knew it would be like this long ago, I should have directly killed him back then. Yi Yuan turned around to look at Yu Mengli. He said with a smile, Lier, you're thoughtful and understanding. How can this matter be blamed on you? I know that you wanted to leave Zhao Tianyin for me to dispose of personally. I can't even wait to thank you. Why would I blame you? Yu Mengli's face turned red, but said, These few days, I see that you have no appetite for food and drinks. I'm really quite worried about you. Some things, saying it out might be a little more alleviating instead. Yi Yuan said with a smile, thanks a lot for Leo's concern. I'm fine. Yi Yuan looked straight at Yu Mengli, but it made a blush appear on her face, and she could not resist nodding and lowering her eyebrows in an obeisant manner. Under the contrast of the moonlight, Yu Mengli's beauty was unparalleled. Even Yi Yuan also had no choice but to admit that this woman made him somewhat moved. For a moment, the atmosphere became rather ambiguous. Heh, to dare snatch my Zhou Yan's woman, really tired of living. Not far away, a youth tore apart the void directly and revealed his figure, thoroughly shattering this ambiguous atmosphere. And that thick jealousy and killing intent in his words could not be concealed no matter what. Yi Yuan and Yu Menli's expressions changed at the same time. Someone was spying on them in the void and not a single one of them actually discovered it. Zhou Yan, why is it you? Yu Mengli turned pale with fear. Zhou Yan did not pay attention to Yu Mengli. Instead, his gaze stared dead at Yi Yuan. Facing this Zhou Yan, Yi Yuan practically felt like he was almost asphyxiating. The other party's might was simply not what the present Yi Yuan could contend with. Zhou Yan looked at Yi Yuan. A bundle of flames suddenly leaped out from his eyes. Don't! Yu Mengli screamed in fear and unleashed the power of the moonlight heavenly eye without any hesitation. Boom! Even with the power of the moonlight heavenly eye neutralizing, it still did not block this attack of Zhou Yan's. The air around Yi Yuan suddenly exploded, blasting him flying out directly. Poowork! Yi Yuan clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood immediately. Yu Mengli already blocked most of the attack for Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan was still beaten to heavy injuries. Vast Sun Flameheart Pupil. Very good. I'll remember this. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said. Zhou Yan gave Yi Yuan a glance rather surprisedly and said coolly. A measly little aboriginal actually knows the Vast Sun Flameheart Pupil. Looks like the things Lear told you are really quite a fair bit. But do you think that your threat is effective on me? Zhou Yan was filled with enmity towards Yi Yuan, revealing his killing intent. Ugh! Yu Mengli suddenly held her face with her hand, her expression revealing a pained state. Zhou Yan could not help being greatly alarmed when he saw the situation and hurriedly said, Lear, what's wrong with you? Don't come over, Yu Mengli reproached lightly. But Zhou Yan completely ignored Yu Mengli's warning and wanting to come over and support her very overbearingly. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. A sharp dagger was already pressed on Yu Mengli's neck, but the hand holding the dagger was her own. Zhou Yan only stopped his footsteps when he saw. Her expression was dark as she said, Zhou Yan, if you dare touch him, I'll die in front of you. Zhou Yan's expression fell, and he said, Lear, what's the meaning of this? Our engagement was fixed by the two Zhou and you family's family heads. That's their problem. What has it got to do with me? Yu Mengli said with an obstinate look. Seeing Yu Mengli's attitude, Zhou Yan was unable to contain his anger and said, Yu Mengli, how am I, Zhou Yan, not good enough for you? In terms of background, I'm the noble son of a rank 1 Holy Land. In terms of strength, I'm also sufficient to rank in the top 10 among the Divine Realm's young generation. Could it be that I still can't compare to a lower realm's aboriginal in your heart? The ambiguity between Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli earlier. Zhou Yan took it all into his eyes. Nothing gave him a greater blow than such a scene. In his view, Yi Yuan was merely an aboriginal. At most, he was a genius martial artist among aboriginals. But in his perspective as a Divine Realm's young generation's pinnacle powerhouse, Yi Yuan was a trash, the lowest among the lowest. Zhou Yan was simply unable to accept Yu Mengli liking an aboriginal rather than him, this fact. Hence, he wanted to kill Yi Yuan virtually without giving the chance to explain it all just now. Hearing Zhou Yan's words, Yu Mengli could not help looking at Yi Yuan. Her face flushed red. How is there that sort of relation that Zhou Yan said between her and Yi Yuan? But this scene landing in Zhou Yan's eyes was a tremendous mockery. I'm going to kill this aboriginal today and sever this notion of yours. As he said, the look in Zhou Yan's eyes danced once again. Clearly, he was going to unleash the Vast Sun Flameheart Pupil's move. You dare! The dagger in Yu Mengli's hand pierced a little deeper. A wisp of fresh blood ran down along the dagger, dripping onto her blouse, appearing shocking. Zhou Yan's expression involuntarily changed, but the flames in his eyes died down. Yu Mengli's action put him at a complete loss on what to do. Zhou Yan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Lear, even if you're able to stop me from making a move today, you also can't possibly guard against me for a lifetime. You should know our Zhou family's strength. Wanting to kill a lower realms aboriginal is too easy. Also, even if I don't take action today, do you think that Uncle Yu will freely allow his own daughter to fall for an aboriginal? You should be clear, it's impossible. Between you guys. If Uncle Yu knows your affairs, even if I don't take action, he would probably not leave it unchecked either, right?" Lear's entire body involuntarily trembled when she heard that. Lear turned her head and gave Yi Yuan a complicated look, then suddenly say, "Zhou Yan, actually, there isn't anything between Yi Yuan and me. You misunderstood yourself." Zhou Yan's eyes narrowed. Clearly, he did not believe Lear's words. "Lear, are you insulting my intelligence?" Lear suddenly shook her head with a stern countenance and said, "I'm not insulting your intelligence. It's you yourself who didn't figure out the situation. Yi Yuan, he is my good friend that I got acquainted with in the lower realms, and also the only alchemist who can treat the terminal illness in my body. If you kill him, it will be equivalent to killing me." Zhou Yan said with a cold sneer, "Just the alchemy emperors in the divine realm are abundant. Could it be that they all added up still can't compare to an aboriginal brat?" Lear said, "They really can't compare. I believe that you've already heard these few years my body's condition has been deteriorating steadily. For this, Father invited many alchemy emperors to treat me, but not a single one was able to diagnose where my ailment lied. Nevertheless, I encountered Yi Yuan. Not only did he diagnose where my ailment lied, he even gave the treatment method. In this world, there might only be him alone who can treat my illness. You killing him is no different from killing me." Zhou Yan clearly did not believe Yu Mengli's words and said with a cold laugh, "He, an aboriginal brat, is actually even more formidable than those alchemy emperors?" But Lear did not put down the dagger in her hand and said coolly, "Zhou Yan, I'll go back with you. I'll tell you now, my malady is caused by two kinds of spirit physiques tearing my divine soul. After returning to the divine realm, you can invite an alchemy emperor to come forward and diagnose me. If anyone is able to treat my illness, I have nothing to say either if you touch Yi Yuan again. But if you kill him, I'd also lose the hope to live on. But before dying, I'll tell Father that you caused my death. This aftermath, you bear it yourself." Hearing Lear's words, Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he said, "Are you threatening me?" Leah said with a cold smile, "What a joke. You want to kill the person who is saving my life, but say that I'm threatening you. Zhou Yan, aren't you too overbearing?" Zhou Yan's expression flickered incessantly as he looked at Yi Yuan, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I promise you not to kill him for the time being. After returning, I'll let Father invite Master Quan Xingzi to come and treat you. If I discover that you're bluffing me today, you should know the consequences." When Yu Mengli heard Quan Xingzi's name, her heart involuntarily palpitated. This Quan Xingzi was the Divine Realm Alchemist Association's Lord Vice-Chairman. His alchemy path strength was exceedingly high. Yu Mengli did not think that Zhou Yan would actually lay down such capital. She could not resist looking over at Yu Yuan, but Yu Yuan gave her a steady glance. Not knowing why, this glance instantly calmed Yu Mengli's heart right down. Zhou Yan looked at Yi Yuan with unspeakable jealousy and fury. Even since the first time he laid eyes on Yu Mengli, he was awestruck by her fairy-like looks. But all the way until now, Yu Mengli had not given him a kind expression before. What was given to him was all precaution and vigilance. But the thing that he did not obtain, Yi Yuan actually obtained all of it. As for Yu Mengli's words, Zhou Yan did not believe it all. Master Quan Xingzi was a peak alchemy emperor. He did not believe that Master Quan Xingzi personally taking action would be unable to treat the so-called terminal illness on Yu Mengli's body. At that time, see what reasons Yu Mengli still had to prevent him from killing him. Zhou Yan looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Brat, you best pray that Master Quan Xingzi can't treat Lia's injuries. Otherwise, you'll die very miserably." Yi Yuan did not speak the entire time. Before having sufficient strength, all threats were nonsense. But the humiliation that Zhou Yan brought to him today, he remembered it profoundly. Regarding Zhou Yan's threat, Yi Yuan did not have too much of an indication. His mind stirred, and he let Yi Qing out. Yi Qing, Lier needs some Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid, Yi Yuan said to Yi Qing. Oh, here. Yi Qing took out some Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid very generously, but became very vigilant against the Zhou Yan whose depths could not be perceived. Yi Yuan received the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid and came right in front of Yu Mengli, saying, "Thank you very much for your life-saving grace. However, I assure you, this is the last time. Open up." Yu Mengli took a look at Yi Yuan, opening her mouth very obediently. Yi Yuan did not say much. He just poured the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid into her mouth. The Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid entered her abdomen. But Yu Mengli's divine soul, which was being torn just now, became much better off. Her expression also became rosy. From start to end, Yi Yuan's expression was calm. But Yu Mengli knew that Zhou Yan's actions earlier had thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Perhaps in Zhou Yan's eyes, Yi Yuan was only an aboriginal. But Yu Mengli knew that he possessed even more heaven-defying talent than the divine realm's geniuses. Today's setback would only make Yi Yuan rise up more quickly. Zhou Yan took all of this into his eyes but did not stop anything. He was no fool. Earlier, after Yu Mengli employed the power of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye, her entire person became worn out and her complexion became very pale. Drinking the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid that Yi Yuan brought over at this time, Yu Mengli's complexion immediately became much better. Looks like Yu Mengli seemed to have really gotten some disease and was unable to make use of the power of the Moonlight Heavenly Eye. At this moment, he could not help believing Yu Mengli's words a little more. "Boy, I'm speaking to you. Didn't you hear?" Yi Yuan's disregard made Zhou Yan feel very enraged. In his view, when Yi Yuan faced him, it should be trembling in fear and trepidation, even kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Yet Yi Yuan's reaction was too quiet. Quiet until it made him actually get a little indescribably flustered. This sort of feeling was seriously too bizarre. Yi Yuan still did not pay attention to Zhou Yan. He turned his head and said to Yi Qing, "Yi Qing, from today onwards, you'll go to the divine realm together with Li Er. Remember, you mustn't let her out of your sight." Yi Qing was very ignorant about worldly affairs. But he had also detected that the present atmosphere was kind of odd. This young man in front of him was too powerful. He had already evolved to Tier 7 but still felt that the other party was unfathomable. Seeing Yi Yuan say it solemnly, Yi Qing nodded and said, "You set your mind at ease. What I promised you, I'll definitely accomplish it." Yi Yuan nodded his head. Although the time they stayed together was not long, he was still very trusting of Yi Qing. Following that, Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head around and said to Zhou Yan, "Carefully put away that arrogance of yours. If you want the Yu family and Zhou family to have an all-out war, you can feel free to kill me now." Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he said with a snicker, "What a laughable aboriginal. Do you think that you can make this young master scared with a few words?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Not only does Lear possess the Moonlight Heavenly Eye physique, but she's also even burdened with the innate battle soul physique. You killing me is equal to ruining the only hope the Yu family has to rise up. Do you think that the Yu family will have an all-out war with your Zhou family or not? What innate battle soul physique? Truly absurd nonsense. Even in the divine realm, the innate battle soul physique was only known by an extremely small number of people as well. And this extremely small number of people clearly did not include Zhou Yan. Yi Yuan sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "Ignorant and ill-informed. You can go back and ask Shoujia what the innate battle soul physique is." Even though Quan Xingzi, that fellow, is a little pedantic, he can still discern the innate battle soul physique. A terrifying aura undulated out. Zhou Yan had yet to make a move, and the entire space actually started to warp. "How can an aboriginal like you dare to address my father's name directly without honorifics?" Zhou Yan said it word by word. Yi Yuan felt like he was almost suffocating. But his face still had an indifferent look as he said nonchalantly, "People adopt names to be called. What do I call him if not Shoujia? If you have the capabilities, kill me right now. Otherwise, Put that away from me. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yu Mengli was so anxious that her heart was almost about to leap out. She really did not expect that Yi Yuan actually dared to incite Zhou Yan like this. Once Zhou Yan really got angry, even at her prime, she could not stop him too. Yi Yuan's pride was even above her expectations. Facing Zhou Yan, this sort of peerless powerhouse, Yu Mengli thought that Yi Yuan would have some restraint and tolerate for some time. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of tolerating at all, but chose to give tit for tat. Zhou Yan's expression flickered erratically. The entire space started twisting and warping under his aura. He was seriously unable to tolerate an aboriginal actually being so insolent in front of him. But if what Yi Yuan said was true, he really could not handle the two families having an all-out war, this sort of thing. The divine realm's various forces mutually restricted each other and could not tolerate the slightest bit of mistake. Even his father, Zhou Jia, also tread as if on thin ice. Suddenly, the aura on Zhou Yan's body was put away, and he said with Yi Yuan with a cold voice, "Today, I'll spare your little life on account of Liu's face. Wait until we return to the divine realm. We'll naturally know if what you said is true or false. At that time, you wouldn't be able to fly away even if you had wings." Finished talking. Zhou Yan suddenly unleashed the vast sun flame heart pupil. Boom! Yi Yuan was sent flying out directly, spewing out a mouthful of blood once more. Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli and Yi Qing cried out in a chorus. Relax, he won't die. I just planted the vast sun flame heart pupil's mark on his body. If there are other people who can treat your illness, he naturally doesn't have the need to remain in this world anymore. Lear, we should go, Zhou Yan said coldly. Finished talking. Zhou Yan rend with one hand and actually broke apart space directly, manifesting a huge door. Yu Mengli was worried about Yi Yuan's safety, but Zhou Yan did not give her time to stay. Yi Yuan clutched his chest and stood up. Gasping for air, he said, "Relax, I won't die. Wait for me in the divine realm." Yu Mengli had tears running down her face as she nodded her hand and following Zhou Yan into the spatial passageway. Yi Qing gave Yi Yuan a glance rather worriedly and said somberly, "Take care, Yi Yuan." After the three people entered the spatial passageway, that huge door disappeared along with it too, as if Zhou Yan had never appeared before. Yi Yuan stared at the space which had already recovered back to how it was and was silent for a long time. "My lord, are you all right? My lord, you're injured. Who is it?" To actually be able to heavily wound His Excellency. Shushur and the rest had an after sensation and felt that this place seemed to have some activities, so they hurried over. Who knew that upon looking, Yi Yuan was actually beaten to severe injuries and they could not help turning pale with fright. They all knew Yi Yuan's strength now. To be able to beat Yi Yuan until like this and cause such a small commotion, how powerful a strength did the other party have to have? Being struck by the vast sun flame heart pupil in succession, Yi Yuan was also faint and weak at this time. It's fine. Help me to the hidden chamber. The army postponed departure for 3 days. Family head that Yi Yuan has been pressing on with an overwhelming momentum the entire way. He is already closing in on Wufang City. At the city lord manor of Wufang City, Shangguan Wenrui was sitting composedly. A Shangguan family's divine traversing realm powerhouse was currently reporting the movements of Yi Yuan's great army at this time. Shangguan Wenrui smiled and said, "Just a puny little Yi Yuan. No matter how strong he is, can he still match our 10 great half-step boundless powerhouses?" That subordinate was rather perplexed. Family head was clearly still burning with anxiety yesterday. Why did he have an indifferent appearance today? The news of the million-strong great army being defeated was transmitted over. The entire Wufang City was on tenterhooks. As the main commander invading the endless world, Shangguan Wenrui was like an ant on a hot pan a few days back, pacing around anxiously. Yi Yuan's great army had 2 powerhouses with unfathomable strength. Just using one attack, they obliterated all the divine traversing realm powerhouses. This was the news brought back by the great army which came back in defeat. In comparison, the news of Yi Yuan killing Shui Hongfei alone did not appear that astounding. Very clearly, what Shangguan Wenrui dreaded were those 2 mighty powerhouses. But what kind of situation was this today? Family head, according to what the troops who came back in defeat said, those 2 powerhouses' strength were overwhelming. Annihilating divine traversing realm powerhouses doesn't need the slightest effort at all. Could it be that family head isn't worried at all? The subordinate could not help asking curiously. Shangguan Wenrui stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Powerhouse? What powerhouse? Ha ha ha." The subordinate was speechless. He really could not figure out where family head's confidence came from. "All right, you set your mind at ease. Wait until Yi Yuan comes, I'll definitely make him never return," Shangguan Wenrui said with a loud chortle. Several days later, Yi Yuan pressed on all the way like splitting a bamboo, routing the fierce Gale World Great Army along the way utterly. Finally, the army approached Wufang City. Currently, this grand and magnificent large city was still the same city, but no longer held by the same people. Yi Yuan initially thought that along the way, there would be experts from the three sects coming over to join him. However, such a long time passed, but Yi Yuan did not encounter a single person. This made a trace of foreboding premonition arise in his heart. His commotion along the way was massive. Logically speaking, there had to be some powerhouses who heard the news and came over. Then there were only two types of possibilities. One was that they went to hide in an extremely remote place and were unable to obtain the Endless World's news. The other type was, these people were already completely wiped out, maybe even. The last type of outcome Yi Yuan did not even dare to go and think. If it really happened, then even if he skinned Zhao Tianyin alive, it made no difference too. The top of Wufang City's walls, an elderly person was facing Yi Yuan across a distance. It was precisely Shangguan Wenrui. "Yi Yuan, I really didn't expect that in just a short 2 to 3 years' time you actually have the qualifications to be on equal footing with me already. Even though I don't know why His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, wanted to let you go back then, without a doubt, that was the greatest mistake that he made," Shangguan Wenrui said. "Oh? Looks like my battle with Zhao Qing'an back then, you were watching the fight by the side too." Yi Yuan figured out the links in between very quickly. Shangguan Wenrui did not have the intention of hiding either. He nodded his head and said, "That's right. With your talent, if we can't become friends, you must be erased. I thought that with His Majesty the Wind Emperor moving out personally you were dead for sure. Who knew that later on? News actually spread out that you escaped alive, making me quite astonished," Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Not that Zhao Tianyin didn't want to, but he couldn't accomplish it. However, wait until I take care of you all. I'll naturally go and find him to settle this score. Shangguan Wenrui laughed and said, "Hoo, at this sort of time, do you still want to assume the majesty of the tiger? Your natural endowments are pretty good, but your cultivation realm is still a little low in the end. Do you think that you can contend with the entire fierce Gale world by yourself?" Yi Yuan was stupefied and said rather bewilderedly, "Assuming the majesty of the tiger?" Shangguan Wenrui only took it as Yi Yuan playing the fool and said with a smile, "Those two mighty experts by your side are already not around. Just the likes of you, a peak 9th level Soul C, want to overturn the raging tides? Heroes are not that easy to be." Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that and said, "So, in between this still had Zhao Tianyin playing tricks, and I was wondering, looks like this feud is growing deeper. These few days, Yi Yuan found it odd all along how Zhou Yan found you Mengli. Didn't think that there was actually still Zhao Tianyin's work in between this. Looks like he was fearful of Yu Mingli, so he thought of a way to inform the divine realm first. Yu Mingli's moonlight heavenly eye was too conspicuous and very easy to identify. Even if Zhao Tianyin did not recognize the moonlight heavenly eye, the divine realm people behind him definitely knew. Therefore, there was that spectacle several days back. This Zhao Tianyin was truly abominable to the extreme. Shangguan Wenrui smiled and said, "Truly, the young ones are unbridled. Just based on your current strength, could it be that you wish to contend with a boundless realm powerhouse?" Yi Yuan already recovered his cool at this time and said nonchalantly, "That isn't what you should worry about. You better think about how to cross this hurdle today." Shangguan Wenrui burst into laughter and said, "Without those two super powerhouses, I really don't know where your self-confidence comes from to dare be so cocky in front of me. You take a look at who they are." Shangguan Wenrui showed a hand gesture. A group of people was brought up to the top of the city walls. When Yi Yuan saw that group of people, His expression involuntarily darkened. Renqingchuan, Qin Hongtao, Ningyixian, Jingxian. One familiar face after another made Yi Yuan's face unable to resist convulsing. When his gaze landed on the last person, he could not help being stunned. Qi Hai. Qi Hai was a half-step boundless realm powerhouse. He actually fell into the enemy's hands in Wufang City too? Was the fierce Gale world's strength this formidable? But Yi Yuan knew that Shangguan Wenrui was a genuine half-step boundless realm. Yi Yuan looked at those formerly high and mighty endless world powerhouses on the top of city walls. They actually all ended up as the fierce Gale world's captives. Each and every one of them had their dantians sealed currently and were trussed up tightly. Don't talk about how embarrassing that appearance was. Shangguan Lingyun pointed at those people behind and said coolly, Shangguan Yunrong and Shangguan Lingyun both died at your hands. Because of you, my Shangguan family's strength had heavy losses. The heaven has eyes to send you in front of me. Shangguan Wenrui was clearly that sort of people with extremely scheming minds. Even though he hated Yi Yuan tremendously already, he was calm and collected when speaking. One could not perceive the rage in his heart at all. Only now did Yi Yuan know that turns out this old man in front of him was the Shangguan family's family head. Shangguan Wenrui said with a smile, Yi Yuan, do you see this Wufang City's grand array? Why don't we play a game, how about that? Yi Yuan did not speak, quietly waiting for what followed, wanting to take a look at what this fellow was trying to accomplish. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not reply, Shangguan Wenrui continued, this Wufang City's grand array was left by the Grand Yen True sect who sealed the realm passageway back then. Its might is incomparably powerful. Starting from now, I'll kill a person every 10 breaths of time, all the way until you breach the grand array. How is it? Yi Yuan was stunned. Was this guy a moron? You don't need to count. I'm coming right in. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished on the spot. When it appeared again, it actually arrived in front of Renqingchuan they all already. The city-protecting grand array which Shangguan Wenrui pinned high hopes on actually did not have the slightest effect. The falling petals which covered the skies drifted about. Those divine traversing realm powerhouses guarding the prisoners were directly obliterated by Yi Yuan like this. Then Yi Yuan's mind stirred, putting these people away into the vast heaven pagoda. All of this was done in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Shangguan Wenrui was still in shock and actually did not react in time. One had to know that in order to crack this Wufang City's grand array, they had prepared for a very long time. Furthermore, they did not leak any information at all beforehand, dispatching 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses for a surprise raid before breaching the grand array. After the matter, they mobilized over 10 Tier 5 array masters before restoring this grand array. Even though it did not reach the power when it was at its peak, it at least had 80% power too. But this grand array actually could not even accomplish stopping Yi Yuan for a moment? Surely this is all a dream, right? People have to pay the price for their own stupidity. The thing that you rely on is utterly worthless before me, Yi Yuan said coolly. How is this possible? Shangguan Wenrui was still unbelievably shocked right now. Yi Yuan said, you know that this grand array was left behind by the Grand Yen True sect, but you don't know that the Grand Yen True sect's legacy is in my hands. How can a mere city protecting grand array stop me? What? You acquired the Grand Yen True sect's inheritance. Shangguan Wenrui exclaimed in shock. The Shangguan Wenrui at this moment was like a clown. He wanted to let Yi Yuan see his kin and friends die one by one in front of him, that sort of pain. But then he discovered that he was actually lifting a rock to smash his own feet. This sect-protecting grand array was even worse than paper. How could Shangguan Wenrui have thought that all of the Grand Yen True sect's grand arrays were born from the Array Formation's 3 volumes? Although this city-protecting grand array was a quasi-tier 6 grand array, it was still only a part of the Array Formation's 3 volumes. How could such a thing stop Yi Yuan's footsteps? Shangguan Wenrui had the bearing of a fierce and ambitious person too. After the shock, he calmed down very quickly and said with a cold snort, humph. So what even if you acquired the Grand Yen True sect's inheritance? Today, this Wufang City will be your burial ground. All come out for me. 9 figures suddenly flew out from inside the city, bringing an outrageous aura. These 9 figures were actually all half-step boundless realm. Half-step boundless was absolutely in existence, which showed disdain on all life in the endless world. This point, just think about how powerful Chi-Hai was back then and one would know. But now 10 of such half-step boundless powerhouses actually came out all at once. Such a lineup was seriously too extravagant. Only at this time did Yi Yuan know why even Chi-Hai could not escape. Previously, he heard that it was 10 great peak 9th level divine traversing powerhouses who suddenly raided Wufang City. Yi Yuan was still rather uncertain. Looking at it now, it was simply an error in the rumors. Wufang City's fall was too sudden. The titans in the city were rounded up in one fell sweep. No accurate news was spread out at all. The intel spread out were all derived through countless times of development. In the eyes of the endless world martial artists, 10 peak divine traversing realm powerhouses were already absolutely powerful existences under this heaven. How could they imagine that the fierce Gale world actually had 10 half-step boundless realm powerhouses? Such a lineup, those martial artists passing on the message did not even dare to think about it. 10 half-step boundless realms joining hands to crack the array. How was there the logic of this Wufang city protecting Grand Array not cracking? Wufang City's history was even longer than the Grand Yen True Sects. In the era where the Grand Yen True Sect dominated the endless world, Wufang City spent a huge sum to invite the Grand Yen True Sect to lay down the city-protecting Grand Array anew. However, even though this city-protecting Grand Array was powerful, it could not possibly stop 10 half-step boundless realm powerhouses too. Even in the Grand Yen True Sects era, the endless world could not bring out such a horrifying lineup either. Yi Yuan, looks like I still really underestimated you. However, it ends here too, Shangguan Wenrui said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I already said, you have to pay the price for your stupidity. Do you think that I'm able to stand here merely by relying on the strength of those 2 friends? Today, I'll let you know how much more you've bitten off than you can chew. Ha ha ha. I want to see just how you let me know that I've bitten off more than I can chew. Do you think that you can beat our 10 half-step boundless realms with your strength alone? 10 half-step boundless realms. Even this was an absolutely powerful force when placed in the fierce Gale world, let alone to talk about dealing with a peak 9th level soul sea brat. Yi Yuan's heroic words, in his view, was synonymous with not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Hehe, a couple of half-step boundless realms that relied on sanguine power to train. What difference is there from paper tigers? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. His figure vanished on the spot once more, speeding towards one of the half-step boundless realm with extreme speed. While revolving his skill, Yi Yuan suddenly released his aura fully. Origin Spirit 9 transformations instantly erupted, breaking through to half-step divine traversing realm. Flame movement true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan roared. His fist already arrived. Yi Yuan's momentum was immensely great. But half-step boundless realms were half-step boundless realms. Their reactions naturally could not be compared to ordinary people either. That half-step boundless realm likewise hurled a fist out. The 2 attacks underwent a frontal collision directly in the air. Boom! Yi Yuan's figure abruptly stopped like a fixed spring. While that half-step boundless realm powerhouses was actually smacked down by Yi Yuan from the air directly, smashing heavily onto the ground. The might of one fist was overwhelming to the max. Seeing this punch of Yi Yuan, Shangguan Wenrui's expression could not help changing. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually daunting to this sort of extent. Just 9th level Soul C and he could actually occupy the absolute initiative in a showdown with a half-step boundless realm powerhouse already. Only at this time did Shangguan Wenrui realize that this young man before his eyes truly had the strength to threaten his life. If he faced off with him directly just now, what the outcome would be like was really hard to tell. Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Wenrui and said coolly, these few fellows all forcefully promoted their strength. Only essence energy reached the realm of half-step boundless. Concept's comprehension doesn't reach the standard at all. Doing this not only diminishes longevity, but their cultivation in this lifetime will also end here. If I can't even beat this sort of trash, how could I dare to enter the Grand Array alone? Shangguan Wenrui's expression flickered erratically. He really did not think that Yi Yuan's strength was actually even stronger than half-step boundless. In his view, Yi Yuan was at most able to deal with 9th level divine traversing martial artists. Half-step boundless and ninth-level divine traversing were two entirely different concepts. Yi Yuan's glorious military exploits previously were all borrowing Yi Qing and Yu Mengli, the two people's strength and completely not his own true power. Seeing Yi Yuan's strength with his own eyes now, how could he not be alarmed? Is that so? Even if they forcefully increased their strength, they are also authentic half-step boundless realm powerhouses. Even if one can't beat you, then how about the 10 of us? Shangguan Wenrui said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan flashed a bright grin and said, beat you all up the same. A creature who doesn't know life from death. I'll let you see what's called a genuine half-step boundless realm. Shangguan Wenrui gave a cold laugh. His aura was fully released abruptly. Different from those 9 people, Shangguan Wenrui was a genuine half-step boundless realm expert whose strength was on par with Qi Hai's. Back then, when Qi Hai sneaked into the Shangguan Wenrui, he was wary of Shangguan Wenrui's existence. Boundless realm powerhouses controlled a small area of heaven and earth. Even though a half-step boundless realm could not achieve control in this small area of heaven and earth, they were a demigod-like existence too. With a wave of a hand, the essence energy quantity that Shangguan Wenrui mustered was entirely not what ordinary divine traversing realm martial artists could compare to. The 9 of you, attack together with me and crush this brat directly, Shangguan Wenrui said in a solemn voice. Right at this present moment, how could he still dare to look down on Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan already used his own actions to prove his might. Yes, Lord Shangguan. Even though those 9 people were half-step boundless realm experts, they seemed to obey Shangguan Wenrui's every word. Under Shangguan Wenrui's command, the 9 people surrounded Yi Yuan from different directions, blocking all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Of course, Yi Yuan did not move. With his speed, wanting to escape these 9 people's containment was still very easy to accomplish. Although these 9 people were all half-step boundless realm in terms of speed, they simply could not reach Yi Yuan's speed. Rather, even Shangguan Wenrui could barely contend with Yi Yuan a little in speed. Of course, that was also because he was an authentic half-step boundless realm powerhouses. In terms of cultivation realm, he was a major realm higher than Yi Yuan. Hoo-hoo. These sort of trash. What difference is there between 1 and 9? Yi Yuan said coolly. It was only to see his figure move, attacking like lightning. Yi Yuan's movements were incomparably strange. In a blink of an eye, he unleashed over 10 punches. 9 great half-step boundless realms were actually being held down and beaten by Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan's flame movement true dragon carnage was incomparably savage. Each blow had overwhelming momentum and immense power. If not for those 9 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses relying on their essence energy being thick, they would have long been beaten into minced meat by Yi Yuan. Seeing this sort of situation, how could Shangguan Wenrui still put up with it? Sovereign extreme sword art. The moment the sword came out, a fierce and sharp sword chi headed straight for Yi Yuan's back. Yi Yuan was currently in the midst of a fierce battle with 9 great half-step boundless realms but had some vigilance towards Shangguan Wenrui constantly. Seeing him sneak attack, he silently cursed shameless in his heart, but drew the shining sword abruptly, turning around and stabbing over with a sword. Myriad rain sword blades. Yi Yuan already had not used this move for a long time, but it did not mean that this move's power was not strong. On the contrary, along with the increase in his strength, the power of this myriad rain sword blades got increasingly more powerful. Boom! It was an intense collision. The 2 attacks were actually evenly matched. Heh, is this the pride of half-step boundless? Hiding at the back and resorting to underhanded means. Yi Yuan mocked. Shangguan Wenrui's face was already long cultivated to be thicker than a city wall. Hearing those words, he only said nonchalantly, "The victor becomes king and the loser a bandit. As long as I kill you, what does it matter what method was used?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Truly, villains work in cahoots with each other. You people and Zhao Tianyin are simply a perfect match. I heard that your Shangguan family was the previous generation's Wind Emperor. Now, being a lackey is also done with no qualms of conscience either." Shangguan Wenrui's expression fell. Yi Yuan's words clearly struck him where it hurt. The Shangguan family was a family that was abandoned. He was totally unable to resist Zhao Tianyin's domineeringness. If the Shangguan family really had any intentions of not submitting, Xiao Tianin would absolutely exterminate the Shangguan family's entire clan with merciless means. Therefore, what Shangguan Wenrui could do was to nurture the next generation to the best of his abilities and make him win in the competition for the Wind Emperor and seize back the position of Wind Emperor. Who knew that the Shangguan Lingyun he groomed painstakingly actually died at Yi Yuan's hands? How could he not hate? Enough nonsense. Do you think that the 9 of them are really as feeble as you imagine? Heh. Bring out your true capabilities and let this brat have a look. Shangguan Wenrui suddenly grinned hideously and said. Once those 9 half-step boundless realm experts received the order, the sanguine power in their bodies suddenly erupted. Each person was giving off a sinister red light all around their bodies. Those red light actually condensed to form a complete entity in the air, forming an enormous ball-shaped barrier directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. Thick sanguine power leaked out, corroding over straight towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing. He sensed that the circulation of essence energy within his body seemed to have become stagnant. Ha. Enjoy the blood prison cage well. Do you feel that your essence energy is somewhat not listening to your orders? Not only can this blood prison cage resonate with the surrounding essence energy and the essence energy within your body, but it can also even boost the 9 of their strength tremendously. To be able to force them to use this move, you can also be sufficiently proud. Shangguan Wenrui said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan's expression darkened. His figure moved, wanting to break free from this area of red domain. Yet, he suddenly discovered that his speed actually could not be mustered up. 3 figures were actually even faster than his speed, directly sealing off his exits shut. Bang! Yi Yuan directly engaged in a blow with the 3 people and was actually struck until his innards were in a turmoil. These 9 people's strength seemed to have really rose a great deal. This blood prison cage was indeed incomparably bizarre. Yi Yuan fastidiously sensed it a bit. Indeed, he discovered that his connection with the surrounding heaven-earth essence energy became much weaker. This also signified that his offensive power would weaken substantially. As for movement technique, without the support of essence energy, it would naturally be much weaker as well. Looks like these 9 people were also not absolutely without merit. This move was indeed unbelievably daunting. Falling into it was practically a certain death situation. Yi Yuan. This taste of waiting for death. How is it? Shangguan Wenrui said delightedly. Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent glance and said, You all invaded the endless world, collected sanguine power, to use for raising your own powers. This kind of utterly devoid of conscience actions. Heaven won't take you guys in. I, Yi Yuan, will put you away. Humph. Stubborn fellow. I want to see just what you rely on to take us away. Kill him for me, Shangguan Wenrui said. The 9 people received the order and attacked Yi Yuan once more. But this time, under their teamwork, their power increased greatly, and actually forced Yi Yuan back repeatedly. If not for Yi Yuan comprehending the concept of wind flow, he would probably be a corpse at this time already. These 9 people were seemingly 9 devils who came from hell, filled with sanguine qi. Even so, Yi Yuan was also in perilous danger all around and almost got hit many times. Ha. Yi Yuan, the taste of this blood prison cage is nice, right? Even if your methods are immensely formidable, without strength to unleash them, aren't you still a good-for-nothing? Yun'er was our Shangguan family's hope, and you actually dare to kill him. Today, I'll send you off to be buried with Yun'er. Shangguan Wenrui unleashed his martial technique once more without any hesitation outside the blood prison cage. Sovereign extreme sword art. Still that martial technique. But this time, the power could not be mentioned in the same breath. This was the sovereign extreme sword art's ultimate move. Being executed by Shangguan Wenrui's hands, the power was formidable until it made people feel asphyxiated. A stream of flowing light tore through the sky, entering right into the blood prison cage. The might of this sword, even through the city-protecting Grand Array, sure they all could clearly sense it too. The full power attack of a half-step boundless realm powerhouse, the might was unimaginable. Those people viewing the fight even felt the entire space trembling. Lord Yi Yuan. When Chusher saw Yi Yuan in a hopeless situation, he yelled out at the top of his voice. He leaped, wanting to rush into the Grand Array. Yet right at this time, a change suddenly occurred inside the blood prison cage. An azure streak of light gradually lit up from weak to strong. The red-colored light which originally suppressed Yi Yuan to the extreme actually became dim under this streak of azure light. Roar! The sound of a clear dragon roar reverberated throughout the entire Wu Fang city. Boom! A close-to-materializing azure colossal dragon soared up into the air, directly smashing the 9 great half-step boundless realm experts surrounding Yi Yuan into meat paste. But these 9 people's death were simply unable to stop this azure dragon in the slightest. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, that azure dragon met directly with that stream of light which tore through the sky, then collided fiercely together. Boom! At this instant, the surrounding space virtually started to distort. A massive aftershock spread out like a roaring wave, restraining all of the sounds in this world. Those fierce Gale World martial artists slightly closer were directly obliterated by this powerful aftershock without even letting out a tragic cry, while the martial artists slightly further away were overturned by waves of air billows and did not have the strength to resist at all. Crack! 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 All of a sudden, cracking sounds came from the city protecting Grand Array. The power of these 2 attacks colliding actually made even the city protecting Grand Array fragment inch by inch. Boom! The city protecting Grand Array finally collapsed with a loud bang under the impact of the shockwave. The city protecting Grand Array, which had lasted for thousands of years, turned into dust just like this. Yet, the contest between these 2 attacks had not ended yet. The Azure Dragon was released by Yi Yuan after. But at this time, it pushed Shangguan Wenrui's attack back. Finally, this almost materialized Azure Dragon thoroughly crushed Shangguan Wenrui's attack. Then, wrapped in a formidable power, it galloped towards Shangguan Wenrui. Shangguan Wenrui was long frightened silly by Yi Yuan's attack already. This attack was too powerful. Powerful until it made him, his half-step boundless realm, give birth to fear in his heart. Virtually without any hesitation, Shangguan Wenrui turned around and fled. However, how could his speed compete against the Azure Dragons? This Azure Dragon was seemingly something with a soul. It actually attacked Shangguan Wenrui with an even greater speed. Bang! Shangguan Wenrui was directly plowed into by the Azure Dragon's colossal head. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a cough, his body falling down weakly. The 9 great half-step boundless realms being killed, that terrifying blood prison cage naturally collapsed on itself too. Yi Yuan's figure moved, arriving in front of Shangguan Wenrui. Give you a chance. Say my parents' whereabouts and I'll make it painless for you. Don't harbor any hopes of getting lucky in your heart. My methods of torturing people are absolutely much more horrifying than you imagine. Yi Yuan said coolly. Hearing that voice of Yi Yuan's, which seemed to have come from the underworld, Shangguan Wenrui could not help shuddering. He could discern that thick killing intent in Yi Yuan's words. However, Shangguan Wenrui was aware that he was certain to be killed, so he did not really mind Yi Yuan's killing intent. He never could have thought that Yi Yuan could unleash such a peerlessly powerful blow. That attack earlier already infinitely approached boundless realm. Right then just now, Shangguan Wenrui clearly perceived that the heavenly Tao had a trace of undulation and almost rained down heavenly tribulation. Shangguan Wenrui even felt that it was not that the might of this palm stopped here, but Yi Yuan deliberately suppressing the power and not letting it break through the limits of the endless world. If it was really like this, then Yi Yuan's strength was simply too terrifying. One could say that he was an invincible existence under boundless realm. How could a Soul Sea realm martial artist possibly unleash such a horrifying martial technique? Spirit rank Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm. That move earlier was precisely the Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm released with Spirit rank Dragon Wave that Yi Yuan comprehended recently. Even before Yi Yuan comprehended it, he also did not expect that the Spirit rank Coiling Dragon Heaven Devastating Palm would actually be so powerful. Indeed, for the dragon race to be able to become the leader racial group among the demon races, they were not an ordinary kind of strong. Yi Yuan seemed to have extraordinary talent in the comprehension of Dragon Wave. Just before the army moved out this time, after Yi Yuan's injuries healed, he finally broke through the shackles of Heaven rank, achieving Spirit rank Dragon Wave, and Yi Yuan had a feeling that this Spirit rank Dragon Wave seemed to be a watershed. Between heaven rank and spirit rank was seemingly the division between immortal and mortal. The disparity was too great. Earlier, Yi Yuan had indeed intentionally suppressed the power of the dragon wave. Otherwise, it would likely really draw the heavenly tribulation. With Yi Yuan's present strength, calling down the heavenly tribulation was no different from seeking death. Haha, what's the harm in telling you? Your parents have already been sent to the central capital. If you have the capabilities, go to the fierce gale world and rescue them back. Shangguan Wenrui said with his mouth full of blood. Yi Yuan's expression fell, and he thought to himself that it was indeed so. Looks like Zhao Tianyin had long guessed that I wouldn't die that easily and wanted to use my parents to threaten me. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Zhao Tianyin isn't as simple as you think. Moreover, with your parents in his hands, you're not his match at all. Haha. I know that you'll definitely go and save your parents. Even if I can't kill you, Zhao Tianyin will also kill you. Yi Yuan, you can't escape the word death. In the end, Shangguan Wenrui cursed venomously. Noisy. Yi Yuan slapped a palm over again, ending Shangguan Wenrui's life. This fellow still did not forget to curse him when facing imminent death. Really did not know life from death. But Yi Yuan had no choice but to admit that the current situation was rather troublesome, and he was also very worried about Yi Hang and Ren Hongling's safety. Zhao Tianyin, this fellow indeed, had the demeanor of a fierce and ambitious person. Once he faced his adversary squarely, it was simply taking every conceivable possibility into account. Now that Yi Hang and Ren Hongling landed in his hands, Yi Yuan was somewhat hesitant in taking action. In the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan released all the saved people from inside the vast heaven pagoda and removed the restrictions on their bodies one by one. With Yi Yuan's current strength, even if Chi-Hai they all knew that the vast heaven pagoda was in his hands, he did not need to worry about anything either. This bit of restrictions was naturally not worth mentioning to him. When Chi-Hai and the rest saw Yi Yuan again, the shock in their hearts could be imagined. Yi Yuan saved them on top of city walls and faced off with those 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses. Now that Yi Yuan appeared in the City Lord Manor, that was enough to explain everything. Yi Yuan actually relied on his own strength and triumphed over 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses. This sort of battle result was seriously too astonishing. Even by pouring in all of the endless world's strength, they were also unable to defeat those 10 people. But Yi Yuan was merely just at the peak 9th level Soul Sea right now, and he actually did it. Just how formidable to what degree was the current Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan, apologies. I didn't protect your father and mother well. Chi-Hai's words revealed thick self-condemnation in it. He was the endless world's strongest person and also the realm lord. He actually did not even detect the enemy's intentions, and the old nest was wiped out all at once. It was indeed an action that was very derelict of one's duties. If it were in the past, even if Chi-Hai had some self-reproach, he would not say it out like this either. But now, Yi Yuan actually already matured into a martial artist much more powerful than him. When facing Yi Yuan, Chi-Hai's tiny bit of superiority feeling already vanished without a trace. The present Yi Yuan was the endless world's strongest person. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Forget it. Worrying over these now is not very useful either." Zhao Tianyin intentionally schemed against those who had no intention of doing so. Wufang City being breached is also something within expectations. Even Yi Yuan himself also did not think that Zhao Tianyin could actually create 9 half-step boundless realm experts. So from the very beginning, the outcome of Wufang City falling into the enemy's hands was destined. After everyone sat down, Yi Yuan sat at the seat of honor position. There, represented the position of the strongest person. Now that the fierce gale world's great army had severe losses in the endless world, they already can't stir up much of a wave anymore. From today onwards, you all start to proceed with counterattacks. But the fierce gale world's loss is already fixed and they have already suffered due punishment. So don't commit too many killings. Those who are willing to surrender, gather them together first. Then group them up and send them back to the fierce gale world. Yi Yuan instructed with the bearing of a sovereign. Yes, Lord Yi Yuan. Ning Yixin clasped his hands and said. Unknowingly, a change also occurred with Ning Yixin's attitude towards Yi Yuan. Even the term of address changed. This was the pressure that a true powerhouse gave people. In the world of martial artists, it has always been the strong who reigned supreme. Your strength is powerful, other people will submit to you wholeheartedly. Your strength is weak, others won't even be inclined to give you a glance. Regardless whether it was looking at strength or achievements, Yi Yuan was fully deserving of the word Lord. Before Yi Yuan exited the God-prohibited demon region, the endless world could be said to have already been fully occupied by the enemy. It was Yi Yuan overturning the raging tides alone, killing off all the strongest fierce Gale world people in the endless world. This kind of strength, even thinking about it, made people give rise to awe and reverence in their hearts. Yi Yuan was not that sort of authentic aboriginal. He was formerly a high and lofty alchemy emperor. Towards these people's changes in mentality, he did not have any discomfort, getting into character very naturally. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that along with the increase in his strength, many friends that he could originally converse with would also gradually drift apart. Loneliness at the peak was this logic. Just like Long Tang, Nanfeng aunt and niece, they were originally all fellow apprentices at the same sect. But now even if Yi Yuan wanted to drop his attitude and get close to them, they would also feel unnatural. This was the change in status brought by strength. Even though Yi Yuan knew that Nanfeng aunt and niece already had their hearts committed to him, the disparity between their strength ordained that they were not people of the same world. Of course, Yi Yuan was not that sort of people who forget their roots. Since they were friends, Yi Yuan would definitely guide them a bit and let them have even more space to advance in the future. Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, the places that the fierce Gale world passed through were virtually all massacring the cities. But why was there not much killing when they breached Wufang City? Yi Yuan had a few simple glances in the city and discovered that Wufang City's preservation was still considered pretty intact, as if it did not get into a war. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Also, these people in front of him, Yi Yuan originally thought that they were pretty much done for. Who knew that they were only controlled? That dumb Shangguan Wenrui actually even wanted to use them to threaten him. I've heard them talk about this before. They were planning on gathering us, these people, together, and choose a time to carry out a collective sacrifice. Originally, it was also going to be carried out these few days, but didn't expect that Yi Yuan, you actually killed your way back. Qi Hai answered. Yi Yuan was enlightened. Turns out that it wasn't not taking action, it was just not yet started. Wufang City, here were all the big shots of the endless world. Each and every one of their strength was unfathomable. Once they died, using that sort of crude way to collect the sanguine power was truly too much of a waste. Therefore, that was why they had the thought of gathering them together to sacrifice. It was just that Shangguan Wenrui did not think that Yi Yuan would return domineeringly, directly crushing 10 mighty half-step boundless realms, and freeing Wufang City. Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone's faces and suddenly asked rather worriedly, "Is Brother Zihui still around?" Hearing Brother Zihui, this name, the expression on everyone's faces could not help becoming absent-minded and did not recall who Brother Zihui was for a moment. It was still Reincarnation who recovered first and hurriedly said, "Su Zihui should be fine. Soul Sea realm martial artists were imprisoned by them in the dungeons east of the city." Only after hearing Ren Xingchuan's words was Yi Yuan's suspended heart put back in its original spot. Su Zihui was father's savior. Yi Yuan owed him a huge favor. If he died, he would be very upset. Only after hearing Ren Xingchuan's words did everyone know that this Su Zihui was merely a Soul Sea realm martial artist. But everybody could not help becoming very envious. This Su Zihui could actually obtain Lord Yi Yuan's good graces. Following that, Yi Yuan personally went to the city east dungeons and released Su Zihui, and removing the restrictions on his body. When Su Zihui knew Yi Yuan's current status and strength but lowered himself to let him out of the dungeons personally, it moved him to the extreme. Later, this interlude was leaked out by goodness knows who, passing on with approbation. Lord Yi Yuan's high morality reached the clouds and did not forget old friends. This added the halo of a trace of humanity on the Yi Yuan who was later deified. After this battle, Yi Yuan gradually became the figure on top of the Endless World's altar. His fame was even greater than the Grand Yen True sects back then. While the Grand Yen True sect sacrificing the entire sect's strength to protect the Endless World's peace was touching and deserving of a song, Yi Yuan turned the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal, utterly crushing the fierce Gale world with his own strength. Such an achievement could be said to be unprecedented and unrepeatable. The martial artists who witnessed Wufang City's great battle gave Yi Yuan a Taoist title named True Dragon Heavenly Lord. After Yi Yuan ascended to the divine realm, the Endless World's martial artists spontaneously forged a monument of Yi Yuan in Wufang City in order to commemorate True Dragon Heavenly Lord Yi Yuan. Ever since then, Yi Yuan's name of True Dragon Heavenly Lord was passed down for as long as 10,000 years in the Endless World. His achievement was engraved in people's minds for generations to come. Of course, these were all the afterward. After Yi Yuan rescued Su Zihui, he gave him a large batch of medicinal pills, enough for him to cultivate to peak divine traversing realm. Following that, Yi Yuan commanded people to search everywhere for the news of the Tranquil Cloud sect's disciples. At the same time, the Endless World's counteroffensive also officially raised the curtains. But all of this had nothing to do with Yi Yuan already. Instructing everything properly, Yi Yuan started closed seclusion. The Endless World's matters were already settled, but the Fierce-Scale World's matters had not ended yet. Not eliminating Zhao Tianin, the Fierce-Scale World and Endless World would never know peace. Before going to the Fierce-Scale World, Yi Yuan must break through to the divine traversing realm. On a spacious field 1,000 miles outside of Wufang City, over 10 martial artists were waiting in full battle formation. Qi Hai, Qin Hongtao, Ning Yixian, and so on. These pinnacle powerhouses of the Endless World were currently standing guard for a young man. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, calming his spirit and focusing his mind, currently making the final preparations before breaking through. Yi Yuan had a calm expression, facing the breakthrough that was about to arrive very indifferently. However, Qi Hai and the rest each had solemn looks on their faces, as if they were the ones transcending the tribulation. The war had not ended now. Yi Yuan was the Endless World's greatest hope. There must not be any accidents. Crack! All of a sudden, a bolt out of the blue echoed. The sky that was originally clear without clouds for thousands of miles actually started to have dark clouds gathering overhead. Seeing this commotion, Qi Hai and company's expressions changed. Yi Yuan is only breaking through to the divine traversing realm here. Why would there be such a huge tumult? Even though that heavenly tribulation has yet to form completely, looking at this spectacle, it's simply even stronger than other people transcending the heavenly tribulation of boundless realm. No wonder Yi Yuan possessed such horrifying strength at the Soul Sea realm. His heavenly tribulation when breaking through is too outrageous. The commotion of Yi Yuan transcending tribulation was naturally incomparably outrageous. If not for so, how was he able to rely on the heavenly tribulation back then to smite the third-level divine traversing Shangguan Yunrong down 2 minor realms? But in Yi Yuan's view, the heavenly tribulation this time was still a little weaker compared to the last time. After all, he was breaking through the lower 3 realms' great threshold the last time. The heavenly Tao's obstruction to him was much greater than this time. Such a thing was bound to still happen when breaking through from the middle 3 realms to the upper 3 realms. This point, Yi Yuan had long been mentally prepared. This sort of advancement from breaking through the fetters of heavenly Tao was a one-time wide-margin leap in life. One was bound to suffer the heavenly Tao's merciless lashing. And Yi Yuan's strength was much greater compared to ordinary martial artists. The obstruction he received would definitely be much greater than ordinary people. Bang! 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 Frenzied lightning snakes descended in a wild dance, bombarding the place Yi Yuan was at violently. Yet, Yi Yuan's place did not have any bit of essence energy undulation. Hiss! Yi Yuan is actually using his physical body to forcefully withstand the heavenly tribulation. No, wait. He's using the heavenly tribulation to temper his fleshy body. Qi Hai muttered when he saw this scene. The way Yi Yuan transcended tribulations, the impact it brought to him was too great. He had never thought before that transcending tribulations could actually be done in this fashion. The first round of heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan actually even could not be bothered to use essence energy. Within those berserk lightning snakes, Yi Yuan was seemingly a small rowboat. But this small rowboat was as if nailed to the sea surface, not budging an inch. In the blue-violet lightning, a streak of azure light gradually lit up. Layers of azure dragon scale actually faintly birthed on Yi Yuan's skin. The lightning tribulation was getting stronger and stronger. But Yi Yuan felt that it had the trend of getting increasingly weaker. Bombarding on his body actually had less and less of a feeling. TSK, the might of the dragon race's physical body is indeed extraordinary. I wonder to what degree this fleshy body of mine can attain if I keep on strengthening it. In the heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan gasped with admiration. Very soon, the first round of heavenly tribulation passed. Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. This scene left the guarding Qi Hai and the rest speechless for a long time. They even forgot their mission for coming here today for some time. Under such a horrifying heavenly tribulation, there were actually people who could be completely unscathed. Yi Yuan, this fellow, was truly a freak. This was the thought that everyone had right now without prior consultation. That day when Yi Yuan slew 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses, they were put away into the vast heaven pagoda by Yi Yuan and did not see Yi Yuan take action at all. Yi Yuan's might was only imagined by them. But Yi Yuan transcending tribulation today, they finally saw with their own eyes that soul-stirring might of Yi Yuan, especially Qi Hai. He was already not far away from transcending tribulation and ascending. Regarding the might of heavenly tribulation, he even had a feeling faintly from forces beyond his control. He judged himself that under such a heavenly tribulation, even if he was able to transcend it, it was also very hard to do it as lightheartedly as Yi Yuan. Very soon, the second round, third round, fourth round, each wave of heavenly tribulation was fiercer than the last. But Yi Yuan transcended through all of them very easily. When it reached the fifth round, dual-colored lightning tribulation arrived as scheduled. 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation, lightning and soul dual tribulations. Seeing that scene which awed the heart, Qi Hai drew a cold breath. Qi Hai once again deeply felt that might of Yi Yuan's strength. The dual-colored lightning tribulation at this time was much more powerful than when Yi Yuan was breaking through to the Soul Sea realm. But Yi Yuan's growth in this major boundary was even more. The dual-colored lightning tribulation which heavily wounded Yi Yuan at that time did not bring him too much trouble at this time. He did not even make use of that black bead. The heavenly tribulation dissipated. The sky restored clarity again. You guys, look. What's that? Somebody suddenly screamed as if he saw something inconceivable. Everyone was still immersed in that horrifying dual-colored lightning tribulation earlier at this time and did not pay attention. Hearing that person speak, everyone could not help focusing their gazes over, but saw a faint phantom spilling out from the top of Yi Yuan's head. That faint phantom looked exactly the same as Yi Yuan. This divine soul condensing. How is this possible? He only just broke through to the divine traversing realm. Qi Hai screamed. Really didn't expect that Yi Yuan's divine soul was actually condensed to such a degree already. Just broke through to divine traversing realm, and his divine soul can actually condense a form. Ning Yixian was also unbelievably shocked. How is this possible? I've never heard before of divine traversing realm martial artists being able to condense and form their divine souls. How consolidated must Yi Yuan's divine soul be? Qin Hongtao said in amazement. No wonder he was so relaxed when crossing the soul tribulation earlier. Such a consolidated divine soul. How could that degree of soul tribulation possibly shake it? Qi Hai said. Everyone looked over, only to see that phantom Yi Yuan was seemingly a newborn child. Filled with curiosity towards this world, wandering in the air, incomparably free from inhibitions. The so-called divine traversing realm was that the martial artist's divine soul was able to roam the world and be even closer to heaven va earth. Only this way were they able to muster even more powerful heaven va earth essence energy. But for ordinary divine traversing realm martial artists, the divine soul was an intangible thing. Even if it could separate from the physical body and roam in the world, it was also unable to sustain for long. But Yi Yuan's divine soul actually condensed to take form already. This was much more powerful compared to ordinary divine traversing realm martial artists. What middle three realm martial artists emphasized on cultivating was the divine soul. The more consolidated the divine soul was, the stronger the affinity with heaven va earth essence energy. Even if they were boundless realm martial artists, they might not be able to cultivate the divine soul to the extent of condensing to take form. But Yi Yuan had just entered the divine traversing realm now, and he actually did it already. It was also no wonder that when Chi-Hai they all saw this scene, it was like seeing a ghost. Not that their experiences were few. It was truly that this sort of situation was too rare. They had never heard of it before at all. Yi Yuan's divine soul played around in the air for a while. Only when it seemed to be rather tired out did it return to Yi Yuan's body. Only at this time did Yi Yuan slowly open both eyes. The corners of his mouth could not refrain from revealing a trace of a smile. The feeling of the divine soul leaving the body. It had already been so long since he experienced it. Heavenly Sky Mountain Rage, the place where the Heavenly Sky sect in the past was, and where the Purple Mansion sect was today. The Purple Mansion sect's sect master, Himingda, could be said to be riding on the crest of success these 2 years. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for generations. At his generation, they were finally able to welcome back the powerful Wind Emperor. Himingda was rewarded substantially by the Wind Emperor because he made huge contributions. These 2 to 3 years' time, he used the Wind Emperor's rewards to break through 2 minor realms in a row. He was already a half-step divine traversing realm powerhouse. Furthermore, in the medicinal pills rewarded by the Wind Emperor, there were even medicinal pills to help him break through to the divine traversing realm. Himingda never would have dreamed that he was actually able to break through to the divine traversing realm in his remaining years. Divine traversing realm. That was that pinnaclemost group of people in the endless world. Even when placed in the northern domain, it was also sufficient to establish a sect. But Himingda naturally did not have any thoughts regarding the northern domain. After Lord Shangguan went to the northern domain, this southern domain's affairs were up to him to manage. The state of Qin, those fellows. How's the greeting? Himingda asked an elder down below. That elder said, replying sect master, the state of Qin's imperial family have all been taken down already. The males were sent to the mines to dig for ores, and the women were thrown into the entertainment academy as slaves, never to recover for life. The Dan Wu Academy was sealed, and the instructors with relations to Yi Yuan were all sent to dig ores together with the state of Qin's imperial family. Also, that whatever fragrant medicine pavilion, it was removed as well. Himingda's face revealed a delighted smile and said with a loud laugh, ha ha. Pretty well done. That brat called Yi Yuan actually made us have such a stumble and even nearly crippled Lin Chao. Truly deserves death. Now, this boy naturally has Lord Shangguan to go and deal with. We can't stick a hand inside, but can entertain that group of relatives and friends of his properly. The elder was naturally aware of the fury in Himingda's heart. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for thousands of years. Erupting in one day, they originally thought that they could unify the southern domain. Who knew that at this time, this brat called Yi Yuan would actually pop out and make the Purple Mansion sect have a huge stumble, and also disrupted the Wind Emperor's original setup. At that time, Himingda was fearful and trembling in his heart. Every day, he could not even sleep well, afraid that the Wind Emperor would kill him in a rage. But who knew that not only did the Wind Emperor not kill him, he even let him be in charge of all matters concerning the southern domain perfectly fine. However, even though the matter had passed, the fury in Himingda's heart did not pass. Some time ago, Himingda finally straightened out all the things in the southern domain. Right away, he pointed the spearhead at the state of Qin, whose relations were not shallow with Yi Yuan. Looks like you're laughing very happily. Himingda was currently chuckling to himself when a voice suddenly sounded out in the great hall. Himingda's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Who?" Pretending to be mysterious. "If you have the capabilities, reveal your true face." Himingda was currently incomparably shocked in his heart. There was actually someone who could enter the Purple Mansion sect's main hall noiselessly, and not a single person in the entire sect discovered it, including him. When was there such a powerful existence in the southern domain? A youth clothed in white walked into the great hall neither hurriedly nor slowly. When Himingda saw him, his knees went weak in fright, and he nearly toppled down from his chair. This youth was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who came from the northern domain. Leaving the southern domain for such a long time, Yi Yuan still could not quite put his mind at ease regarding the state of Qin. Although his parents had already left the state of Qin for a long time, Yi Yuan still had quite a number of people worthy of care remaining in the state of Qin, such as manager Feng San, such as Huyan Yong, Jiang Yunhe, and so on. Him returning to the southern domain this time was to enter the fierce gale world through the Grand Yen True Sex ruins and conveniently dropped in on the state of Qin. Who knew that the state of Qin was actually taken out altogether? Manager Feng San died horribly. The fragrant medicine pavilion was thoroughly dissolved. Huyan Yong, Jiang Yunhe, and the Nanfeng family were all sent to dig in the mines. He Mingda's actions thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. He Mingda could cover the skies with one hand in the southern domain now. Doing this sort of thing naturally would not have any misgivings. Yi Yuan just inquired a little and knew that it was the Purple Mansion sect playing tricks at the back. Yi Yuan sent White Light to rescue Huyan Yong and the rest, while simultaneously dropping in to visit over here. Actually, Yi Yuan only came a step late. When he rushed to the Purple Mansion sect, the elder handling the affairs had also just happened to return to the sect. Hence, there was that scene just now. What made He Mingda astounded was that just 2 to 3 years of not seeing Yi Yuan was actually a divine traversing realm powerhouse already. He Mingda knew that Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, but also did not think that it was actually heaven-defying to this kind of degree. Seeing Yi Yuan, He Mingda knelt down with a thud and begged for mercy. Why, all of this is all the Wind Emperor's orders. I'm only carrying out the orders. I beg you, don't kill me. Yi Yuan looked at He Mingda and suddenly grinned and said, Is that so? I'm going to meet Zhao Tianyin very soon. Why not? I bring you to confront him face to face. Yi Yuan did not tolerate his explanation at all. Pointing lightly with his finger, violent essence energy directly shackled He Mingda up. While that elder was blasted into residue immediately. Yi Yuan's figure moved and arrived in front of He Mingda, extending his hand and smacking on his head. With a lug, he directly pulled out his divine soul, throwing it into a small bottle prepared in advance. Fiery, attend to this fellow well. Finishing all of this, Yi Yuan gave an order to Fiery. A wisp of essence fire also silently entered inside the small bottle. Yi Yuan casually sealed the small bottle shut but heard clamoring sounds coming from inside. This kind of divine soul refining method was exceedingly cruel. He Mingda's divine soul could even survive for as long as 100 years inside the small bottle. He would have to suffer the agony of essence fire burning the body at all times. In the end, he would be refined finished, never to reincarnate forever. Yi Yuan never tend to be like this towards enemies. But this He Mingda touched his bottom line. Feng San's death made him give rise to thick killing intent towards He Mingda. Furthermore, the endless world suffering this kind of apocalyptic calamity, the chief culprit was He Mingda. Even though he was just a minor character, this minor character changed the moving direction of the two small worlds. Towards the entire Purple Mansion sect, Yi Yuan obviously would not be soft-hearted as well, directly choosing to eradicate the sect, slaughtering the Purple Mansion sect from top to bottom cleanly. But what surprised Yi Yuan was that he actually did not find Lin Chao's figure in the Purple Mansion sect. It also counted as having let him escape a calamity. Yi Yuan did not have much time to waste on this as well. The pressing issue was that he still had to hurry to the fierce gale world. Therefore, he did not stop over for long too. Several days later, Yi Yuan's figure appeared at the ruins of the Grand Yen True sect. Time passed and circumstances had changed. Yi Yuan also sighed incessantly in his heart coming to this place again. At that time, the 8 great sects came to explore the mystic realm. Who knew that it actually triggered such a tragic war between two worlds? Those martial artists who came to explore the mystic realm at that time, only Yi Yuan was left now. Even those tranquil cloud sect's fellow apprentices still did not have any news now as well. The present ruins were long teeming with fierce gale world martial artists already. Yi Yuan obviously would not be polite, killing all the way into the realm passageways area. The one guarding the realm passageway was a divine traversing realm expert. However, he was not an enemy capable of exchanging a single blow with Yi Yuan at all. Scram back and tell Zhao Tianyin to ask him to wash his neck clean and wait for me to come and chop. Yi Yuan did not kill that divine traversing realm martial artist but said to him, Zhao Tianyin, come out for me. In the sky above the central capital, a figure stood in the air. Yi Yuan's voice was like rolling thunder, instantly spreading throughout the entire central capital. Yi Yuan passed right through the city-protecting Grand Array and entered inside the capital. This time, he did not have the need to be sneaky like last time. He had the strength to confront Zhao Tianyin now. This howl of Yi Yuan's immediately drew everyone's attention. Who is this person? To actually dare address His Majesty's name directly without honorifics. Does he want to die? You idiot! This boy is clearly coming with ill intentions. If he isn't a fool, then he has genuine ability. Do you think he wants to die or not? You're the idiot. Who can be His Majesty's match in this world? He's a boundless realm powerhouse. Even though this boy's strength is pretty good, he's at the very most also just a first-level divine traversing realm only. The person actually had no words to retort. In these fierce-scale world martial artists' view, Yi Yuan was purely here to seek death. Because at this time, it was simply impossible for anyone to be the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's match. In their hearts, His Majesty was an invincible existence. Except Yi Yuan came here today in order to devastate that invincible king in their hearts. On Xianxia Mountain, Starabus was currently giving a sermon to his disciples. Hearing this voice, his expression could not help changing. Who has such nerve to actually dare provoke His Majesty? This voice is so familiar. It's little junior brother's voice. Master, it's little junior brother returning. Xianxia recognized this voice very quickly, half exclaiming and half overjoyed. Star Abyss recognized Yi Yuan's voice right away. His face revealed a complicated look at this time as he said with a sigh, Yi Yuan coming back. How can he still be your little junior brother? Most likely. Even Master also have no choice but to address him Your Excellency already. Xianxia's expression changed, and he said, What do Master's words mean? Star Abyss waved his hand and said, Don't ask anymore. Follow Master out to take a look, and you'll know. Finished talking, Star Abyss got up and headed out of the door. The group of disciples were all surprised and bewildered and followed him out of the door too. At the same time, countless family clans in the city were alarmed, all leaving their homes to watch one after another. But what made their jaws hit the ground was that the youth who appeared slightly skinny in the air was only a divine traversing realm martial artist. This kind of strength was still considered pretty good when placed outside the central capital. But even if the elites in the central capital were all brought out, he could not be ranked in two. This kind of strength, how could he dare to challenge Lord Wind Emperor? 2 years ago, Yi Yuan overpowered everyone in the central capital. But at that time, Yi Yuan's strength was still weak after all. In these 2 years, regardless of whether in terms of disposition or strength, Yi Yuan was worlds apart from at that time. There were naturally very few people who could remember that this youth before their eyes was the Yi Yuan who wreaked havoc in the capital on that day. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's commotion today was much, much greater compared to that time when he came back then. On that day, it was only in the plaza. But this time, Yi Yuan's roar startled all the experts in the central capital. The current Yi Yuan shut his eyes, hands folded across his chest, quietly waiting for Zhao Tianyin's response. However, Zhao Tianyin's status in the fierce-scale world was still paramount. Yi Yuan roaring so impudently like this naturally incurred the displeasure of many experts. Very soon, there were those who did not fear death rushing forward. Where did this boy who doesn't know life from death come from? To actually dare address Lord Wind Emperor's name directly without honorifics. Courting death. This was a third-level divine traversing powerhouse going over to greet Yi Yuan without allowing any explanations. Yi Yuan did not move, but a faint phantom separated from his body and came out. That faint phantom just lightly tapped a finger out and that third-level divine traversing powerhouse dropped down straight from the sky just like this. Seeing this scene, everyone drew a cold breath. That is divine soul condensing and taking form. How is this possible? Xianxia and they all had just come out from Xianxia Mountain when he saw this scene, shocking Xianxia until he was stammering when speaking. Star Abyss's gaze sharpened too. He did not think that 2 years of not seeing Yi Yuan was actually formidable to such an extent already. First-level divine traversing dealing with third-level divine traversing, and the former actually did not even unleash a move, only using the condensed divine soul to directly one-shot the latter. Furthermore, the divine soul condensing and taking form at the first level divine traversing, what kind of concept was this? Even if Star Abyss was aware of Yi Yuan's former alchemy emperor identity, seeing this scene, he was unbelievably shocked too. But speaking of which, if Yi Yuan did not have sufficient strength, it was also impossible to wantonly challenge Zhao Tianyin publicly like this. Boundless realm. These two words were not said for fun. Now you all know what my words earlier meant, right? Star Abyss said with an emotional sigh. Shirhauren and the group of apprentices exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other party's eyes. 2 years of not seeing, Yi Yuan was no longer that little junior brother who needed their protection. That youth who used to seek protection under master's feathers already truly grew up to become a peerless powerhouse. Right then, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, I came here today for a personal grudge with Zhao Tianyin. If there are those who don't fear death, feel free to come up. I'll just treat it as a warm-up. The voice was not loud, but it transmitted into everybody's ears clearly. These words were very arrogant. Very freaking arrogant. But this youth in front of them absolutely had the capital to be arrogant. Relying solely on the divine soul to one-shot a third-level divine traversing powerhouse. Very clearly, this fellow was really here for the Wind Emperor, Zhao Tianyin. A single sentence awed everyone. The divine traversing realm experts who were originally raring to have a go all sensibly pressed down the desire to provoke. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help shutting his eyes once more. Him attacking like Thunderbolt was in order to stun everyone. Otherwise, some flies coming up repeatedly was also quite irritating. As for Star Abyss's lineage, Yi Yuan naturally discovered long ago. But at present it was clearly not a good time to identify each other, so he could only treat it as if he did not see. With the passing of time, quite a number of people below could not refrain from commenting. Why hasn't Lord Wind Emperor appeared yet? Could it be that he's really afraid? Shoo! Keep it down. Are you courting death? Lord Wind Emperor is a boundless realm powerhouse. How can he possibly be afraid of this brat? Him not coming out definitely has his reason. Even though this boy's abilities are considerable, it's not possible to be Lord Wind Emperor's match either. And what you said makes sense. Lord Wind Emperor is a boundless realm powerhouse after all. How can he possibly fear a first-level divine traversing brat? Everyone was currently discussing animatedly when a disturbance suddenly arose in the distance. Clatter. Clatter. A middle-aged man in fine clothing slowly walked out from the crowd. But in his hands he was pulling a very thick iron chain. The other end of the iron chain was connected to a cage forged from profound iron. There was a male and female pair in the cage. The two people were thin and pallid, their faces without color. The Yi Yuan in the air suddenly snapped open his eyes. Starting hard at those two figures in the metal cage, he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Zhao Tianyin, deserve death. Yi Yuan right now had blood-red eyes with his killing intent billowing to the sky. The male and female in the cage were none other than precisely Yi Hang and Ren Hongling, husband and wife. Ever since reincarnating, Yi Yuan had never wanted to kill a person this intense before. Today was the first time. Apart from Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan truly became enraged for the first time today. At this time, Zhao Tianyin carried the profound iron cage and soared into the air. The iron cage, in excess of 1,000 pounds, was like nothing in his hands. And him moving, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling immediately tumbled around inside. Their heads bumped directly onto the iron cage, giving off banging sounds. Zhao Tianyin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, Are you furious? But I advise that you better not lose your temper. This metal cage was forged from profound iron. Its strength is comparable to a profound artifact's. On it is already stuck full of Tier 5 Pyroblast talismans. As long as I activate it, they will immediately be blown to dust. Yi Yuan was just thinking of making a move but was forcefully stopped by Zhao Tianyin's words. Zhao Tianyin, if they have any mishap, I dare to assure you that you won't even get to be buried with them even if you want to. Yi Yuan's words seemed to be carrying ice. It could be seen that he was already furious to the extreme at present. Hoo-hoo. You're confident. Even if I don't have them as hostages in my hands, just the likes of you, and you want to find me for revenge? still a little young in the end. You simply can't imagine the disparity between boundless realm and divine traversing realm. Zhao Tianyin thought nothing of Yi Yuan at all. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was just a brat overestimating his own ability. The further to the back the path of martial Dao, the harder it was to leap realms and battle, because the distance between each minor boundary also got increasingly greater. Perhaps Yi Yuan indeed had the ability to cross boundaries and battle, but it was absolutely impossible to cross a major boundary and defeat the boundless realm him. However, to the inherently cautious Zhao Tianyin, he would rather have a card grasped in his hands. After all, the current Yi Yuan had already matured to the degree that did not allow him to ignore. Lions would go all out to hunt a rabbit. Zhao Tianyin would not make light of this boy who rose up heaven-defyingly. One had to know that many things that he arranged single-handedly were all wrecked at this boy's hands. Looking at the present situation, most likely over at the endless world, it was also more ominous than propitious already. Shangguan Wenrui had brought 10 half-step boundless realms over. If they had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before, then Yi Yuan's current strength really could not be underestimated. Of course, Zhao Tianyin was simply unable to imagine that Yi Yuan was all too clear on the gap between boundless realm and divine traversing realm. If he did not have 100% certainty, how could he possibly come to the central capital alone? Yi Yuan clenched his fists tightly, giving off cracking sounds. His nails were already embedded in the flesh, piercing his palm open. Fresh blood flowed down along the palm, but he was seemingly oblivious. Suddenly, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and slowly shut his eyes. Soundlessly, Yi Yuan entered heart-like monolith heart realm. When Yi Yuan opened both eyes once more, that scarlet-red color already disappeared, but the cold intent in his gaze still did not fade away. Speak then. What conditions do you want before you're willing to release them? Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Taking Yi Yuan's transformation entirely into his sights, Zhao Tianyin was also very amazed in his heart. This boy indeed could not be underestimated to actually recover his cool so quickly. If it were others, they would probably have rushed forward without heed for anything already. Martial artists in the midst of rage were scary, but martial artists that lost proper restraint, no matter how furious, could only be played with on the palms of others. The reason why Zhao Tianyin did this was in order to infuriate Yi Yuan. Earlier he did it, but now he failed. From the look in Yi Yuan's eyes, Zhao Tianyin judged that he absolutely would not commit that kind of low-level mistake. However, so what then? As long as Yi Hang husband and wife were in his hands, Yi Yuan would have to be cautious in taking action. Hoo-hoo, recovered your cool so quickly. Rather somewhat exceeded my expectations. Looks like you're really quite different from those who think themselves to be geniuses. Zhao Tianyin said with a laugh. Yi Yuan said coldly, Enough crap. State your terms. Zhao Tianyin shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, Relax a little. The terms can be discussed. If you cripple your cultivation, I'll release them. The moment these words came out, a wave of hubbub involuntarily came from below. In the fierce Gale world, Zhao Tianyin was a paramount existence. He normally very rarely appeared in the eyes of the public. But his actions today made quite a number of people all feel somewhat subverted. Although in the martial artist world, the victor was king, using this kind of method to deal with a youth who was a major boundary lower than him was truly a little too shameless. When Sir Howren heard these words, he could not resist cursing. Utterly contemptible. Zhao Tianyin is truly too shameless to actually even utter this sort of words. Yesh. If little junior brother crippled his own cultivation, wouldn't he be a fish on the chopping board, free to be sliced up at will? Second senior apprentice brother Tang, she said furiously. Yi Yuan laughed coldly when he heard that and said, Are you insulting my intelligence? Such an absurd condition. Do you think that I'd agree? Get to work then. But you'll have to be prepared to receive my wrath. Actually, now that it came to this, Zhao Tianyin really became somewhat fearful of Yi Yuan. Because Yi Yuan was too calm. How could such a calm person do something without any assurance at all? Yi Yuan daring to barge into the central capital alone indicated that he at least thought that he had the strength to have a showdown with him. Adding in some conjectures from before, perhaps Yi Yuan really had the strength to threaten boundless realms. Zhao Tianyin obviously knew that Yi Yuan would not agree to this kind of terms. He was only testing the waters just now. The result was that Yi Yuan was still terrifyingly calm. All right then, since you're not willing to cripple your cultivation, then, beating yourself to severe injuries, this condition shouldn't be hard, right? Zhao Tianyin said. Yi Yuan did not answer right away but fell silent. He was thinking of countermeasures. But with Zhao Tianyin's cunningness, how could he give him this opportunity? He shook the metal chain in his hand immediately, that metal cage being shaken like this swayed tremendously in the air. Yi Hang husband and wife were knocked around everywhere by the swaying. Very soon, their foreheads had blackish-red bloodstains bumped out. Even though they, husband and wife couple, were martial artists and their bodies were very powerful, the hardness of this metal cage was comparable to profound artifacts. How could they withstand it? Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Hold it! I accede to you." Finished talking, Yi Yuan raised his hand. A palm smacked onto his chest without holding back at all. Work. Yi Yuan's blow did not show leniency. A mouthful of blood sprayed out immediately. Zhao Tianyin was cunning like a fox. He could not fool him at all. Being knocked like this, Yi Hang actually slowly woke up. His eyes looked around for a while rather vacantly and just happened to see the scene where Yi Yuan beat himself to severe injuries. Gluing his eyes onto Yi Yuan's body, Yi Hang's tears flowed out from his eyes. Using all the strength in his body, he shouted to Yi Yuan, "Yuan, quickly leave. Don't bother about us. With a son like you, your mother and I are incomparably proud." Yi Yuan receiving a palm of his own. His innards were like rivers and seas being overturned. Hearing Yi Hang's yell, Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, "Rest assured, father. Your child will definitely bring you guys back safely." "Haha. You can't even fend for yourself anymore and you're still talking big here. I want to see just how you bring them out today." Zhao Tianyin chortled with laughter delightedly. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold and he said icily, "I already did it in accordance with what you said. Could it be that you're going to go back on your words?" But Zhao Tianyin shook his head and said with a laugh, "Do you take me for a fool? Even though that palm wasn't light, it was still within the scope that you can endure. This bit of injury doesn't have much impact on you." Yi Yuan's current physical body was incomparably powerful. This palm looked very powerful, but Yi Yuan's injuries were indeed still within a controllable limit. But that palm earlier was absolutely not light. He did not think that Zhao Tianyin, this fellow, was actually still unsatisfied. "Then what do you want before you're happy?" Yi Yuan said coldly. "Hit until I'm happy." Zhao Tianyin said coolly. "Yuan, don't listen to him. If you beat yourself to severe injuries, wouldn't you be at his mercy?" Yi Hang said with a quivering voice. Yi Yuan gave Zhao Tianyin a glance icily and took a look at his father in the cage again. Clenching his teeth, another palm smacked onto his own chest. This palm was even heavier compared to that palm earlier. Yi Yuan spewed out a mouthful of blood again. But Zhao Tianyin shook his head and said, "Still not enough." Yi Yuan did not say a word, smashing another palm onto his chest. This palm, he sent himself flying out directly. Yi Yuan forcefully propped himself to stand up but could not even stand steadily anymore. When Yi Hang saw his son being injured until like this for him, veins popped out all over his body. He shouted to Yi Yuan at the top of his voice, "Yuan, don't hit anymore. Father has let you down. You must kill this fiend." Finished talking, Yi Hang raised his hand and was about to smack towards the top of his skull. Seeing this scene, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Zhao Tianyin's mouth. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly howled, "If you dare to commit suicide, your child will die right here for you to see." That palm of Yi Hang's already reached in front of his head. But hearing this sentence, it was forcefully stopped. Seeing Yi Hang stop, Yi Yuan yelled out, "Father, don't you trust your child?" Yi Hang's tears poured out like tidewater. He was incredibly remorseful towards Yi Yuan in his heart, as he wept and said, "Yuan, Father trusts you." Yi Yuan looked at Father with a firm gaze, nodded his head, and said, "Father, just watch. If I don't kill this beast today, your child is lesser than human." Ha ha ha. What a touching scene. However, you're already like this now. What do you have to come and kill me? Looks like your wounds are still not severe enough. Continue hitting. Hit until you can't speak. Zhao Tianyin laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan glared at Zhao Tianyin viciously. Lifting his hand, it was another palm. One palm followed another. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body was powerful, it also sustained extremely severe injuries at this time. His clothes were already soaked by his own fresh blood, looking gruesomely terrible. Little junior brother, don't hit anymore. If you carry on hitting, you'll die. Xianxia seriously could not carry on watching and could not refrain from coming forward and yelled loudly to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan turned his head around and gave Xianxia a grateful smile. But that smile somewhat had the taste of a hero in his sunset years. Yi Yuan's miserable condition also made the countenance of those fierce-scale world martial artists below changed. Even if they were the hostile side, they also gave rise to sympathy for Yi Yuan at this time. Yi Yuan's filial piety moved every single one present. Regardless of which world they were born in, the meaning of the words filial piety were all the same. Yi Yuan clearly knew that this was extremely detrimental to him, but he did this to himself without hesitation. Martial artists cultivating the Tao were extremely self-centered, which was also relatively selfish. Yi Yuan doing this to this sort of degree for his parents, how many people among them were able to do it? How could Yi Yuan's filial piety not visibly move them? Zhao Tianyin's methods were overly beneath contempt, making use of Yi Yuan's filial piety and doing this kind of actions, but did not dare to confront head-on. Was this person really their king? For countless years, the people of the fierce-scale world had doubts towards their own faith for the first time. However, no matter how miserably Yi Yuan hit himself, he would always crawl to his feet stubbornly. This time, he dragged his weary body and asked Zhao Tianyin, as satisfied. Zhao Tianyin lifted his head to the sky and laughed as he said, ha ha ha. Ha ha. Yi Yuan, I admit that you're an upstanding man. However, the path of martial Tao is destined to be lonely. A person like you is doomed to not live long. Ha ha ha. On account of you having such sincerity, I'll return them to you. Zhao Tianyin shook the iron chain in his hand. That metal cage flew straight in Yi Yuan's direction. Yi Yuan resisted the intense pain all over his body, gritting his teeth as he reached his hand out to receive that metal cage. Right then, a hint of a hideous grin flashed across the corners of Zhao Tianyin's mouth. Muttering incantations from his mouth, he cried out, detonate. This sound reverberated throughout the sky, stunning everybody. Those martial artists had never thought before that a person could be shameless to such a degree. While at this time, Yi Yuan's arms had just touched that profound iron cage. He grabbed hold of Yi Hang and Ren Hongling's arms. Boundless essence energy gushed forth, instantly enveloping the two of them tightly. Bang! 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 Over 100 Tier 5 pyroblast talismans exploded at the same time. The power was unimaginable. With Yi Hang husband and wife's strength, if they got caught even just by a bit of the explosion, they would also be blown to dust. Yi Yuan maneuvered out all of his essence energy to protect his parents, while he himself used his physical body to forcefully withstand these hundreds of pyroblast talismans' explosion. Yi Yuan was directly blasted, flying out 10,000 feet away. However, his hands grabbed hold of the metal cage tightly, his entire person being blown flying out together along with the metal cage. The instant he landed, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, putting the metal cage away into the vast heaven pagoda, while he himself fell heavily onto the ground. This time, Yi Yuan did not crawl to his feet again. Ha ha ha! Foolish boy! In this world, is there anything more important than your own life? For others, you'd actually rather go die yourself. Couldn't be more foolish? But precisely because of your foolishness that it also saved me the trouble. Now, I'll send you on your way. Zhao Tianyin flew to not far away from Yi Yuan and roared with laughter. His palm raised up and was just about to smack towards Yi Yuan's body, when Star Abyss finally could not hold back from making a move. Zhao Tianyin, you're simply shameless to the max. Don't think about touching Yi Yuan. Zhao Tianyin gave him a glance coldly and casually swung a palm out, sending Star Abyss flying out immediately. Humph! A puny little alchemy sovereign being insolent in front of this monarch time and again. Do you really take it as I don't dare to do anything to you? Our fierce-scale world. This sort of remote land. Presumably even if I kill you, The Alchemist Association wouldn't look into it either. Towards Star Abyss, Zhao Tianyin finally could not tolerate him any longer. Master! Shirhauerin, they all caught Star Abyss. Just one blow made Star Abyss suffer heavy injuries. But Zhao Tianyin placed the target on Yi Yuan again very quickly, saying with a hideous grin, "Weren't you very cocky just now? Didn't you say that you were going to kill me? Now, I want to see just who is killing who." Zhao Tianyin waved a hand and condensed out a sword of essence energy, stabbing towards Yi Yuan. Boom! Dirt sprayed around, debris flying everywhere. The place where Yi Yuan was at had a huge pit blasted out directly by violent essence energy, kicking up enormous amounts of dust. Star Abyss and the others, they all turned their heads aside painfully, unable to bear looking at the appearance of Yi Yuan being blasted into residue. Under this blow of Zhao Tianyin's, Yi Yuan absolutely did not have the possibility of surviving. This blow going down, the entire world seemingly restored its tranquility. There were only those flying sand and rolling pebbles still surging in the air. Many martial artists' faces all revealed looks of unable to bear it. Yi Yuan's actions touched that softest heart chord in the hearts of every martial artist present. No matter how stone-hearted martial artists were, their hearts were made out of flesh too. Ha ha ha. Foolish boy. A weak and irresolute guy like you actually dares to come and kill me. Really foolish to the max. Zhao Tianyin let out a burst of roaring laughter. He was currently being pleased with himself and did not notice that there were quite a few martial artists shooting contemptuous gazes at him. What a shame. Such a formidable young genius actually fell just like this. Yeah. Having such strength at a tender age, truly remarkable. More importantly, he's bold and forthright. Once he grows up in the future, he would absolutely be a mighty world-shaking figure. Not even daring to have a direct confrontation with such an opponent who's worthy of respect, sigh. In the capital, there were quite a number of people commenting at length softly. Zhao Tianyin was still that most exalted king. But a change silently occurred regarding his status in the hearts of his subject. Just as everyone all relaxed their efforts, an extremely wild energy undulation suddenly came from inside that enormous dust cloud. Zhao Tianyin's expression changed drastically. A feeling of immense danger instantly enveloped his entire body. 8 desolate skyfiend palm. In a flurry, Zhao Tianyin directly mustered up a boundless realm's horrifying essence energy, blasting it over towards inside the dust cloud. Right at this time, a massive azure dragon tore open the dust cloud directly. Bringing a dragon roar that resounded to the skies, it rumbled directly towards Zhao Tianyin. This coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was far more than 100 times more powerful than when annihilating Shangguan Wenrui back then. The fierce gale world was a high-order small world. The degree of stableness of the space was much stronger compared to the endless world. And this blow of Yi Yuan's actually compressed space until cracks appeared. When Yi Yuan was at the Soul Sea realm, he was already infinitely close to Boundless realm when using the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Now that he broke through a major boundary, the power of this move was naturally a level higher. The might of this palm already surpassed the limits that space could bear. The places it passed through, space was fragmented inch by inch. Zhao Tianyin's attack had yet to be fully executed, and he was already struck by the Azure Dragon solidly already. Poo work. Zhao Tianyin directly spouted out a mouthful of blood in the air, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. A figure dashed out of the dust like lightning and actually caught up to Zhao Tianyin with even swifter speed. Boom! The force of the one palm had not dissipated fully yet. That silhouette followed up with another punch. This punch is a hit for all life under the heaven. Thick killing intent leaked out from Yi Yuan's words, reverberating throughout the entire capital. Who else could this figure be but Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan's current physical body was incomparably formidable. This punch was also unleashed using the fist force of the flame movement True Dragon Carnage. The lethality was extremely strong, but would not be fatal too. The punch reaching flesh, Zhao Tianyin spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood again with a cough, his body flying out backward once more. Yi Yuan's figure moved once more, instantly arriving at Zhao Tianyin in the air, and punched right in his abdomen with a rumble. Poo work. Zhao Tianyin spat a mouthful of blood out. He was hit until his eyeballs protruded out. This punch is a hit for myself. Receive well. Zhao Tianyin suffering this punch, his body dropped down with extreme speed. However, Yi Yuan's speed was even faster than his, arriving under him like teleporting. A hook punch hit Zhao Tianyin's lumbar spine directly, hitting him up to the sky again. This punch is for my father. This punch is for my mother. This punch is for Star Abyss. This punch is for Shi Haoran. The current Yi Yuan was like a rampaging wild beast. Each punch was filled with violent strength. Furthermore, each punch he struck out, Yi Yuan could say out a name. In the end, Yi Yuan practically said all the names of people that he could think of once. Even he himself could not remember clearly how many fists he punched either. The pent-up rage previously obtained a release in these punches after punches. Everyone started dumbfoundedly at this time, uncertain why the situation would reverse so quickly. Yi Yuan clearly did not have the strength to retaliate previously already. In a blink of an eye, he actually came back to life with full health. But Yi Yuan beating the king in their hearts until like this, not knowing why, they actually felt quite thrilled in their hearts. Maybe they were too disappointed with Zhao Tianyin today, right? I have nothing more to say either. Finally, Yi Yuan seriously could not think of who he should hit for. So he smashed a punch onto Zhao Tianyin's chest directly, hitting him down from the air. Zhao Tianyin's body was like a cannonball, smashing heavily onto the ground, blasting out a huge pit in the ground. Some martial artists saw from far away that a peerless powerhouse of his generation was actually beaten until he did not have human form anymore. However, Zhao Tianyin was a boundless realm powerhouse in the end. Being beaten until like this by Yi Yuan, he actually still had one breath hanging in there. Yi Yuan landed slowly from the air, landing beside Zhao Tianyin. The cause of the bulk of Yi Yuan's wrath was due to his parents. Zhao Tianyin treating Yi Hang husband and wife like that previously, it made him unable to endure it. This round of beating, Yi Yuan did not pull his punches the slightest bit, unleashing all the strength in his body, and also venting a greater part of the rage in his heart. Earlier, Yi Yuan's actions were extremely swift. Everyone did not see clearly Yi Yuan's condition at all. Only with Yi Yuan standing still at this time did everyone discover that he did not come back to life with full health. Zhao Tianyin's shamelessness from before still caused Yi Yuan tremendous damage. Yi Yuan was currently covered in wounds all over, his essence energy expended to the limit, looking very frail. It was very hard for everyone to imagine just how he achieved that sort of high-intensity attacks earlier. Why? Is it like this? Zhao Tianyin hung onto one last breath. Until now, he still did not dare to believe everything that happened prior to this. Yi Yuan's wounds were absolutely not fake. That simply could not deceive his eyes at all. Moreover, the final explosion, Yi Yuan used all of his essence energy to protect Yi Hang husband and wife, and he himself forcefully suffered the explosive power of hundreds of Tier 5 pyroblast talismans. If it were others, they would already be deader than dead long ago. Yet, Yi Yuan actually still had the strength to retaliate under such severe injuries. Could it be that this fellow was a freak? Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Do you think that I have the need to tell you? A person like you is only fit to be a muddled ghost. A person like you exploiting your subjects' loyalty to you, and you made them become other people's nutrients. Deplorable. A person like you plunging the people into an abyss of suffering for your own selfish desires. Selfish. A person like you stopping at nothing for the sake of victory. Despicable. Therefore, you're not fit at all to know why you would fail. I'm unresigned." Zhao Tianyin was already on his dying breath. But that desire to live on in his eyes was incomparably intense. Facing death, even if he was a high and mighty king, he could not achieve composure either. Yi Yuan had to thank Long Ting for being able to strike back. The last time he helped to pummel the Dragon Lord brutally, Long Tongue became happy and taught Yi Yuan a dragon race cultivation method again. The name was Tyrant Dragon Regeneration Art. This was a cultivation method which exerted the dragon race's physical body to the extreme. Yi Yuan cultivating this cultivation method could stimulate the dragon blood power in his body, making his physical body possess a powerful recovery ability. The present Yi Yuan still only had an initial glimpse of the door. Wait until he trained this cultivation method to the extreme and it could virtually make his fleshy body reach the degree of undying and eternal. Of course, Long Tongue told Yi Yuan that unless one was able to reach the deity realm, otherwise it was simply impossible to train to that sort of level. This was the limitation of a bloodline. A divine beast's bloodline was two completely different concepts from ordinary dragon race bloodline. Even so, this move was also extremely formidable. When Yi Yuan was suffering the pyroblast talisman's explosions, he mustered up all the dragon blood power in his entire body, going all out to restore his body's wounds. Although the pyroblast talismans were powerful, they were only tier 5 talismans in the end. The injuries dealt to Yi Yuan from the explosive power, he finished recovering very quickly. Unresigned, huh? Then those people killed by you, which one of them were willing? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Although Zhao Tianin's injuries were extremely severe, he was conscious. At this time, the corners of his eyes actually had tears flowing down. No idea if he was regretting deeply or mourning for himself either. But his tears did not obtain a single trace of pity. Yi Yuan was still revolving the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art at this time, restoring the injuries on his body continuously. I can give you a chance. Say out the person instigating behind you and I can consider giving you a way out. Yi Yuan suddenly changed his tune and said. In comparison to Zhao Tianin, Yi Yuan was actually more wary of the person or force behind him. Not that Yi Yuan was kind and soft-hearted. It was just that toward people like Zhao Tianin, if Yi Yuan did not give him something sweet, he absolutely would not be willing to say it out. Yi Yuan naturally very much wanted to kill Zhao Tianin too, but he was even more interested in the force behind Zhao Tianin. But Yi Yuan obviously would not do something like letting the tiger return to the mountains. Him not killing Zhao Tianin did not mean not turning him into a cripple. Indeed, when Zhao Tianin heard Yi Yuan's words, his gaze involuntarily turned intent. Clearly, he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually knew so much, but his expression became complicated very quickly. Evidently, he was struggling incessantly in his heart. You've done so much for them, but aren't you just a dog in their eyes? You, a first-level boundless realm, being stagnant for such a long time. With their strength, they could have let you ascend to the divine realm long ago. But in the end, Yi Yuan said. The moment Zhao Tianin heard, his body involuntarily started to tremble slightly. Evidently, Yi Yuan's words touched the most painful place in his heart. Yi Yuan, seeing that he was loosening up, carried on and said, Hence, stop having some unrealistic dreams already. Maybe in their eyes, you're even less than a dog. Or, do you really think that you're irreplaceable? As long as they are willing, they can swap other people to be this Wind Emperor anytime. When Yi Yuan was saying this, he clearly felt Zhao Tianin's body becoming stiff. Fine. Zhao Tianin barely squeezed out a word. Yi Yuan's heart stirred and he asked, You say? I'll listen. Blood. Zhao Tianin only said one word and a horrifying aura came from a distance. Yi Yuan had a sudden premonition, only to see a black stream of light arriving in front of him in a blink of an eye. This horrifying aura absolutely belonged to Boundless Realm. Yi Yuan was astonished in his heart but did not have time to think too much, hurriedly dodging aside. The black stream of light had a force akin to 30,000 caddies. The speed was unbelievably fast. Yi Yuan wanted to go and save Zhao Tianin, but it was essentially too late already. Poochie. The black flowing light stabbed into Zhao Tianin's body without deviating, instantly wrecking all chances of survival. And only at this time did the people realize that that black stream of light was actually a black-colored heavy spear. Black chi revolved around the black spear. Just by looking, it made people feel a chill deep in their hearts. Zhao Tianin clenched his jaws tightly, both eyes protruding out, staring dead at that black figure in the air. Till death, he did not believe that this person would make a move to eradicate him. Yi Yuan's gaze also locked onto that silhouette, his expression darkening slightly. That person was swathed in black chi all around his body and could not make out his features at all. But Yi Yuan had a sensation of déjà vu. The feeling that this person gave him was exceedingly dangerous, even more dangerous than Zhao Tianin. He never would have expected that the fierce Gale world was actually still hiding another boundless realm powerhouse. Under everyone's gazes, the person slowly landed from the air, landing beside Zhao Tianyin. Clank! He pulled the heavy spear straight out of Zhao Tianyin's body. Fresh blood sprayed right out. Zhao Tianyin's head slanted, already deader than dead. It was just that his eyes were still wide open at this time. Clearly, he died with injustice unredressed. Yi Yuan, you didn't expect this, right? We meet again. That person swung the long spear and said coldly. Black silhouette, long spear. Yi Yuan finally connected this image in front of him with a person. Zhao Chang'an. Heh. To think that you still remember me. Didn't expect it, right? That I could still stand in front of you one day and wash away my former disgrace. This person being surrounded by black chi was actually 7th Prince, Zhao Chang'an. His Highness, the 7th Prince. It's actually His Highness, the 7th Prince. Didn't he had his Dantian crippled by Yi Yuan? What's going on here? 7th Prince's temperament changed drastically. He must have experienced something that we have no way of imagining. But looking at his aura now, he actually became a boundless realm powerhouse already. How is this possible? 7th Prince actually killed his own father with his own hands. This father and son pair, they are seriously. All shut up for me. Starting from today onwards, I'm the new Wind Emperor. Zhao Tianyin's era has already completely become the past. Zhao Chang'an suddenly roared, saying to everyone in the capital. Those martial artists were originally discussing animatedly, but at this time they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Zhao Chang'an's imposing momentum was too powerful. They simply could not muster up the courage to resist. Hoo, you killed your own father in front of so many subjects. Could it be that you're hoping they would submit to a person like you? Yi Yuan swept a glance over. Seeing that most people had an indignant expression but did not dare to speak up, he could not help laughing mockingly. But Zhao Chang'an did not become angry. He still said coldly, could it be that in this world, only he is permitted to murder his children, while I'm not allowed to murder my father? Are you aware of how the royal descendants spent so many years? Starting from the moment we were born, we would engage in a cruel competition between us brothers. In the end, only the most outstanding person will be able to live on. Third elder brother was like, so I'm like that too. Third elder brother was forsaken by him without any hesitation just because he offended Star Abyss. The last time, being crippled by you, I'd already thought that I was certain to die. Who knew that God opened his eyes and made me have another fortuitous encounter? Ha. Let me ask you, should a father like that not be killed? Within Zhao Tianyin's words, his resentment soared to the heaven but gave people a feeling of pity. Born in a royal family, one had no free will. The mortal world was like so, let alone a monarch who was in control of a world. With Zhao Tianyin's character, it was naturally impossible to have any gentle measures. As his son, it was also considered a tragedy for Zhao Chang'an. But Yi Yuan did not have any sympathy for him. Zhao Chang'an here was a typical case of wallowing in degeneration, selling his soul for strength, not worth sympathy at all. He deserves to be killed, but he shouldn't be killed by you. You want to be this Wind Emperor, but what can you convince the masses with? Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhao Tianyin said in a cold voice. With what? Of course, it's with my strength. I'm a boundless realm powerhouse now, whose strength is even more powerful than Zhao Tianyin's. Who dares to not yield? As he said, Zhao Chang'an swept a glance over everyone. Places that his gaze reached, those people all lowered their heads one after another. You saw that? The martial artist world, only by possessing strength can one obtain respect. I'm the fierce Gale world's #1 person. Who dares to not submit? Zhao Chang'an laughed sinisterly. Yi Yuan gave him a rather pitiful glance and said coolly, respect? You're thinking too much. You don't understand the significance of this word at all. Forget it. Looking at your appearance, rambling about these with you is also useless. Looks like the support behind you all have already forsaken Zhao Tianyin, but switched to choosing you. Since you killed Zhao Tianyin, then it will be up to you to tell me the identity of your master then. Zhao Chang'an killing Zhao Tianyin with a spear was clearly in order to silence a man in order to keep a secret, afraid that he would divulge the secret. But sadly, Zhao Tianyin only said a word, blood, and was killed with Zhao Chang'an. The forces carrying the word blood in the divine realm were too many to enumerate. One word was simply unable to determine just which force it was. Jeje. Do you think that you can be arrogant in front of me by defeating Zhao Tianyin? Let me tell you, even if he was at his prime, me killing him is also as easy as flipping my hands. Zhao Cheng'an said with a cold laugh. The current Zhao Cheng'an was very different from Yi Yuan's impression back then. Could be said to be two entirely different people. Although the Zhao Cheng'an back then was overbearing, he had an aura of disdaining all under the heavens. But the present Zhao Cheng'an was ghastly like a ghost, giving people a chill without even speaking a word. No one knew what kind of remolding he experienced these few years. Whether or not I have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of you, wouldn't you know after fighting? Yi Yuan said coolly. Heh, I had a full view of your battle with Zhao Tianyin. That palm was indeed incomparably daunting. But that should be your ace in the hole, right? However, just based on that one palm, you can't win me. Zhao Cheng'an's voice had yet to fade, and his entire person already vanished from where he was. Blood Carnage Fiend Shadow Spear. A terrifying sanguine power spread out, instantly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. The black chi on the spear body also carried an exceedingly gloomy cold aura charging towards Yi Yuan. Of course, the scariest thing was still that heavy spear, a straightforward spear, without the slightest trace of flashiness. But like Yi Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, it made the space unable to withstand and fragment. It was just that the powerful restoration ability of the space patched up these cracks very quickly. So powerful. When did 7th Prince possess such formidable strength? 7th Prince's cultivation method and martial technique are all vastly different from before. This is akin to casting off his old self and being reborn. Yeah, his attack clearly isn't targeted at me, but I feel discomfort all over my body. However, his attack is really very strong. Absolutely not beneath that palm of Yi Yuan's. Could it be that such a person will be our king in the future? Then how will our days be after this? On this very day, all of the fierce Gale world's royal family's filthiness was all laid bare in front of the world. Looking at Zhao Cheng'an's character now, if he were to become the Wind Emperor, there probably would not be good days to live in the future either. Facing the spear comparable to the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight it either, directly utilizing the origin magnetism spirit wood, blocking the sanguine power completely outside his body. Coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. Yi Yuan unleashed a palm without any hesitation. An azure and a black, two attacks, collided together fiercely, slamming out a massive shockwave directly. Rumble. The buildings in the vicinity of Yi Yuan and Zhao Cheng'an were directly shocked to dust by the aftershock, collapsing with a loud bang. Those martial artists were long prepared and already retreated very far away. But there were still quite a number of people being affected. Those whose strength were slightly weaker were even shocked to death immediately. The first round, evenly matched in strength. Jeje, didn't expect that my sanguine power actually can't influence you. Yi Yuan, your methods are truly quite a lot, Zhao Cheng'an said with a strange laugh. The essence energy within Yi Yuan's body surged. It was very unpleasant under this blow. It was not that his strength was lacking, but the injuries he sustained previously were too severe. Even if he had consumed essence energy recovery medicinal pills and the tyrant dragon regeneration art, it was also not possible to recover to his peak state in a short duration. And Zhao Cheng'an attacking at this time was in his prime condition. He naturally held a very dominant position. It was also just Yi Yuan. If it were others, they would have no strength at all to battle again at this time. Facing such a peerlessly formidable blow, who could still have the strength to counterattack? But Zhao Cheng'an's strength indeed could not be mentioned in the same breath anymore. Putting aside other things, just the might of this one spear was far more powerful compared to when he fought with Yi Yuan back then. If he cultivated normally to the boundless realm, there was absolutely no way to attain this kind of strength. Heretic and unorthodox path. Just this bit of means and you want to deal with me? This spear of Zhao Cheng'an integrating together was absolutely formidable to the extreme. But losing the threat of the sanguine power, its might would have to be greatly discounted. The effect of sanguine power on ordinary martial artists was huge. In a battle, it could even determine victory or defeat. But this move did not work on Yi Yuan. No matter how powerful it was useless too. Ha! Truly shameless boasting. If I didn't guess it wrongly, that palm move earlier was already your limit, right? But that spear move just now, I can unleash it limitlessly. I want to see how many times you can use that level of palm force. Finished talking, Zhao Chang'an actually lifted his spear once again. It was still the exact same attack. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. He had no choice but to use the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm once more. The power of the spear of Zhao Chang'an's was extremely strong. Other martial techniques probably could not receive it at all. This fellow was forcing him to clash head-on with him. Relying on his condition being at the peak, he wanted to use the strongest martial technique to clash head-on with him. Powerful martial techniques were immensely taxing on the body. With Yi Yuan's current body condition, he was unable to hold up at all. This kind of confrontation way was a little too shameless. Boom! Another clash. The area in the vicinity of Yi Yuan and Zhao Chang'an were already fully rubble and rock fragments, becoming a wasteland. Receiving this blow, Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat, and finally could not bear it and spat blood. Ha ha! Liberating. Again, Zhao Chang'an said with a big laugh. As he said, Zhao Chang'an held his spear and went forward again. One spear followed another. Zhao Chang'an's vigor was seemingly inexhaustible. If Yi Yuan was at his peak condition, there was naturally no harm in fighting it out with him. But this sort of situation right now already made him pile injury on top of injuries. Haha, Yi Yuan, why are you getting weaker and weaker? I regarded you as an adversary of a lifetime. Your performance disappoints me greatly, Zhao Chang'an said haughtily. Clashing 5 to 6 times in a row, Yi Yuan's body was already reaching its limits. It was true that the dragon race's physical body was powerful. But no matter how powerful, it had to have a limit as well. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not considered high. It was too far away from the degree of undying and imperishable. The two people fought from land to the air. Each impact would make the entire capital tremble. These two people, their offensive power were seriously too formidable. Master, the situation is not good. If this continues, little junior brother is going to lose. Xianxia still called Yi Yuan little junior brother out of habit. Star Abyss's injuries had yet to heal at this time. He could only heave a sigh and say, "This degree of fighting is simply not what we are able to get involved in. Now that it came to this, we can only hope that Yi Yuan can have a miraculous move to win." Xianxia could not help choking up when he heard that. Yeah, boundless realm level great battle, he did not have the qualifications of joining in at all. If he got close, the aftershocks of the two people's battle were able to instantly kill him. Xianxia looked at his little junior brother falling back repeatedly in the air, looking forward for a miracle to happen in his heart anxiously. Boom! Another clash. Yi Yuan was directly knocked back 10,000 feet away, fresh blood spurting out crazily. TSK, Yi Yuan, aren't you known as an unparalleled genius hard to come across in 10,000 years? Why do you only have this bit of strength? I became this manner today all for the sake of having a showdown with you once more. Can't you bring out a little of some special skill and let me witness the power and prestige of an unparalleled genius? Zhao Chang'an said with a smug look. Yi Yuan wiped the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth and suddenly said with a smile, "Zhao Chang'an, you're equally as worthless as your old man. Even if you've fallen into depravity and forcefully increased your strength, you're a craven rat too." The moment Zhao Chang'an heard this, his entire person suddenly flew into a violent rage and said, "Don't put me in the same category as that fellow. In front of me, he isn't even fit to carry my shoes." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? You prate on and on about how I'm your adversary of a lifetime, but you don't even have the courage to have a frontal battle. Isn't it that you still have some fear towards me in your heart? Looks like that battle last time still left an indelible shadow in your heart." Yi Yuan clearly made Zhao Chang'an lose his composure. "You shut your mouth for me. I'm a high and mighty boundless realm powerhouse. Whence the fear in my heart? Are you trying to use words to mess up my state of mind and seek an opportunity to exploit?" Haha. Dream on. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, merely a vanquished foe. Why do I need to upset your state of mind? Being at the boundless realm let you find this sort of illusionary sense of satisfaction. Really ignorant. A person like you is simply unable to understand what's called genuine might. However, it looks like your mental demon is planted deeply and you're simply unable to transcend the tribulation of Ascension already. I asked you shut your mouth, didn't you hear? After I kill you, I'll be able to transcend the tribulation of Ascension all the same. Just the likes of you also wish to stop my path of ascension. Zhao Cheng'an suddenly became berserk. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. Xianxia's sword appeared in his hand. All of a sudden, there was a turn of events. Yi Yuan held the Xianxia sword, looking at Zhao Cheng'an from a distance and said, Zhao Cheng'an, before you die, I'll give you a lesson. Being a dog, you will forever be unable to obtain powerful strength. Today, I'll let you have a look at what's called a genuine powerhouse. Finished talking, Yi Yuan waved the longsword. A stirring and majestic aura spread out. Storms suddenly started raging in the originally calm and peaceful capital. Above the firmament, no idea where the dark clouds came from either. It actually blotted out the sky and obscured the sun. The sword intent on Yi Yuan's body surged towards the skies. His entire being seemed to have become the embodiment of heaven and earth. And within this stretch of heaven and earth, there were intangible sword intent wandering about everywhere. What a powerful aura. Is this sword intent? How can an individual's sword intent possibly be powerful to such an extent? This degree of sword intent probably far surpassed true intent already, right? Why do I have the feeling that what Zhao Cheng'an is facing is the entire world of sword intent? Truly too terrifying. Is this a genuine powerhouse? A sovereign descending upon the world but not tyrannical. Eclipsing this present age but not riding roughshod over others. This Yi Yuan actually made me have an impulse to prostrate in worship. Yeah. This is a true king. This is totally different from the feeling Zhao Cheng'an gives people. Yi Yuan's sword move had yet to be released, but it already made the world change color because of it. The fierce Gale world martial artists were actually brought into submission by him. Yi Yuan's might made people give birth to the feeling of being unrivaled. No matter how powerful a person was, there was also no way to be more powerful than a world. But Yi Yuan right now became the incarnation of the entire world. When Zhao Cheng'an saw this scene, his countenance could not help changing abruptly. He never could have dreamed that Yi Yuan actually still had strength left over to execute such a horrifying martial technique. Even though this move was not released yet, without needing to think, one would also know that this was bound to be an earth-shattering blow. Zhao Cheng'an gnashed his teeth until it made grinding sounds. In a cold voice, he said, "He who strikes first prevails, he who strikes late fails." The greatest drawback of this move is that the time to unleash it takes too long. Figuring out this link, Zhao Cheng'an no longer hesitated. Sanguine power immediately erupted. Blood flame billowing to the skies. Spear of absolute tyrannism. At this instant, Zhao Cheng'an seemingly became the incarnation of a fiend god. That bloody chi which surged to the skies all gathered onto the tip of the spear. He knew that sanguine power was completely useless to Yi Yuan. Hence, he directly used it to amplify his martial technique. And this move, it was also the most powerful attack that he was able to unleash right now. If it were in normal times, this move of his would absolutely be earth-shaking. But at this time, in front of Yi Yuan, it was like a clown showing off. Zhao Cheng'an's aura was simply unable to shake Yi Yuan the least bit. But Zhao Cheng'an did not care at all. He wanted to kill Yi Yuan before Yi Yuan unleashed this move. A spear unleashing carried an aura which advanced with an indomitable spirit. The area it passed through, space fragmented inch by inch. Go to hell. Zhao Cheng'an seemed to have fused into one body with the heavy spear. The might of this one spear could not be underestimated. He seemingly teleported, arriving directly in the place over 100 feet in front of Yi Yuan. Yet, this distance was also his limit. Arg! Zhao Cheng'an's roared at the top of his voice, concentrating all the essence energy and sanguine power in his body all onto the tip of the spear. However, his spear tip was actually no longer able to advance forward even an inch anymore. The 100 feet radius around Yi Yuan actually had like a barrier activated. No matter how transcendent your means were, you were also unable to breach this barrier. Right then, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Looking pitifully at the Zhao Cheng'an who was giving it his all, he said indifferently, "One sword breaking heaven and earth, one thought shaking the firmament, azure dipper floating zero sword, rending the sky. One sword out, the entire world fell silent. No fancy usage of essence energy, no flashy actions. What it was just a simple and unadorned sword. What there was only sword intent condensed to the limit." The heavy spear in Zhao Cheng'an's hand was a mid-grade profound artifact-level weapon. It could be said to be indestructible. However, the instant Yi Yuan unleashed his sword, it actually split into two halves directly from the spearhead. Puchi. The place where Zhao Cheng'an was at already did not have his figure. The place he stood at, space at that area had a massive spatial crack slashed out. This spatial crack was a full 1,000 feet long. What created this spatial crack was naturally that sword of Yi Yuan's. And Zhao Cheng'an's entire person was already buried in oblivion by Yi Yuan's sword intent. This enormous spatial crack seemingly had an opening tore open by someone in the air. Inside was filled with violent spatial turbulent flow. Zhao Cheng'an's long spear was devoured by the turbulent spatial flow directly. It was as if that violent spatial turbulent flow wanted to swallow all of the surroundings, sucking the surrounding things towards the limitless darkness. Yi Yuan was merely 100 over feet away from that spatial crack. But no matter how powerful that spatial turbulent flow's suction force was, he was completely unmoved like a pine tree. The recovery ability of the space was very formidable. Very soon, that 1,000 feet long massive gouge was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After several dozen breaths, the spatial crack was completely finished restoring. Everything returned to tranquility. And in this world, there was no longer Zhao Cheng'an this person. The entire capital seemed to be an empty city at this time. Starting from just now, there had not been the slightest bit of sound. The shock that this one sword gave them was incomparably intense. So much so that after everything vanished into thin air, all of them still had not come back to their senses. This one sword gave them endless recollection of the aftertaste. This kind of sword intent which surpassed a small world was not what everyone had the opportunity to see. After this, who knows how many martial artists in the fierce Gale world attained the Tao because of this, their strength advancing greatly. Wind Emperor, Your Majesty. No idea how long passed, finally, there was someone who came back to his senses. And his first reaction was to bow down towards Yi Yuan. With one person leading, there were others concurring. They all bowed down one after another and actually wanted to let Yi Yuan be their Wind Emperor. Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there, overlooking all life. He did not do it deliberately, but he had the demeanor of a king. "I won't become your Wind Emperor. You all don't need a Wind Emperor either. Martial artists believing in others will never ever become a powerhouse. A martial artist's faith can only be their own heart, a heart which leans towards the Tao. Tear down the central capital. This capital is your fierce Gale world martial artist's cage. Break it, and you guys will discover another world. The fierce Gale world's living conditions indeed cannot compare to the endless worlds. However, those raging Gale winds are actually a superb venue for cultivation. As long as one's heart which leans towards the Tao is firm, one day, you'll surely be able to shatter the void and ascend to the divine realm." Yi Yuan's faint voice echoed throughout the entire capital's air, enlightening the benighted. Yi Yuan's statement was an entirely new concept to the fierce Gale world martial artists. No idea since when, they were already used to being ruled by the Wind Emperor. The old Wind Emperor died. There naturally needed to be a new Wind Emperor to succeed the throne. Zhao Cheng'an became a boundless realm powerhouse. Even though he did not enjoy popular support, if there weren't Yi Yuan's existence, they would still hail him as king and carry on living. Yi Yuan killed the Zhao Tianyin father and son. He was the fierce Gale world's strongest person. Therefore, it stood to reason that he should become the next Wind Emperor. Today's battle, Yi Yuan's character was plain for everybody to see. There was no one better than such a person becoming the Wind Emperor. But now Yi Yuan pointed out a brand new road for them. In truth, ever since after being ruled by the Wind Emperor, extremely few people in the fierce Gale world were able to ascend. These several thousand years, only Li Daohang, this one person, appeared. It was still breaking down the barrier and ascending with the power of alchemy Dao. With the Wind Emperor, this massive mountain spanning across in front, what they thought in their hearts were more of submitting themselves to the rule, and not ascension. Alright, that's all I have. Everyone, take care. Finished talking, Yi Yuan immediately vanished in front of everybody. In Qixia Mountain's Great Hall, Yi Yuan sat at the highest seat of honor, while Star Abyss brought the group of disciples and sat at the lower seats. Little junior brother, you? Senior apprentice brother Tang Ji was also used to calling him as his little junior brother, and was unable to correct it for a moment too. The moment the words came out of his mouth, he immediately felt that it was not right and hurriedly shut his mouth and did not speak. The pressure which the current Yi Yuan gave them was seriously too great. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Senior brothers don't need to be so reserved. You guys were Yi Yuan's senior brothers in the past. In the future, you'll likewise be my senior brothers. Senior brothers, just address me as your little junior brother, and that will do." Ha! Like I said, little junior brother isn't that kind of person, but you all just wouldn't listen. Oh, right, little junior brother. That final sword of yours was truly too terrifying. I still have a lingering fear in my heart when recalling it now. That one sword should have far surpassed true intent, right? Tang Ji had an alarmed appearance. Clearly, he was really frightened by it. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said smilingly, "Above true intent is supreme true intent. That sword was precisely unleashed with supreme true intent." For such a long time, although Yi Yuan had been using the scorching true intent and coiling dragon heaven devastating palm all along, he had not put down his comprehension towards sword intent for even a moment. His Azure Dipper floating zero sword was already approaching major accomplishment. Therefore, comprehension was increasingly slower. Even so, Yi Yuan still comprehended his strongest form to the state after breaking through to the divine traversing realm, rending the sky. It was just that the time needed to execute this move was too long. Plus, Zhao Tianyin threatened with Yi Hang husband and wife, so he did not have the chance to exhibit this move at all. Actually, before Yi Yuan came, he did not think that he would use this move either. This was his true final trump card martial technique at present. Unless there were no other alternatives, he absolutely would not use it. But nobody could have thought that the current Zhao Qinggan would actually be so powerful. Just based on that final spear of his, even if Yi Yuan used the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, it was also impossible to be his match. Rather, supreme true intent this term, it was still everyone's first time hearing it. They could not help inquiring about it from Yi Yuan very curiously. Towards this group of senior brothers, Yi Yuan was also on very intimate terms with. He naturally did not hold much back from them either. When they understood how hard it was to comprehend supreme true intents, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan become extremely odd. Yi Yuan was long used to these sort of eyes. He just smiled faintly and did not mind it. When Yi Yuan finished dealing with the group of senior brothers, Star Abyss made them withdraw. There were only 2 of them left in the Great Hall. Some words were hard to say in front of their faces. "Star Abyss, looks like your cultivation recently had results and already broke through to late-stage alchemy sovereign," Yi Yuan said with Star Abyss with a smile. Star Abyss sweated profusely. He only broke through a minor boundary, but Yi Yuan already crossed several major cultivation realms. He even finished off the boundless realm Zhao Qinggan with one sword. All of this still made him have a feeling that he was dreaming. In the central capital's royal family, a ghostly black shadow stood in the depths of the dark void. Thick sanguine qi pervaded all around him, giving people a kind of extremely bizarre sensation. Even though the sanguine power in Zhao Qinggan's body was thick, compared to this, it paled in comparison. Those sanguine qi all flowed out from one small flask after another, converging onto that black shadow's hand. Looking over closely, that black shadow's hand was actually holding a clear bead. And that bead, because large quantities of sanguine power came together, it gradually became a dark red color. After a long while, that bead became a blood bead. While those sanguine power inside each one of those small bottles were already absorbed clean, Those small bottles were precisely that kind which Yi Yuan saw outside of Crimson Light City. It was just that the small flasks around the dark shadow had a full 10,000 of them. Could be seen how much sanguine power was stored inside. JJ. The blood soul bead is finally refined successfully. In order to refine this one blood soul bead, it was really troublesome. The black shadow looked at the blood-colored bead in his hand and said with a strange laugh, "That Zhao Tianyin father and son, truly two fools. To not even able to manage the small matter well. But that brat indeed has some skill. At a young age, he could actually comprehend a supreme true intent to such a boundary. Most likely, it also belongs to the apex in the divine realm, right? It's a shame that those few old fellows are keeping an eye too closely. I could only have a clone come down. Otherwise, I'll definitely erase that brat first. But with Master's strength, even if this brat was any more heaven-defying, it's impossible to be his match either. Just let him live a few more years then. Wait until Master's grand matter has succeeded. Then coming to eliminate this brat wouldn't be late either." The Black Shadow clearly knew everything that happened in the central capital like the palm of his own hand. It was just that limited to certain circumstances, he was unable to take action and let Zhao Tianyin father and son take action. Except, he never thought that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so formidable. The might of that final sword, even he admired it very much as well. That was completely the overwhelming of concepts. It was unrelated to cultivation realm. Those able to achieve this could be counted on one's fingers in the divine realm too. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan was still an aboriginal. To be able to achieve this point was even more praiseworthy of his amazing skill. Forget it. Bringing the blood soul bead back to report completion of the task is the urgent matter on hand. That boy's affairs, just put it aside to think about it in the future. Finish talking. That Black Shadow's figure moved, merging into the darkness immediately. Inside Xianxia Mountain's great hall, Star Abyss was sweating profusely. Senior must be joking. If not for Senior's guidance, Star Abyss's achievements in this lifetime would probably end here too, Star Abyss said in trepidation. When Yi Yuan was staying at Xianxia Mountain, he had indeed given Star Abyss pointers a few times. Even though the number of times was not many, Star Abyss had gleaned considerable benefits. For Star Abyss to be able to reach middle-stage sovereign level under such an environment like the Fierce-Scale world, he himself was this world's pinnacle figure. With his comprehension ability plus Yi Yuan's pointers which came from a strategically advantageous position, breaking through was obviously also something which happened naturally without extra effort. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Your talent isn't bad, but it's still a little inferior compared to Li Daohang's. But with me around, what difficulty is there in you surpassing Li Daohang in the future?" Star Abyss sweated heavily and hurriedly said, "Master, he is highly gifted. How can Junior dare have extravagant hopes of surpassing his elderly self?" Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Bullshit. Highly gifted. His talent is also just ordinary when placed in the divine realm. Only putting a pretense in front of you all. Forget it, don't talk about him anymore. That day, I promised you to help you refine the soul meld pill. Are the spirit medicines prepared?" Star Abyss's entire body trembled when he heard that and said agitatedly, "The spirit medicines were prepared long ago. When is Senior going to start work to refine the pill?" The soul meld pill was a transcendent divine medicine to Star Abyss. Whether or not he could break through to the alchemy ancestor realm would be up to the soul meld pill. It was just that if Yi Yuan did not take the initiative to mention it, Star Abyss did not dare to ask either. The current Yi Yuan was no longer that brat at his mercy back then. He already grew into a genuine powerhouse. Now, Yi Yuan taking the initiate to mention it, Star Abyss was naturally beside himself with excitement. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly when he heard that, "Any time works. Right now then, just command people to deliver the spirit medicines over will do." Star Abyss was stunned. Right here." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "And just right here. You just care about sending the spirit medicines over will do. Don't need to bother about other things." Star Abyss was helpless and could only order people to deliver the spirit medicines prepared beforehand over. Yi Yuan did not avoid either. Refining finished the soul meld pill in front of Star Abyss. From start to end, it did not expend much time either. The pill refinement finishing, Star Abyss by the side was long enthralled from watching already. Back then when Yi Yuan helped the Xiao family battle in alchemy, what he refined was still only quasi-tier 4 medicinal pills. It was impressive, but compared to tier 5 medicinal pills, the difference was like heaven and earth. However, Yi Yuan refined a high-level tier 5 medicinal pill in front of him right now. This was truly a marvelous work of art. Is this the strength of an alchemy emperor? Star Abyss muttered to himself under his breath. But Yi Yuan laughed when he heard that and said, "Stop guessing on your own. The boundary of alchemy emperor is simply not what the current you are able to imagine. The refinement just now was merely just the tip of the iceberg of an alchemy emperor's strength." Star Abyss came back to his senses. His face could not help looking embarrassed. His boundary from alchemy emperor had a difference of quite a few major boundaries. These words of Yi Yuan was already giving consideration of his face. The strength of alchemy emperor realm, he had no way of imagining at all. But when he saw the soul meld pill that Yi Yuan handed over, he lost composure once again. Transcendent grade. Star Abyss's hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the medicinal pill on the floor. A transcendent grade soul meld pill was absolutely able to ensure him breaking through to the alchemy ancestor realm. This casual refinement of Yi Yuan's practically guaranteed his advancement to alchemy ancestor. This kind of strength was simply inconceivable. And the spirit medicines that you prepared were still comparatively abundant, so I refined another 2 more. In the future, after you ascend to the divine realm, pass those 2 transcendent grade soul meld pills to Shurhauren they all. Yi Yuan said coolly. Star Abyss was still a bit more cautious when doing things. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan's strength was unfathomable, refining pills always had the issue of percentage of error. Hence, when he got people to prepare, he prepared 2 more sets of spirit medicines. It was just that Star Abyss never expected that Yi Yuan actually cooked it all in one pot directly. Furthermore, he refined out 3 transcendent grade soul meld pills. Many thanks to Senior for bestowing the pills, Star Abyss said with his heart full of gratitude. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "On that day, if not for you guys, master and disciples, protecting my safety, I might have been killed by Zhao Tianin long ago. Just a few medicinal pills. It isn't considered much to me. Just take it as repaying you all the grace of caring. Moreover, you're Li Daohong's disciple. You're also considered my progeny disciple." Star Abyss nodded his head and already threw himself down at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration. He was an apex-like figure in the fierce Gale world, but in front of Yi Yuan he was not even fit to carry his shoes. Now that the Zhao family father and son are removed, I wonder what plans Senior has in the future? Star Abyss asked. Yi Yuan said, "I'll stay for a few days in the capital and guide you guys, master and disciples, for training. After a few days I'll return to the endless world and prepare to ascend to the divine realm." "And my lord, you aren't joking, right?" The Grand Yen True sect exhausted their entire sect's power before barely managing to seal the realm passageway. Ning Yixian could not help turning pale with fright when he heard Yi Yuan's words. Half a month ago, Yi Yuan surprisingly came back to the endless world. After that, everyone all knew the boundless realm powerhouse in the fierce Gale world already succumbed under Yi Yuan's sword. For some time, the entire Wu Fang city fell into jubilation. These few years, they had lived too stiflingly. Especially after Wu Fang city was breached, they could be said to be living in dire suffering. Including Ning Yixian, these peerless powerhouses nearly suffered an annihilation level of calamity. Even with Yi Yuan overturning the raging tides alone and recapturing the endless world, that boundless realm powerhouse who had never shown his face also brought tremendous psychological pressure on them. However, Yi Yuan relied on his divine traversing realm cultivation and cut down that boundless realm powerhouse. He forcefully destroyed this great mountain with his strength alone. How valiant of an achievement was this? Yi Yuan did not give much explanation. What he killed was not just one boundless realm powerhouse. There was even a Zhao Chang'an who was even stronger than Zhao Tianin. But this did not hamper the endless world martial artist's idolization towards Yi Yuan. This sort of thing did not require much propaganda. It spread throughout the entire endless world very quickly. For some time, Yi Yuan's status in the endless world was akin to a divinity. Ning Yixian and the others, their attitude towards Yi Yuan underwent a transformation once more. Ever since Yi Yuan rescued them, they harbored feelings of reverence towards Yi Yuan. But now, they admired Yi Yuan from the bottom of their hearts, even worshipped. However, Ning Yixian did not expect that after a time interval of half a month, Yi Yuan actually called him over suddenly, saying that he wanted to seal the realm passageway. This gave him a fright. Not that he did not trust Yi Yuan's ability, but the price that the Grand Yen True sect expended in order to seal the realm passageway was seriously too great. If it were him, he was probably also unable to do this sort of sacrificing one's interests for the sake of others thing. The Grand Yen True sect master was absolutely a noble king of great talent and bold vision. Did Yi Yuan also have to expend such a huge price to seal the realm passageway? Did he require peak divine traversing realm powerhouses to be sacrificed too? These were all things that Ning Yixian was concerned about. But Yi Yuan did not pay attention to Ning Yixian's panic. He nodded his head and said, "You send out a notice to the entire endless world. All fierce-scale world martial artists must return to their homeland within a month. Otherwise, they will never ever be able to return. Additionally, the 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array's expenditure is massive. These few days, you have to gather sufficient quantities of high-grade essence crystals for me." Yi Yuan said these words with a commanding tone. He was naturally aware of Ning Yixian's concerns, but he would not explain much either. Seeing Yi Yuan say it solemnly, Ning Yixian did not dare to ask any question. He acknowledged Yi Yuan's words and withdrew. A month later, Yi Yuan exited seclusion and brought a mighty army of experts to the Grand Yen True Sect's ruins, the Eternal Splendor Palace. "You guys make the preparations outside. I'll be right back." Yi Yuan gave a command simply, then headed straight for the Eternal Splendor Palace's 3rd level. This array formation to enter the 3rd level was too profound. Even though the fierce Gale world occupied this passageway for such a long time, they were unable to crack the method to enter the 3rd level at all. A light flashing, Yi Yuan appeared in the Grand Yen space once more. "Old Wei." Seeing Wei Xiao once again, Yi Yuan still gave him a bow. This old man guarded the Grand Yen space bitterly for thousands of years. He was worthy of Yi Yuan respecting him. Except, seeing Wei Xiao this time, his body became even more transparent, seemingly about to dissipate gradually already. When Wei Xiao saw that someone actually arrived in the Grand Yen space again, he could not help revealing an amazed look. But seeing that familiar face, Wei Xiao's expression became fascinating. You actually came to the Grand Yen space again. Is it possible?" Wei Xiao said in surprise. Through the exchange with Yi Yuan last time, Wei Xiao knew that this Eternal Splendor Palace was already seized by the fierce Gale world. But Yi Yuan appearing here now, the matter clearly took a turn for the better. It was also no wonder that he was so excited. Yi Yuan nodded with a smile as he said, "Old Wei guessed correctly. The fierce Gale world has already been driven back by us. Our endless world has occupied this realm passageway anew." "Ha, that's great. Heaven rewards the faithful. We finally still won." Hearing the news Yi Yuan brought, Wei Xiao was in high spirits. As he said, tears actually coursed down Wei Xiao's face. With a thud, he knelt down towards the consecration of the Grand Yen True Sect Master in the hall. "Sect Master, did you hear that? The heaven didn't fail our endless world in the end. To think that these youngsters in the later generations actually had such strength, defeating a high-order small world." As he said, Wei Xiao seemed to have discovered something amiss. Turning his head around suddenly, he asked Yi Yuan, "Brat, you aren't lying to me, right? The fierce Gale world has a boundless realm powerhouse. How can you all possibly win?" Yi Yuan smiled as he briefly recounted the events of these 2 years, leaving Wei Xiao unbelievably shocked. "You're saying that you came to seal the realm passageway?" Wei Xiao exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. The fierce Gale world is a high-order small world in the end. If I don't seal the realm passageway, it's hard to guarantee that another Zhao Tianyin won't appear in the fierce Gale world again. But you're alone. How can you possibly achieve it?" Wei Xiao clearly still did not quite believe the words Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Rest assured, Old Wei. Yi Yuan has already grasped the Grand Yen True inheritance fully since coming out from inside the stone books. Just a measly little 6 Extreme Seals Grand Array. It still can't stump Junior. Wei Xiao was speechless when he heard, a measly little 6 extreme seals grand array. If it was measly little, would they need to sacrifice the entire sect's strength back then? But Yi Yuan's words still had some trustworthiness. After all, he also used an inconceivable speed to comprehend the array formation's 3 volumes back then. Moreover, although Yi Yuan said it reservedly, he could also discern that the reason why the Endless World was able to repel the fierce Gale World's invasion was definitely because Yi Yuan exerted immense effort in it. At least, Yi Yuan's current strength likely would not be weaker than sect masters back then. Yi Yuan smiled faintly when he saw Wei Zhao's appearance of still not daring to believe and said, "Old Wei, I've already ordered people to gather some materials and can refine a body for you. Although it's not able to let you recover to your peak condition, seeing the light of day once more is still achievable. If Old Wei doesn't believe Yi Yuan's words, you can very well go out yourself to take a look." Wei Zhao's entire body involuntarily shuddered when he heard these words. His face revealed a look of wild elation. He guarded here bitterly for several thousand years and naturally had a deep longing for the outside world. Now that he heard that there was actually an opportunity to go out, how could he not be agitated? Yet, after the agitation, Wei Xiao calmed down very quickly. He looked at Yi Yuan, shook his head, and said, "Boy, I know that you have good intentions. But I still won't be going out. Now that the fierce Gale world has retreated and you also want to seal the realm passageway, my mission is also considered completed. Actually, I was already a dead man long ago. Now that my wish has been fulfilled, I can also go and meet Sect Master, they all wearing a smile." Rumble. Beneath the Eternal Splendor Palace where the realm passageway was, there were 6 colors of light interweaved together, looking extremely vibrant and gorgeous. That very large hole, originally expanded by the fierce Gale world's array masters, was actually gradually healing. Very soon, the iridescent rays of light thoroughly plugged up that enormous hole. After a time interval of several years, Yi Yuan sealed the realm passageway once more with his own power. However, the 6 extreme seals grand array which Yi Yuan laid down anew was even sturdier than the grand array set up by the Grand Yen True Sect, sacrificing the entire sect's power back then. The Grand Yen True Sect did not fully comprehend the array formation's 3 volumes. But Yi Yuan already grasped all of the contents in the stone books fully. This 6 extreme seals grand array was exceedingly profound and abstruse to others, but it did not have much difficulty to him. Seeing the realm passageway being sealed shut once more, Qi Hai, Ning Yixian, and the rest were all incredibly agitated. With this, it was considered severing future troubles forever. Qi Hai's strength was the closest to the boundless realm. He was able to sense the staggering energy coming from the grand array, so he was also groveling at Yi Yuan's feet in admiration too. Yi Yuan, your valiant and heroic deeds are unparalleled in history and never to be surpassed. If not for you, the entire endless world would probably have to be reduced to a bloody, savage battlefield. I know that I, this realm lord, am a little unworthy of the title, but I still have to express my thanks to you on behalf of all the martial artists in the endless world," Qi Hai said with endless vicissitude of emotions. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Old Hai, don't need to blame yourself. This was originally a war with a mismatch in strength. Furthermore, Zhao Tianin, they all had plotted for a long time. The endless world being routed was also something within reason. All right, this matter has concluded. We should return." Qi Hai hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Yi Yuan, your combat strength has already far surpassed the limits of the endless world, and you already have adequate strength to ascend. I wonder, when do you plan on ascending?" Wait a while more. I've already arranged for White Light to enter seclusion and cultivate hard. I plan on waiting for him to cultivate to peak tier 5 and ascend to the divine realm together with him. It's just right. I can make use of this period of time to accompany my parents well. I've always been drifting around outside these few years and lacked many opportunities to show my filial piety, Yi Yuan said. Half a year's time passed in a flash. In this half a year, Yi Yuan rarely cultivated diligently but spent more time on accompanying his parents. Ever since he reincarnated, he really did not spend much time to accompany Yi Hang and Ren Hongling. Instead, he had let them suffer considerable hardships. Spending half a year's time to accompany them was also considered carrying out filial piety for his predecessor. In this half a year, the endless world situation also underwent titanic changes. A sect called the Tranquil Cloud Sect became the sect with the highest position in the northern domain. Its fame even overshadowed the three great sects. And this Tranquil Cloud Sect actually did not have many experts. But their sect master was a figure standing at the pinnacle of this small world. That person was Yi Yuan. The Tranquil Cloud Sect re-established their sect anew at their former site in the northern domain. This action fulfilled the long-cherished wish of all the Tranquil Cloud Sect members. Except, in this war between two worlds, Luo Qingfeng and all of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's upper echelons died in battle in order to protect the sect's effective strength. Later, only after Yi Yuan quelled the war between two worlds did Tianyu Tiwuzhou, these pinnacle geniuses of the sect, dare to come out and join Yi Yuan. Under such circumstances, it was not surprising that Yi Yuan became the Tranquil Cloud Sect's new sect master. Therefore, this sect, which only had one divine traversing realm martial artist, became the Endless World's #1 sect. Yi Yuan set up a quasi-tier 6 grand array for the new Tranquil Cloud Sect. Its power reigned supreme throughout the entire Endless World. Even with Qi-Hai's strength, it was impossible to breach this grand array too. This grand array naturally became the capital for the Tranquil Cloud Sect to be established. Afterward, Yi Yuan even fully duplicated the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, finally completing the Tranquil Cloud Sect's ultimate skill. Yi Yuan also carved another row of sword characters on the mountaintop. It was just that this time there were only 7 characters, and each word was incomparably profound. These 7 sword characters were the Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword's sword intent. Yi Yuan left behind the command that if anyone fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, they could come to this mountain peak to comprehend the 7 sword intents. Later on, this mountain peak became the holy land which all the Endless World people yearned for, because being able to comprehend one of the sword intent among these 7 sword intents, one could sweep across the present age. 100 years later, a brilliant genius appeared in the Tranquil Cloud Sect. He actually comprehended 5 of the sword intents Yi Yuan left behind and truly made the Tranquil Cloud Sect become the #1 powerful sect in the current era. The Tranquil Cloud Sect finally truly became the #1 sect in name as well as in reality. The latter Tranquil Cloud Sect was even stronger than the Grand Yen True Sect back then. And along with the Tranquil Cloud Sect's rise, the Endless World entered a glorious era anew as well. Countless powerhouses rose up in that era. Apart from this, Yi Yuan answered all of the questions on the 1000 Query Wall's 7th level and opened it to the public. Wufang City also became the Alchemy Path's #1 holy land in name as well as in reality. 8 years later, Yihang became a peak alchemy sovereign powerhouse, and he inherited Ran Xingchuan's mantle, becoming Wufang City's city lord. The Tranquil Cloud Sect and Wufang City, one south and one north, one alchemy and one martial, cooperated with each other across a great distance. Half a year later, White Light finally cultivated to peak tier 5. Heh, big brother, I've kept you waiting. They were about to ascend to the divine realm. It was no wonder White Light was very excited. Ho, you didn't really kept me waiting. This half a year's time was a kind of spiritual sublimation to me. Since I rose up in the state of Qin along the way, my cultivation speed was too fast. Even though I already tried my best to suppress it, there were still quite a lot of hidden dangers. This half a year, no fighting, no cultivation, frequently accompanying by my parents' side. There wasn't much different from being an ordinary son. But in this half a year, it had a critically important effect on my cultivation road after today. Yi Yuan said smilingly. The best path of cultivation was not advancing leaps and bounds all the way. At times, settling down and recuperating for a while could instead let the path to walk hereafter be even more solid. This half a year, Yi Yuan had practically given up on cultivation. But his comprehension towards cultivation realms became even more solid and steady instead. Big brother, what you said is so abstruse. I didn't understand a word. However, shouldn't we be ascending? White Light said excitedly. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, You prepare for a bit first. This ascension tribulation isn't that easy to ascend. Only half a month later did White Light know what Yi Yuan meant by it was not easy to ascend. He was actually going to bring Rendong, Xiao Ruyan, and Luer to transcend the tribulation together. The three of them all did not have the qualifications to transcend the tribulation. Bringing the three of them along to transcend the tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would be much more powerful compared to ordinary tribulations of ascension. The difficulty in this soared by multiple times. Adding in white light, the might of this heavenly tribulation was sufficient to destroy the world. Big brother, are you joking? This is a deadly deal. White light swallowed his saliva and said. Even with his arrogance, he also felt that Yi Yuan's way of doing things was too presumptuous. The tribulation of ascension was an entirely different concept from the heavenly tribulation of breaking through cultivation realms. In terms of power, the power of ascension tribulation was a level higher. Qi Hai kept on not daring to take this step was because he did not dare to face the tribulation of ascension. Since time immemorial, there were numerous similar cases of martial artists falling in the ascension tribulations. Of course, with Yi Yuan's strength, transcending this tribulation of ascension was not something hard. But if he brought three people along, then it was completely different. Once the three of them were at the center where Yi Yuan was transcending the tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would think that these people had the intention of ascending to the divine realm. At that time, the might of the heavenly tribulation would be over a dozen times more powerful than under normal circumstances. This degree of heavenly tribulation, even with white light's strength, just thinking about it made his scalp somewhat tingle too. Hoo-hoo, there is naturally me to withstand the heavenly tribulation. You just need to take care of yourself, Yi Yuan said coolly. White light was speechless for a while when he heard that. But since Yi Yuan insisted on it, he would also go along even if he had to offer up his life. The friendship between White Light and Yi Yuan had long surpassed life and death already. Young master, why not? I don't transcend the tribulation? Just let Lua cultivate in the endless world. I believe that before long, I'll be able to ascend too. Lua was rather worried and also quite unwilling to part as she said. To make her and Yi Yuan separate, she was naturally full of unwillingness. But her existence greatly increased Yi Yuan's danger. Lua's thinking was very simple. It was fine if she died under the heavenly tribulation. But if it implicated Yi Yuan because of this, then she would not forgive herself even if she died. Furthermore, Lua was not boasting. She only used half a year, and she already broke through to the sea transformation realm. Ever since after she could cultivate, Lua's cultivation speed could be described using terrifying. Even Yi Yuan's cultivation speed paled in comparison to her too. At the rate of her cultivation speed, it did not need more than a few years' time to reach peak divine traversing realm either. Yeah, master. How about you ascend by yourself first, Xiaorian also urged. Rundong wanted to speak too, but Yi Yuan pulled a long face and said, following your opinions or listening to mine. You guys just have to follow me. When the time comes, I naturally have ways to transcend the heavenly tribulation. The moment Yi Yuan flared up, the three people all did not dare to make a sound. Actually, they were all worried for Yi Yuan. To really make them leave Yi Yuan, they could not bear to part in their hearts either. The five people's deliberation was settled. It was naturally up to Yi Yuan's call. Yi Yuan's location to transcend the tribulation was ultimately chosen at an enormous basin 10,000 miles away from the new tranquil cloud sect. On this day, countless endless world martial artists gathered around the basin. They were all here to attend the event, transcending tribulation and ascending. This was a scene hard to come across in 1,000 years in the endless world. Many martial artists might not be able to see such a spectacle once in their entire lives. How could they miss such a grand occasion? Of course, the ones who were concerned with transcending the tribulation were those late-stage divine traversing realm martial artists. There were still some people among them with hopes of transcending their tribulation in the future. Coming forward to observe the rites, they could watch the might of the heavenly tribulation at close quarters. At least, they would also have a benchmark in their hearts. Hence, Yi Yuan transcending the tribulation this time virtually attracted all the powerhouses in the endless world over. The transcending of tribulation had yet to begin, and the surroundings were already densely packed with countless martial artists. Yi Yuan knew the other martial artists' reverence and desire toward heavenly tribulation. He was not someone unreasonable and did not curb such a situation. Father, mother, Yuaner's tribulation crossing is near at hand. After today, we'll be separated by 2 worlds. Meeting again would hardly be easy. These medicinal pills are prepared for younger sister by me. Mother, take one every day during the last 3 months before giving birth. Not only can it ensure young sister to be safe and sound, but it's also highly beneficial to her future cultivation, said Yi Yuan, who passed a bottle of medicinal pills to Yi Hang's hand. Yi Hang and Ren Hongling were at the prime of their lives. In the past, because they needed to take care of Yi Yuan wholeheartedly, so they did not have time to spare for other things. Some time ago, under Yi Yuan's egging on, Ren Hongling finally became pregnant. Like this, his parents would also have someone to keep them company after Yi Yuan ascended. Yi Yuan had long felt Ren Hongling's pulse before. This pregnancy was a girl. That was why Yi Yuan addressed the yet-to-be-born baby as his younger sister. Yi Hang received the medicinal pills but still said worriedly, Yuan, you bringing Luer they all to transcend the tribulation will be very dangerous. How about you reconsider a bit? Yi Yuan said smilingly, Rest assured, father. Yuan knows what to do. Yi Hang bemoaned when he heard that. You're already an unrivaled powerhouse now. Father naturally won't control you strictly. It's just that, after you ascend to the divine realm, you still have to be more careful in all matters. Presumably, that divine realm's powerhouses are as many as clouds. Some things shouldn't be done without qualms and as you wish. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Many thanks for father's reminder. Yuan is going. Yi Hang's heart could not help quivering when he heard that. His eyes were already wet since who knows when. Recalling the encounters these few years, Yi Hang still somewhat felt like he was dreaming. But this remarkable youth before his eyes was undoubtedly his son. His son was the entire Endless World's legend. Yi Yuan's group of people floated down, arriving at the center of the basin. Ruyan, Little Dong, Luer, in a while, the 3 of you have to stand within the 30 feet around me. Make sure not to move by yourself. Do you understand? Yi Yuan instructed solemnly. The 3 people nodded their heads when they heard that, yes. Yi Yuan turned to White Light again and said smilingly, White Light. Scared. White Light was already done with preparations long ago. Hearing Yi Yuan asking, he immediately said, Scared my ass. If the heaven wants to exterminate me, then I'll destroy the heaven. Just a lousy heavenly tribulation. I don't believe that this divine beast progeny, can't even pass through this hurdle. Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Good. Today, us brothers will stir up this heaven. Finished talking, a streak of sword chi rose from ground level and surged straight to the clouds. Even if those martial artists were hundreds of thousands of feet away, they still felt that the sword chi was oppressive. Rumble. The heavens seemed to feel that it was being provoked. In an instant, the winds changed and dark clouds covered the skies above the basic densely. I'm almost suffocating. Is this really the Ascension heavenly tribulation? Why do I feel like it's going to be the apocalypse? This heavenly tribulation practically formed instantly. Even though it hasn't descended yet, it's absolutely powerful until it makes people feel smothered. Too scary. Such a level of heavenly tribulation even half-step boundless realms would face certain death too, right? Lord Yi Yuan. How on earth is he going to transcend the tribulation? The powerful pressure in the sky made these martial artists have a feeling of an apocalyptic calamity. They had never seen before that heavenly tribulations could actually be daunting to such an extent. Crack. An incomparably thick white lightning descended without any signs, giving everybody a fright. This heavenly tribulation was too abnormal. It did not give Yi Yuan they all any time to prepare at all. Yet, right at this time, Yi Yuan's sword finger pointed out. A streak of sword chi even more powerful than before opposed the momentum and surged up, colliding together with the heavenly tribulation directly. Heavenly tribulation. Annihilated. This finger of Yi Yuan's was as if dripping a drop of water into a pot of boiling oil. Exploding all at once. Over a dozen bolts of lightning fell down savagely and unreasonably, without giving people the slightest opportunity to catch their breaths at all. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he raised his head to the sky and howled, Came right on time. For a moment, sword chi crisscrossed, slicing the entire space into pieces of shards. Those dozen over bolts of lightning, not a single one was actually able to pass through Yi Yuan's sword chi. Those martial artists watching the rites were all besotted from watching already. Such a deeply shocking scene, it would probably be hard for them to see it again in this lifetime. That level of lightning, forget about a dozen overbolts, even if one bolt came down, it was also plenty enough to instantly kill everyone present. But in front of Yi Yuan, they appeared so small and weak. Another few dozen bolts of lightning rained down at the same time. However, Yi Yuan's sword chi became even wilder. Ha ha! Big brother. You're really too strong. Awesome. White Light burst into laughter when he saw this scene. Also, no idea how long had passed and uncertain how many heavenly tribulations had rained down too. The tribulation clouds in the sky seemed to have finally been worn out, because it discovered that no matter what, it could not break through Yi Yuan's sword chi. Finally, the heavenly tribulation gradually dispersed. Right then, a pale yellow light pillar descended from the sky, directly enveloping Yi Yuan's group of 5 inside. After that, they saw Yi Yuan's group of 5 slowly rise up, enter straight into the clouds, and gradually vanished from sight. Take care, Yuaner. Seeing this scene, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling shouted with tears covering their faces. The vast divine realm, boundless and limitless. Even if one was a divine king boundary powerhouse, they were unable to glean a complete picture of the divine realm too. The composition of space here was exceedingly stable and essence energy was exceptionally abundant. It was a paradise for martial artists to cultivate. The divine realm's territory was exceedingly vast. Just the regions that humans lived in was divided up to 1,000 regions of all sizes. And among them, the boundary of the smallest territory was also larger than 100,000 endless worlds. Therefore, in the divine realm, the vast majority of martial artists could only stay in one region for all their lives. The divine realm was too huge. Hence, all sorts of forces were also messy and convoluted. But in the divine realm, there were universally acknowledged 8 great super-holy lands. The areas which the 8 great super-holy lands had jurisdiction over spanned across several major regions. And those with the qualifications to become a super-holy land, at the minimum, needed to possess over 10 Divine King Realm powerhouses as well. Divine King Realm was not a cultivation realm, but it was a form of address. After the Boundless Realm, the upper 3 realms were namely Heaven Enlightenment Realm, Phaseless Realm, and Tao Profound Realm. The so-called Divine King Realm was referring to 9th-level Tao Profound Realm powerhouses in particular. Only by reaching such a boundary could one truly become a pinnacle existence in the Divine Realm. And martial artists who reached the Tao Profound Realm had the qualifications to establish a holy land in the Divine Realm, lording over a region. Except, the Divine Realm's territory was overly vast. Even the 8 great super-holy lands could not possibly extend their hands to every corner of the Divine Realm too. The 8 great holy lands pretty much occupied close to half of the Divine Realm's territory. There was still the other half of the territory which had various forces all mixed up intricately, with tangled fighting ceaselessly. Between Holy Land and Holy Land, between forces and forces, wars would frequently erupt too. At this time, in ancient opulent city, subordinate to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land in the White Valiant region, 2 middle-aged men in neat suits of armor were currently conversing. Heh! Today is really strange. The Ascension pool normally doesn't have much activities in a month. Today, there are actually 3 batches ascending all at once. Isn't it good that there are many? Us brothers taking on this hard and unprofitable job. Guarding this Ascension pool daily, we don't get any bit of benefits throughout the year. If there aren't a few ascenders, us brothers will have to live on air. Haha, what Big Brother said is right. Many are good. Many are good. It's just that these bunch who just ascended are all a bunch of paupers. They don't have any good stuff on them at all. Sigh, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's meat too. Better than not having. Us brothers will only have this bit of accomplishments in our lives by relying on that bit of salary. In front of them was a pool 100 feet in circumference. Beside the pool was a platform. Over there stood an elderly man and a young one, 2 people. The 2 people's expressions were both not very good. Clearly, they were already fleeced and extorted by those 2 middle-aged soldier-looking people. Right then, the light inside the Ascension pool gradually became bright. Not long after, the light faded away. 2 figures appeared in front of everybody. Haha! This place is the Divine Realm? Indeed impressive. The essence energy here is too rich. The cultivating here, the speed is at least 5 times of the endless worlds. The moment a dignified and strong-looking youth appeared, he said those words with an excited look. This dignified and strong-looking youth was naturally White Light who ascended from the endless world, and the other person was naturally Yi Yuan. White Light's figure had just steadied himself, and he already felt that the rich essence energy was practically going to drill into his body. Virtually every pore on his body opened up. This sort of sensation made him indescribable comfortable. Yay? Big brother. White Light looked all around in a moment of delight. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not react, he could not resist turning his head around. With this look, White Light could not help jumping in fright. Yi Yuan already exited the Ascension pool since goodness knows when and started meditating at one side. Those two middle-aged people exchanged a glance. They were rather shocked in their hearts. Looking at this youth who just ascended was actually going to break through on the spot? Heh, this boy. Quite interesting. Xianxia, us brothers have already guarded the Ascension pool for quite a number of years already, right? This is still the first time seeing a lower realms martial artist who just ascended actually break through cultivation realms directly, said the soldier whose age was slightly older. Yeah, this is really a rare event. This boy is just first-level divine traversing. He probably ascended from some low-order small world, right? But breaking through right after ascending, what's the deal? Xianxia had a baffled expression on his face. Actually, they could not be blamed for being astonished either. It was truly that Yi Yuan was overly freakish. Other martial artists ascending to the divine realm, they had basically all just broken through a major bottleneck. It was impossible to choose to break through right after arriving at the divine realm. But Yi Yuan was different from others. His cultivation realm had not reached the limits of the endless world at all. It was still a long way off. Yi Yuan ascending was him taking the initiative to release energy exceeding the endless world's limits, triggering the heavenly tribulation from there. Speaking of which, this sort of method, only a freak like Yi Yuan dared to do so. Other people doing this was no different from courting death. Having the ability to trigger the heavenly tribulation, one had to have the ability to transcend the heavenly tribulation too. In this recent half a year's time, Yi Yuan did not take the initiative to go and cultivate. But his heart realm rose a lot unknowingly. His cultivation realm also arrived at peak first-level divine traversing unconsciously. Breaking through at this time now was being impacted by the divine realm's thick essence energy. It was akin to water spilling over by itself when it was full. The breakthrough process did not persist for a long time. The divine realm's abundant essence energy let him clear the second-level divine traversing bottleneck very quickly. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Only then did he size up the divine realm anew. At this present moment, Yi Yuan was also rather agitated in his heart. After reincarnated, Yi Yuan went from a measly little essence chi realm cultivating all the way till he ascended to the divine realm. He experienced countless hardships and dangers through this. Different from the previous life's ease and comfort. His path of rising up in this life was filled with slaughter and upheaval. There were even quite a few times where he fell into a desperate situation, but he made it through all of them. Now that he ascended to the divine realm, his path of vengeance had also been taking step by step very solidly. This familiar essence energy undulation, this familiar composition of space, it was still that divine realm. It was just that Yi Yuan arriving at the divine realm again now, his mental state was greatly different. Boy, stop looking. Treating us brothers as air. Xianxia saw that Yi Yuan finished breaking though, but said crossly. Yi Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by Xianxia, but he said with a smile, I wonder what advice this brother has? Brother? Heh. Boy, you have to call your excellency. A boy who just ascended. Really unaware of the immensity of heaven and earth. Xianxia said with a cold sneer. Your excellency? Your esteemed self is merely a first-level boundless realm martial artist. Can you live up to your excellency, these two words? Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said. Merely a first-level boundless realm? Hee, what high-sounding sentiments. Punks who ascended up are indeed more ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth one after another. You go and ask those two over there whether they are willing to obediently call me your excellency or not. Cheng Jiang seemed to have long gotten used to Yi Yuan's conduct, saying with a cold smile. The moment that one elderly, one youth, two people heard these words, their expressions because ugly. They were already lectured prior to this. Moreover, the treasures on their body also had quite a bit plundered away. Hearing Cheng Jiang asked him, the youth had no choice but to nod his head. He said, "This brother, better put away the wild arrogance from the lower realms. This place, it isn't appropriate. Hear that or not? I know that you guys are all first-rate geniuses in the lower realms with your own pride. However," Cheng Jiang deliberately dragged it out and said with a solemn face, "Your pride isn't worth a penny in the divine realm." Yi Yuan looked at Cheng Jiang and could not help laughing as he said, "Perhaps I really don't have the capital to be arrogant in front of a genuine expert. But in front of you." Yi Yuan did not finish talking, but the meaning of his words was already very clear. Yi Yuan was proud as when he was in the lower realms. When Cheng Jiang heard Yi Yuan's words but did not show an enraged expression. Their objective of being here was in order to make those ascenders be obedient. Let them know that after ascending, they had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave. Otherwise, if these ascenders were all arrogant to the extreme, how would they manage? Yi Yuan's behavior was also within Cheng Jiang's expectations. Or should he say, every ascender's attitude was about the same as Yi Yuan's. Those two previously were like that too. Now, weren't they still docile and obedient? Ha! Is that so? Then, I'll have to take a look at your pride. Cheng Jiang's voice had yet to fade when a surge of powerful essence energy instantly crashed over towards Yi Yuan, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. The elder and youth other there could not quite bear to look steadily at it. They knelt down to this move of Cheng Jiang's earlier and did not even have strength left over to retaliate. What was exasperating was that the two of them were both Boundless Realm experts. First-level Boundless Realm versus first-level Boundless Realm, and they actually did not even have strength left over to counterattack. They only struggled a little before conceding dejectedly. That scene earlier even made them somewhat doubtful about life. Could it be that these years of cultivation were all cultivated into a dog's stomach? Or were the Divine Realm's martial artists all-powerful to this sort of degree? They ended up like this even though they were Boundless Realm. Wouldn't you, Yuan, a freshly broken through second-level divine traversing brat, be crushed until half-dead? Hey, old Huang, it looks odd. That youth suddenly said to the elderly man. Old Huang looked over at Yi Yuan there. His expression involuntarily changed. Why is he totally fine? This isn't right. Old Huang said in amazement. Over there, Yi Yuan was being pressured by Cheng Jiang's aura, but he was perfectly calm and collected. It was as if Cheng Jiang did not do anything at all. Yet, the violent essence energy undulation around Yi Yuan clearly told everyone that Cheng Jiang was really putting pressure on Yi Yuan. Hoo, essence energy suppression, is it? This is your opening gambit? Doesn't look like much to me, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Cheng Jiang's expression was ugly as he said, How is this possible? You, an ascender, moreover, only second-level divine traversing, are actually able to withstand my essence energy suppression. I don't believe it. Cheng Jiang clearly could not accept this truth. Hence, he mustered up all the essence energy in his body. The coercion of a boundless realm crushed over towards Yi Yuan overwhelmingly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, Thick head. The next instant, Yi Yuan's aura was fully released. The violent essence energy abruptly burst out, forcing back Cheng Jiang's suppression immediately. Cheng Jiang did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had strength left over to counterattack. Caught off guard all at once, he was forced back by Yi Yuan until his bottom plopped onto the ground directly. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart incessantly. Cheng Jiang's methods, he was all too clear, merely taking advantage of his cultivation time in the divine realm being long. To really talk about comprehension towards cultivation realm, he might not even be stronger than an ascender. The so-called essence energy suppression was actually because the divine realm's essence energy was not only thicker compared to the lower realms, it was purer compared to the lower realm's essence energy too. Therefore, the martial artists cultivating in the divine realm, the essence energy within their bodies were many times purer compared to lower realms martial artists. Similarly, first-level boundless realm, the essence energy within Cheng Jiang's body was much purer than old Huang's. But how could Changjiang have thought that what Yi Yuan cultivated was the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art that caused a stir in the entire divine realm? Even if Yi Yuan was cultivating in the lower realms, the essence energy he absorbed into his body was also refined and extracted through the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. Compared to Changjiang, Yi Yuan's essence energy was God knows how many times purer. Therefore, him wanting to use essence energy to suppress and deal with Yi Yuan was simply a joke. Yi Yuan arriving at the divine realm, although he was unable to jump realms and battle by a large margin like in the lower realms, dealing with a bottom-level soldier like Changjiang was still achievable. No way, right? This brat is so strong. On the platform, old Huang exclaimed in shock. Even though the youth did not speak, the expression on his face was exactly the same as old Huang's. When Changjiang's big brother saw this scene, his face could not help revealing a look of astonishment. These few years, Changjiang had never dropped the ball before when taking action to deal with the lower realms ascenders. Didn't expect that today he failed miserably in a very simple task. Boy, you're courting death. Changjiang did not expect to actually have his face swept away by an ascender. He flew into a violent rage all at once and was about to step forward and make a move. But he had yet to move and was stopped by Big Brother. Changjiang, don't be rash. As he said, he came in front of Yi Yuan and bowed with his hands folded in front as he said, Little brother has such pure essence energy. This one is Yuming. I wonder what's little brother's name? Yi Yuan was not some impetuous person who just ascended. He knew the divine realms matters like the palm of his own hand. These two people were merely soldiers here to guard the Ascension pool. They still had a powerful force behind them and could not be offended at all. In the end, Yi Yuan was only an ascender now as well. His strength was too weak. Earlier, making a move to deal with Changjiang was also just taking him down a notch, and make them not casually need him. Since this Yuming had the intentions of getting friendly now, Yi Yuan was naturally happy to oblige. You flatter me. This one is Yi Yuan. So, it's little brother Yi. This brother of mine is too reckless when doing things. Just now, he offended you. But restraining ascenders is also where our brother's duties lie. Little brother Yi, please don't take offense. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Big brother Yu is overly sensitive. This small matter, this Yi will not go to the extent of taking it to heart. Yuming originally thought that since Yi Yuan was young and his strength was formidable too, he probably would not be too easygoing. Didn't expect that he was so astute. Except, because of this, Yuming regarded Yi Yuan even more higher. This boy was bound to be a major figure in the future. At least, he would be an existence that them brothers needed to look up to. Such a person, one either had to exterminate him immediately now or get on friendly terms in advance. At least one could not offend too much. Haha. Then that's good. Then that's good. Little brother Ye's essence energy is so pure. It's really not like a newly ascended martial artist. Yu Ming said with a laugh. Big brother Yu is too kind. It's just that the cultivation method that this Yi cultivates in is a little special. To really come to blows, I probably won't be Big Brother Yu's match. Yi Yuan said smilingly. This Yu Ming's shrewdness was very deep, wanting to test Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan yielded cleverly, lightly skating over this topic. Furthermore, Yi Yuan only said that he was not Yu Ming's match, but he did not say that he was not Changjiang's match. Yu Ming was slightly apprehensive in his heart and also put away the thought of probing. With a big laugh, he said, Little brother Yi is too modest. In comparison to the lower realms, the divine realm's space was more stable. The heavenly Tao it contained was also more stacked and comprehensive. Martial artists comprehending heavenly Tao and concepts were a little easier relative to doing so in the lower realms. Plus, the essence energy thickness was exceedingly high. Therefore, martial artists' overall strength was more than a level stronger than the lower realms. Especially to martial artists who had just ascended, the divine realm's martial artists at the same rank would basically crush them. But this sort of disparity would slowly become small along with the passing of time. So much so that the lower realms ascenders had even greater potential compared to the divine realm's native martial artists. To be able to achieve the conditions for ascension under the lower realm's limitation, their talent in itself was absolutely a heaven-defying-like existence. After they arrived at the divine realm, once they get accustomed to it, Regardless whether it was cultivation realm or concepts, a blowout-style eruption would occur. It was just that this sort of situation was in the minority. This is because after they arrived at the divine realm, they would not have the qualifications to go and cultivate at all. To the vast majority of ascenders, the reality that they had to consider was still survival. Little brother Ye's talent surpasses others. However, since you're an ascender, what should be said, big brother, you still have to make it clear for you. Yu Ming said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, big brother, you just go ahead and say. Yi Yuan naturally knew that whichever force the lower realm belonged to, they would have to serve that force after ascending. The two of us brothers are serving Ancient Opulent City. Ancient Opulent City belongs to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land. According to the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land's rules, ascenders must serve the Holy Land for 50 years after ascending up from the lower realms, or save up sufficient merit points and you can obtain freedom. Since little brother Yi ascended to my Ancient Opulent City, you'll naturally have to serve my Ancient Opulent City. Of course, if little brother Ye's performance in Ancient Opulent City is outstanding and strike the Holy Land's fancy, it will be another opportunity. At that time, even elder brother I will have to look to little brother for support. When Yu Ming was talking, he observed Yi Yuan's expression from time to time. According to his thinking, with Yi Yuan's pride, he would definitely blow his top when he heard this news. But who knew that Yi Yuan's face only revealed a ruminating expression, and he did not seem to be surprised about this situation. Yi Yuan finished listening and said to Yu Ming with clasped hands, "It's little brother's first day here. In the future, I still need big brother Yu to give more help." Yu Ming hurriedly said that he dare not. "Big brother, I have also stayed for a few years in this Ancient Opulent City. Even though I'm not considered very formidable, I still have some connections in the city. If there are areas where I can come in handy for little brother Yi, feel free to open your mouth." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble big brother Yu." Yu Ming led Yi Yuan's group of 4 to a vast great hall in the city. A manager-looking elder received them. "Steward Lu, these few have just ascended. We'll have to trouble you to arrange identity tokens for them," Yu Ming said. Steward Lu swept a glance over Yi Yuan and company. A hint of disdain was revealed in his eyes, but he looked at Yu Ming again and said, "Heh." For ascenders came at once. "You, this boy, must have hauled considerable good stuff again this time, right?" But Yu Ming was not embarrassed. Pulling Steward Lu to one side, he secretly shoved him something. "How can I forget Steward Lu when there's good stuff?" "Hee, this thing you keep well," Yu Ming said smilingly. That Steward Lu had sharp eyes. With one look he discerned the good and bad of the stuff, and he was fully satisfied with this matter. Patting Yu Ming's shoulder, he said, "It's still you, this boy, who are sensible. If there are any good errands in the future, I won't forget about you." But Yu Ming smiled and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll have to thank Steward Lu very much." The two people exchanged glances and smiled. Everything was conveyed without words. This sort of thing like presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers, Yu Ming was never stingy. Steward Lu had close relations with City Lord Manor, and his authority was exceptionally great. Yu Ming naturally had to build good relations with him. Each time he sent ascenders here to collect identity tokens, he would always give some small things to Steward Lu. Otherwise, the job of guarding the Ascension pool also would not fall onto their heads. Don't look at Cheng Jiang grumbling back then. This job of guarding the Ascension pool was really a cushy job. It was just a little dreary. Not only were they able to extort ascenders a little, they even did not have risks to their lives, and also had large amounts of time to cultivate. Such a job was not what everyone could get. Steward Lu returned, directly throwing 4 identity tokens to Yi Yuan's group of 4, and said rather impatiently, "Take the tokens and drip blood to let it acknowledge a master. This token, you guys safeguard it yourselves. If you lose it, it will be equivalent to losing your little lives. Take the tokens. You guys can go to the north of the city yourselves and report. There will be people arranging for you guys to mine ores." Talking until here, Steward Lu immediately shut his mouth and did not speak, as if finding it tiring to even say a word more. But that old Huang could not take it lying down when he heard. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Mine ores? Are you kidding?" Steward Lu was the same as Yu Ming they all and was long used to this sort of attitude from the ascenders. He just said coolly, I'm doing this for your own good. It's fine if you don't go too. Don't blame me for not warning you. As long as the merit points inside your identity token persist in the state of 0 for 10 days, there will naturally be people coming to erase you. My ancient opulent city doesn't rear idle people. Old Huang's expression changed when he heard that. Clearly, he did not think that there was still such a thing. He was a first-rate powerhouse in the lower realms, revered by all. But arriving at the divine realm, he actually needed to do mining for ores, this sort of thing. Old Huang thought it over and over again and was also unable to accept it. Except, he also knew that he could not even beat 2 soldiers, let alone others. Not mining for ores, there was only the path of awaiting death. Steward Lu sneered coldly when he saw Old Huang's expression and said, "Good that you can weigh the consequences. Don't think of escaping. You'll wish you were dead. If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try. May I ask Steward Lu, how many merit points are we able to obtain by going to dig a day's ores? And how many merit points do we need if we wish to obtain freedom?" The youth who was silent the entire time suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Along the way, Old Huang and the youth also chatted a couple of sentences with Yi Yuan. Everyone was already familiar with each other. This youth's name was Su Cheng, age merely 50. Old Huang's full name was Huang Tao but was already 200 years old. To be able to cultivate to the boundless realm using 50 years in the lower realms, this Su Cheng was also absolutely a gifted talent. It was just that such a genius still could not escape the fate of mining ores. Steward Lu shot Su Cheng a ruminating glance and said with a smile, "According to your productivity when mining ores, it varies from 1 to 5 merit points every day. To want to obtain freedom, the merit points required is 100,000. Su Cheng and Huang Tao could not help drawing a cold breath when they heard that. Digging a day's ores could only obtain 5 merit points at most. Even if they calculated according to 5 merit points, for them to want to save up 100,000 merit points, 50 years was not enough at all. It could not be to the extent where they had to dig 50 years of ores, right? Su Cheng had an impulse to cleave Steward Lu in half. He only used 50 over years' time to cultivate to Ascension in the lower realms. The moment he arrived at the divine realm, he had to dig 50 years of ores immediately. Who did he provoke? But he could not fathom the Steward Lu's cultivation at all. At least, he could confirm that the other party was way more powerful than him. If he made a move, it was equivalent to seeking death. There weren't so many principles to be said under the heaven. The martial artist world was cruel to begin with. This point was not abetted in the divine realm but strengthened. The lower realm's martial artists did not belong to any force at all, and their strengths were comparatively on the weaker side too. They were naturally easy targets to be exploited. To ascenders who did not know the inside story, they were filled with yearning towards the divine realm, thinking that this place was a beautiful world, a martial artist's paradise. But only after they ascended did they discover that this was completely not the case. Even the divine realm's native martial artists were also exploited by high-level martial artists. To want to carve out a road, how could it be easy? Martial artists able to cultivate to the peak in the divine realm needed greater willpower and even more outstanding talent. Otherwise, they could only fade into the crowd. Could it be that apart from mining ores, there aren't other ways of obtaining merit points? Huang Tao could not refrain from asking. There are, of course there are. But do you think that you have the ability to get it? Steward Lu said with a contemptuous look. On this day today, Huang Tao was already beaten down countless times. But he still could not resist asking, "Steward Lu, pray tell." Steward Lu waved his hand and said, "Little you, these things you tell them. This old man introduces these things all day long. So bothersome to death." Yu Ming acknowledged and said to Huang Tao, "Your statuses now are just the ancient opulent city's temporary residents. Only after you guys saved up 1,000 merit points will you have the qualifications to become the ancient opulent city's official residents. At that time, you all can get to be like us, becoming ancient opulent city's guards. Of course, you guys can still find other occupations. These occupations all have merit points as remuneration. They are naturally much better off than mining ores. If you guys wish to obtain merit points right now, then you can only take on missions. But I'm telling you, the mortality rate of missions is extremely high. Even we don't dare to easily take on missions. If it's you guys." The meaning of his words was that you all were too weak. Heh, little you. Why are you speaking so implicitly? Martial artists like you guys who just ascended. I've never seen those who take on missions come back before. Steward Lu added a sentence by the side untimely. When everyone heard, their hearts tightened. Wasn't this mortality rate a little too high? Huang Tao's temper deflated with this. Missions with 100% mortality. Did he dare to receive? Better mine ores obediently. Steward Lu, I wonder if there are missions that alchemists can take on? The Yi Yuan who did not speak all along suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Towards the ancient opulent city's way of management, Yi Yuan was not surprised. For a force to want to develop, they inevitably had to exploit the interests of the bottom-level martial artists, letting the strong become stronger from there. But Yi Yuan also knew that statuses of alchemists in the divine realm were generally all very high. Since that was the case, why doesn't he appear with an alchemist's identity? Steward Lu gave Yi Yuan a look, rather surprisedly, and said, You're an alchemist? That's right. Steward Lu shook his head slightly and said, It's no use. You're only divine traversing realm and can't refine tier 6 medicinal pills too. Missions under tier 6 all don't have merit points. Yi Yuan said with a smile. No worries. Even if I can't refine out tier 6 medicinal pills, I still have the ability to save people. Can I trouble Steward Lu to help me check a bit? This humble gift. Just take it as an introductory gift that I'm giving Steward Lu. Yi Yuan casually took out a tier 6 spirit medicine, passing it in front of Steward Lu. Steward Lu received the spirit medicine and said in surprise, Even though tier 6 spirit medicines aren't considered much in the divine realm, they are rare stuff in the lower realms. Yi Yuan said smilingly. Junior also ran into one stock by chance. Thinking that I can't use it on myself for the time being either, might as well gift it to Senior as a favor. The spirit medicine was not an Endless Worlds item but extorted by Yi Yuan in the God-prohibited demon region. Actually, he still had many spirit medicines on hand, but he obviously could not take them out. The logic of an innocent man getting into trouble because of his wealth, he still understood that. In truth, Yi Yuan was able to refine tier 6 medicinal pills now. But after entering the divine realm, Yi Yuan did not wish to overly expose himself. Before his wings were plumped up, overly exposing himself would only draw a fatal disaster. Although the divine realm's territory was vast, the Medicine King Hall was one of the 8 great super holy lands. Its power was immense. How powerful the strength of a super holy land was, ordinary martial artists were simply unable to comprehend. If any rumors leaked into Ji Kanglin's ears, then the losses outweigh the gains. Even in the divine realm, those able to jump realms and refine medicinal pills were exceedingly rare too. If he established his reputation up and aroused the attention of observant and conscientious people, that would not be good. Ji Kanglin was too familiar with him. If he let him see the medicinal pills he refined himself, he would definitely recognize it with a single glance. One could say that after arriving at the divine realm, danger was all around. The Steward Lu was not polite either, keeping the spirit medicine immediately. Hey you, this boy, have discerning eyes. Forget it, I know that you're not reconciled to mining ores. Alchemists' missions, there naturally are. But if you can't complete them, don't blame this old man. Steward Lu said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Thank you very much, Steward Lu. Regardless where one walked to, wounded people and sick people were ever present. The ability of alchemists, which was the most deeply rooted in people's hearts, was refining pills. But refining pills could not fully encompass an alchemist's everything. As long as one was proficient in medicinal theory, low-level alchemists could similarly treat high-level martial artists. If Yi Yuan, an exalted alchemy emperor, was reduced to digging ores, then he could really go hit his head and die. Steward Lu took out a jade tablet and threw it to Yi Yuan, saying, Boy, these are alchemist missions. The minimum is tier 6. You have to look well. Don't blame for me not warning you. Reaching beyond your grasp in the divine realm may lose you your life. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Thank you very much for Steward Lu's reminder. Junior got it. As he said, Yi Yuan received the jade tablet and inserted his divine sense inside. A large bunch of missions imprinted inside Yi Yuan's brain. Just as Steward Lu said, the vast majority of alchemist missions were all seeking pills. However, there were always some difficult and peculiar diseases which were not easy to treat and needed to seek out alchemists. Yi Yuan swept over the missions, then returned the jade tablet to Steward Lu and said, "I've made a mark on the missions I want to take on. I'll have to trouble Steward Lu to help me take on the missions." When Steward Lu heard Yi Yuan's word, he could not help being rather suspicious. The meaning in Yi Yuan's words seemed like he took on more than one mission. When he sunk his divine sense inside the jade tablet, his hands involuntarily trembled and he nearly threw the jade tablet out. Are you courting death? Taking on so many missions in one go?" Steward Lu looked at Yi Yuan like he saw a ghost. Is there anything inappropriate?" Yi Yuan said doubtfully. Why you really are infuriating this old man to death. If not on account of the spirit medicine, this old man wouldn't even be bothered to care about you. Each time you take on a mission, City Lord Manor has to deduct 20% of the merit points. You took on so many missions in one go, but if you can't complete them, you will be directly obliterated by City Lord Manor. Steward Lu had a manner like he expected better from him. Only then did Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization. But he smiled and said, "Many thanks for Steward Lu's warning. However, these few missions are very simple. There's no harm." "Simple? Boy, you're too naive. These few missions that you chose, there were already quite a number of high-rank alchemy ancestors who received them before in the city. But they all failed. Do you, a snotty brat who just ascended, really think that you're remarkable?" Steward Lu said huffily. This boy's eyes were high above his head. Later, when he suffered a huge loss, wanting to regret would be too late. If he could not complete the missions within 10 days, with Yi Yuan's current 0 merit point state, he would have to be wiped out. Alchemy ancestors, is it? Alchemy ancestors were nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan had an appearance like he had nothing to say. Steward Lu saw that this boy had clearly resolved his heart. He suddenly put away his expression and said with a smile, "This old man only reminded you on account of the spirit medicine. Since you're seeking death yourself, then that's also up to you." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Thank you very much, senior." Steward Lu's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. Yu Ming did not speak all along by the side but took this scene fully into his eyes. Originally, he thought that Yi Yuan was a martial path genius. Did not expect that he was actually still an alchemist. Looking at Yi Yuan's brimming with confidence appearance, he at least had alchemy sovereign realm strength too. Just how did this boy cultivate? Yu Ming's personality was more of having his bread buttered on both sides. He was very popular in this ancient opulent city and made quite a number of good friends. Even the steward Lu regarded him with special attention too. It was just that even though Yi Yuan was formidable, he was still an ascender. According to Yu Ming's thinking previously, Yi Yuan at least had to dig a few years of ores in the caves too. Whether a worm or a dragon, it would be discernible after a period of time. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not deign to dig ores at all, and actually wanted to take on alchemist missions right away. Yu Ming knew that not only did alchemist missions have low risk, but the rewards were also high. Compared to those missions that risked one's life for martial artists, alchemist missions practically did not have any risks. At most, it was just having some merit points deducted by City Lord Manor. Alchemists with ability all did not lack this bit of merit points. But Yu Yuan was different. He was a complete and utter newbie who did not have any merit points at all. Moreover, Yi Yuan was at the very most just an alchemy sovereign. How would he complete Tier 6 and above missions? If Yi Yuan was really seeking his own ruin, then forget it too. But if Yi Yuan really had this capability, then he would really have to make friends properly. Little brother Yi, you've just arrived and don't know much about the situation in the city either. How about this you be your guide? Yu Ming came forward of his own accord to proffer. But Yu Ming's words made Steward Lu reveal a surprised look. Yu Ming's character, he was naturally aware. He was actually willing to be this punk's guide. Could it be that this boy really had some skills? However, he thought through the link in this very quickly. Yu Ming definitely saw that this boy was insanely wild, so he wanted to stake on him. Hence, he darted Yi Yuan a disdainful glance. Let them toss about with it then. Either way, what should be said was already all said. Regarding Yu Ming's volunteering of his services, Yi Yuan naturally would not refuse. He was really oblivious to the situation in this ancient opulent city. Having a local snake as a guide was still pretty decent. Then I'll have to trouble big brother you, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Haha, us brothers feel like old friends at the first meeting. What does this little bit of thing count as? Chang Jiang, you return to the Ascension pool first. I'll accompany little brother Yi to walk one round, Yuming instructed. Along the way, Cheng Jiang was very dubious regarding Yuming's actions. Moreover, he did not believe that Yu Yuan was able to complete these alchemist missions at all. What a joke. Could an alchemist who did not even have a badge be trusted? But between him and Yuming, it was always Yuming leading. Seeing Yuming instructed him, he took the initiative to leave as well. As for Huang Tao and Su Cheng, they were naturally very curious too. But they did not have the time to idle away here. They could only resign themselves to fate and report to the mines. Gu family, one of ancient opulent city's 3 great aristocratic families. Among the missions Yi Yuan took on, there was one issued by the Gu family. This mission's merit points was the highest among all of the missions. It was a full 500 merit points. If it were digging ores, one would have to dig for a full 100 days. Merit points were extremely precious in ancient opulent city. Even 1 merit point was also not that easy to obtain. Along the way, Yi Yuan listened to Yu Ming's explanation, and he also had some sort of benchmark in his heart. One should not think that mining ores were simple labor. Wanting to get 5 merit points every day, that was virtually something impossible. Unless one's luck was heaven-defying and dug up very high-quality earth essence crystals, only then could one obtain 5 points. Under majority of the circumstances, there were only 2 to 3 merit points. To martial artists who had just ascended, mining ores were practically the only method to obtain merit points. 500 merit points, even to a local snake like Yu Ming, it was a huge sum of wealth too. Due to the divine realm's essence energy being thick, the quality of essence crystals was much higher compared to the lower realm's high-grade essence crystals. 1 piece of earth essence crystal was equivalent to 1,000 pieces of high-grade essence crystals. Ordinary essence crystals were mere trash in the divine realm. Isn't this younger brother you? Why are you free today to come and find elder brother me to drink wine? Yi Yuan and Yu Ming had just arrived outside the Gu family's entrance when a manager-looking middle-aged man walked out and started greeting Yu Ming immediately. Heh! Where is big brother Gu Hong going? Yu Ming greeted with a smile, looking very close to the other party. Sigh, younger brother, if you came to find elder brother to drink wine, it would have to change to another day. Family head made me go to Steward Lu there to cancel that mission issued there previously. Recently, there are always some ragtag alchemists, overestimating their own ability and taking on the Gu family's missions. In the end, they all did not live up to their name, infuriating family head badly. Gu Hong said powerlessly. When Yu Ming heard, his expression could not help becoming awkward, as if Gu Hong was talking about him. Gu Hong was a sharp person as well. As soon as he saw Yu Ming's expression, he could not help inquiring curiously, what? Looking at your appearance, could it be that you're here for this mission? Heh, since when did younger brother your capability grows to actually become an alchemist? But as he was talking, Gu Hong's countenance changed. Yu Ming knew that he could not conceal it and could only say, not that this little brother took it on, but this little brother Yi received it. But I feel that little brother Yi has some capability. Why not? Let him give a try. Actually, Yu Ming did not have any confidence in his heart too. After all, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was placed there. He also did not expect that the Gu family's current attitude towards the people who took on these missions was actually like this. If he knew it long ago, he would not have intentionally gotten involved in a messy situation. The Gu family was one of ancient opulent city's 3 great aristocratic families. It was an existence whose strength was second only to City Lord Manor. If he offended the Gu family, they could pinch a nobody like him to death with one hand. One should not look at him addressing this Gu Hong as brothers. Gu Hong's status was God knows how many times higher than him. To be able to climb up Gu Hong this line, Yu Ming expended a very high price too. But if Yu Ming offended the Gu family, Gu Hong would definitely deal with him without any courtesy. A large family clan's face tolerated no profaning. Originally thinking that Gu Hong would give him some meager consideration for his face, who knew that the moment he heard, his expression immediately fell. Younger brother Yu, you're making it hard for me here. This mission of our family, aren't you still clear? Several high-rank alchemy ancestors in the city were all at their wits' end. Even if those who took on the mission were rookies, they were at least alchemy ancestor powerhouses too. This brat doesn't even have a badge. Here to fish in muddied waters at a glance, right? Gu Hong's words were not the least bit courteous, not giving Yi Yuan any face at all in the slightest. Saying such words in front of others was not just beating down on people, it was also very disrespectful of people. Except Gu Hong, as the Gu family's head steward, he had the strength and power to not respect people. Just a puny little divine traversing realm. He did not regard him with any importance at all. This? Yu Ming was put on a spot there, very awkward. Younger brother Yu, don't blame elder brother for not giving you face. It's seriously that this boy is too unreliable. You didn't think about it thoroughly. Can a divine traversing realm brat treat eldest Mrs. Illness? It's still easy for things to be settled through discussion with me, but if you were to get on family head's nerves, you know the consequences. Gu Hong said without sparing any consideration for his face. Yu Ming could not help being startled when he heard that. It was just taking on a mission. He also did not think that it would actually be like this. He looked at Gu Hong and glanced at Yi Yuan again, and noticed that Yi Yuan had an indifferent appearance, as if he thought nothing of Gu Hong's attitude. Could it be that Yi Yuan really had the confidence to succeed? Yu Ming could not help recalling Yi Yuan's appearance when he had just ascended. Seemed like it was this expression as well. At that time, Yu Ming also thought that Yi Yuan would crumble with one hit. Who knew that Cheng Jiang himself was forced to submit? If Yi Yuan's alchemy skills were really so incredible, he was bound to be able to become a major figure that would cause a sensation in ancient opulent city in the future. It was just that the Gu family's eldest Mrs. Illness, Yu Ming was aware about it. So many alchemy ancestor powerhouses were all at a loss on what to do. Could Yi Yuan do it? If he enraged the Gu family's family head, this consequence, to gamble or not, elder brother, let him try it. This little brother of mine is an alchemy path divine physician. Perhaps he can really do it? If there's any problem, this you will shoulder it. Yu Ming said this sentence at the behest of supernatural powers. Yi Yuan gave Yu Ming a glance rather surprisedly, but still did not make a sound. Haha. You shoulder it? Can you shoulder it? Oh, little you, I didn't think that you can be very cocky just because of me normally calling you as my younger brother. Once family head is enraged, even I can't bear it. On what basis can you shoulder it? A snotty brat who doesn't even have an alchemist badge. Still alchemy path divine physician. Drop it. Gu Hong beat down without any consideration for feelings. You, elder brother's words are a bit too insulting. Yu Ming was angered until his face turned green. Normally, he did not show a lack of filial piety to Gu Hong, who knew that this fellow was actually an ingrate. Not only was he of no use in a pinch, the words he said were even so infuriating. Heh, this is insulting? Oh, little you, normally I see that you're quite an astute guy. Why are you pretending to be muddle-headed today? Calling you as my younger brother is on account of you being sensible. Do you really think that you're on equal footing with me? Gu Hong's tone gradually became cold, shocking Yu Ming. Although Gu Hong was a servant, he was the Gu family's head steward. His authority was extremely great. To really deal with a nobody like Yu Ming, that was too easy. Right at this time, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder twice from behind. Turning his head around, it was actually Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Big brother Yu, let's go. The humiliation that he gave you today, you'll return to him tenfold another day." Gu Hong had never looked Yi Yuan right in the eye all along. Hearing Yi Yuan talk wild drivel at this time, he burst into laughter and said, "Punk, not scared of the wind spraining your tongue when talking big. In this ancient opulent city, people able to humiliate me, Gu Hong, there really are. However, that person definitely isn't you. Not me. It's him." Yi Yuan used his finger to point at Yu Ming. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned right around and left. Yu Ming's expression flickered incessantly, gritted his teeth, and left with Yi Yuan. While Gu Hong looked at Yi Yuan's back view with a somber face and said with a cold sneer, "Heh, a punk who came from who knows where. Absurdly arrogant. To dare talk this way to this old man. Really tired of living." "Brother Yi, what should we do now?" Yu Ming caught up to Yi Yuan and asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like I thought too simply of the matter. Since the Gu family has this attitude, then let's start from simple missions." Which mission is simpler? Yu Ming knew that Yi Yuan took on 7 to 8 missions in one breath. He already knew the contents of these missions. In his view, it seemed like not a single one was completed. There were many alchemist missions, but there were quite a number of alchemy ancestors in the city. So missions that could be completed were definitely all completed already. The remainder were basically all missions that these alchemy ancestors were unable to complete. Missions like this, which one was easy? Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "This one." Yu Ming brought Yi Yuan to a residence east of the city anxious and doubtfully. The residence was not large, but it was very exquisite. In ancient opulent city, to be able to own such a residence, their strength absolutely brooked no slighting. "May I ask if Lord Jun Tianyu is there? We're here for the mission that you issued." Yu Ming felt that his throat was somewhat parched, because this Jun Tianyu was ancient opulent city's #1 swordsman, a heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse. This Jun Tianyu was ancient opulent city's legend. Even city lord, His Excellency, showed him some courtesy too. Such a major figure, just stomping his feet could make the ancient opulent city tremble. "The door isn't locked. Enter yourselves," a middle-aged man's voice came over, seeming rather worn out. When Yi Yuan heard that, he pushed the door directly and entered. Yu Ming thought about it and followed inside too. Yi Yuan passed through the main hall and directly entered the rear manor. Lightly pushing open the door, a man in white garment was currently sitting by the bedside with a haggard face. Although it was unintentional, the aura on the man's body was incomparably powerful. This man was clearly Jun Tianyu. A woman lied on the bed. The woman was gaunt and thin and already on her deathbed. Seeing Yi Yuan duo enter, the man's brows could not help knitting slightly as he said unhappily, "Divine Traversing Realm? You're the one who took on the mission." Yu Ming was wearing the city lord Manor's attire on him. Evidently, it was impossible to take on the mission. Then there was only this Divine Traversing Realm boy. Feeble breathing, divine soul dim. There are signs of her days being numbered. If Senior Jun has time to doubt if this Yi has the ability, better to let me diagnose first, Yi Yuan said coolly. Jun Tianyu's body could not help shuddering slightly when he heard that, and he said, "Boy, don't play games with me. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly." These words were said with seething killing intent. But by the side, Yu Ming was quaking in his boots. Don't look at Jun Tianyu's refined and elegant appearance. He made a name for himself through massacre. Even though he already had not displayed his skills in front of people for some years, nobody thought that he was a harmless chap. Indeed, the missions which Yi Yuan took on, not one was easy to deal with. Thinking up to here, Yu Ming could not help breaking into a sweat with fright for Yi Yuan secretly. Of course, he also broke into cold sweat for his own life. Yi Yuan sat by the bedside and started to read that woman's pulse. Very soon, Yi Yuan's brows started to furrow. Jun Tianyu was already irritated to begin with. Seeing this scene, he could not help sneering in his heart. Yi Yuan's expression was exactly the same as the people who came in the past, evidently at a loss on what to do again. The flames of fury in his heart currently had nowhere to vent. But there were those who did not fear death coming to deliver themselves to his house. "I wonder, how many women does Senior Jun have?" Yi Yuan suddenly asked a sentence without rhyme or reason. The moment these words came out, the temperature in the house instantly fell several degrees. Yu Ming was taken aback and hurriedly pulled Yi Yuan and said softly, "My little ancestor, don't speak nonsense." Lord Jun was enraged to the extreme for a woman back then, killing until ancient opulent city was turned upside down, directly annihilating a large family clan. And that woman is precisely this one before your eyes. The sweat beads on Yu Ming were already dripping. Yi Yuan was simply touching the sore spot. Jun Tianyu had two things he was most famed for in ancient opulent city. The first was that he killed people without batting an eye, and the second was his infatuation. The meaning of Yi Yuan's words earlier was saying that Jun Tianyu was fickle in love. Wasn't it deadly? "Young man, are you here to intentionally make fun of this venerable?" If that's really the case, then your goal is achieved. Jun Tianyu said icily. Jun Tianyu was ancient opulent city's illustrious heaven enlightenment realm powerhouse. Killing these two in front of him was also something with a wave of his hand. But Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious as he said, "Don't have huh? Then that's odd. Which woman has such a huge enmity with you to actually want to make you die with deep regrets even by throwing away her own life?" Jun Tianyu's eyebrows raised up, and he asked, "En? What's the meaning of your words?" Yi Yuan said, "Madame Jun is inflicted with the soul-miring nightmare curse. The caster curses the person they love to grow old and die alone with never entering samsara as the price. This sort of curse is exceedingly vicious. Furthermore, it's a typical example of harming others without benefits. Under normal circumstances, those who cast this skill are all women who can't obtain the person they love, giving birth to hatred as a result of love. Only then would they not stint to betray their own divine soul as the price and also had to make the other party not obtain true love." Jun Tianyu was shocked in his heart when he heard that. That imposing momentum earlier immediately vanished away into nothing. "This? Do you have a basis on saying this?" Jun Tianyu asked. "When Madame Jun's illness just started, did she have nightmares every single day? Normally, she has no appetite for food, is listless, and seemingly unable to raise her spirits towards anything," Yi Yuan asked. With this, Jun Tianyu's expression suddenly changed and he nodded his head and said, "That's right. It's precisely so." At first, Iru didn't pay attention to this, who knew that the situation became increasingly serious. In the end, it got completely out of hand. That's right then. After the skill is cast, it will not show effect immediately but will incubate for around 5 to 7 years. But once it erupts, it will be like floodwaters and fierce beasts going out of control. Within a year, the person inflicted with the curse will be tormented by the divine soul to death. If my conjectures are correct, a significant event should have happened to Senior Jun 6 to 7 years ago, Yi Yuan said coolly. Jun Tianyu had yet to speak when Yu Ming jumped up all at once. "Ah, 7 years ago. Wasn't it the day Senior Jun went on a killing spree, exterminating the Tao family?" Jun Tianyu's expression changed drastically, and he fell back several steps in a row. He muttered under his breath, This? No way, right? Could it be her?" Jun Tianyu had an appearance like he was battered out of his sense. Clearly, Yi Yuan hit all of it on the mark. It was just that Yi Yuan was somewhat doubtful. Looking at Jun Tianyu's appearance, he did not look like those people who went around womanizing. Why would someone use this kind of method to deal with him? "Looks like that legend is true," Yu Ming also murmured. Yi Yuan had a puzzled look and asked, "What legend?" Yu Ming looked deeply at Yi Yuan, thinking to himself that this fellow was simply divine. Clearly a martial artist who just ascended, and he actually uttered over half of the sequence of events like he saw it with his own eyes by diagnosing a pulse. But seeing Yi Yuan inquired, Yu Ming still said, "Ancient opulent city originally didn't have 3 great aristocratic families but 4 great aristocratic families. Lord Jun's relationship with the Tao family of the 4 great aristocratic families wasn't bad. I heard that the Tao family's eldest miss was deeply in love with him. It's just that no idea why, but Lord Jun's relationship with the Tao family deteriorated. The Tao family even captured Lord Jun's beloved wife away. Lord Jun husband and wife were very much in love, and he actually carried a sword and slaughtered his way to the Tao family, overwhelmingly cutting down the Tao family's 3 heaven enlightenment realm powerhouses. Ever since then, the Tao family utterly declined, and the 4 great aristocratic families became 3 great aristocratic families. I heard that the Tao family's eldest miss died suddenly half a month later. Looking at it now, at this time, how could Yu Ming still doubt Yi Yuan's ability? This mission, Jun Tianyu had already advertised it for nearly half a year's time. There were no less than 5 alchemy ancestor powerhouses who took on the mission successively, but they all returned in defeat. The moment Yi Yuan made a move, he diagnosed the ins and outs of the matter clearly. Such skill simply made those so-called alchemy ancestor powerhouses perspire from shame. Rather, Yi Yuan also sighed unceasingly after listening to this story. Even though Yu Ming did not know the details in it, some conjectures the public probably knew long ago. It was just that due to Jun Tianyu's domineeringness, Yu Ming did not dare to say explicitly. Very clearly, Jun Tianyu discarded the Tao family's eldest miss after playing with her. In the end, it even made a major family clan decline. It was also no wonder that she wanted to use such a vicious curse. Right at this time, a long sigh sounded out. Jun Tianyu sighed and said, "The matter isn't like what you all think. I only have familial affection towards Tao Chueqiang and never had improper thoughts before. 9 years ago, she confessed to me. I rejected her on the spot. I was afraid that she would overthink, so I left to travel. It was also during that journey that I got acquainted with Iru. From the first time I laid eyes on her, I fell completely in love with her and swore to spend all my life with her. After we got married, we became tired of a wandering life and returned to ancient opulent city to settle down. Who could have thought?" Hearing this story, Yi Yuan immediately understood in his heart. Turns out that it was an unrequited love finally developing into a tragedy of mutual love and killing. Presumably, it was that Tao family who went overboard. Otherwise, they would also not have thoroughly infuriated Jun Tianyu, this killing god. It was just that the Tao family's eldest miss was truly a bit too willful and resolute. Jun Tianyu not taking a fancy to her had its reasons too. "Master, I beg you to save Iru. As long as you can save her, I can agree to any conditions. I originally thought that I can give Iru happiness. Who knew that what I gave her was all pain?" Jun Tianyu had tears in his eyes, grabbing hold of Yi Yuan's arm as he said agitatedly. Unknowingly, Jun Tianyu even used "master," this form of address. By the side, Yu Ming was dazed from watching long ago. He did not expect that the Jun Tianyu who killed people without batting an eye actually had such a soft and weak side too. He also did not think that Yi Yuan's medicinal Tao was actually so superb to actually be able to let the killing god like Jun Tianyu beg with tears in his eyes. At this moment, Yu Ming finally knew where the confidence of Yi Yuan saying that sentence to Gu Hong previously lie. Thinking up to here, he unwittingly started to somewhat faintly look forward to it. Looks like this wager was really gambled correct. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior Jun husband and wife are deeply in love. How can this Yi bear to watch you guys be separated by life and death?" Jun Tianyu trembled and said, "Master really has a way? Whatever instructions there are, Master feels free to say. Even if it's a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, this Jun will also force my way in." Hoo-hoo. Senior Jun is too serious. But this soul-miring nightmare curse is indeed a little troublesome. I really do need to trouble Senior Jun to prepare some things, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Quickly say, what do you need to prepare? Jun Tianyu said agitatedly. Yi Yuan casually took out a blank jade slip and engraved some names inside. Handing it to Jun Tianyu, he said, "These tier 6 medicinal herbs are all necessary items. Additionally, I still require a kind of core medicine named cleansing water flower. It might not be too easy to find." Cleansing water flower? It's really a coincidence. The last time I invited Master Edan over, he used a medicinal pill refined using cleansing water flower. But sadly, it didn't have any effect on Iru at all. I'll go and find him and ask if he still has cleansing water flowers there or not. This brother, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to Golden Cauldron Tower and help me buy these medicinal herbs back. Rest assured, the merit points spent, I'll return to you double. Jun Tianyu's latter half of the sentence was said to Yu Ming. Yu Ming hurriedly said, dare not, dare not. To serve Lord Jun, it's this lowly one's honor. Before today, Yu Ming never would have dreamed that a major figure like Jun Tianyu would actually address him with great familiarity. To an unimportant person like him, this was an immense honor. Compared to this, what did running an errand count as? Yu Ming received the jade slip from Yi Yuan's hands and took his leave right away. Master Yi, I'll go make a trip. My wife will have to trouble you to take care, Jun Tianyu said. Yi Yuan said, Senior Jun, just go ahead. Just nice, I'll make use of this bit of time to carry out a set of acupuncture therapy for Madame Jun. She's too weak and needs to recover some vitality. Jun Tianyu was overjoyed when he heard that and said, Then I'll have to trouble Master. Finished talking, Jun Tianyu's figure flashed, vanishing from sight directly. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally and said, This Jun Tianyu's sword intent runs unobstructed. He has probably touched the threshold of supreme true intent already. In the future, he's bound to be another shocking figure. Yi Yuan himself cultivated in the sword too. He was extremely sensitive to sword intent. The height of Jun Tianyu's concepts, it was likely rare for him to have opponents in this ancient opulent city. Gu family, Gu Hong had already rescinded the mission long ago and returned to the family clan. At this time, a Gu family's guest retainer was standing in front of him as he said respectfully, "Steward Gu, already investigated clearly. That brat Yu Ming brought over is called Yi Yuan, a lower realm martial artist who just ascended today. He wasn't willing to go to the north of the city to dig ores, so he drew 7 to 8 alchemist missions at Steward Lu's place." Gu Hong could not help being stunned when he heard and asked somewhat disbelievingly, "What did you say? Just ascended today? You're sure that there isn't a mistake?" That guest retainer nodded and said, "I won't be wrong. Each ascender has records at the Ascension pool. This subordinate got people to go and examine the name list of the ascenders today. Among them had Yi Yuan's name." Gu Hong could not help laughing when he heard that and said, "I was thinking which Tom, Dick, and Harry it was. After a long time, I found out it's just someone who ascended today." This blowing of the trumpet nearly blew a hole in this sky. The guest retainer also laughed when he heard and said, "This boy indeed doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Our ancient opulent city's ascenders, other than those mining for ores, there has never been people who survived past 10 days before. This punk dared to take on Tier 6 missions right when he arrived. This is simply courting death." Gu Hong shook his head and laughed as he said, "Hoo, I also don't know what kind of magic potion he got that punk Yu Ming to drink, to actually even want to let that boy come and treat eldest Mrs. Illness. Fortunately, this old man was smart. Otherwise, family head would have to fly into a rage. Forget it, let that punk go and mess around. When he gets eradicated by the city lord manor, see how Yu Ming that punk comes in front of me and fall on his knees begging." The guest retainer was just about to leave, but was stopped by Gu Hong again. "Oh, right. That punk met with a rebuff here at my place. Where did he go after?" The guest retainer replied, "The two of them went to Lord Jun Tianyu's place. Afterward, Yu Ming went to the Golden Cauldron Tower." Gu Hong was stunned again and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "That punk is really an ignorant person having no fear to actually dare go to Lord Jun there, initially still thinking of making a move to deal with him. Looking at it now, don't need us to make a move and Lord Jun will take his life." In just 2 hours, Jun Tianyu brought the cleansing water flower back. The moment he entered the house, his entire person was like struck by a thunderbolt. His wife, Lu Yiru, was currently reclined on the bed. The originally pale face actually had an additional trace of rosiness. She was already unconscious for over a month. Jun Tianyu did not think that he was only gone for this short while and his wife had the strength to sit up. Tianyu. Even though she sat up, Lu Yiru was still very weak. But at this time she struggled, wanting to get up. "Don't move." Jun Tianyu came right to the bedside with a flash and supported Lu Yiru. "You, how are you feeling?" Jun Tianyu said rather anxiously, worried that he would lose her. "Still all right," Lu Yiru forced a smile and said. But Yi Yuan at one side shook his head and sighed when he saw the situation and said, "All right, don't forcefully keep it up anymore. She just regained consciousness. Her body is still very weak. Don't talk too much with her. The days to come are still long. No rush for this short while." Jun Tianyu's old face reddened and he hurriedly laid Lu Yiru down. Then he said to Yi Yuan gratefully, "Many thanks, master." "Ho. It's still too earlier to thank me. Wait until Madame Jun recovers, then thanking me isn't late." "Oh, right, is the cleansing water flower brought back?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. Jun Tianyu hurriedly took out the cleansing water flower from his storage ring and passed it to Yi Yuan, saying, "Luckily, Master Dan still had 2 stalks remaining there. No idea if it's enough or not." Yi Yuan received the cleansing water flower and said, "The quality is a little poor, but it's barely enough to use." Before long, Yu Ming brought a large pile of Tier 6 spirit medicines and returned to Jun Tianyu's manor. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish either. Deploying the cleansing water flower, he started to simmer a decoction of medicinal soup. A short while later, Yi Yuan carried a bowl of medicinal soup, came before Jun Chanyu, and said, "This medicinal soup's name is called soul-cleansing soup. It's most useful towards dispelling some curses directed at the divine soul. But even this one bowl isn't enough and is unable to eliminate thoroughly. I've already portioned all of the medicinal herbs. Remember to let Madame June drink 3 times daily. After 5 days, she'll definitely recover fully." Jun Tianyu hurriedly carried the soul-cleansing soup and fed Louis Ru to drink before saying agitatedly, "Master Yi is truly an immortal. This Jun really doesn't know how to thank. I wonder if Master Yi has any needs. As long as this Jun can accomplish it, just say what's on your mind." Yi Yuan said, "Senior Jun, don't have to be so courteous. You issued the mission, I received the mission. After completing, there will naturally be a reward. After Madame June is completely recovered, you and I will be square." This was also Yi Yuan's unswerving rule, only taking agreed-upon consultation fees and never taking the slightest bit more. It was just that, to Jun Tianyu, what did a mere few hundred merit points count as? Master Ye's words are not proper. To this Jun, even if I use all of my assets to exchange for Iru's life, I won't furrow my brows at all too. A measly 500 merit points is seriously unable to express my feelings of gratitude. Jun Tianyu said, "Heh, Senior Jun is someone who values sentiments greatly, but my rule is that I never overcharge consultation fees too. If Senior Jun feels somewhat indebted, just take it as owing this Yi a favor then. When this Yi needs it, I'll naturally come to find Senior Jun," Yi Yuan said coolly. "What? You said that the Yi Yuan and Yu Ming came out from Lord Jun's place safely." Gu Hong nearly jumped up when he heard this news. "Yes. Lord Jun's might is immensely formidable. Subordinate dare not draw near. But this subordinate has inquired. Somebody saw Lord Jun personally send Yi Yuan to the entrance." From the guest retainer's tone, one could also perceive that he was extremely shocked by this news as well. This time, Gu Hong finally could not be calm. He paced around in the room, seemingly very anxious. "Where did they go afterward?" Gu Hong suddenly stopped and asked. The guest retainer said, "They went to the Sun family. I've already sent people to keep an eye on the Sun family. Once there are any movements, we'll immediately receive news." Gu Hong's expression flickered incessantly. Clearly, this news was too unexpected for him, catching him somewhat off guard. Could it be that this punk called Yi Yuan is really capable? But he's only divine traversing realm. How is this possible? Gu Hong frowned and said, "Steward Gu, what should we do for our next step?" Gu Hong thought about it and said, "Go keep an eye on the Sun family. When they come out, immediately fish for information. That Sun family's illness is also a troublesome one. If he really has the ability to treat, then you..." And Gu Hong did a palm-slicing downwards gesture, his gaze revealing a murderous gleam. He was actually going to kill them to silence their mouths. The Sun family was also a large family clan in the ancient opulent city, but it was a level weaker compared to the Gu family. In front of the Su family's gates, a middle-aged man in fine clothing sent Yi Yuan, White Light, and Yu Ming trio to the entrance. "Benefactor, better stay behind and have a simple meal. Let the sun express my feelings of gratitude," the middle-aged man in fine clothing said with a thankful face. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There will be time for that. Better for it to be next time. This Yi took on quite a few missions and still has to go and do them one family by one family. This? All right then. Then the sun won't keep Benefactor behind. Even though my Sun family isn't the 3 great aristocratic families, I still have some power in this ancient opulent city. If Benefactor has any needs, feel free to speak your mind freely," said the Sun family's family head said. "In this case, then thank you very much, Sun family head." Finished talking, Yi Yuan bid farewell and left. By the side, Yu Ming had waves surging endlessly in his heart long ago already. It was just that, in front of the Sun family's family head, it was unbecoming to show it. He hung around in this ancient opulent city for so many years and had always been very cautious, fearful of offending bigwigs. When had he ever been like today? Even Lord Jun and Sun family's family head, Sun Maoxing, were most respectful towards him, addressing him with great familiarity. Following by Yi Yuan's side made him have a feeling of being in high and vigorous spirits, walking with his head held high. This sort of feeling was seriously too awesome. Heh. Brother Yi is simply godlike. Whatever kind of complicated or rare illnesses. Reaching Brother Ye's hands, they were all resolved without extra trouble. These families' missions are all famous in the entire ancient opulent city, but not a single person was able to resolve them. But once Brother Yi took action, everything was resolved. The moment they left the Sun family, Yuming said with an excited look. This is called impressive? This is merely just SOSO. What you saw is but the tip of the iceberg. White Light said very disdainfully. Yuming did not know that White Light knew Yi Yuan had the ability to cross realms and refine medicinal pills. These illnesses actually did not need to be so troublesome. One medicinal pill could fix it. It was just that Yi Yuan did not wish to expose too many things. That was why he used such troublesome methods. Being rebutted by White Light, not only was Yuming not unhappy, he nodded his head repeatedly instead and said, yes, 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 Brother Ye's methods are absolutely master level. Old you, I have no way of imagining it all. Unknowingly, a change also happened to Yuming's form of address towards Yi Yuan. Evidently, his attitude towards Yi Yuan had a transformation happening too. Originally, he was emotionally invested on Yi Yuan with a long-term view. But in one day, he discovered to his surprise that he did not need to wait until long-term at all. Alright, stop talking aimlessly. The next one. Go to the city guard's main camp then. Yi Yuan said. Ah? See city guard's main camp? The moment Yuming heard, even his speech became stammers. Look at you. Following my big brother, what are you afraid of? Could it be that they will eat you? White Light said crossly. You got a point there. But what are you being long-winded for? Are you going or not? Going. Why won't I go? Yuming made up his mind and said. Yuming belonged to the city guards and was even considered a small officer. Except, he got along better in the city, that was why he could go and guard the Ascension pool. But entering the main camp, all he would see would be his superiors. How could the fear accumulated for many years be that easy to get rid of? The three people came to the city guard's main camp. Immediately, there was a soldier stopping the trio. Halt! What are you here for? Yuming hastily went forward to explain, then handed over Yi Yuan's identity token before that soldier let them pass. The mission Yi Yuan received, it was all displayed in the identity token. The soldier would know the moment he looked and naturally would not be mistaken. That soldier was just about to lead the three people inside. But after just a few steps, they bumped into a middle-aged army officer. Why are you bringing strangers into the main camp? That soldier hurriedly saluted and explained the situation. After middle-aged army officer heard, he said, Oh, like that huh? Just nice. I'm going to Lord Head Commander there to report completion on a task. You go back first then. I'll bring them over. That soldier was somewhat hesitant. This. Relax. With me around, nobody will make things difficult for you. That middle-aged army officer said. Yes, General Songpan. After the soldier left, Songpan led the three people and walked towards the depths of the main camp. As he walked, Songpan asked Yi Yuan curiously, really have some guts. A puny little divine traversing realm actually dares to take on Lord Head Commander's missions. His old problem has been there over a decade already. To this day, no one was able to treat it. Where did your confidence come from? Yi Yuan said. Nobody treated it, was naturally them being incapable. Since I dare to come, I naturally have assurance. Haha, Lord Head Commander's mission, I know a little bit. Seems like each one came brimming with confidence. But in the end, they were all chased out by Lord Head Commander with a flurry of sticks. I'm afraid that your small body can't take the beating, Songpan said with a mocking laugh. Yi Yuan looked at him but did not say anything. This guy was clearly finding trouble. Right then, Yuming suddenly opened his mouth and said, General Song, it's not right. This doesn't seem to be the road leading to Commander Manor, right? The city guard's main camp, Yuming rarely came. But he was still aware of the general positions. Seeing as the road got increasingly remote, the people getting lesser and lesser, with Yuming's astuteness, how could he still not detect something amiss? But this place was already very out of the way. The surroundings already did not have a soul. Songpan suddenly turned around and said with a cold smile, Boy, don't blame this song for being ruthless. Want to blame Blame that you offended a person that you shouldn't have. I'll send you on your way right now. When you go over there, remember to be more low profile. When you don't have strength, best not to be too arrogant. At this time, Song Pan already revealed killing intent. Yu Ming's expression changed, and he said, General Song, what's the meaning of this? Ho, don't you understand yet? This is someone hiring a murderer to kill people. Let me make a guess. Is it Gu Hong? Yi Yuan snickered and said without any nervousness. Don't need to probe. Do you think that I would be so naive? Song Pan did not admit it verbally, but he was startled in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually did not hesitate, hitting the mark right away. Except that to Yi Yuan it did not require guessing at all. Just how long has it been since he ascended? The only one with motives to harm him could only be Gu Hong. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Not admitting, is it? Doesn't matter, you'll admit it in a while. Still being stubborn when facing death. Go to hell. Song Pan gritted his teeth and was about to make a move to kill Yi Yuan. Song Pan as a general, his strength already reached late-stage boundless realm. Killing these 3 people in front of him was just a matter of lifting a hand. But right at this time, a peerlessly powerful sword intent instantly enveloped him. That virtually destructive pressure actually made his entire person unable to move a muscle. The move had yet to be unleashed and his entire person froze there, his face contorted. A figure gradually became real from an illusion. It was none other than precisely Jun Tianyu. When Song Pan saw the Jun Tianyu brimming with killing intent, his knees went soft, and he almost knelt down right away. Lord Jun, why are you here? Song Pan's forehead was sweating profusely. This murderous godlike figure before his eyes. How could he afford to offend? Even when Lord Head Commander saw him, he had to be very courteous too. Jun Tianyu said coldly, Master Yi is my benefactor. Why do you think I came? He. Song Pan jumped in fright. How could this boy in front of him possibly be Jun Tianyu's benefactor? Humph, are you going to end yourself? Or do you want me to send you on your way? Jun Tianyu said straightforwardly. Lord Jun, please appease your anger. I didn't know that this little brother is Lord Jun's benefactor. Song Pan was crying regret in his heart. Why did he provoke until this killing god without rhyme or reason? But Jun Tianyu said coolly, don't need to explain anymore. You already had killing intent just now. It's enough to sentence you to death. Lord Jun, this is the city guard's main camp. On account of Commander Luofeng's face, spare this lowly one, your excellency. Jun Tianyu's words made Song Pan white as a sheet, kneeling down directly. But Jun Tianyu's brows furrowed and he said, long-winded. Finishing, Jun Tianyu pointed a finger out. A sharp and fierce sword intent pierced right through Song Pan's heart and did not give him any opportunity to retaliate at all. Song Pan still did not dare to believe on his deathbed that Jun Tianyu really killed him just like this. His 2 eyes gradually became lifeless, collapsing in a pool of blood. Master Yi, are you all right? Jun Tianyu could not even be bothered to glance at Song Pan but said to Yi Yuan concernedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I'm fine. Senior Jun came very promptly. All thanks to your token. It's just that Senior Jun killing him just like this wouldn't have any problems. Right? When the 2 people bade farewell, Jun Tianyu gave Yi Yuan a keepsake. As long as Yi Yuan crushed the token, Jun Tianyu would rush over very quickly. It was just that Yi Yuan also did not expect to actually use it so quickly. Jun Tianyu said with a smile, This Jun killing a person? Who dares to say anything? Since I'm here, I'll accompany you to go and meet Luofeng. All right, I'll have to trouble Senior Jun then. Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said. Jun Tianyu waved his hand and said, What's Master Yi being courteous with me for? Don't keep calling Senior Jun. If Master Yi doesn't mind, just call me Elder Brother will do. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Haha. Okay. Big Brother Jun. And Big Brother Jun, don't keep calling Master Yi either. Directly call me Yi Yuan or Younger Brother will do. Jun Tianyu laughed loudly and said, Haha. Younger Brother Yi. Right at this time, a powerful aura came over from the Commander Manor's direction. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front. Who is it? To actually dare act wildly in my city guard's main camp? Yay? Jun Tianyu. It's you. Luo Feng, your subordinate, wants to kill my brother. I've already helped you clean up your household, Jun Tianyu said overbearingly. Luo Feng's face darkened, and he said, Jun Tianyu, aren't you a little too arrogant? Even if I want to clean up my household, when is it your turn to make a move? Jun Tianyu said coolly, killed him means I killed him. What do you want? You. Jun Tianyu, if you don't give me an account today, the two of us aren't done. Luo Feng looked at Song Pan's corpse and raged until he was blowing smoke from all 7 orifices. Jun Tianyu was seriously not giving any face, killing his own subordinate in his own territory. If this spreads out, how would he, this head commander, command the troops? Jun Tianyu said coolly, if it were normally, I wouldn't be inclined to bother with you. But today I'll make an exception and give you an account. He's called you Yuan, my wife's savior. Very soon, he'll be your benefactor too. Just now, this subordinate of yours wanted to kill you, Yuan. Do you think my reason to kill him is enough or not? Luo Feng's expression changed, and he said, What? Your wife's illness is healed. As the city guard's head commander, Luo Feng was naturally aware of Lu Yiru's illness. In this recent 1 year, Jun Tianyu had been searching for famous doctors for her every day, even gone to other cities to find powerful alchemists. But there were no results. Now Lu Yiru's sickness was actually treated by a boy still wet behind his ears. Everyone in ancient opulent city all knew that Jun Tianyu loved his wife dearly. If this was a reason, then it really was justifiable. Jun Tianyu smiled and said, Does Commander Luo feel that I would joke around with this sort of thing? Yi Yuan was planning on treating your chronic illness by coming to the main camp today. Who knew that the subordinate of yours actually wanted to kill him? What's wrong with me helping you clean up your household? Luo Feng's expression changed slightly and he could not resist shooting a glance at Song Pan's corpse once more. But this time there was no sympathy at all. Deserved to die. It was just that he was still half-believingly and half-doubtful about Jun Tianyu's words and asked this. He, a measly little divine traversing realm, really have this kind of capability? Jun Tianyu could not help laughing as he said, Your expression right now is exactly the same as when I met him for the first time. Whether or not he has the ability, what I say doesn't count. Just try, and you'll know. This? Fine then. Please. What? You say that Song Pan was killed by Jun Tianyu. Gu Hong was alarmed until his voice and countenance changed when he heard this news. Yes. Song Pan had yet to take action and Jun Tianyu actually rushed there already. Looks like he gave that punk some message token, the retainer said. Gu Hong felt that his head was about to explode. Just what kind of monster was this Yi Yuan? To actually be able to make Jun Tianyu, this kind of character, willingly come forward for him? How can a brat who just ascended have such heaven-defying means? Jun Tianyu's wife was practically sentenced to death already. He could actually bring her back to life. Gu Hong was depressed to the extreme in his heart. This outcome clearly exceeded his expectations too much. Not just Jun Tianyu's wife, the Sun family's mission, Commander Luo Feng's mission. He completed all of them. Intel just came from over there. Not only did Commander Luo Feng not blame Yi Yuan, he sent him and Jun Tianyu outside the main camp with a big smile instead. The 3 people addressed each other with great familiarity like they were blood brothers. Gu Hong was speechless. Oh, Gu Hong, I heard that an extremely formidable alchemist appeared in the city recently and already treated quite a few illnesses that nobody was able to treat. Yes or no? The Gu family's family head, Gu Changshun, said. It had already been 5 days' time since Yi Yuan ascended. In these 5 days, Yi Yuan already completed all of the missions he took on without failing a single one. These few missions were all famous difficult and peculiar diseases in the city, virtually missions determined impossible to complete. Yi Yuan, this alchemist who emerged explosively, actually resolved all of the missions one by one. It could be imagined how great a stir it caused in ancient opulent city. Gu Changshun also heard this news today, then called Steward Gu Hong over immediately to ask about the situation. The moment Gu Hong heard, his heart involuntarily thumped, thinking to himself, it indeed still came. Ah? There was such a thing? This lowly one didn't go out these 2 days and really haven't a clue that such a major thing happened in the city. But I reckon that these are all rumors, right? It's fine if it's treating one, but treating a whole bunch is a little too exaggerated, right? I reckon it's that alchemist bragging himself in order to draw attention. Gu Hong exercised his wits. At this time, Gu Hong could only drag it out as long as he could. But Gu Changshun shook his head and said, "It really isn't like that. Today, when I went to City Lord Manor to meet City Lord, His Excellency, I just happened to bump into Luo Fong. He told me personally that the chronic illness he was plagued with for over a decade was treated by that alchemist. With Luo Fong's character, if the other party didn't have genuine skill, he would not praise unceasingly like so." Gu Hong was bitter in his heart. But since Gu Changshun already said until like this, he could only follow up, "Like that, huh? Since even Commander Luo said so, then it probably won't be wrong. I wonder who is it to actually have such capability." Gu Changshun said, "Heard that it's even a young man who just ascended a couple of days called Yuan. Gu Hong, you go and find that Yi Yuan. Regardless of what kind of price you have to pay, you must invite him over. Perhaps he can really treat Xian'er's illness." Gu Hong was naturally 100 times unwilling in his heart. It was just that Gu Changshun's words. How could he dare to defy? He could only acknowledge at once, yes, family head. Coming out from Gu Changshun there, Gu Hong was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He never would have thought that, in the end, he actually really had to go and beg Yi Yuan. The conversation that day was still vivid in his mind. At that time he was very scornful of Yi Yuan. But a few days passed, Yi Yuan actually directly became an esteemed guest among the city's upper echelons. Now, even family head actually heard of his reputation before. Forced to go, he, Gu Hong, could not swallow this insult. If he did not go, he could not give an account over on family head's side here too. For a moment, Gu Hong fell into a dilemma. The most crucial thing was that even if he threw out this old face, would Yi Yuan give him this face? He did not leave any leeway at all on that day and already thoroughly offended Yi Yuan badly. Now, going to beg him once more, wasn't it reaching his face out for people to hit? Gu Hong felt that he had been wronged. Who could have thought that a divine traversing realm boy actually had such enigmatic strength? If it were others, they wouldn't give Yi Yuan any good attitude on that day too, right? Thinking it over, Gu Hong finally stomped his feet and went out of the Gu family's gates. No matter what method he used, Gu Hong must invite Yi Yuan over today. Otherwise, if this matter were made known to family head, he would be dead for sure. 5 days' time, Yi Yuan did the missions and obtained a total of 3,000 merit points. These 3,000 merit points had 20% deducted by City Lord Manor, leaving 2,400 merit points. Yi Yuan gave over half of the merit points to White Light and spent another 500 merit points to buy a residence in the city, but was only left with 700 merit points. This merit points is really hard to earn. Took a lot of trouble and ran around for 5 days and actually only earned 700 merit points. Wanting to obtain freedom is really not an easy thing, Yi Yuan said with vicissitude of emotions. By the side, Jun Tianyu could not suppress laughter as he said, "Younger brother Yi, if these words of yours were heard by the other ascenders, they would probably vomit blood from anger. These 700 merit points, they have to use 1 to 2 years' time before they are able to pool it together. And you only used 5 days. Brother Yi must be joking. Your big brother Jun lurked in ancient opulent city for close to 100 years' time, and his entire assets are merely just several 100,000 of merit points too. At this rate you earn merit points, in a few years, you'll be able to surpass him." Lu Iru covered her mouth and laughed. "That's right. Brother Yi. Stop boasting in front of me. Lord Jun's assets are plentiful. But I, this sort of impoverished person, only have a few thousand merit points." Yu Ming wanted to cry but had no tears as he said. Yu Ming had a wide circle of acquaintances in ancient opulent city that needed to spend large amounts of merit points. So over the years he did not have much merit points on him at all. Yi Yuan only used 5 days' time and the merit points earned was already about the same as him. This was indeed quite a blow. Lu Iru already recovered fully in these 2 days. Jun Tianyu brought her along to express thanks to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, 100,000 merit points before one can exchange for freedom. This requirement is also truly a little sick. Those ascended martial artists basically have to waste 60 to 70 years of time here. Jun Tianyu said, "It has to look at strength and potential still. Some ascenders, once they adapt to the divine realm, their improvement will be very fast, only using a few years' time, and they will have the ability to go take on missions. Roughly around 10 years' time, they will be able to exchange for their freedom. As for those people without potential, give them 100 years and they might not be able to pull together 10,000 points either." Yi Yuan nodded his head. It was indeed this reasoning. "May I ask, is this place Master Ye's residence?" The few people were currently chatting happily when a voice suddenly sounded out outside the door. When Yi Yuan heard this voice, he could not help laughing and said to Yu Ming, "Big brother Yu, this insult, I'll let you vent it then. Whenever you're satisfied, we'll talk terms with him again." Yu Ming could not help freezing slightly when he heard that and looked at Yi Yuan gratefully. He knew that this was Yi Yuan giving him the chance to regain face personally. Gu Hong's words on that day deeply wounded Yu Ming's pride and also thoroughly sobered him up. These few years, Yu Ming had always been operating carefully in ancient opulent city, and also gradually build up a bit of fame. But all the way until that day, then only Yu Ming deeply understood that turns out he was still just a minor character. No one thought highly of him at all. No matter how many things you knew, without strength, you would never get other people's respect. These few days, he followed by Yi Yuan's side and saw Yi Yuan being treated as a distinguished guest by the bigwigs who he did not even dare to think about. He even saw Jun Tianyu kill Song Pan in a blink. Only when one's strength was genuinely powerful could one get genuine respect. Even if he was just a penniless nobody, following by Yi Yuan's side, he also obtained ample respect. "Brother Yi, thank you very much," Yu Ming said gratefully.